In your family, all are ancient emperors, yet you choose to join a lower-ranking sect. During the assessment, the sect leader asked about your background, and you said, "My whole family are emperors. Joining the sect is just to complete the system's tasks." Upon hearing this, everyone thought you were crazy. However, what they don't know is that you have bound the truth-telling system, and as long as you tell the truth, you can become infinitely stronger. Admitting in front of everyone that you are the son of the great emperor will grant you the Golden Crow Supreme Divine Body. Admitting that you have a system that can kill the great emperor in seconds will grant you the immortal King Nine Heavens Dharma image. At this moment, the second elder on the martial arts field looked at you with a face full of disbelief. The Forbidden Zone is left by the ancient emperor. How dare a mere mortal like you claim to come from the Forbidden Zone? It's simply disrespecting the imperial power. Someone, throw this idiot out for me. After speaking, he looked at the graceful fairy and said, "I hope the elder will open his eyes next time and not bring back such clueless people." The graceful fairy's face darkened when she heard the words, and there was a subtle change in her gaze as she looked at you. "It's all your fault. You little rascal. You made me lose so much face. Why didn't I see that you had a problem with your brain when I took you as my disciple back then?" Just as she was about to retort, she heard you calmly say, "Elder, do you have any evidence to prove that I am lying? The conscience stone has not even reacted yet. Are you more powerful than the conscience stone?" At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel doubtful. If he was lying, the Heartstone would usually reveal the truth in about 3 breaths. But there was no change yet. There was probably only one possibility: could he really be from the Forbidden Zone? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. You take in the expressions of the people around you and then say, "May I ask the next question, Senior?" Upon hearing this, the sect leader remained silent for a long time, furrowing his brows in contemplation. The Heartstone only needed to show no reaction to indicate that Yi Tian was not lying, although she did not believe it. After all, that place was too terrifying. But now, with so many people watching, she couldn't refuse, so she spoke again, asking, "Tell us about your background in detail." When this was said, everyone present turned their gaze to you. "I come from the Yi clan of the uninhabited Forbidden Zone. My father is the clan leader, and my whole family, without exception, are all in the great emperor realm." As soon as the words fell, a prompt from the system sounded, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking people with the truth. Rewarding 20,000 points. The Golden Crow Supreme Body is currently merging." Upon hearing this, you smiled happily as you finally got the reward in your hands. Meanwhile, everyone rolled their eyes and was speechless at this moment. Didn't he know that the emperor had not appeared for thousands of years? For them, the emperor only existed in legends, and now he had become a big cabbage in his house. The graceful fairy couldn't help twitching at the corner of her mouth, covering her face with her hand, feeling embarrassed. She thought the previous answer was already outrageous enough, but this time it was even more explosive. Although the host sitting on the throne remained calm on the surface, deep down, he had already defined you as a madman. If it weren't for the ongoing ceremony, he would probably have kicked you out right now. Then you continued, "My parents were originally people from the immortal realm, but after arriving in the 3000 Tao states, the passage connecting the immortal realm suddenly closed. Before the passage closed, my father forcibly tore off a corner of the immortal realm and refined it into the current uninhabited Forbidden Land." At this moment, everyone was obviously speechless. "Tell me the truth. You've been bragging all day long." The second elder's face was extremely ugly, swearing to expose this kid's flaws. "How can such arrogant and ignorant people enter our Taiyi Holy Land?" Then he asked you, "So may I ask, as the son of the great emperor, why did you abandon your dignity and choose to worship at the Taiyi Holy Land, and choose to worship the enchanting fairy as your teacher? Could it be that none of the great emperors in your family can teach you cultivation? Or are you eyeing something in the Taiyi Holy Land? Planning something sinister?" The eyes of the crowd of heavenly arrogance all focused on you. If you can't answer this question, the hat of being unscrupulous is too big, and the second elder is trying to force him to death. But you are not the least bit flustered. With a calm and composed look, "I have lived my whole life as if walking on thin ice. Although everyone in my family is a great emperor, I cannot cultivate myself. Growing up surrounded by geniuses, watching them one by one reach the realm of saints, has caused irreversible damage to my young heart. So I came out to seek opportunities. Joining the Taiyi Holy Land is what my master said. The Taiyi Holy Land is a place that countless geniuses aspire to. As for why I worshipped Manhwa Immortal as my master." At this moment your tone changed slightly, with a hint of sarcasm. "If I didn't worship her as my master, would I worship you? This ugly monster, as my master? I can still distinguish between ugly and beautiful." Upon hearing this, the second elder's face turned black, and his wrinkles squeezed together, looking like an ugly chrysanthemum. He then glanced at the heart inquiry stone, thinking, "I will prove you are lying with facts." However,
The heart inquiry stone remained unchanged.
How is that possible? Not only the second elder, but everyone was incredulous. Yi Tian's words were already so outrageous. Yet the heart questioning stone still had no reaction. Firstly, there are countless emperors in his family. So why would he come out? Is there a better place in the world than his family? If it were anyone else in the main hall, born as a mortal with an emperor in the family, they would definitely choose to lie low and not take any risks to seek opportunities. Isn't this just sheer madness? Any more questions? If there are no issues, can I consider myself to have passed? Everyone looked towards the host sitting on the seat, waiting for her decision. In their hearts, you are not worthy of entering the holy land of Tai. Full of lies. Must be an extremely hypocritical person. Although the host was reluctant, she had to announce the result. The rules were here. She could not just go by feelings and break the rules. Just as she was about to announce, the second elder preempted and said, I request to test the effect of the heart questioning stone. I suspect there is a problem with the heart questioning stone. Then he pointed at the frontmost prodigy and said, You go and lie. The arrogant person did not refuse, and went straight up and put his hand on it. What is your name? My name is Zhao Ritian. In an instant, the heart questioning stone emitted a strong red light, continuously absorbing this person's spiritual energy, as a means to prevent the sorcerer from escaping. This unexpected turn of events left the second elder dumbfounded. The heart questioning stone was flawless. Now in this situation, although everyone does not believe what you say, they have to admit that this mortal did pass the test of the heart stone. The sect leader, with a calm expression, spoke. Now, let's start the second round of assessment. Afterwards, you returned to your master's side and immediately ate a large chestnut. Who let you talk nonsense? You correct. I am telling the truth. The graceful fairy rolled her eyes and said incredulously, In a while, just go through the motions for the 2 tests behind you. I have already accepted you as my disciple. The results are not important. And at this moment, the system's prompt sound came again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the Heartstone test, rewarded with 5,000 points, and the successful fusion of the Golden Crow Supreme Body. You feel a warm sensation flowing to your limbs, then gathering in the abdomen's dantian, without any shocking or sensational visions, but you can feel the changes in your body. At this moment, the second round of assessment officially begins, still placing hands on it, judging talent based on color, white being the lowest and gold being the highest. This Yi Tian, just a mortal. I'll see how he passes the qualification assessment. This statement is wrong. The exquisite fairy personally accepts disciples. As long as you pass the first level, it doesn't matter if you don't pass the next 2 levels. As an elder, you have the right to accept disciples independently. Chapter 105, Firesword Technique. Greetings, Sovereign. Just after stepping into the door of the room, Yi Tian bowed and saluted, looking very respectful. Yi Xian nephew is exempt from salute. Immortal Yu Hua waved her hand. Lord Sovereign, where is my master? Yi Tian scanned around and realized that there was only Immortal Yu Hua in the room. Hearing this, Fairy Yu Hua raised her willow eyebrows and asked rhetorically, Nephew Yi, what is the important thing for you to come over today? Sovereign Lord, don't worry about what important things I have. You tell me my master's trail first, okay? Yi Tian asked with an anxious face. Don't worry, your master is fine. He is just temporarily in seclusion. Immortal Yu Hua explained and continued. I also just received the news, so I immediately rushed over. Seclusion? Yi Tian frowned, showing a worried look on his face. Don't be anxious, I'm here. If there's anything you want to tell me first. Immortal Yu Hua comforted. Hearing this, Yi Tian did not hide it. Anyway, these people already believed in his identity now. Moreover, he estimated that the patriarchs of the 5 great sacred lands should also know about the exiles, so there was no need to hide it. After recounting what had just happened, Yi Tian looked up at Immortal Yu Hua and asked with a worried face, Sovereign Lord, we should take precautions. It's estimated that those exiles are preparing to snatch away or kill all those talented disciples. Yi Tian had a meticulous mind and was able to think of the stakes involved. After all, there was no doubt about the power of the 5 great forces. Who would dare to offend their majesty in the 3,000 Dao states? But now that the immortal domain had suddenly descended from the middle of the immortal domain and was coming here to select children with unbelievable talent, the purpose of which those outside the domain were surely well aware of. You're right. The 5 great sacred lands do indeed intend to do so. After pondering for a moment, Immortal Yu Hua slowly said, the strength of those people from outside the domain is even more terrifying than you can imagine. If we really let them have their way, not only our Tai's sacred land, but even the 3,000 Dao states will be affected. After saying that, Immortal Yu Hua's beautiful eyes slightly drooped and she fell into silence. Although she was the lord of the Holy Land and possessed the cultivation of a saint king, she felt an overwhelming oppression. No wonder the 5 great sacred lands are so nervous about this matter, Yi Tian pondered. It turned out that they had long predicted that the descent of the people from outside the domain would cause a huge disaster. Nephew Yi, since you are my senior sister's disciple, I will naturally protect your well-being. Immortal Yu Hua smiled faintly and made a solemn promise. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Yi Tian thanked again. By the way, you said that your sister has gone to look for those people? Immortal Yu Hua inquired. I still ask Sovereign Lord to help cover it up a bit, Yi Tian said in a low voice. You brat, you've actually learned to be bad. Fairy Yu Hua shook her head and laughed, somewhat crying and laughing. This is for sister's good. Yi Tian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Alright, I promise. Fairy Yu Hua nodded and agreed. Afterward, Yi Tian chatted with Fairy Yu Hua for a few more moments before leaving the room. However, when Yi Tian returned to his residence, he did not find anything out of the ordinary, and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. According to Yi Liuyun's explanation, those people from outside the domain should have already arrived in the vicinity of the Tai Sacred Mountain. Yi Tian was puzzled and always felt disturbed. It's just, when third sister returns, everything will be understood. Yi Tian sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. For the next 2 days, Yi Tian did not go anywhere and stayed in his room in the Tai Holy Land to meditate and cultivate. After the Jiedan stage, the aura in his body transformed into liquid at a much faster rate with the Golden Crow Supreme Body. As a result, he cultivated more efficiently. With the assistance of the Golden Crow Supreme Body, in 2 days' time, Yi Tian had successfully condensed liquid aura. At this time, Yi Tian attempted to absorb the elemental power of heaven and earth to enhance his realm. Unfortunately, no matter what method he applied, he was never able to break through the shackles and condense more aura. The Golden Crow Supreme Body is really overbearing. Even the speed of cultivation is more than several times stronger than ordinary cultivators. Yi Tian deeply lamented. If it was any other cultivator, even if they had excellent qualifications, it would take several months or even longer to break through. But Yi Tian was different. He was able to condense a drop of liquid aura in just 2 days. If this was spread out, it would absolutely shock the world. If I can cultivate this physical body to the consummate level, I wonder how much the speed of cultivation can increase. But with my current strength, there's no way to unleash the Golden Crow Supreme Body in its entirety. Unless, a thought flashed through his mind. Yi Tian immediately stopped his cultivation and sat on his knees. His hands quickly changed their sealing techniques and began to try to manipulate the Golden Crow Supreme Body. Yi Tian's consciousness instantly fused with the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and was instantly enveloped by a majestic and vast power, as endless power surged through his entire body. Ha ha! Feeling the surging power within his body, Yi Tian laughed out loud in excitement. This power boost simply made Yi Tian's blood boil. Yi Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and after a short rest, he began to operate the Royal Fire Sword technique to cultivate his spiritual power. Under the support of the Golden Crow Supreme Body, Yi Tian's speed of cultivating the Royal Fire Sword technique was much faster, and after spending only half an hour, he had cultivated the Royal Fire Sword technique to the 2nd level. Although it was only a small realm increase, Yi Tian could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body had become much purer, and his combat power had increased by a lot. What's going on? Suddenly, Yi Tian snapped his eyes open with a slightly surprised look, while standing up and looking towards the window. At this moment, the night sky outside the window was suddenly reddish, as if it was blood-stained, giving people a weird and depressing feeling. Could it be that something went wrong on third sister's side? It shouldn't be. Yi Tian frowned slightly, inexplicably feeling a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Boom! Boom! However, the speculation in Yi Tian's heart had just fallen when a violent rumble suddenly erupted in the distance. At the same time, Yi Tian heard an ear-piercing shattering sound and a miserable scream. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a bright and piercing blue mango shot out and directly impacted on the window where he was. The terrifying power contained in the blue wand instantly shattered the window, turning it into rubble and scattering it all over the place. What's going on? Looking at the horrifying sight outside the window, Yi Tian's face changed wildly and his sweaty hairs stood on end. At this moment, Yi Tian saw a scene that he would never forget. In his line of sight, a black-robed man came stepping through the air at a very fast speed, as if he was drifting like a ghost. Suddenly, the black-robed man appeared in front of Yi Tian, wielding a long, sharp dagger and attacking him without mercy. The sound of the dagger cutting through the void was sharp and ear-piercing. Yi Tian reacted extremely fast and dodged in time. The long dagger brushed against his shoulder, leaving a shocking scar on the wall. Chapter 106, Luo Kong's True Identity. The blade was so powerful that it nearly severed Yi Tian's arm. His la! The man in black's reaction was extremely fast, and after the blow fell short, he immediately reversed his attack and slapped his palm out, kicking up a cold and furious wind. and slammed it fiercely towards Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly retreated to the back of the bed. Unfortunately, the man in black's attack was too harsh and arrived in the blink of an eye. Put! Yi Tian was unable to dodge in time and suffered a heavy blow to his chest, spraying out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Tian's face turned pale as he staggered back several steps. Surprisingly, he didn't die. The man in black frowned, as if he did not expect Yi Tian to dodge the fatal blow. He had thought that with this sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill Yi Tian. Who had thought that the other party not only blocked it, but also did not die? Who the hell are you? Yi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head to glare at the man in black and shouted out angrily. Judging from the exchange of hands just now, the cultivation level of this man in black was at least the third level of Jiedan, or even higher, otherwise he would not have been unable to block even one move. Humph. The man in black coldly scanned Yi Tian and laughed fiercely. I didn't expect you to have such a poor memory. What? You forgot me so quickly? The man slowly lifted his cloak, as if he was not afraid of revealing his identity. But the moment the cloak was uncovered, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk and he could not help but draw a breath of cool air, because he realized that the other party was exactly a person he had seen before in the secret realm, Luo Kong. It turned out that Luo Kong had not left, but was hiding in the shadows, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. I didn't expect it to be you. I said, why did you suddenly appear in the 3000 Dao state? In that case, the northern Dao state has already been eroded by you guys, right? Yi Tian said in a deep voice. He had thought that Luo Kong had sneaked out of the immortal domain just like him, but he didn't expect that this person was actually someone from outside the domain. Count on you having some eyesight, actually recognizing my identity. Luo Kong laughed hideously, then collected his expression and looked at Yi Tian in a cold and merciless manner, saying in a cold voice, since you recognize me, you must also be clear about the purpose of my coming here, right? Cut the crap. Suffer death. Yi Tian coldly glanced at the other party, then he leapt up, stepped on his feet in a mysterious pace, and swung his fist to attack. Seek death. The cold light in Luo Kong's eyes skyrocketed. His mouth lightly shouted. At the same time, he raised his right arm and clawed into a fist to meet him. Bang! The moment the fists and claws met, a low explosive sound was emitted. A majestic force stirred out from the two men's arms. Stump. Under one blow, Yi Tian was knocked back 7 or 8 steps on the spot, his face turning pale. On the contrary, Luo Kong didn't move a muscle, and there was an immediate difference between the two. This guy's power is too strong. Yi Tian took a deep breath, his mood incomparably heavy. Although it was just a simple exchange of hands, through the exchange of hands, he had already determined that the other party's strength surpassed him by too much. If he continued to fight hard, he was definitely not Luo Kong's opponent. Kid, you can't do it. Luo Kong shook his head, his face filled with playful mockery. Humph, eat another punch from me. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. His entire body's spiritual energy surged crazily, his legs stomped on the ground, and his figure steeply rose up into the sky, launching an attack towards Luo Kong. Swish dash. In a flash, Yi Tian disappeared in place. Seeing Yi Tian's sudden appearance, Luo Kong raised an eyebrow as a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had thought that Yi Tian would choose to flee or retreat. After all, with his strength, he was not an opponent at all. Who knew that Yi Tian dared to take the initiative to attack? Which was illogical. Boom! In a flash of lightning, Yi Tian pounced over carrying a ferocious might, his right fist blasting out like lightning. Luo Kong's eyes were quick, his body twisted, narrowly dodging the punch, and immediately swung his palm to resist. Pa! As the punch fell short, Yi Tian's left palm instantly arrived, carrying ferocious power and ruthlessly slapping on Luo Kong's abdomen. Thump thump thump. Yi Tian's face changed, and he was immediately shaken back several steps. Luo Kong looked at Yi Tian in surprise, seemingly not expecting Yi Tian's attack to be so swift. Huff! Right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly stopped his retrogression and took advantage of Luo Kong's daze to fiercely bully his way closer. With a fist slamming out, Yi Tian exerted his full strength, gathering all the power in his body at one point. This punch was powerful, fast and immensely powerful. Luo Kong was unable to dodge in time and received a punch on the spot. With a muffled grunt, Luo Kong's mouth overflowed with blood and he flew backward several meters, breaking the door of the room and falling out. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Luo Kong's face instantly turned pale. Yi Tian froze. He had never dreamt that in just one exchange of blows, he had gained the absolute upper hand and crushed his opponent with one blow. Bastard! Luo Kong spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and stared at Yi Tian with indignation. He did not expect that he would lose to Yi Tian, and it was a miserable defeat. causing him to be ashamed and angry. Damn it! I will kill you! Luo Kong roared and stood up, a strong killing aura radiating from his body. Sensing Luo Kong's monstrous rage, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly as his expression became grave. However, he did not retreat by half and remained vigilant. Swish! Luo Kong bellowed and transformed into a residual shadow, running straight towards Yi Tian. Not only was he extremely fast, but his explosive power was extremely terrifying. Yi Tian didn't dare to be slow, immediately running his entire body's spiritual energy, condensing it on top of his arms, and struggling to meet Luo Kong. The two of them clashed with their fists, erupting into a dull explosion, and the strong aftershock shook the surrounding walls with dust. Stump! Under Luo Kong's overbearing power suppression, Yi Tian was shaken back 5 or 6 steps on the spot. Hiss! So strong! Steadying his stance, Yi Tian frowned tightly, his expression unusually grave. Even if he possessed the strength of the Jedan stage, he was still far from Luo Kong's opponent. He didn't understand how this guy had suddenly become so powerful when it was clear that only 2 months had passed. Could it be that the other party had hidden his strength before? You're pretty good, actually able to block 2 of my attacks. Luo Kong smiled grimly, his right leg stomped the ground, and his entire body catapulted up, like a falcon fighting a rabbit, attacking fiercely. Swoosh! The air-breaking shrill whistling came out. Luo Kong's right leg cracked the void, carrying a thunderous momentum kicking towards Yi Tian's chest. Damn! Yi Tian's face suddenly changed and hurriedly raised his hand to block. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Yi Tian was instantly shaken back a dozen meters. This collision caused a sharp pain to come from Yi Tian's arm. Jedan 5th level. Sensing Luo Kong's cultivation level, Yi Tian's eyes instantly widened with horror. He didn't expect that in just 2 months' time, Luo Kong had reached the Jedan 5th level realm. Ha 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 ha, Yi family scum, you're destined to die here today. Luo Kong laughed indulgently. His killing machine filled his body and his eyes became even more sinister. Now Yi Lu Yun, the saints from the 5 Holy Lands, and those old things from the Dao Pavilion had been blocked by their people, and now they only needed to hunt the 3,000 heavenly pride disciples of the Dao state. It's true that I'm not your opponent, but you can't kill me either. Chapter 107, The 3 Heroes Battle Luo Kong. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, his eyes flushed red with a determined look in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's have a fair fight. Luo Kong smiled grimly and coldly, and then tightened his smile. Swish! Luo Kong's feet stepped in a weird pace, swept to Yi Tian's front in the blink of an eye, and waved his right fist to ruthlessly and mercilessly smash over. At this moment, Yi Tian's pupils sharply shrunk, and an unprecedented scorn appeared on his face. What kind of stance is this? Yi Tian's brows were tightly locked, his face was extremely grave, and his heartbeat accelerated. He hadn't even gotten a good look at Luo Kong's stance, much less his exact position. Luo Kong's speed was too bizarre, completely unable to capture any traces or movement. If he hadn't personally experienced it, Yi Tian would never have believed that there was such a subtle stance martial skill in the world. At the moment of crisis, Yi Tian did not hesitate and immediately performed a body technique to dodge. Yi Tian had just dodged and retreated when Luo Kong's attack grazed his ear, frightening him to the point that his face changed drastically. Fortunately, Yi Tian reacted in time, otherwise he would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Brat! This is what you forced me to do. Noticing that Yi Tian easily avoided his attack, Luo Kong's face grimaced to the extreme as his killing chance skyrocketed. As the words fell, Luo Kong's hands danced and quickly punched out a strange seal. Buzz dash. When the seal struck the void, in an instant, something bizarre happened. Luo Kong's originally disappeared figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Tian, once again launching a sneak attack on him. Luo Kong's speed was as fast as lightning, as if he had drilled out of the void, making it impossible to defend. Not good. Yi Tian's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around and blasted out a fist. Boom! The 2 iron fists collided and a low explosive sound erupted. Stomp! A violet wave of energy impacted, and Yi Tian was immediately shaken back 5 or 6 steps. Luo Kong similarly took a few steps back. Although he was much more powerful than Yi Tian, he was still unable to injure Yi Tian and was instead shaken back. This situation filled Luo Kong's heart with suffocation. Yi Tian, this is what you forced me to do. Luo Kong let out a violent shout. Then he put his hands together and punched out an odd seal. Buzz dash. In an instant, the air around Luo Kong shook and undulated as a strong aura spread rapidly. Yi Tian's expression was grave to the extreme. Luo Kong's aura was getting stronger and stronger, giving him a suffocating sense of oppression. What kind of secret technique is this? How could it contain such a terrifying power? Feeling Luo Kong's terrifying aura, Yi Tian frowned deeply, his heart filled with scorn and panic. Yi Tian could not guess Luo Kong's bottom card at all, much less know what tactics he would use. Boom!
Luo Kong's surrounding aura crazily surged. Then he violently blasted out a palm and slapped it towards Yi Tian.
Huffing, looking at the huge palm that came blasting from the sky, Yi Tian's breathing became ragged. This palm came with a ferocious and powerful force that was chilling. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Yi Tian could only fight it head-on. Yi Tian took in a deep breath of cool air and pinched his hands together, preparing to use his strongest attack. The moment the loud sound spread, a shocking force instantly exploded. As the terrifying power spread, Yi Tian immediately sprayed out a mouthful of hot blood and flew backwards several feet away. Put! After Yi Tian fell to the ground, he couldn't help but cough, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with traces of blood. The power of that palm just now was too terrifying. Even if he tried his best, it was not helpful. After only a few moments of exchanging blows, he was blown into a serious injury and almost lost his life. Seeing Yi Tian's wretched and miserable defeat, Luo Kong's face was overjoyed and his eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, bastard! You're not my opponent after all. Your strength is too weak. It's better for you to obediently tie your hands. Luo Kong walked in large strides, ready to take down Yi Tian. Don't be too happy too early. Hearing Luo Kong's rampant words, Yi Tian did not feel frustrated. Instead, he smiled coldly as a determined light flashed in his eyes. Luo Kong frowned slightly, seemingly realizing something. As expected, he only saw that there were three figures rushing towards this side outside, and it was clearly Wang Daoxian, Lin Aoduan, and Xiao 13. These three people had obviously just finished fighting as well, which was why they rushed over. Seeing Lin Ao Dust and the others arrive, Yi Tian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Humph! No one can save you today. Luo Kong snorted coldly, his face completely icy. When the three of them heard this, Wang Daoxian immediately opened his mouth and shot back. A mere villain who can just use despicable means. If it wasn't for those poisons on your body. Want to win, brother Yi? Before his words fell, Wang Daoxian directly released his innate thunder body. You guys back off. Let me deal with this brat. Wang Daoxian waved his hand and said, no need. Leave it to me. Xiao 13 shook his head. You two back off. I'll fight him one-on-one. Lin Ao Dust swept a glance indifferently and spoke indifferently. Why don't we join forces to settle this fellow? Wang Daoxian frowned and reminded. Dealing with just a piece of trash. There's no need to be that troublesome. Lin Ao Dust coldly skimmed his mouth. Their words instantly enraged Luo Kong, but they didn't dare to make a sudden move, because Luo Kong knew very well that the strength of Xiao 13 and the others was only stronger than Yi Tian. If they really fought, he would not be able to take half the advantage at all. Luo Kong, today, let me learn how much weight you really have. Xiao 13 was arrogant, and undisguised contempt flowed from his eyes. I admit that you are stronger than Yi Tian, but I, Luo Kong, am not weak either. I'll let you see how powerful I am today. As the words fell, Luo Kong immediately revolved his spiritual energy and catalyzed his hegemonic body. A beast-like roar resounded abruptly, followed by a berserk aura surrounding Luo Kong. At this moment, Luo Kong was as if he had transformed into a berserk lion. His body was filled with an appalling aura. Broken Mountain split. Luo Kong's gaze was sinister as he drank coldly word by word. Accompanying his roar, Luo Kong raised his right leg and violently stepped towards the floor in front of him. Boom rumble. The entire room shook violently as his foot crushed the floor. Immediately after, with a muffled bang sound, Luo Kong's right leg suddenly ejected, piercing through the ground like an arrow, bringing up a gust of sharp and ear-piercing friction sounds. At the same time, an extremely violent energy fluctuation crazily wreaked havoc, causing people to tremble with fear. Hiss! The moment Luo Kong's right leg kicked out, the ground around Yi Tian all crumbled, and a shocking crack spread rapidly in a circular shape. Ka-ching! The crack spread in all directions with Yi Tian as the center, and in the blink of an eye, the ground under Yi Tian's feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A very frightening scene. What a strong power! Yi Tian's face changed drastically, and his eyes flashed with a strong color of shock. He had never expected that Luo Kong would be able to erupt such a terrifying power. This kid's power is so powerful. Xiao Xii's face was grave and he couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 108 Illusion. Wang Daoxian frowned with an unusually ugly expression. I guess it's an inheritance he got in the secret realm. Damn. What kind of inheritance did this kid get? So fierce. Lin Ao Dust, on the other hand, had a cloudy demeanor, as if he had already anticipated Luo Kong's strength to be strong. It's better to let me do it. Looking at the imposing Luo Kong, Lin Ao Dust slowly said, although his words were very calm. A few people from Yi Tian felt a strong killing intent from him. A few people from Yi Tian could not help but frown. You are the Lin Ao Dust who possesses a sword body. Luo Kong asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Lin Ao Dust, not to be doubted. Lin Ao Dust nodded with a calm expression and said, it's just the right time to try out my newly comprehended stance. In that case, let's have a painful fight. Luo Kong smiled coldly and immediately swung his fist to meet Lin Ao Dust. Boom ron boom dash. The two collided with each other. Roars and explosions instantly rang out. Berserk power swept out. Deafening. A hard punch. Lin Ao Dust steadily gained the upper hand. Luo Kong actually retreated several steps back. Hiss. How could this happen? Lin Ao Dust's strength is actually so strong. Seeing Lin Ao Dust's terrifying strength, Wang Daoxian and Xiao Xii's faces suddenly changed and they sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Ha ha, painful. Again. Bang, rumble. The two collided together once again, and a berserk forceful chi raged. For a time, the entire secret room was thrown into a frenzy. Lin Ao Dust and Luo Kong both attacked relentlessly, leaving no room for maneuver. Ferocious to the extreme. Bang, dong, rumble. Under a sparring match, Luo Kong's protective astral aura was broken, and his entire body flew out directly, falling above the ground, opening his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood. Luo Kong's eyes were filled with endless indignation. He didn't expect that he, whose strength had risen greatly, would not be able to defeat Lin Aochen. Intentional sword art. Extreme slash. The long sword in Lin Ao Dust's hand under the enchantment of his sword body. Endless sword intent began to condense. The brilliant and dazzling blue light illuminated the chamber, taking in the hearts of the people. Swoosh, bang, poof. In the next second, a flash of dazzling blue light tore through the darkness of the night, and with the momentum of destroying, it chopped straight onto Luo Kong. No. This sudden deadly sword of Lin Ao Dust made Luo Kong's pupils shrink into needles. His heart set off huge waves, and he roared up with a face full of panic and despair. Don't! Wang Daoxuan's eyes widened round as he cried out with his heart torn out, and an inexplicable sadness rose even more in his heart. Bang bang! Under the shocked gazes of Yi Tian and the others, the blue aura instantly pierced through Luo Kong's chest and ran through the entire wall, eventually disappearing. Awesome! Brother Lin! This new move, if I were to put it on me, it would fade into skin even if I don't die. Wang Daoxian praised Lin Ao Dust while walking up to mention Luo Kong's body, but realized that Luo Kong was no longer breathing. Lin Ao Dust's sword body was so terrifying that it was able to directly decapitate Luo Kong. Is this the so-called intentional sword art? It was simply terrifying as hell. Although Yi Tian was shocked, he did not forget about the main matter and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, did you guys also encounter an assassination? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Wang Daoxuan's several people's complexion immediately sank, and thick hatred and killing intent surfaced on their faces. Yes, there are already other disciples who have been killed. Wang Daoxian roared lowly with an icy face. Those dog scum really deserve to die. If we weren't strong, I'm afraid we would have died in their hands long ago. How many people are there on the other side? Yi Tian pursued. Unknown, but everyone's strength has reached Jiedan, and there are so many of them that it's very tricky. Wang Daoxian shook his head. Yi Tian, now that those pavilion elders from the Dao Pavilion and the saints from the major powers have gone out to hold back, let's find a way to hurry and leave as well. Xiao 13 said in a deep voice. Yi Tian nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice. I just observed that the guards outside are relatively lax, so we should be able to escape out just by going around to the backyard. That's a good idea. Wang Daoxian nodded slightly. Swish. Without saying a word, Lin Ao Dust immediately rushed out of the secret room and quickly hurried towards the backyard. Let's quickly follow as well. Yi Tian's few people also quickly left the secret room. A few moments later, they arrived outside of Zhengdao City and successfully sneaked out of the city. After leaving Zhengdao City, Yi Tian's few people did not stop and continued to rush. Those guys are really vicious. They even dared to directly enter the middle Dao state to kill people. Xiao 13 gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. His face was gloomy. This matter is not over. One day, I will kill them all. Wang Daoxian clenched his fists, and a cold chill flickered in his eyes, causing his heart to palpitate. Xiao 13 coldly said, since they did it, they have to pay for it. Sooner or later, this account has to be settled. Don't worry, we can definitely take revenge. Yi Tian patted Wang Daoxuan's shoulder and comforted him. Right, do you guys know where all the saint-level powerhouses are? We can't keep running away like this, right? Yi Tian suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Xiao 13 nodded and replied, as far as I know, they should be on Zhangdao Mountain right now. It seems like a dozen or so sage-level experts have come from outside the domain, and there's even a quasi-emperor level figure. So serious. Knowing that the powerful people from outside the domain had come, Yi Tian and the others immediately felt the pressure multiply. During this period of time, let's just take our chances and wait for the clan seniors to return. How about it? Good. After saying that, Yi Tian's 4 people quickly ran towards the eastern side of Zhengdao City. 1 incense stick later, under Lin Ao Dust's leadership, they finally found an ancient manor with a few guards standing at the entrance, heavily guarded. It's really here. The corner of Lin Ao Dust's mouth hooked up with an indifferent evil smile. Then he jumped up onto the fence, easily avoiding the ears of the guards. After confirming that no one was around, Lin Ao Dust immediately pushed open the manor gate and walked in, and closed the door. Swoosh! Inside the manor, it was silent. The only thing that came faintly was a burst of weird zither sounds. The sound of the zither was ethereal and indistinct, as if it was coming from nothingness, giving people a very cozy feeling that intoxicated them. Illusionary realm? Frowning slightly, Lin Ao Dust's face clouded over. Nope, it's the sound of the soul. Spiritual pressure. Lin Ao Dust's face suddenly changed. His heart set off 10,000 waves. How could this happen? How is my soul affected? Lin Ao Dust's heart sank violently. In the illusionary realm, he felt as if his soul had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, enduring fiery flames of burning pain. After only holding on for a few breaths of time, Lin Ao Dust knelt down with a miserable cry. Lin Ao Dust was originally a sword cultivator. His Dao heart was naturally much stronger than the average cultivator, but he simply couldn't resist the sound of the soul. Lin Ao Dust. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded out of thin air as if it was a thunderbolt. It was a female voice, pleasant to the ear, yet it contained an icy killing intent. Chapter 109, Sealing Talisman. Yi Tian, Xiao 13, Wang Daoxian, Lin Aoduan. This seat has been waiting for you guys for a long time. A red-robed woman walked slowly. Her figure was enchanting and fiery. Her appearance was charming and charming. Looking at the red-clothed beauty that slowly walked towards them, all 4 of them had their hearts and minds trembling violently, their faces showing fear. Blood demoness. Seeing the red-robed beauty, Lin Ao Dust couldn't help but shiver. His body couldn't stop trembling. His eyes filled with fear. This red-clothed beauty was clearly none other than the blood demon cult protector Blood Demoness. You recognize? Yi Tian forced himself to hold back the palpitations in his heart and cast an inquiring gaze towards Lin Aochen. She is the blood demon cult protectoress Blood Demoness. Wang Daoxian swallowed his saliva and looked horrified. This stinking is ferocious to the extreme. When she slaughtered the entire Yunyang state, she didn't even spare the swaddled babies. She's simply a vicious woman. So she is the Blood Demoness. No wonder she is able to control the soul and confuse the mind. Xiao Xii's deep eyes flared with a biting coldness as he questioned in a cold voice. Blood Demoness. I didn't expect that you were actually someone from outside the domain? The Blood Demoness smiled faintly and teased. What do you guess? The Blood Demoness' seductive petite body approached Yi Tian and the others, exhaling her breath like an orchid, seductive and infinite, causing people to have reverie. Looking at the gradually approaching red-clothed beauty, Yi Tian and the others were so scared that their livers and guts cracked and their faces were filled with a pale color. You, don't mess around. Otherwise don't blame us for not being polite. Wang Daoxian warned with a stern color. Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust were even tensing their whole body, as if they were facing an enemy, holding their long swords tightly, ready to strike. Although your weapons are good, but in front of this seat, they are useless. The red-clothed beauty snorted, not putting Yi Tian and the others in their eyes in the slightest. Yi Tian knew that if he didn't use some means before, he would definitely not be able to run away. So, he first asked the system. System, how many points do I have now? 380,000 points. Is there anything that can get this woman killed? Yi Tian secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as he had enough points, he would be able to finish off the Blood Demoness. Ding. System prompt, hesitation host and enemy's realm gap is too large to kill. You can use all your points to exchange for a sealing talisman to seal the opponent's strength. Hearing this, Yi Tian said to Xiao 13 and the others, you 3 go first. I'll stall her later. When these words came out, Xiao 13 and the others were instantly unhappy. No way. You were the one who blocked Skywalker last time in the secret realm. We can't leave you behind this time no matter what. Wang Daoxian shook his head and refused. We are friends, and we still owe you our lives. We must not leave you behind. That's what I think too. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we need to get through them together. Lin Aoden followed suit. Looking at them, Yi Tian's heart warmed and was quite touched. This was the true brotherhood. I understand your good intentions, but don't worry, I will leave safely. You guys go first, or else I'll wait as I want to leave. Still have to take into account you guys. Yi Tian persuaded. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them suddenly thought of how in the secret realm, Yi Tian had blocked the Skywalker alone, and then there came out safely. Are you sure? Lin Aoduan said half-heartedly. If that's the case, I believe that you have this ability, but the Blood Demoness strength is too terrifying, so you'd better be careful and don't try to be strong. Yi Tian nodded.
Lin Ao Dust turned around and was ready to exit the courtyard.
Want to leave? Asked me.
The blood demoness suddenly snorted coldly.
Yi Tian, however, did not give her a chance to make a move,
directly energizing the Golden Crow Supreme Body, and immediately drew out the yin-yang sword.
Your opponent is me,
Yi Tian shouted as a berserk and domineering aura rose up to the sky.
Just like a flood beast awakening, Yi Tian's figure flickered and shot towards the blood demoness as a black line. The corner of the blood demoness' mouth surfaced a touch of disdain.
Her right palm condensed a ball of piercing red light,
slapped out through the air, and fiercely blasted towards Yi Tian. Boom! In an instant,
Yi Tian was blasted out and smashed through the flowers, falling to the ground with serious injuries. The blood demoness' attack was very terrifying.
If Yi Tian didn't possess the Golden Crow Supreme Body,
I'm afraid that the slap just now could have ruined him.
However,
this strike had bought Lin Ao Dust and the others time to escape.
Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to really dare. However, you'll have to bear the wrath of this seed alone. The blood demoness stared at Yi Tian with an evil smile.
Her tone of voice was morose and carried endless hatred. I've never seen a devil like you who has lost all conscience.
Today I must act on behalf of the heavens to behead you, a devil, or else the heavens will not allow it. Good ah.
The blood demoness smiled faintly, then raised her hand and grabbed towards Yi Tian. Swoosh dash.
In a flash of lightning, Yi Tian sacrificed his yin-yang sword and pierced through the blood demoness' wrist.
What? The blood demoness frowned slightly and instantly threw out her other hand. The blood demoness quickly dodged the sharpness of the yin-yang sword and grabbed Yi Tian's neck and twisted his shoulder blade in the process.
Your power is weak. You can't help me at all. And you still think to kill me? You are too naive.
Sweeping a glance at Yi Tian with contempt, the blood demoness violently exerted her force, hard enough to rip his left arm,
dripping with blood. Cough.
The intense pain caused Yi Tian to gasp violently.
Who the hell are you? Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian roared angrily.
The blood demoness smiled indifferently and replied coldly.
My name is Yuan Qingyun. You should have heard of this name before, aren't you? You from the second lineage of the Yuan family?
Yi Tian was shaken and his eyes widened.
Count yourself as smart, but those people drove our second lineage out of the immortal domain. Ha! I didn't expect that we could actually survive.
Then they will have to endure our retaliation.
Yuan Qingyun said it over and over again,
slashing across Yi Tian's neck with the dagger in his hand.
Although it didn't cut through the skin, an icy cold sensation penetrated into the flesh. Hiss la! The dagger in Yuan Qingyun's hand swung violently,
and a hideous wound immediately appeared on Yi Tian's chest as blood gushed out.
Yi Tian threw his head back and howled miserably in agony,
as if he had been torn into several pieces. This was because the other party's dagger was quenched with poison, and it was an extremely high-end poison.
At this time, Yi Tian hurriedly asked the system in his mind, how long can the sealing talisman seal for? 3 hours, the system replied. Redeem.
Yi Tian was not hesitating at this moment. Just now he was pondering to see if he could escape.
Now, he was completely desperate. It was impossible to escape with his strength. Fortunately, the sealing talisman would allow him to last for 3 hours. Yi Tian's mind moved and immediately used the sealing talisman. Yuan Qingyun, who was just about to kill Yi Tian,
suddenly felt as if her body was out of control.
No matter what she did, she could not move. Chapter 110. I'm not finished with you. What's going on? Who? Get the hell out. Yuan Qingyun was shocked and struggled frantically, but she never moved. Immediately afterward,
she felt as if her soul was being suppressed by some sort of magical power, completely out of her control. At the very least, it was a saint who had exerted divine means to seal her off. This caused her to panic even more. Once she lost her freedom, she even suspected that she might as well die. At this time, a teasing voice suddenly came from her ears.
Yuan Qingyun, I didn't expect you to be scared as well.
Yuan Qingyun turned around and saw that Yi Tian was stuffing pills into his mouth and looking at himself with a teasing face.
You did this? Yuan Qingyun's face was filled with horror. She was in the transitional succession realm, but she had actually been silently suppressed with a spell without even having the power to resist. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yi Tian sneered. But suddenly, Yuan Qingyun's face returned to normal. You can't kill me.
Yi Tian froze when he heard this.
How did the other party's attitude change? Could it be that there was a way to get rid of the seal? You're a tiny Jiadan realm, presuming to kill me. I'm just standing still today. I'll see how you can kill me.
Yuan Qingyun laughed coldly.
Yi Tian froze for a moment, then suddenly realized,
but he was not going to spoil the other party. Carrying the yin-yang sword, he slashed at Yuan Qingyun's neck.
However,
when the sword came into contact with the other party's neck, a powerful recoil bounced the yin-yang sword in his hand away.
Damn, I really don't believe in this evil. Yi Tian was infuriated. Swish! Yi Tian once again picked up the yin-yang sword and slashed it without hesitation. However, it was still exactly the same as just now. The hilt of the sword was bounced off before it even got close to the other party. Each time, it was a little bit closer, yet it was always that much further away. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qingyun immediately snorted. Ha ha ha, with an ant like you still want to kill me? Delusional! Yi Tian was filled with rage. His face was fierce. He was not willing. He absolutely would not give up. Yi Tian frantically mobilized his spiritual energy and injected it into the yin-yang sword in an attempt to explode into a stronger power. But every time, it was blocked. Yuan Qingyun sneered and said, with that little power of yours, you still want to kill me? When the seal is lifted, this seed will kill you. At this time, Yi Tian also stopped, as he understood that no matter what he did, he would not be able to kill the other party at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and a weird smile suddenly appeared on his face. I'm not going to kill you. The moment these words came out, Yuan Qingyun was frozen. This guy did not intend to kill himself? What kind of situation was this? Humph. Since you know that this seed is powerful, why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Yuan Qingyun said smugly. He. Hearing Yuan Qingyun's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head. His eyes kept scanning the other party's body. What are you doing? Looking for death? Yuan Qingyun's face turned gloomy. He, what do you think I'm doing? Yi Tian laughed coldly. When Yuan Qingyun heard this, her face alternated green and red for a while, obviously furious. Little brute, you dare to humiliate me? He, when you humiliated me just now, did you ever consider my feelings? An hour later, Yi Tian changed into a black nightclothes and quickly left. While inside the room, Yuan Qingyun sat on top of the bed with a blue face. She said hatefully, this seed is not finished with you. You finally got rid of that annoying fly. Tens of thousands of meters away, Yi Tian secretly sighed in relief and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Just now, he had used the sealing talisman and used up most of his spiritual chi. If the other party was a little bit more cautious or a little bit more desperate, I'm afraid that he would have gotten cold by now. After all, he was only at a mere Jiedan stage, while the other party was a ferrying cultivator. Looks like I still need to raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. Yi Tian frowned and muttered. Compared to those people, he was still too weak. Even a random stronger person could easily take his life. The sealing charm was indeed powerful, but it also had a relatively short duration. Moreover, he didn't have any points now. If another slightly stronger one came, even a Yuaning level character could easily kill him. Soon, Yi Tian caught up with Lin Ao Dust and the others and led a few people to quickly leave the area. On this journey, all of them did not speak, but the atmosphere was very dull, especially Lin Ao Dust. The whole person seemed to be in a state of self-blame. His fists clenched and his teeth gritted. Yi Tian knew that it must be because of the accident of the people from the Tai Holy Land. That was why he was so sad. He patted Lin Aoduan's shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, we've done our best. Aha! Lin Ao Dust nodded heavily. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, Yi Tian was right. The group of people continued to advance. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out and immediately after, a man wearing a black power suit and holding a long sword blocked the group's path. This was a Jiedan cultivator, and judging from his aura, he should have already reached the peak of the 6th Jiedan level. Seeing the other party, the faces of the crowd changed drastically, and each of them gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and stood on guard. It's alright. It's one of their own. Yi Tian hurriedly stepped out and waved his hand towards the other party. This Jiedan cultivator immediately put away his long sword when he saw this, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. It turned out to be someone from the Yi family. During this period of time, disciples from various sects and families had arrived one after another. Young lord, the man shouted excitedly. Yi Tian also smiled and waved. Ha ha, long time no see. Yi Long, where are they? Why are you the only one who came? Oh, third miss asked me to come and pick you guys up to go to the immortal region. My third sister asked you to come pick us up? Then where are my master and the others? Yi Tian asked doubtfully. Yi Long sighed. Alas, I'm not too sure about the specifics. I only know that they are all trapped, and third miss sent me to come and fetch you guys to the immortal region first. What? Yi Tian stared at Yi Long with wide eyes, incredulously. How could this happen? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it's said that a quasi-emperor level character from the other side is leading the group. Yi Long replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk. A quasi-emperor? Hiss dash. A quasi-emperor stage cultivator? How is this possible? He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Quasi-emperor realm cultivators were also known as great powers. That was not something that a tiny Jiedan cultivator like them could contend against. Yi Long, I seem to remember that there are rules within the immortal domain.
right? It seems that a great power at the quasi-emperor realm has no right to meddle in the affairs of the 3,000 Dao states. Yi Tian seemed to think of something he had heard his old man say before and asked with a frown. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, when I came to pick you guys up, Third Miss had already gone to rescue people. As for the exact reason, I'm not very clear. Yi Long smiled bitterly. Chapter 111, 9th Grade Demonic Beast. Outside the Middle Dao Prefecture, the 5 figures quickly swept towards the placement of the flying boat harbor, so fast that in the blink of an eye, they disappeared above the sea of clouds. Yi Long, where exactly are my master in them? Yi Tian asked with a frown. Yi Long let out a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm only responsible for coming to pick you guys up. The specific matters, I'm really not sure. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately frowned, his face full of anxiety. If you are like this, how can we rush to the immortal domain? Young lord, don't worry, Yi Long replied. The flying boat we are traveling on is a top-notch magic treasure flying boat that can travel 1,000,000 miles a day. In at most 3 days' work, we will be able to arrive at the immortal domain. 3 days, I hope it's not too late. Yi Long, just at this moment, a cold and familiar voice came from the side. Yi Hu, you finally came. Yi Tian looked up and an excited light erupted in his eyes. Young lord, let's go, Yi Hu said in a deep voice. Good, Yi Tian said without hesitation. Then he gave a wink to Lin Ao Dust and the others and quickly walked up to the flying boat and stood in a row with Yi Hu. Yi Hu maneuvered the flying boat and urged it with all his might. In the next instant, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and shot up into the sky. Within the flying boat, Lin Aochen, Xiao 13 and Wang Daoxian all turned their gazes towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. Yi Hu, where are my master and the others? Yi Hu lowered his head and said, Young lord, I also just got the news that many saints from the 3,000 Dao states are trapped within the Dao state's secret realm, and now Third Miss and the others are in the process of rescuing them. What? The moment these words came out, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed drastically. Yi Tian was even more shocked and furious as he drank. They're trapped inside the secret realm. Then wouldn't master she be? Young master, you should take it easy first. Yi Hu hurriedly waved his hand, although we have no way to find their traces. However, we can feel their existence. Third Miss's flying boat is in the void not far from us. Hearing this, Yi Tian sighed in relief. As long as they were fine, then everything would be fine. Humph, since you dare to capture my master, just wait, I will break you into pieces. Yi Tian's eyes were filled with intense hatred. What should we do now? On the side, Wang Daoxian inquired. Yi Tian exhaled a deep breath of turbid air after pondering for a moment. With our current strength, even if we go over there, it won't have much of an impact on the battle. Instead, it will become a drag. So you guys, follow me to the immortal domain first, and we'll talk about it when the time comes. The crowd nodded in agreement. After all, with their strength, going over there would indeed be a huge trouble. Right, Yi Long, we need a guide. Yi Tian suddenly said to Yi Long. A guide? This one is simple. I'll just take you guys there when the time comes. Yi Hu said with a faint smile. That's best. Then I'll be obliged if you take us to them. Yi Tian nodded. Please follow me. Afterwards, several people boarded the flying boat, and Yi Hu maneuvered it towards the immortal region. 3 days later, the flying boat landed in the middle of a mountainous area, where the spiritual energy was rich and the scenery was beautiful, just like a fairyland on earth. Yi Hu, where is this place? Why haven't I been here before? Yi Tian asked as he surveyed his surroundings. Young lord, we have arrived, Yi Hu said as he stopped the flying boat. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian turned to look around and realized that the style of this place was completely different from other places. The mountains were covered with strange rocks and trees. Spirit birds were flying, birds were singing, and there were even occasional spirit beasts traveling between the mountain streams. A picture of peace and tranquility. Suddenly, Yi Tian saw a palace not far away. The palace's architectural style was different. Yi Tian's heart trembled and he quickly walked to the entrance of the palace. Creak, pushing the door to enter. What met his eyes was a scene of splendor. In the hall, 2 columns of maids stood to the left and right, and at the very front, there was an old man with white hair and a majestic face. Seeing this old man, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk slightly. Yi Tian, greetings to the Grand Elder. The old man faintly answered, then waved his hand and said, All rise, thank you Elder. Yi Tian stood up straight and then immediately said, How is it over at the secret realm in the 3,000 Dao state? The old man sighed softly. Alas, Yi Tian's heart thumped. Great Elder, could it be that my master in there? You guys first feel at ease to cultivate. The matter of the middle Dao state is not something you can sway. But don't worry, the 3,000 Dao state will not be in danger for the time being, the old man said indifferently. Yi Tian frowned. But, the matter in the 3000 Dao state has already become a big deal. And strong people from all walks of life are coming. This matter must be resolved immediately before it can be resolved. Or else, it will be too late for it to take a turn for the worse. The old man shook his head and said, I know your worries, but don't worry, the 3000 Dao state will be fine. The forces that came this time are not weak, but compared to the demon clan of that year, they are too much worse. Then, well, seeing this, the old man nodded. You guys cultivate well first, I'll let Yilong tell you as soon as there's news. After saying that, the old man exited the hall, leaving Yi Tian and the others frozen in place. Yilong, do you think what the Grand Elder said is true? Xiao 13 frowned. Yilong thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. After a pause, Yilong continued. I always feel that things are not as simple as what the Grand Elder said. Perhaps there is something else going on. Xiao 13 nodded. Right at this moment, Yi Hu walked in from outside and respectfully said, Young lord, the cultivation room has already been prepared for you. Good, thank you for taking the trouble. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Old Xiao, for the next few days, let's cultivate properly. Right now, even if we return to the 3000 Dao state, we won't be able to help much, so it's better to meditate and cultivate, and reach the Jindan realm as early as possible. Good, Xiao 13 nodded. Then you guys go to the cultivation room to cultivate first. I'll go scout for news first. Yi Hu laughed. Good. Afterward, the four of them walked towards the cave under Yi Hu's guidance. Not long after, they arrived at the place specially arranged for them to cultivate. They entered the airtight cultivation room. With the cultivation room closed, Yi Tian sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xiao 13 and the others also entered the separate cultivation room. The speed of cultivation in the cultivation room was very rapid, and in just half a month, it was enough to top 5 or 6 months in the outside world. As the saying goes, there are no years in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. Somewhere in the middle of the wilderness, a man with a sturdy figure was frantically attacking. At this moment, he was drenched in blood and his face was filled with rage. It was because he had just killed a 9th-ranked demonic beast, the red flame Jiao snake. At this moment, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound came from the sky, and several black shadows descended from the sky. Chapter 112, Changes in the 3000 Taoist Prefectures. Ha ha, another inner elixir. These people shouted excitedly. Who are you guys? I'm a member of the Royal Thunder Holy Land. However, those people didn't even talk nonsense to the man and killed him with a single sword strike. And this happened in all corners of the 3000 Dao Prefecture. Many people suffered sneak attacks and were even exterminated. The 3000 Dao Prefecture was plunged into deep water, with countless people dying and being injured every day. But there was nothing that could be done about it. This was because there were simply too many people in the 3000 Dao Prefecture, and many of them were people from super sect clans. Once one messed with them, it was definitely death without a burial place. However, this also caused more people to join the army of people fighting for resources. In the 3000 Dao Prefecture, on top of a lofty peak, clouds and mist surrounded the area. Immortal cranes chirped in unison, and the sun shone brightly, as if it was a blessed land of immortals. At this moment, several figures slowly stepped out from the clouds and mist. Their appearance made the entire space of the peak seem to be frozen, causing people to feel suffocated. The person in the lead was a white-clothed youth. The youth had a handsome face, an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and long, narrow eyes that were filled with a stern, cold aura. His arms spread out, and the clouds around him tumbled as if they were ocean waves, sweeping in all directions. Young master, is this the middle Dao state? On the side, a purple-shirted old man whispered. According to the time, we'll be there in 2 more hours. I hope I won't be disappointed, the white-shirted youth said indifferently, his eyes cold. Don't worry, young master. We have brought quite a few treasures this time, the purple-robed old man said. Hearing the old man's words, a confident arc appeared at the corner of the white-robed youth's mouth. Afterward, the purple-robed elder continued. Young master, then let's hurry and set off. Good. Before the words fell, the white-robed youth's feet violently stepped on the void, taking a single step and instantly traveling 10,000 meters. Watching the white-clothed youth leave, the purple-robed old man said in a deep voice, Go to the middle Dao state. At the same time, somewhere in the eastern continent, a man in black power suit appeared suddenly. He had a well-proportioned and robust body with dark skin, radiating extreme explosive power. The man raised his head and scanned the surroundings, his eyes sharp and sinister, as if a sharp steel blade. Rumble. At this moment, the mountains in the distance trembled violently, as if some behemoth was moving, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Seeing this scene, the man grinned to reveal a row of white teeth. Little ancestor,
The old ancestor sent me to call you out. The man's voice was hoarse, magnetic, and very pleasant to the ears. If a woman was here, she would definitely like this voice.
His voice hadn't sounded for long before the huge tremor in the distance stopped.
Immediately afterward,
a youth with a short stature appeared in this area.
Looking at the black-clothed youth in the distance, the short youth grinned and said, "Hey, finally waking up?"
The western part of the Forgotten River Prefecture. A teenager and a middle-aged man stood on top of a mountain. The youngster looked into the distance with a look of excitement and anticipation as he muttered,
"You can't lie to me this time. Oh, or else I won't let you off the hook. Hee, how could I dare to deceive you?"
The middle-aged man laughed sardonically.
"You'd better remember, I'll only give you 7 days.
The teenager glared at the middle-aged man and said with a cold snort,
"Understood."
The middle-aged man hurriedly replied,
not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Afterward, the two of them turned around and returned.
In the savage wilderness prefecture,
on top of a towering mountain,
a young man wearing a golden robe stood at the top of the mountain,
overlooking the group with a heavenly aura. "It's finally about to recover,"
the youth whispered, the corners of his mouth outlining a faint smile.
Within the immortal domain,
Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. During this period of time,
apart from practicing cultivation,
he had also collected a lot of information about the immortal domain. The 3,000 Tao states were vast,
and possessed many powerful forces and sects.
For example, there were 2 great Holy Lord forces hidden within this barbarian state, the Zongxian Sacred Sect and the 100 Flowers Valley. In addition to these 2 great Holy Land forces,
there were also numerous princely forces,
as well as many large and small forces. If they wanted to raise their strength, they had to travel to the No Man's Land Forbidden Area to practice,
hunt foreign beasts, search for opportunities, and raise their cultivation. The No Man's Land was one of the biggest forbidden places in the immortal region, containing endless opportunities and dangers, as well as burying countless secrets. At the same time,
it was also the last line of defense in the immortal domain to prevent people from outside the domain from invading. Just like many of the experts within the Yi clan, most of them were within the desolate ancient path in the No Man's Land. There were 81 ancient cities in the desolate ancient road, and each of them was guarded by strong people in order to prevent people from outside the domain from invading.
"Yi Tian, you came out?"
In the pavilion terrace of the other courtyard, Wang Daoxian was discussing something with Lin Aoduan, and when he saw Yi Tian coming over, he immediately welcomed him.
Lin Ao just nodded, then asked with a smile, "How was the harvest from this seclusion?"
Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly.
"The Tao rhythm is there,
but it always feels like the Jindan is one step short.
How are you guys doing?" "AI." Wang Daoxian sighed and said, "It's still the same,
but this is already very rare.
After all,
it's only been 3 short months."
"Humph." Yi Tian nodded.
Lin Ao just smiled and said, "Although you have now cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Jiedan realm, and there is only half a step left from Jindan, but we still need to wait for an opportunity."
"What opportunity?" Yi Tian asked doubtfully.
"Do you think we should go to the No Man's Land to break into the No Man's Land? I heard that most of the people in your immortal region are practicing in the No Man's Land."
Lin Ao just pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I am also very curious about what kind of place the No Man's Forbidden Zone is. But, since you know, what are you worried about?" Yi Tian asked rhetorically. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Lin Ao just instantly fell into silence. Indeed, no matter who it was,
after seeing the ferocity of the No Man's Forbidden Zone,
it would create a sense of fear. After all, it was simply the land of demons there. "Good, then let's go to the No Man's Land of the Forbidden Zone and make a break for it."
Lin Ao just took a deep breath and made a decision and said,
"Get Xiao 13 on board. The 4 of us, we should also go out and make a break for it." Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction.
He believed that Lin Ao just would choose to enter the No Man's Forbidden Zone. This was because the No Man's Forbidden Zone possessed great opportunities that would help in cultivation. Of course, there were also great risks,
but to Yi Tian,
he had no fear of these risks at all. His blood had long since boiled.
"Good, I'm going to call up 13.
The immortal domain was at the top of a lofty great mountain. A young man with white clothes that were snowy sat on the edge of the cliff, his eyes slightly closed as he quietly realized the sword skill.
Suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes with a resolute color between his brows. Afterward, his figure disappeared in a flash. "Master, disciple has returned."
The youth respectfully knelt in front of the middle-aged man.
"Well, sit."
The middle-aged man pointed to the chair next to him and gestured.
Chapter 113, Traveling to the Uninhabited Forbidden Zone. Without any hesitation,
the youth sat down respectfully.
"You've also gone to break into the uninhabited Forbidden Zone,"
the middle-aged man said indifferently.
"Yes," the youth responded. "No need to be nervous. Safety first,"
the middle-aged man instructed.
"Disciple understands." The youth nodded. In addition, the master intends to let you train for a few more years, and when the time comes, he will send you out of the uninhabited forbidden zone, so that you can better sharpen your Tao heart and achieve more in the future. The middle-aged man exhorted. Disciple obeys. The youth still respectfully replied. The middle-aged man stroked his beard and smiled lightly. You go. Yes. Disciple will leave. A day later, 4 figures hurriedly raced past city of Heavenly Lawrence and swept towards the northeast. The 4 were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of 100 feet and arrived in front of a huge ancient city. The ancient city was 10,000 feet tall, black in color, emitting a heavy and vicissitudes atmosphere, as if it had existed for endless years. Around the ancient city, countless stone monuments stood, on which were densely written words, all of which recorded the origins of the ancient city, as well as various histories and legends. Dongling County City. This is the most prosperous and flourishing county city in the entire immortal region. There are countless strong people within the city, and it is said that there are quite a few strong people of the ferrying realm. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the grand and majestic city in front of him. His figure landed on the ground and led Wang Daoxian and the 3 of them inside. Entering the city, Yi Tian was immediately shocked by the scene before him. On top of the wide and incomparable streets, there was a constant flow of people, bustling with activity. The streets were filled with an endless stream of cars and the clamor was deafening. As far as the eye could see, stores and restaurants were lined up in a wide array. Various types of magic weapons and spiritual treasures, divine weapons, techniques and martial arts, demonic beast materials, everything was available. It could be seen that this place was a prosperous and flourishing trading street. This place is so lively. Wang Daoxian looked left and right excitedly, as if he had seen something new. Yi Tian nodded his head and agreed. Yes, it's really lively. He looked around, but suddenly his face changed slightly, revealing a gloomy expression. In his senses, he detected a hint of danger. What's going on? Why do I feel a chill down my back and the hairs on my body are standing on end? It seems like some danger is about to descend. Yi Tian furrowed his brows in dark thought. Ha ha, brother Yi, this place is really lively. Let's stroll around first. Wang Daoxian exclaimed, pulling Yi Tian's arm towards a luxuriously decorated store. At this time, Lin Aoduan and Xiao 13 were following behind Yi Tian and the 2 of them with a thoughtful look. Old Lin, what's wrong with you? Yi Tian saw that Lin Ao Dust's expression was a bit abnormal, so he stopped his steps and inquired in a low voice. Lin Ao Dust came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. Nothing, just remembered a past event. After hearing Lin Ao Dust's words, Yi Tian did not comment and continued to stroll with Wang Daoxian. Browsing down from store to store, Yi Tian did not have much pursuit for the purchase of cultivation resources. Other than certain heaven-defying level spirit medicines, the unusual spirit fruits and magic weapons, he had already looked at them. Moreover, Yi Tian did not lack money or ordinary cultivation resources. His Yi family was a large family, and if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't in his own family right now, he wouldn't even need to come here. The only thing Yi Tian wanted right now was to quickly ascend to the Jindan stage. Only then would he be able to step into the desolate ancient road. This was because only by stepping into the desolate ancient road would he be able to obtain a large amount of resources from the desolate ancient battlefield. The resources in the desolate ancient battlefield were extremely rich and contained opportunities left behind by many great emperors. If one was bursting with luck, one might even be able to obtain a secret art or inheritance left behind by a great emperor. Of course, all of this must be built on the basis of being able to return from the desolate ancient battlefield alive. Otherwise, he would only be able to drink hate in the desolate ancient battlefield. And Yi Tian's goal was to return alive. All this would require him to keep working hard to improve his strength. The 3 of them, Wang Daoxian, who were shopping, also saw Yi Tian's thoughts. Thus, the 3 of them stopped their hands and accompanied Yi Tian for a casual chat together. Brother Yi, when are we going to move? Or is it better to follow the others? Lin Ao Dust asked. As many cultivators with low cultivation levels mostly formed teams and went to explore the uninhabited forbidden zone together. Not going for now. Yi Tian shook his head. Although those teams have a lot of people, most of them are weak and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to withstand the attack of that really powerful ferocious beast, so I'm going to act alone, Yi Tian said, raising his head to the sky, his eyes deep and profound. He knew that every time he entered an uninhabited forbidden area, there would be countless deaths and injuries, but what could be done about it? This was a world of the weak and the strong. If he was strong enough, then he would dominate, and not only would he not die, but he would be able to obtain a large amount of opportunities, and right now, it was obvious that the strength was not enough. Therefore, he decided to separate from Xiao 13 and explore the uninhabited forbidden zone alone. Do you really want to go alone? That's very dangerous. Hearing this, Lin Ao Dust was startled.
He had heard about the terror of the uninhabited forbidden zone and he had seen it with his own eyes.
So naturally, he was unwilling to see Yi Tian going alone. It doesn't matter. Since I have made a decision, I will not regret it. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and said firmly.
But, Wang Daoxian hesitated for a long time, wanting to speak, but in the end, he did not say the words of persuasion.
Yi Tian insisted on being alone. They couldn't stop or change it. Moreover, Yi Tian's strength was not bad. Once he encountered danger, they could not help at all. I wish you all the best. Wang Daoxian gritted his teeth and said. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Yi Tian smiled,
then turned his head to look at Xiao 13 and said.
Let's move separately. Alright, brother Yi, you have to be more careful. Never try to be strong.
Xiao 13 solemnly urged, worried about Yi Tian's safety.
Aha! Yi Tian nodded and then walked towards the other side, disappearing into the sea of people.
Yi Tian traveled along the ancient city to the outskirts of the uninhabited prohibited area and found a secluded valley to sit on his knees.
The no man's land was 1,000,000 miles away from the ancient city,
and this place was relatively calm compared to the other directions,
suitable for Yi Tian to recuperate.
He had just closed his eyes when he suddenly felt an inexplicable danger enveloping his heart.
Hiss! There is a situation. Yi Tian snapped his eyes open and quickly stood up,
while offering his flying sword to stare closely at the distant sky, his eyes radiating a stern sharpness.
Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound resounded through the void, and a strand of cold aura flashed through the sky, shooting towards Yi Tian.
Yi Tian was instantly alert and waved his flying sword to meet the enemy. A brilliant sword light rushed up to the sky,
slashing on top of those cold ons. Chapter 114, Strange Blood Flame, just entered and ran into an enemy. Is this an uninhabited forbidden area? Yi Tian's heart trembled and his eyes became more and more gloomy. Boom!
A muffled sound suddenly exploded,
and Yi Tian was directly blasted back 10 feet away.
After that ray of cold aura was dispersed, it turned into debris floating down in the sky.
How dare you sneak attack me? Get the hell out! Yi Tian shouted angrily,
and the true essence in his body surged crazily.
Immediately, he saw him slap the ground with a single palm,
bouncing up violently and rushing towards the dense trees in front of him. He knew that the enemy was hiding in the canopy and had to be taken care of as soon as possible.
Boom!
Yi Tian slammed his fist on top of a huge tree that was nearly 100 meters tall,
and the entire tree instantly crumbled and collapsed, filling the air with smoke and dust. However, there was no silhouette waiting for him. Humph! Pretending to be a god, have the guts to come out for me. Yi Tian snorted coldly and waved his fist once again,
ruthlessly smashing towards a large tree next to him.
Boom!
There was another muffled sound. The huge tree in front of Yi Tian directly snapped. Blood splattered in all directions at the fault of the tree trunk,
and an arm fell down.
Yi Tian reached out and took that arm into his hand,
and after some careful observation,
he realized that it was a white arm with crystalline bones and snow-white skin.
What is this thing? Yi Tian frowned slightly.
He had never seen this kind of white bone that resembled a white jade carving,
not to mention that he was not sure what exactly it was. Regardless, this was definitely not a mortal item and should be considered a treasure. Swoosh! Right at this moment, all of a sudden,
a cool sensation came from the spine position of Yi Tian's back, as if something had burrowed into his clothes.
Yi Tian's heart was flabbergasted.
He hurriedly turned his head to look, but he found that there was nothing strange. The surroundings were still big trees except for the big trees, and he could not even hear the insects chirping and birds chirping.
Illusion? Yi Tian squinted his eyes and gave a dark cry of strangeness, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his face instantly froze. A drop of bright red blood dripped down,
right on top of the white bone that he had just held in his hand.
Instantly, a ball of flame burned above Yi Tian's right arm, and the intense pain caused him to suck in a breath of cool air.
Hiss! Yi Tian drew in a breath of cool air and hurriedly ran his gong method to suppress that weird blood fire.
However,
as if the blood fire had a spiritual nature, it was not controlled at all and continued to sear his arm and spread to his left shoulder and neck,
even penetrating into his head.
A cold stabbing pain hit his heart,
as if something had burrowed into his mind. Roar! At the same time, by Yi Tian's ears,
a deafening roar suddenly came from his ears,
vibrating the 9 heavens and shaking the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward,
the scene in front of him changed drastically. The originally desolate and quiet jungle became eerie and dark, and countless hideous and terrifying monsters pounced on him with their teeth and claws open and murderous.
Roar! Suddenly,
a monstrous beast covered in blazing blood flames roared up to the sky with a terrifying might.
Roar! Ow! All of a sudden, the group of demons danced and the ghosts cried out. The scene was extremely horrifying. Swish! Yi Tian woke up with a jolt.
He was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his forehead was covered in sweat, and he looked extremely tired.
Huffing and puffing, Yi Tian gasped 2 mouthfuls of rough air. A touch of bitterness surfaced above his cheeks. I can't imagine that the no man's restricted area is so terrifying. If I was a little careless just now, I might have already lost my life on the spot. Yi Tian wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead as a wave of fear rose in his heart. Although the uninhabited forbidden zone was filled with all sorts of demonic and evil things, it was intimidating. However, not every time one came in, they would die. After some cultivators mistakenly entered the forbidden zone, they happened to run into some weak demonic beasts, and they often took the opportunity to kill them and seize demonic cores as well as other resources. Thus, this uninhabited forbidden zone had instead become a place for cultivators to practice. It seems that this year's no man's land prohibited area is extraordinarily dangerous. Yi Tian shook his head and a faint smile appeared on his face. Not worried. No matter what, he would continue to explore deeper in search of opportunities. After looking at the white jade hand bone in his hand and pondering slightly for a moment, he still put it into his storage ring. Immediately, he walked towards the interior of the uninhabited forbidden area. The outer perimeter wasn't much of a danger, and the resources had been pretty much scavenged. Rumble. Ka-ching. Just as Yi Tian was deep into the uninhabited forbidden area, a strong aura suddenly burst out from the top of a certain mountain peak that was thousands of miles away. Buzz buzz buzz. The majestic and vast power swept through the 8 directions, causing the nearby mountains to shake with it as if they were about to collapse, which could be described as astonishing. Finally a breakthrough. At the top of the mountain cliff, a strong and low voice was steeply emitted from the stone gate cave. As the words rang out, a burly and strong figure slowly stepped out of the stone door and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The man was dressed in a gray hemp robe, with a well-proportioned and upright figure. His eyebrows were thick and dark, and his gaze was as bright as electricity. Yi Tian, Xiao 13, Wang Daoxian, Lin Ao Dust, U4, wait for me. This person was clearly none other than Luokong. When he was on the verge of death, if he didn't have a life-preserving base card, he would have already died in the 3000 Dao state. Now that he had regained his life, he would definitely take revenge. Luokong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Roar! At the other end, the southern part of the no man's land of prohibition, with a burst of shocking thunder exploding, the entire world seemed to be plunged into chaos, and storm clouds stirred in the void. Infinite energies raged across. Wherever they went, not an inch of grass could grow. Everything was destroyed. Simply terrifying to the extreme. Boom! A figure suddenly descended from the void and fell heavily to the ground, knocking a huge crater out of the ground. This person's shape was miserable and incomparable. His body was bruised and bloodied, and he could barely see his original appearance. But, suddenly, the man violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes gradually losing focus, a large amount of dark blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, his breath rapidly failing. Huffing, puffing, the man lifted his head with great difficulty, staring around with blank eyes, muttering under his breath, "Is this the forbidden area?" If Yi Tian was here he could recognize that the other party was none other than Wang Daoxian. After separating from Yi Tian, Wang Daoxian had followed a small team into the uninhabited forbidden zone, and now, only Wang Daoxian was left in the entire squad, including that captain, all of whom perished. Plop! Wang Daoyuan was paralyzed on the ground, looking at the demonic beast in front of him, a look of horror in his eyes. It was a terrifying demonic beast with a huge body size that was 20 feet tall. Its fur was dark green, its eyes were scarlet, its fangs were sharp, and it emitted a monstrous bloodbath aura all over its body. At this moment, the demonic beast was prostrate on the ground and was sizing up Wang Daoxian with a greedy look. Gulp! Wang Daoxian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a deep fear surging in his eyes. This demonic beast was too powerful. Just its aura alone made him tremble, not to mention the fact that it was so huge in size. Its strength had definitely reached the Demon King level, which could be considered terrifying. Chapter 115, Falling Phoenix Ridge. Damn it! Looking at the terrifying demonic beast in front of him, Wang Daoxian gritted his teeth and cursed. If it was usual, Wang Daoyuan would definitely choose to run away without hesitation. After all, there is hope only when one stays alive. However, at this time, the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, coupled with the fact that he was heavily injured. It was very difficult for him to move, and he could not run away at all. Roar! The demonic beast roared and furiously charged towards Wang Daoxian. The demonic beast was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wang Daoxian, waving its sharp claws to smash the hard rocks on the ground, and slashed fiercely towards him. Wang Daoxian was scared out of his wits and hurriedly cast his secret technique, urging the last remnants of spiritual energy in his dantian to resist the attack. Boom! A deafening muffled sound suddenly resounded, and Wang Daoxian was instantly blown away by the demonic beast, smashing down heavily 100 meters away. Whoa dash! suffering from the fierce attack. Wang Daoyuan's chest cavity was in severe pain,
and he could not help but spray out large mouthfuls of black blood.
This was not all. The demonic beast seemed to feel that it was not yet relieved of its hatred, and once again roared angrily as it chased after him. Hiss! Seeing the demonic beast charging over again,
Wang Daoxian immediately felt his scalp numb and his soul was in danger.
He had never encountered such a terrifying demonic beast before. Even the strongest demonic beast he had once encountered in the 3000 Dao states was inferior to it. Now, Wang Daoxuan's body was depleted of spiritual energy, and he couldn't escape the demonic beast's devouring. It's finished, this is going to be planted here. But just at this time, a cold and piercing voice rang out. Sinful beast, suffer death. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a bellowing cry, a golden light cut through the void and chopped straight at the demonic beast's head. Boom boom boom, the demonic beast roared up to the sky, struggling angrily. However, the might carried by the golden aura was exceptionally astonishing, as one slash was followed by 3 more slashes in succession. Boom! Accompanied by 3 deafening loud sounds, the demonic beast's head was directly severed by the golden on. The demonic beast's torso slammed heavily onto the ground, setting off a sky full of mud and sand. Seeing this scene, Wang Daoxuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, his face filled with horror. Swish! Golden light swept in and transformed into a middle-aged man clad in golden armor with a heroic appearance, floating in midair. The man was instrumental, but he sensed that the other party was not as young as he appeared. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind spun rapidly in his thoughtful mind. Senior, asked Wang Daoxian tentatively. What is your name? The middle-aged man raised his sword brows. Late generation Wang Daoyuan, greetings to senior. Wang Daoxian said respectfully. Although the other party had saved him, he didn't dare to let his guard down because the other party's cultivation was too strong, making him a bit intimidated. So you are Wang Daoxian. I remember that you are an innate thunder body. The middle-aged man nodded his head with a faint smile, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Hearing these words, Wang Daoxuan's face changed non-stop, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Senior, how did you know about this matter? The middle-aged man, however, did not reply to his words, but rather, after slightly thinking for a moment, he then spoke. Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? What? Upon hearing this, Wang Daoxuan's eyes widened and he said with a face full of surprise. This result was clearly beyond his expectations. A hallowed Saint King powerhouse actually wanted to take him as his disciple? Wang Daoxian felt like he was dreaming. Everything was too absurd, right? Senior, I didn't hear it wrong, right? You want to accept me as your disciple? Wang Daoxian looked at the middle-aged man with a stunned expression, having a sense of trance. You didn't hear me wrong. I want to take you as my disciple. The middle-aged man shook his head indifferently and said, Your current situation is very bad. The 5 organs and 6 bowels in your body are severely traumatized. If you don't get early medical treatment, I'm afraid you won't last more than 2 days. If you agree, I will be your master from now on. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you will be a fall. Wang Daoxuan's face shifted in a cloudy expression, and for a moment, he was caught in a tangle. If he could become the middle-aged man's disciple, of course he would beg for it. However, the problem was that this middle-aged man was not clear about his situation, and if he rashly accepted him as a disciple, he was afraid that he would not be able to help him recover from his injuries. In case this guy treated him as a monster, wouldn't he be out of luck? Wang Daoxian hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he did not dare to refuse. Alright, since Senior is sincere in his invitation, I, Wang, will honorably pay my respects. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then his right hand flicked through the air, and a purple orb suddenly shot out, landing steadily in front of Wang Daoxian. Take it and you will be cured. Many thanks, Senior. Wang Daoxian arched his hand in thanks and carefully held up the orb, watching Wang Daoxian take the medicine to heal his injuries. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth hooked up into a bizarre arc. Yi Tian had arrived at the moment in a mountain range in an uninhabited forbidden area, which had a unique name, Falling Phoenix Ridge. It was said that there was an ancient divine beast buried at the bottom of the Falling Phoenix Ridge, a place where a great emperor had once beheaded a phoenix and eventually perished. Falling Phoenix Ridge is vast and boundless, growing all kinds of precious herbs and mineral resources, is a piece of feng shui treasure land. Unfortunately, the Phoenix Ridge was full of crises, and even if some cultivators found herbs, they would often perish in the mouths of powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, in recent years, very few people dared to go deep into this place to pick spiritual herbs. Yi Tian had already entered the mountain forest for 3 days, during which he encountered 2 beast tides that were dangerous. However, due to his strength being strong enough and his luck being quite unbelievable, he froze without dying. On top of that,
He had also collected a large number of high-grade herbs,
earning a fortune. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes showed surprise as he found a small tree with a reddish body next to a depression in the mountain forest. Flame tree. Looking at the small tree, Yi Tian trembled with excitement. The flame tree was one of the main medicines for refining the 9 elemental Dan, extremely rare and uncommon, and its value was even more exorbitant than that of ordinary spirit medicines. Ha ha! I didn't expect to run into the flame tree here. It's really no effort to get it without looking for it. Yi Tian was ecstatic and excited. During this period of time, he had been searching for the other few flavors of spirit medicine for refining the 9 elemental pill. Unfortunately, each of them was extremely difficult to find, and it was even possible that he would never find them. Only the flame tree was the only spirit medicine that he was more than 80% certain would be able to be refined into the 9 Yuan Dan. As long as he took the 9 elemental Dan, he would hopefully break through to the golden Dan realm. Once he became a Jin Dan, then he would be able to fly to the sky and hide from the world, and he could cultivate many of the techniques that he could not cultivate. Moreover, he also possessed a strong physical body, and martial artists of the same rank would not be able to compete with him at all. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't wait to pounce on him. Swish! However, right at this moment, the surrounding jungle suddenly shook. In the next moment, only a black snake violently rushed out. Its bloody mouth opened and devoured towards Yi Tian. Not good. Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly drew back. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the black snake's abdomen. The black snake's body lurched and was kicked a few feet away. When it was just about to attack again, 2 more black pythons suddenly sprang out, one on the left and one on the right to clip Yi Tian. Chapter 116 Homology. Damn it! Seeing this, Yi Tian's face changed drastically and cursed himself for being too careless. Just now, he had focused all of his attention on the flame tree, completely ignoring his surroundings. Only at this moment did he realize that a dozen black snakes had appeared around him. Surrounding him, these black snakes were huge in size. Their scales were hard as hell, and their defense was extremely strong. So it could be said that swords and spears were invulnerable to water and fire. Even the peak of the Jedan realm might not be able to help them. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian immediately felt his scalp explode and a chill ran down his spine. Worthy of being the habitat of ferocious beasts, even the snakes were so ferocious and tyrannical. Yi Tian was not a generalized person. He immediately urged the aura in his body and formed a shield to wrap his entire body. Although the aura shield couldn't block the black python's attack, offsetting 1 or 2 of them would always allow Yi Tian to take a breath. Hiss! The black snake hissed madly and attacked Yi Tian with open teeth and claws, as if it was eager to tear him apart. Bang! After a short exchange, Yi Tian was losing ground. With only a mortal body, he could not block the black python's attacks. If it continued, he definitely wouldn't be able to support it for long. Damn it! Fight! Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian gave up. Immediately after, he took out the peculiar stone tablet and quickly instilled his aura. As Yi Tian's spiritual chi surged into the stone tablet, the stone tablet suddenly bloomed with light. With a buzzing sound, the monument suddenly emitted a strong and blinding white light, illuminating the entire mountain forest. In the next moment, an incomparably majestic pressure instantly swept out. Rumble, click, crackle, whimper. In an instant, the originally hideous and frenzied dozen of black pythons trembled in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground as if they had seen something terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? Why are they afraid of this stone tablet?" Roar! Just as Yi Tian was pondering, a deafening roar came, only to see a huge green bird with flames spread all over its body and wings on its back descending from the sky. As soon as it landed, it released a monstrous might, causing the void to tremble violently. Plop! Before Yi Tian could react, he was crushed to the ground by this might, unable to move at all. Even though he had utilized a secret technique to enhance his cultivation, he still could not withstand this horrifying pressure and almost fainted on the spot. Qingluan! Yi Tian's eyes were round, shocked beyond words. He was just then why the black pythons were afraid. That stone tablet of his could only withstand the attacks of Jindan stage cultivators. Although it could withstand the attacks of those black pythons, it was not enough to exterminate these demonic beasts. Now he realized, it turned out to be the arrival of a natural enemy. This green one in front of him was at least a demon king level demonic beast, or even higher. The green one slowly scanned the entire field, eventually stopping at the crimson flame tree, its eyes filled with the color of longing. Roar! The green one chirped up to the sky, shocking the beasts, and under its shock, all the black pythons knelt down in submission, showing their respect. Suddenly, Yi Tian thought of something, so for the sake of testing, he silently galvanized his golden crow supreme body and ran the great sun true scripture to increase it. In the next moment,
A domineering and blazing fire attribute spiritual energy erupted from his body, as if it was as dazzling as a round of golden sun. As soon as this scorching aura appeared, all the black pythons instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling non-stop, appearing extremely fearful. At the same time, a nebulous attraction was drawn from the ground, as if something was summoning him. This power. Why does it fascinate me so much? Yi Tian had 1,000 doubts in his heart. Although the Golden Crow Supreme Body and the Great Sun True Scripture were from the same source and the same family, he knew that the Golden Crow Supreme Body was definitely more than just the ones he had mastered. Perhaps, this isn't the falling Phoenix Ridge at all, but the place where a golden crow fell. That green Luan also seemed to have seen Yi Tian's extraordinary nature, and its soulful eyes were staring at him without blinking. You possess a golden crow bloodline? It spat out human words, and a cold female voice came out from its mouth. Hearing the green Luan speak, Yi Tian was stunned, not expecting this green Luan to speak. However, he quickly calmed down as the green Luan's tone was not vicious, but instead gave a sense of closeness. Are you saying that there is golden crow blood flowing in my body? Yi Tian inquired with a slight frown on his brow, full of surprise. Although he knew that the golden crow bloodline was precious, he did not expect it to be precious to this extent. That's right. Qingluan nodded heavily. You are carrying the golden crow bloodline. A pure-blooded golden crow. Golden crow bloodline? Yi Tian was stunned as a strong doubt surfaced on his face. Could it be the reason why I possess the golden crow supreme body? Come with me. Qingluan did not explain too much and directly flew to the front of that flame tree. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian hesitated a little before walking over. He was very clear that this green Luan in front of him was very powerful, and he could just casually move his hands if he wanted to kill him. Moreover, the other party had brought him here, so he should have another intention. Yi Tian carefully approached the flame tree and carefully observed its branches and leaves, only to see that on top of each leaf, there was a faint flaming red halo flashing, containing pure to the core spiritual qi. The trunk of the tree was even covered with dense lines, which hid a trace of fiery red light, revealing an ancient and vicissitudes flavor. In addition to that, between the leaves, there were actually 5 or 6 thumb-sized fruits growing. These fruits were fiery red in color, with a faint flame burning on the surface. The fruits emitted a fragrance that was invigorating to smell. Seeing this, Yi Tian's eyes snapped open and his heartbeat accelerated. This was because he knew that once these fruits were eaten, they would not only enhance the cultivator's physical strength, but also his cultivation level. This is simply too good. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh joyfully, his heart bursting with excitement. He believed that Qingluan would definitely not deceive him. There must be some sort of chance of creation here. This fruit is for you. I hope you can remember what happened today and repay me properly in the future. Qingluan suddenly took out a flame-encrusted fruit and threw it over. Yi Tian raised his hand and grabbed the fruit, his heart filled with excitement and delight. However, he did not rush to eat it, but gazed at it. After a moment, Yi Tian secretly nodded his head. That's right. This is indeed a vermilion fruit, the most important medicinal ingredient for refining the nirvana pill. The vermilion fruit was an extremely rare spirit fruit that was said to be a special product from ancient ruins. Not only was it tremendously effective, but it could also quench a cultivator's bloodline, doubling it to 100%. Even though Yi Tian already possessed the Golden Crow Supreme Body, he still needed the vermilion fruit to help with the metamorphosis. Thanks a lot. He did not have the means to refine the nirvana pill right now, so he could only wait for the future to try to refine it again. After all, with his current realm and abilities, he couldn't even manage a furnace, so he naturally couldn't refine the pills. Since you received the vermilion fruit, you must remember your oath. Chapter 117 Absorbing the Golden Crow Origin. The green Luan let out a light snort, then opened her mouth and spewed out a scorching breath that wrapped around the flaming tree, instantly transforming into a ball of fire suspended in midair. Let's go, Junior. Don't forget in the future, you owe me a favor. The green Luan spoke proudly, leading Yi Tian towards the depths of the valley. Yi Tian followed Qingluan closely, asking with a face full of curiosity, what exactly does Senior have to command? Please feel free to speak clearly, as long as Senior can do it. There will never be any second thoughts. Hearing Yi Tian's assurance, Qingluan's eyes slightly fluctuated a few times. Your strength is still too weak right now. Let's talk about it later. Later I will protect you and wish you to break through the Jindan barrier. After saying these words, Qingluan left the valley with Yi Tian. At the same time, outside the falling Phoenix Ridge, dozens of disciples gathered around the entrance of the cave, looking at the depths of the cave with a face full of fear. What to do? We've been searching for so long, but we've never been able to find Yi Tian. What should we do now? A young man at Jindan level was anxious. According to what Master said, we must find Yi Tian within 3 days. Now that 3 days have passed,
he must have been eaten by wild beasts. In that case, aren't we disobeying our master's orders?
When the master pursues us,
who can take the responsibility? The crowd was talking. All of them felt that Yi Tian was in a bad way, and might even be devoured by the demonic beasts. Alas, as things stand now, we can only report to the master first. As for how to follow up the aftermath, it's better to let the master decide.
At the end of his words, the young man took out a jade talisman and crushed it, then disappeared without a trace. The rest of the people followed suit, each sacrificing a jade talisman to make contact.
Senior, where are we going now? Yi Tian followed behind Qingluan and asked as he walked. You'll know right away.
Qingluan smiled mysteriously and continued to walk forward.
Not long after,
they came to the depths of the falling Phoenix Ridge. In front of them was a dense forest, with a large sky-high tree blocking the sunlight. Yi Tian raised his eyes and looked out, only to see that the depths of the forest were filled with mist, and his vision was severely obstructed.
What's that?
The corner of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed and he saw a stone bridge. The stone bridge led to the place where the mists were shrouded, but due to the distance, it was impossible to see the condition at the end of the stone bridge. Just as Yi Tian was about to exert his divine sense to investigate, he heard Qingluan stop in a cold voice.
Be careful,
that's not an ordinary stone bridge.
Isn't that an ordinary stone bridge? Yi Tian asked with a face full of consternation. Of course not. That stone bridge is an illusion formation. Illusion formation? Yi Tian's brows furrowed as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes.
He had never heard that there was such a strange thing.
The Qingluan did not pay any attention to him, and its huge figure slowly shrunk, eventually actually changing into the appearance of a young girl. Spinning her feet,
she walked forward without stopping. Soon she arrived near the stone bridge and then leapt onto it.
Yi Tian looked at the young girl in front of him, shocked and at the same time hurriedly followed.
After stepping onto the stone bridge, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed,
as if he was in a dream,
and the scene in front of him turned into something else.
Illusion. Yi Tian was suddenly enlightened.
Everything in front of him was precisely the illusion art that Yi Tian had once seen, or rather something that he had sensed in the illusion formation.
He had only just comprehended the skin now, and it could not be considered a true illusion art at all. At this moment,
Yi Tian realized that the stone bridge in front of him was a powerful illusion formation with a strong and bizarre pressure. Qingluan stepped on the stone bridge and immediately released a layer of powerful spiritual power defense shield,
firmly guarding herself. Although Yi Tian also knew illusion techniques,
he did not expect that someone would use them on a stone bridge.
However, thinking about it, he understood.
Qingluan was at least at the level of a demon king, and her level of illusionism was naturally extraordinary.
Soon,
the things in front of Yi Tian's eyes changed again.
A huge altar appeared in front of him, and on top of that altar,
only a ferocious beast with a glowing body that emitted a terrifying aura was lying there. But when he really looked clearly at the appearance of the ferocious beast in front of him, his heart trembled.
Three-legged golden crow. That's right.
In front of him was the corpse of a demon saint-level golden crow that had been dead for many years. It was just that he didn't know for what reason. This corpse seemed to have been imprisoned by some kind of powerful existence, and still maintained its lifelike form. What was even more shocking was that the surface of the golden crow's body was covered with scaly armor, and its wings were actually about 100 zhang long after opening.
You brought me here. What exactly is the meaning? Yi Tian was a bit flustered.
This will panic whoever comes. The golden crow in front of him.
It is estimated that the distance from the demon emperor is only one step away.
Now that it had fallen for so many years,
it was still emitting such a terrifying aura. When it was alive,
I still dared to fight with it.
Let alone now that it's dead through. What are you afraid of it for? Qingluan said nonchalantly, reaching out to grab Yi Tian's collar and threw it straight onto the altar.
What for?
Yi Tian was just thrown directly on top of the altar,
scaring him so much that he jumped up in a hurry.
As a result, as soon as he stabilized himself, he immediately took 2 steps backwards again, staring in surprise. What's going on? Why can't I feel the killing chance above the altar? At this moment,
Yi Tian had already arrived at the center of the altar, and he suddenly noticed that his surroundings were filled with a strong vitality and auspiciousness.
Moreover, this blood-colored pattern on the altar was very complicated,
hiding some sort of mysterious aura. This auspicious aura in particular had a fatal attraction to him,
making him impatient to cultivate it. However,
Yi Tian did not know what kind of gong method this was, much less had he thought of raising his cultivation with the help of this gong method.
Qingluan smiled blandly,
raised her hand and pointed at the blood-red lines and said,
if I were to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Now immediately cultivate for me.
As long as you successfully absorb the golden crow origin,
I will release you.
After saying these words, Qingluan did not wait for Yi Tian to react. She flew and swept off the stone bridge and sped towards the depths of the forest.
Seeing Qinghuan leave, Yi Tian froze there, looking at the blood-red lines with a bewildered expression. Absorbing the origin? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. This was a true demon saint-level golden crow. Its origin. I'm afraid that it would directly prop itself up and explode. You come back. You come back. I don't want your zhugui anymore, okay? You let me out. However, no matter how much he called out, Qinghuan simply ignored him. In the end, he could only sit on his knees and run his spiritual energy, trying to absorb the golden crow origin on top of the altar. In just a few moments, his face turned pale and agonized as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. So powerful. With my current strength, trying to absorb the golden crow origin is simply harder than climbing up to the sky. It seems that only when I wait until the Jindan realm, can I hope to absorb it? Yi Tian shook his head and sighed as he began to prepare to break through Jindan first before considering how to absorb the golden crow origin. Chapter 118, Sister Chung. As Yi Tian operated his gong method with full concentration, a trace of pure heaven and earth spiritual qi converged and surged into his body along his surrounding acupoints, nourishing the meridians in his body. It had to be said that the quality of Yi Tian's spiritual qi here was really high, especially with the attribute of fire contained in all the spiritual qi next to the golden crow's corpse. Yi Tian slowly condensed a crimson orb as shown in the gong method, which was precisely the aura condensed. This crimson-colored spirit orb slowly entered the dantian under Yi Tian's control and immersed itself outside the body of a golden dan. Then he adjusted his spiritual energy again and slowly opened his eyes, staring towards the golden crow origin. Phew! Yi Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, then began to operate his gong method, pulling the crimson spirit ball slowly closer to the golden crow origin. As the spirit ball approached, the golden yellow feathers of the golden crow's corpse gradually glowed with a dazzling light and emitted infinite flame heat. As if sensing the danger of the spirit ball, the bones of the golden crow's corpse suddenly burst into flames, wrapping the crimson spirit ball. As the crimson spirit ball came closer and closer, the flames became more and more intense. Yi Tian only felt that the spirit ball was sending back scorchingly hot temperatures, even causing his own body to endure inexplicable burning pain. Is this the golden crow's origin fire? It's really overbearing enough. It's fortunate that I've already reached the Jedan stage of cultivation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and held on, urging his spiritual energy to continue to come closer and finally merge completely into the spiritual liquid. In an instant, Yi Tian felt that his body seemed to have turned into a furnace, and the spiritual energy in his body rapidly boiled up, constantly tumbling and impacting his strange meridians and veins. He knew that he was about to advance, and at this moment, Qinghuan's voice suddenly came from his ears. Fix your mind. Don't let him erode your mind. Hearing this voice, Yi Tian jolted awake and hurriedly closed his eyes and concentrated, suppressing the riotous aura in his body. It had to be said that Qinghuan was still quite reliable at critical moments. As Yi Tian suppressed it, the restlessness within his body gradually calmed down, and a crimson-colored aura began to surface within his dantian, constantly traveling through his limbs and bones. Yi Tian was finally considered to have completed the first step of advancing to the Jindan stage. As a sharp tingling pain came from within his body, the liquid that the aura in his body had turned into began to coalesce. A golden dan the size of a tiger's eye began to rotate and expand inside his dantian, finally becoming the size of an egg with a reddish color. The moment he opened his eyes, the surface of his body emitted a dazzling golden aura, as if his entire person had turned into a sun, illuminating the darkness in all directions. Is this the golden dan? He could feel that the majestic spiritual power contained within this golden dan was definitely capable of easily exterminating any cultivator below Yuaning. Although he had only just stepped into the golden dan now, his battle power was definitely heaven-defying. What a strong power! This golden crow's origin is actually this powerful, Yi Tian said with eyes full of excitement, itching to roar a few times to the sky to vent some of the stirring emotions in his heart. Alright, it's just a promotion to Jindan stage. What's the fuss? Don't forget, if you can't absorb the golden crow origin, you'll stay inside forever. Qinghuan's icy voice came, interrupting Yi Tian's reverie. When Yi Tian heard this, he hurriedly bowed low and said sincerely, Senior, thanks senior. Although he didn't know why the other party must be obsessed with letting her absorb the golden crow's origin, since the other party had helped him, plus absorbing the golden crow's origin had great benefits for him. Alright, in the future, feel free to give me what you need. I'll help you find it, and also, don't try to escape. The formations at the edge of the altar are enough to make saints fearful. After Chang Wan finished speaking, she didn't pay any more attention to Yi Tian and floated straight out of the ancient tomb. Yi Tian saw Chang Wan disappear before he stood up to move his muscles and check his current strength. He is not bad. I'm afraid that my current strength is already equivalent to the peak of the third level of Jindan, Yi Tian said with satisfaction. He felt that his body was now filled with explosive strength.
and he couldn't wait to immediately find someone to spar with right now.
But he couldn't go out at all right now.
He could only honestly stay in the altar and absorb the Golden Crow origin. Because this altar was refined from the Golden Crow's remains and the Golden Crow's soul, it was much more useful to him.
Yi Tian condensed the Crimson Spirit Orb over and over again, making the Golden Dan bigger and bigger. At the same time,
the Crimson Spirit liquid was also diluted by him non-stop, turning into a rich spirit liquid that was incorporated within the Golden Dan.
At the same time, the Golden Crow's soul was also not willing to be left alone, constantly devouring the Crimson Spiritual Liquid. Gradually,
the Crimson Spiritual Liquid decreased, while the Golden Crow's soul grew several times larger. The original Golden Crow's soul was only the size of a palm at most, but now it had increased by about half, and its color had also turned dark brown,
vaguely revealing some golden light.
Yi Tian knew that as his cultivation increased, the color of the Golden Crow's soul would also change along with it. By the time he broke through to the Yuaning stage, it was estimated that the Golden Crow's soul had already returned to its normal state.
After an unknown amount of time,
he only felt a surge of raging energy erupt from his body.
Boom!
Accompanied by a muffled sound, the Gene Dan within his body completely transformed into a Golden Dan, with a golden halo flowing and shining with an eye-catching radiance.
At the same time, his cultivation smoothly advanced to the peak of the 4th level of the Golden Dan,
and he was only a hair's breadth away from the middle stage of the Golden Dan. And right at this moment, the Crimson Spirit liquid within the altar had long been drained. Now he had already absorbed a tenth of the Golden Crow origin.
Is it already the limit? Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes as a flash of golden aura flashed in his eyes.
"Senior,
are you there?"
he shouted into the void.
A moment later,
a clear and pleasant woman's voice floated out from the void.
Yi Tian froze for a moment.
He did not expect that Qinghuan actually did exist.
What? Surprised? I've always been outside the altar.
Yi Tian hurriedly said respectfully.
"See you, senior." Qinghuan hummed. "Don't call me senior. Just call me Sister Qing."
Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and said,
"Good. May I ask Sister Qing, who exactly are you? And I really can't absorb this Golden Crow origin, and I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation now, so can you let me out?"
"Cut the crap. Your priority right now is to finish absorbing the remaining origin,"
Qinghuan said seriously.
Yi Tian instantly blushed in embarrassment and asked with a sarcastic smile,
"I really didn't lie to you. Don't believe me. Probe yourself."
"I can't hold all of these origin in my body. 1/10 of it is already the limit of the limit, and that's still due to the fact that I have the Golden Crow Supreme body."
Qinghuan glanced at him lightly and said, "Of course I know your current situation, but you don't need to worry now.
As long as you follow the gong method I taught you to run the circumference of the sky,
refine and absorb these origins within the Golden Dan, and leave the rest to me."
"Oh." Yi Tian nodded his head in agreement,
not daring to question anything further. Chapter 119, Leaving the Altar.
Yi Tian followed the gong method taught by Qinghuan to run the circumference of the sky, absorbing those residual spiritual qi into the Dantian golden pillar. As the spiritual qi was absorbed and refined by the Golden Dan,
Yi Tian's realm stabilized.
The strength of his physical body, the toughness of his meridians, his internal organs and bones and flesh were all greatly refined and strengthened, and his entire body seemed to grow taller and become more masculine. This situation had continued for some time, and Yi Tian felt that the origin spiritual qi within his Dantian was almost ready to be absorbed.
Solidify the origin spirit. Later on, I'm going to seal all of his power into you.
Whether or not you can get through this depends on whether or not you have this life.
After hearing Qinghuan's instructions,
Yi Tian immediately closed his eyes and tried to maintain his calm and peaceful mind. This was not the first time he had encountered this kind of situation,
so he did not panic too much. After all, for Qinghuan, he still had a use for him. After a while, Qinghuan suddenly drank. "Relax your mind." Yi Tian immediately did as he was told. In the next moment,
Yi Tian felt a huge amount of energy surging towards his mind's sea of consciousness, then instantly occupied his sea of consciousness and began to crazily impact his spiritual platform and sea of consciousness barriers.
The process was agonizingly painful,
as if his soul was about to shatter.
Hiss. Even though Yi Tian had anticipated this,
he still could not endure it and let out a soft cry with his lips slightly open.
However,
he did not retreat because of this.
Instead,
he gritted his teeth and continued to silently revolve the Sun True Scripture.
After an unknown amount of time,
the intense pain that tore at his soul finally dissipated,
and was replaced by a burst of warm and comfortable heat.
It was a golden bead floating in Yi Tian's mind. It was crystal clear as if it was cast in topaz, and it contained a vast and majestic pure energy that was daunting.
Yi Tian understood that the Gene Dan had become a reality, and he had finally stepped into a realm that cultivators could only dream of. However,
the power of the Golden Crow origin began to pour into his body at this time.
Ah!
Yi Tian howled miserably up to the sky. His body trembled. and the surface of his skin glowed with a golden haze. Although the golden crow's origin contained endless energy, it was exceptionally overbearing, and once it entered his body it wantonly destroyed Yi Tian's physical body. This taste was simply painful. Endure. Hold fast to your heart. You must hold on if you want to live. Qingluan's scolding voice came from her mind. As soon as her words fell, the pain that seared the soul suddenly skyrocketed, as if flames were burning, making it excruciatingly painful. However, Yi Tian did not choose to give up, as he clenched his teeth in death, desperately resisting the pain caused by the golden crow origin. Absorb it for me. Yi Tian's mind spun rapidly, frantically urging the golden Dan in his dantian to absorb the golden crow origin. The golden Dan rapidly rotated, releasing a wave of attraction tugging at the power of the origin and began to absorb the golden crow origin. How terrifying was the energy of the golden crow origin! The golden Dan was simply unable to carry such a vast and majestic energy. However, Yi Tian did not give up. He knew that if he could not absorb this energy, then the only thing that awaited him was death. This was by no means an ending he was willing to see. He operated his gong method over and over again, frantically drawing in the power of the golden crow origin, trying to incorporate it all within the golden Dan. However, whenever he attempted to absorb this huge energy, he would suffer extremely strong obstacles. Amidst the endless pain, Yi Tian still fainted. That was an origin left behind by a quasi-emperor level. Yi Tian had only just stepped into the Jindan stage, while at this moment, Qingluan was showing a touch of joy on her face, because he could feel that Yi Tian's body was slowly devouring the golden crow's origin, together with the fact that she was beside her to guard her, trying her best to compress the golden crow origin so that it could not erupt into a destructive force that exceeded Yi Tian's ability to withstand it. Yi Tian was able to remain unharmed. Time passed. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Tian's golden Dan was already filled with a rich golden light. At the same time, on the inner wall of the golden Dan, a tiny golden bird could be faintly seen swimming around. Majestic and extraordinary. The power of the golden crow origin had finally been absorbed cleanly. Ha! Qingluan suddenly raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, he actually condensed out the golden crow true spirit. It's really strange. This little fellow is really something. Qingluan originally thought that she only needed to help him completely absorb the power of this origin, but he didn't expect that Yi Tian would actually be able to condense the true spirit at the last critical moment. Moreover, the image of the golden crow true spirit was very realistic and lifelike, just like the real golden crow without any difference. Qingluan couldn't help but secretly praise Yi Tian's perseverance. Not many cultivators of his age could even survive the erosion of the origin energy, but Yi Tian had persevered for 3 months and even condensed the golden crow true spirit at the most critical moment. One had to admit that Yi Tian was indeed outstanding, far superior to many of his peers. I can finally leave this hellish place, Qingluan murmured, looking at Yi Tian who was still sleeping. A flash of expectation flashed in her eyes. This kid's potential is really great. In time, he will definitely grow into a top cultivator. After saying that, Qingluan's finger gently tapped on Yi Tian's forehead, immediately striking a piece of light. At this moment, Yi Tian only felt as if he was having a dream, constantly battling against the golden crow, killing and fighting every day. Where is this? How come I can't see anything? Yi Tian opened his eyes in confusion and realized that his surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see anything. He tried to recall what had happened before. That's not right. Could it be that I'm dead? Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly checked his body, realizing that his body was in good condition and did not have any abnormalities. Moreover, the golden Dan in his body seemed to have an unusual power. This is the golden crow true spirit, Yi Tian said in surprise. He then carefully observed his right index finger. This finger had turned into a light golden color, with sharp nails that were like curved hooks, looking like a sharp dagger. Yi Tian had already remembered all the things that had happened before. Sister Chang, where are you? Sister Chang. Yi Tian was so excited that he shouted, his voice resounding through the entire altar. However, other than the silent and empty cave, there was no sound response. He kept calling out to Qingluan, but Qingluan was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the other party has already left? Yi Tian guessed. He thought of something he had vaguely heard when he was unconscious, that Qingluan was leaving this place. In the future, we can definitely reunite. As the words fell, Yi Tian did not rush out, but began to check his cultivation strength. Now that he was a Jindan stage cultivator, his divine sense range extended to 200 meters. What kind of concept was this? It was equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. This was a huge increase that Yi Tian had never imagined. Moreover, he felt that the energy in the Jindan in his body seemed to be even more surging and vast, increasing by several times. This made Yi Tian ecstatic, and he felt that his combat power had at least doubled, and possibly even higher.
Chapter 120, Unparalleled Sword Intent.
Yi Tian immediately began to try to cast various divine abilities,
trying to find his newly comprehended Golden Crow's secret art.
He found that not only could he cast the Golden Crow True Spirit, he could also cast the Golden Crow Transformation Feather.
The Golden Crow Transformation Feather was one of the moves in the Golden Crow secret technique. As long as the Golden Crow True Spirit was infused into the technique, a powerful attack could be executed.
Although it could only last for a short period of time, the power of the attack was terrifying,
especially when it was suddenly executed when fighting with the enemy. It could often have a miraculous effect. Yi Tian once again executed the Golden Crow Transformation Feather,
and a layer of gorgeous golden light surged up all over his body. He felt his aura climb instantly,
reaching the peak of the 5th level of Jindan realm.
The attack power of the Golden Crow Transformation Feather is even more powerful than I imagined, but it consumes too much spiritual energy.
Doesn't it? Forget it. Leave it alone. Yi Tian shook his head.
The Jindan had become a reality and there were still many things waiting for him outside. I don't know how Master and Lin Ao Dust are doing. He had just advanced to Jindan and knew nothing about the situation here. It would be bad if he went out rashly in case he ran into any danger.
Let's go back to the Immortal Domain first. Thinking of this, Yi Tian immediately rushed towards the Immortal Domain. On the other end, somewhere in the Immortal Domain,
a white-robed old man stood in the middle of the void with his arms crossed,
his back facing a young man, staring into the distance as if he was in deep thought. At this moment, the young man's face was full of anxiety, urging in a low voice, "What exactly are you trying to do? Quickly unlock the restraints for me." Upon hearing this,
the white-robed old man sighed slightly and slowly turned his head.
Seeing the old man's appearance,
the young man was first stunned,
and immediately afterward, he roared, "Didn't you say that you would take me to the immortal region? I'm all the way there now. Why are you so slow to act?"
The old man snorted coldly and stared indifferently at the other party as he asked, "I said that you can't leave before you comprehend the peerless sword intent. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk.
It's not like I comprehended the peerless sword intent."
The young man was none other than Lin Ao Dust,
who was currently looking angrily at the old man in front of him. "You're clearly delaying on purpose,
making me stay in the immortal domain for no reason and delaying my cultivation."
The white-robed old man smiled disdainfully and said, "He,
I have long since seen through the red dust and have long since transcended the world.
Do you think I would delay my cultivation because of those trivial mundane chores? You old piker is simply being forceful. If you weren't worried about delaying your cultivation, why didn't you let me in? Instead, let me stay here." The white-robed old man glanced at him indifferently and said, "The peerless sword intent is the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. I said that as long as you comprehend a trace of it, I'll let you go. Don't you dare use the heavenly Tao supreme principle to pressure me. I don't believe that you can see through the heavenly principle and discern my peerless sword Tao. Since you don't want to believe, just wait,"
the old man said and turned to leave,
leaving Lin Ao Dust with a lonely and desolate back.
Lin Ao Dust looked at the stooped old figure that was walking away and cursed hatefully.
"Stinking old man, don't think I care to stay here."
He glared fiercely at the old man and turned around to vanish at speed. Lin Ao Dust was originally a person with a calm mind. Today, if he was not forced to do so, he would not have succumbed to this old man's majesty. He originally still fantasized that he would be able to take revenge one day, but who would have expected that this old man would actually disregard his wishes and trap him here?
Not long ago,
Lin Ao Dust happened to meet a disciple from outside the domain. That cultivator looked very young and his cultivation level was not high, only at the early foundation establishment realm. Lin Ao Dust chased after him for several thousand miles and still found no trace of the other party,
so he finally had to give up.
Lin Ao Dust originally wanted to return to the immortal domain,
looking for that mysterious old man to ask for advice,
but did not expect to be stopped by the other side. Lin Ao Dust had no choice but to follow the other party's method,
closed door cultivation,
to participate in that door of peerless sword intent.
However,
his cultivation did not achieve the expected results.
Instead, because of the long hours of sitting in seclusion, his cultivation regressed and even his realm fell. What angered him the most was that the old man not only didn't care about him, but instead, he allowed him to hone that nebulous peerless sword intent. Now, even his only life-preserving card, the True Spirit, had been sealed up and was no longer what it used to be. The point where the immortal domain and the no man's forbidden zone met, within the city of heaven. Yi Tian arrived at the Yi family's branch once again. Here, it was still as lively and prosperous as the last time. Yi Tian just walked into the courtyard and was immediately greeted by someone. "Your Excellency, you are here." It was a middle-aged woman who respectfully shouted out, then extended her finger and made a gesture of invitation. "Sir, please follow me."
Yi Tian did not refuse and followed the woman all the way through the halls and courtyards,
coming straight to the backyard outside a pavilion.
Yi Tian surveyed the surroundings.
Seeing the beautiful environment and pleasant scenery here,
he could not help but nod appreciatively and secretly praised.
Sir, please come in.
The middle-aged woman finished speaking and took the lead in pushing the door.
Is Yi Long here? Have him come to see me. Yi Tian stepped into the room,
raised his eyes to look around,
and asked with an open door. Hearing this,
the middle-aged woman immediately revealed a difficult color.
After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, Yi Long, he has disappeared. Yi Tian's eyebrows jerked up as he stared sharply at the other party. Feeling Yi Tian's sharp gaze sweeping by,
the middle-aged woman could not help but feel her heart jumping and could not help but cower for a moment.
However,
she quickly reacted and hurriedly continued.
But sir, don't worry, as long as Yi Long's soul tablet is still there. Oh, this is interesting.
The tip of Yi Tian's eyebrow rose lightly,
and a bizarre arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
The soul tablet was something that every Yi clan cultivator would set up from the moment they struck out.
As long as the soul tablet was not broken,
then it meant that the other party was not dead.
Where was the last place he went? Immortal Origin Town.
The middle-aged woman replied without hesitation.
Immortal Origin Town. Yi Tian's eyes flickered as he recited 2 sentences silently.
Then he waved his hand to signal the other party to go out.
Yes, Your Excellency.
The woman let out a sigh of relief and bowed to leave. Waiting for the door of the room to close, Yi Tian slowly paced to the window. He gazed and listened for a moment, and suddenly the corner of his mouth sketched out a playful cold smile.
It's a bit interesting.
3 days passed in a flash. Yi Tian stayed in the Yi family branch for most of this time,
except for occasional cultivation. During this period,
there was news from Xiao 13,
Lin Aoduan and Wang Daoxian. However, Yi Tian was not too worried. After all,
the 3 of them were all genuine sons of Heaven's Pride,
only stronger than him. What's more,
they were also each carrying a body protection jade talisman,
so even if they encountered any danger,
it would be enough to protect themselves.
Come on people.
When night fell, Yi Tian called a servant to command.
What are your orders, my lord? After Yi Tian thought for a while, he said,
if those 3 people who came with me to the immortal domain come back,
tell them that I went to the desolate ancient path, and also, give a word to my master, Immortal Manhwa, that I have broken through to Jindan. The servant froze for a moment, then arched his hand and led the order.
Yes, sir. Before the words fell, the servant had already floated away.
Chapter 121, Status of Xiao 13. Yi Tian stood alone on top of the attic, overlooking the entire scenery of City of Heaven.
It's time to go,
Yi Tian muttered in a low voice,
then turned around and stepped into the air, disappearing into the depths of the dark night as a stream of light.
At the same time,
on a certain mountain peak tens of thousands of feet away from Jinyong City, a man with a lean appearance stood with his arms folded, looking in the direction of the City of Heavenly Lawrence, and a dense murderous intent flashed across his brows.
This time, I must behead Yi Tian on the road of desolate antiquity. Otherwise, I, Luo Kong, swear not to be a human being.
A cold aura blossomed in Luo Kong's eyes, as if he was a sheathed sword,
radiating a compelling sharpness.
The sky was covered in dark clouds.
Thunder rumbled,
and electric snakes danced wildly.
The sky was dark, lightning flashed and thunder roared,
and a violent heavenly might enveloped the entire dome of the sky.
A torrential rain was brewing. At this moment,
the wind was howling in the mountain range. The trees were swaying, and bursts of animal roars and hisses were coming from the grass.
Suddenly,
a sound of breaking wind rang out from the mountain forest.
Immediately afterward,
several silhouettes swept out from the forest, darting towards a blurry figure. The silhouette seemed to have been injured, and his movements became much slower.
Quick!
Stop him! One of them shouted loudly, his speed increasing steeply.
However, just as these people were about to make their move,
the figure in front of them suddenly turned around, only to see his right palm roll over and his 5 fingers spread out, slapping down hard through the air towards the rushing crowd.
You extraterritorial disciples, all of you deserve to die.
This person was no other than Xiao 13,
who had entered the uninhabited forbidden area alone after fighting with Yi Tian. As a result,
he encountered a large number of demonic beasts besieging him, and although he fought to the death and killed a few strong demonic beasts, he also paid a terrible price,
especially since he was heavily injured.
His strength had long since fallen short of his peak state. Now that he was facing an enemy that was several times his size, the situation could be imagined.
However,
although he was heavily injured, his fighting ability was still extremely strong.
Looking at the enemies coming at him, he did not show any fear. Instead, he shouted angrily and showed amazing determination.
Accompanied by a dull thud, a thick purple light suddenly burst out, instantly devouring the several enemies around him.
In an instant,
blood and light erupted and screams shook the valley.
Humph, just with you guys, how dare you come to kill me, simply looking for death.
Xiao 13 roared loudly with a face full of grimace as his figure rose up into the air and flew away towards the distance. Not long after, a group of people chased after him from a distance and surrounded Xiao 13. This kid actually escaped. Won't we waste our efforts? A green-robed cultivator shook his head and snorted. The crowd spoke and mocked recklessly, not taking this bruised fellow seriously at all. However, just as the crowd was talking, Xiao 13 suddenly stopped in his tracks, his arms slightly raised in a defensive stance. Immediately afterward, a huge and ice-cold murderous aura suddenly rippled out, causing everyone's hearts and minds to tremble. What? What a terrifying aura! What's going on? What's going on? Sensing this killing aura, the crowd could not help but be shocked and appalled. Such an aura was by no means at the level possessed by the Jindan realm. It was more like a killing aura. Could it be this guy? The crowd turned their heads to look behind Xiao 13, only to see a black-robed teenager stepping into the air, looking this way with an indifferent color on his face. Who are you? The visitor did not pay any attention to them and instead looked at Xiao 13. Brother Xiao, I didn't expect that we would run into each other in such a way. Xiao 13 also looked at the visitor with a surprised expression. Brother Yi, you've also broken through to Jindan. Well, it was just a fluke. Yi Tian smiled indifferently. Brother Yi really loves to keep a low profile. Xiao 13 sighed bitterly at his words, his eyes revealing a touch of joy without the slightest bit of jealousy. However, before his words had settled, Yi Tian let out a cold laugh. Brother Xiao, now is not the time to catch up on old times. Let's take care of these people first. As the words fell, a stream of flames immediately burned out from Yi Tian's body, and the temperature of the air around him skyrocketed dramatically, as if he was in the middle of a furnace. At the same time, a majestic aura quickly spread out, causing the nearby mountains and forests to shake violently. Just in time, try my current limit. In the next moment, Yi Tian's figure swayed violently, turning into a residual shadow as he rushed towards the crowd. A fist blasted out, as if a cannonball was discharged, and the void was pierced through alive. Not good. Quickly dodge. My goodness. His cultivation. How did he rise so fast? What kind of freak is this kid? How is it that in only half a year's time, he has reached the Jindan realm? Feeling the terrifying aura on Yi Tian's body, the crowd around him was scared out of their wits. They had thought that Xiao Xii's cultivation level had risen fast enough, but it turned out that they didn't expect that this teenager in front of them was even more heaven-defying. Together, I don't believe that he alone can beat so many of us. Looking at the charging Yi Tian, the crowd broke into a rage. Since you guys are obsessed, then all of you will die. In a furious bellow, Yi Tian's figure swayed and instantly arrived in front of the two early Jindan realm cultivators. His right fist carried a fierce and domineering wind and blasted straight towards the two of them. The two did not even have the chance to resist and react, and were instantly pierced through their chest and abdomen. Plop dash. The two people's blood spurted wildly as their bodies rolled backwards. Assholes, give me your life. The remaining few people frantically hissed and rushed over, each of them waving their long swords or hammers, launching a frenzied attack towards Yi Tian. However, in the face of these people's joint siege, Yi Tian had no intention of retreating at all. He let out a furious cry, and his body's aura completely exploded, just like a ferocious savage beast charging into a flock of sheep. For a while, the mournful wails and the crunching sound of bones breaking resounded non-stop. In just a few moments, several people had their limbs removed and were paralyzed on the ground, wailing. As for those other cultivators, they were even more shocked by Yi Tian's furious aura, and their livers were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Spare my life, don't kill me, don't, mercy. The crowd knelt on the ground and cried out in pain, begging for more. Xiao Xii's brows furrowed as a strange color flickered in his gaze. You guys didn't have this expression when you killed me just now. Immediately, he did not hesitate in the slightest and swept out to exterminate all those people. With the death of a few people, his injuries became much easier, and a trace of a pleased smile finally surfaced on his face. After turning his head, he saw Jiang Tian, who was still healing his wounds and couldn't help but cry out in secret. Brother Yi, thanks. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, we didn't need to say this before. Not bad. What Brother Yi said is reasonable. Xiao 13 nodded his head and smiled. A wisp of complexity flashed in his eyes, as if he was quite emotional. Right. Brother Yi came just in time. This matter, what do you think? Hearing his inquiry, Yi Tian slowly collected his breath and gazed at the towering ancient tree across the street, a cold light appearing in his eyes. Chapter 122. Stepping into the desolate ancients. This elixir may be precious to others, but what is it to you? Hearing Yi Tian's slightly playful words, the corner of Xiao Xii's eyes twitched and a trace of agitation inexplicably surged in his heart. So, Brother Yi is of the opinion that. Yi Tian smiled leisurely, blandly scanning the opposite side of the spiritual grasses and trees with a certain deep meaning in his eyes.
If you really want to compete with others for this spiritual grass, even if I don't make a move, it will still attract other strong people to covet it. What do you think? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked into an evil smile as he analyzed calmly. What Brother Yi said is very true.
Xiao 13 nodded his head heavily, but his face was filled with regret, and a touch of gloom was hidden between his brows. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he also understood that Yi Tian was indeed right. Nowadays, he had long since become unqualified to take this elixir all by himself, and unless he could find a helper that was stronger than him, he would surely invite trouble. However, if he was allowed to give the spiritual medicine away, he was unwilling to do so. After all, this was a heavenly creation. Alright, stop inking. Let's hurry up, lest the night is long and dreamy. Yi Tian patted Xiao Xii's shoulder, signaling him to hurry up and take the spirit grass. Thanks for reminding Brother Yi. I'll take it now. Xiao 13 nodded slightly and immediately walked towards the spirit grass. However, right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly reached out and stopped him, a brilliant light suddenly flashing in his eyes. Ha! Wait, you! Yi Tian frowned as his complexion steeply became grave, because he realized that the condition within Xiao Xii's body seemed to be somewhat bizarre. At this moment, Xiao Xii's bloodline spiritual energy was boiling and tumbling within his body, and waves of powerful pressure swept out. Brother Yi, what? Don't speak! Yi Tian's face was solemn as he immediately raised his hand and sealed his mouth and nose, blocking him from continuing to speak further. However, before he could do any further examination, the bloodline spiritual energy in Xiao Xii's body suddenly erupted, and he had clearly triggered a bloodline vision. Rumble! Only Xiao Xii's eyes opened roundly, veins popped out at his forehead, his robes around his body bulged violently, and a ball of piercing red light shot out from the center of his eyebrows, instantly encompassing a range of hundreds of feet in a circle. Boom! Accompanied by a dull roar, the entire mountain forest trembled, as if the end had come. Damn! Yi Tian's face sank, and he immediately gritted his teeth and urged the power of his bloodline, so as not to be affected by it. Fortunately, this kind of vision did not last for too long, and it only disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. However, the ground beside Xiao 13 turned a reddish color, looking like it had been burned by flames. Under Yi Tian's careful observation, he was frowning. Have you practiced some evil technique? Yi Tian shook his head and coldly rebuked, his heart filled with worry. Although Xiao Xii's bloodline anomaly had quickly subsided, the bloodline aura radiating around him was unusually refractory. If it was an unusual cultivator, he would definitely not have produced this kind of bloodline vision, but he had just appeared. Moreover, judging from the scale and aura of the bloodline vision, this bloodline vision was far from solid. This made him wonder just what level Xiao Xii's martial arts potential had reached. Brother Yi has misunderstood. Xiao Xii's brows jumped as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. After I separated from you guys earlier, I came across a secret realm and searched for a technique, but I can be sure that it is definitely not an evil technique. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slightly exhaled a mouthful of sulkiness. Since it is not an evil Dao technique, it should be some sort of special physique, right? Yi Tian slowly nodded his head and guessed. Brother Yi has a rich imagination. How could my physique have that kind of backlash? Xiao 13 shook his head inside, his eyes filled with bitterness. Yi Tian silently sized up the other party for a moment and slowly shook his head. Since it's not an evil technique, nor is it a special physique, then what exactly is the situation? Don't you have a number in your heart? Xiao Xii's eyelids jumped and he fell into a brief hesitation. He had also explored his own physique many times before, but in the end, he had come up empty-handed. There were even several times when he nearly suffered a backlash, although in the end, he managed to pull through. Whenever he thought about it, he still had palpitations in his heart. Until now, he didn't even know what kind of existence it was. I had also tried multiple methods, but I was never able to get the hang of it, and I couldn't even figure out the reason why. Xiao 13 shook his head and sighed bitterly, his brows furrowed. I'm afraid that your physique is closely related to your bloodline. Yi Tian took a deep breath and said solemnly, related to bloodline? Not bad. Your bloodline is refuted and messy, and even carries a strong resentment. I reckon that 89% of it is due to this, Yi Tian said in a deep voice. What? This is impossible. Xiao 13 was shocked and appalled at what he heard. We'd better go to the desolate ancient path now. When we find Master and the others, let them help to take a look. Maybe there are still some hints. Yi Tian waved his hand and persuaded 2 sentences, then pulled Xiao 13 to step onto the teleportation channel to the desolate ancient forbidden land. Rumble! Accompanied by 2 low muffled sounds, silver light flashed wildly underneath the 2 of them and they disappeared in midair. At the same time, in the outer region of the desolate ancient forbidden land, on top of a certain towering black mountain peak, a magnificent palace was floating in the void, blossoming with dazzling spiritual light. The owner of this palace was an old man with white hair and a rather tall figure, giving off a strong and domineering feeling. He stood before the gate and looked into the distant void, a deep shock on his face. The young lord actually really went to break into the desolate ancient forbidden land? The old man muttered, his gaze shifting with a complex expression. Alas, the young master is obstinate in nature. Once he decides something he simply cannot change. Since he wants to go and break in, I cannot stop him. The old man shook his head and sighed lightly, withdrawing his sight and stepping towards the depths of the palace. Just after walking into the middle of the palace, the old man suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the wall on the left side, only to see a palm-sized, dark golden token with a shiny body lying quietly at the corner of the wall, and what was written on it was clearly the word Shao. This is the thing that the young master explained to keep. The old man's eyes narrowed, a ray of cold light penetrated from the depths of his pupils, and his right hand took the token into his hand with a move through the air. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an order from the family head, the old man wouldn't bother with you guys. The old man snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a faint mockery, and then he walked out of the hall without a care in the world. A moment later, the light in the teleportation channel converged and Yi Tian and Xiao 13 appeared out of thin air. Hiss! Where is this? Just as soon as they appeared, Xiao 13 was subdued by the scene in front of him. Looking around, the surroundings were all lush forests and vast mountains, in between which some remnants of tall and lofty buildings could be faintly seen, as well as some strange rocks and trees. This is the desolate ancient city? Nah, to be precise, this is just a small town on the border of the desolate ancient city. Yi Tian slowly nodded his head and said after scanning around. Oh, Chapter 123, Stepping into the Immortal Source Town. Xiao 13 was slightly stunned at his words and seemed to be somewhat surprised. Yi Tian, however, did not explain anything further, but waved his hand to signal him to shut up and raised his head to gaze towards a certain place in the void. This is called Immortal Origin Town. Yi Long disappeared here, so I'm going to look for it here. Hearing what Yi Tian said, Xiao 13 instantly understood something. Immortal Origin Town. So that's how it is. Xiao 13 nodded his head slightly as the light in his eyes flickered. In that case, let's take action now. Don't rush. Yi Tian, however, waved his hand to stop him. What? Do you still have any questions? Xiao 13 asked with a frown. Yi Tian pondered briefly and murmured. It is said that Immortal Origin Town is an ancient city with a long history. It is also the path to enter the desolate ancient road after all. Even if we want to look it up, we should look for someone to poke around first. Wouldn't we be going in hastily and entering a tiger's mouth? That's true, but we're new here. We don't even know what's around here. How can we talk about probing? There's no need to worry. I already had arrangements. Yi Tian waved his hand and said indifferently. As the words fell, he immediately touched out a piece of animal skin paper and quickly unfolded it and spread it out, casually picking up the wolf tooth pen on the table and quickly scribbling it. Soon after, a lifelike map appeared. This map depicted the detailed landforms and human information of Immortal Origin Town, and even included the distribution of nearby forces. Your map is very finely drawn. It looks decent. Xiao 13 scrutinized it carefully and could not help but praise it. Not bad. From this map, the entire Immortal Origin Town is roughly divided into two regions. Yi Tian pointed to the upper right corner of the map. This is the entrance to the desolate ancient road, and the other side is where the core area of Immortal Origin Town is located. Xiao Xi's eyes narrowed slightly as a look of vigilance passed through his eyes. According to the map labeling, the core area of Immortal Origin Town was a huge city whose scale was even larger and more prosperous than a Dao state. How far is this place from the entrance? Xiao 13 asked with a frown. Very close. Yi Tian slowly shook his head and said with a smile. Oh, Xiao 13 raised his eyebrows and was instantly interested. Yi Tian reached out and tapped the desktop, directly taking out a long sword and holding it in his hand. Then he swept up to the tall roof. Whoosh! The long sword broke the wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye into the vast night. This guy is really crazy enough to rush all night long? Seeing Yi Tian's actions, Xiao Xi's eyes were filled with a speechless look. However, when he remembered his strength and qualifications, he felt that it was not exaggerated. After all, being able to break through to the Jindan realm level in just less than 2 years was enough to prove how strong Yi Tian's cultivation talent was. Moreover, Yi Tian possessed such a heaven-defying existence as bloodline spirit power just like him. Although it wasn't too solid yet, as long as he gave it time, he would definitely be able to grow into an amazingly strong person. The night was hazy, Yi Tian sped all the way, and with the help of the transportation technique, he kept shuttling through the mountains and dense forests, and without realizing it, he came to the southern part of Immortal Origin Town. This place already belongs to the scope of Immortal Origin Town, but any cultivator who enters or leaves this area must register his name, identity and reason for coming. Otherwise strict prosecution is a violation of the Immortal Origin Town's regulations. A light penalty is imprisonment, and a heavy penalty is abolition. Yi Tian looked out at an expansive city in front of him and reminded in a deep voice. Xiao 13 nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I have already figured out this matter. After saying that, Xiao 13 also took out a blood-colored long knife and held it in his hand. Then urged, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. After Yi Tian saw this long knife, his eyes immediately revealed a flash of surprise. This knife was definitely at the saint weapon level. However, he did not ask much. After all, everyone had secrets. The two of them no longer hesitated and immediately turned into two long rainbows flying towards that city gate. Rumble. As the two of them approached, several low muffled sounds suddenly rang out from outside the city gate, as if there were several iron-armored chariots approaching. Two silhouettes swept out from the city gates to meet Yi Tian's duo. Stop! What kind of people? Report your name. The two black-clothed martial artists stood in mid-air, their breath bulging around them, emitting a stern and compelling pressure. Yi Tian's eyebrows jumped, and electricity flashed in his mind. This aura. Return to one realm. Yi Tian's face became much more grave. Although he relied on his powerful physical body, he ultimately did not dare to be arrogant. This was because he knew very well that if he really had to fight hard, with his current strength, he was just an ant in the eyes of others. He immediately pulled out a token. Both of you. This is the token. Yi Tian pulled out the Yi family's token, which was uniquely his. The two black-clothed martial artists were originally on guard, but after seeing the token, they instantly became respectful and bowed in a hurry to salute. Greetings to young master Yi Tian. Be excused. Thank you, young master. The duo solemnly clasped their fists in a rather humble manner. Yi Tian retrieved the token and calmly explained. Recently, many unfamiliar faces have come to Immortal Origin Town. These people have suspicious identities. If you encounter them, try to avoid them and pay no attention to them. At your service, young master Yi Tian. The two of them arched their hands and led the order. Yi Tian nodded his head slightly and immediately brought Xiao 13 to continue advancing. This dark night, the people of Immortal Origin Town were not particularly sparse, and there were not many pedestrians coming and going on the streets. However, Yi Tian knew that the more this situation was, the easier it was to be targeted. This was because he had already sensed that the secret sentries and scouts along the way were secretly spying on him, obviously monitoring his movements. Immortal Origin Town is heavily guarded and has many secret sentries, but with just these, they may not be able to stop us. Xiao 13 smiled proudly. His aura suddenly surged around him, preparing to force his way through. Yi Tian, however, frowned and raised his hand to pull him back. Brother Xiao doesn't need to be impatient. It's not too late to wait until we reach the entrance. Xiao 13 frowned, vaguely realizing that something was wrong. Yi Tian, could it be that you think? Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly as he smiled, his complexion unusually. I'm just guessing. Maybe it's just a coincidence, it's hard to say. Yi Tian said leisurely with a strange smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Coincidence? Xiao 13 shook his head and snorted. Moreover, the other party's reaction also made him feel deeply skeptical. Yi Tian's behavior just now did not seem like randomness. He seemed to have some kind of extremely strong premonition, certain that all these secret sentries and guards were rushing towards him. However, Yi Tian was unwilling to divulge the original reason, so he was also too lazy to investigate deeply. The two of them were in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance. It was a 10-odd feet thick stone pillar. Its body was black and shiny. Its surface was inscribed with an arcane and obscure rune, emitting a vicissitude in heavy atmosphere. No, there is an aura left behind by Yi Long here. Yi Tian's eyes flashed and he suddenly stopped, frowning as he surveyed the stone pillar. Oh, it's still true. Xiao Xii's eyes narrowed and he also began to carefully investigate. There was a long spear inserted under the stone pillar, the body of which was mutilated and stained with mottled blood. Moreover, judging from the traces, this broken spear had once been violently hit and damaged. Chapter 124 Yi Long becomes a demon. Ha! This kid Yi Long is quite cautious. Xiao 13 smiled indifferently. The prohibition arranged on this pitch-black stone pillar was a defense spell formation. Although it was incomplete and its power was weakened, it still blocked the attack that came earlier, allowing Yi Tian to pass through this place unharmed. Yi Tian gazed and scanned the surroundings and did not find any clues. However, even if he didn't personally examine it, he was already sure of it. There had indeed been a fierce fight here, and in this way, he had strengthened his guess. Go! Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air. his gaze gradually becoming sharp as a compelling aura surged around him. Whoosh! At the same time, 3 other silhouettes swept in from the distance and landed right beside them. All 3 of them were burly Hans with strong and majestic auras around them, all of them at the Jindan realm level. Who are you guys? How did you guys get in? The 3 of them landed nearby and had a wary stare at Yi Tian and the 2 of them. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 glanced at each other and could not help but frown slightly. The rules here. I don't think I need to say more, right? A brilliant light appeared between Xiao Xii's brows, and his aura rapidly climbed around him. Feeling the other party's strong aura, the 3 people's faces sank. What do you guys want? Quickly get out of the way. Outsiders are not welcome here, or else don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing the trio's warning, Yi Tian's brows furrowed and his face became gloomy. Xiao 13, on the other hand, shouted angrily as his murderous aura steeply erupted around him. Seek death. Outrageous. In that case, take them down for me. Berserk booms suddenly rose, accompanied by 3 angry roars. The 3 of them each waved their palms and slapped out. Do it! Yi Tian was also not prepared to stay in the fight, and with a furious roar, his aura suddenly flourished around him, accompanied by 3 loud bangs. Amazing spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly exploded, transforming into 3 purple ripples that swept in all directions. Xiao 13 was also not willing to show weakness, and the blood knife in his hand was horizontally banned, erupting with a horrifying bloody aura. Rumble! Terrifying rumbles shook the void, as if thunder resounded through the 8 directions. The cultivation level of the 3 was obviously much higher than the Yi Tian duo, but in this exchange of hands, they unexpectedly fell behind. The 3 people's hearts were suddenly in a state of shock, and their faces became incomparably ugly. Damn! How could their strength be so strong? No matter that much. Let's join forces and kill them. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and cursed furiously, immediately abandoning their defense and pouncing furiously towards each other. Violent booms resounded through the void, almost collapsing the entire mountain forest. However, in front of Yi Tian and Xiao Xii's ferocious attack, the 3 Jindan realm cultivators could not withstand it after all. After only a few breaths, 2 of them were forcefully killed by Yi Tian. However, just as Xiao 13 was about to kill the last person, Yi Tian hurriedly stopped the other party. Brother Xiao, wait a moment, leave a survivor. What is Brother Ye's intention? Xiao 13 asked with a frown. Keeping him might be of some use. Yi Tian slowly waved his hand. Immediately, he walked in front of the man, and after lifting the other's cloak, he only saw a man around 30 years of age with both his legs ruined, having long lost his fighting strength. There's one called Yi Long. You should know where he is, right? Yi Tian coldly inquired, his gaze stern and unrivaled. Yi family disciple. Yi Long? The man's face was filled with pain as he spoke with difficulty. Very well, lead the way. What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, the man let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground covering his injured leg. The corners of Yi Tian's eyes contracted, and his face revealed a cold light. If I didn't see that you were useful, would I be able to let you off lightly? Hurry up! If you dare to dawdle any longer, I will immediately send you to your death. The man gritted his teeth to endure the pain and climbed up, limping in front to lead the way, with Yi Tian and Xiao 13 at the back. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived outside a quiet compound. Yi Long is here. Here? Yi Tian's brows knitted tightly as he twisted his head to look at Xiao 13, seemingly a little hesitant. Well, is Yi Long here? That's right. This is the place. It will never be wrong. Xiao Xii's gaze was icy cold, his expression slightly grim. Then what are you still waiting for? Go in and search. Yes. Accompanied by a dull roar, Yi Tian and Xiao 13 broke through the door. When they went in, they only saw Yi Long sitting on his knees, running his energy to heal his wounds. Yi Tian let out a sigh, and then he turned his gaze coldly towards the Han who had brought them here. You guys really deserve to die. At this moment, although Yi Long was not dead, he had already suffered heavy injuries and his breath was low to the extreme. It looked like he could die at any time and his life was in danger. I said that you guys will pay the price. And now, you can die without fear. A fierce light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and he raised his hand to result in the life of the Han. But right at this moment, a strange aura suddenly enveloped him, causing him to frown. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes jumped and he suddenly stopped walking. And right at this moment, Yi Long, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 clusters of piercing blue light bloomed in his eyes. Hiss! Not good. Yi Tian's face changed drastically and wanted to retreat after sensing something wrong. Unfortunately, it was still too late. A dull roar rang out. Yi Tian's chest was hit and he was instantly blown away. He has been controlled. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao 13 directly drew out his blood saber to meet Yi Long, who was rushing towards Yi Tian. Boom boom boom. Intense booms resounded through the void as the blood-colored long knife slashed at Yi Long with its lingering might,
but did not cause any fatal trauma. On the contrary,
Yi Long's arms were raised in unison,
striking at Yi Tian through the air. Damn! What the hell is going on here? A deep blood scar was clearly running through Yi Tian's chest and abdomen in front and behind,
and blood stained his robes red.
Yi Tian sucked in cool air and was more than appalled for a moment. Yi Long's eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty red aura.
The corners of his mouth were hanging with a cold smile,
and his entire person exuded an astonishingly ferocious aura. It looked as if a devil. What the hell have these people done?
Yi Tian's lungs were about to explode with anger at this moment. The Yi Long in front of him was very much the Luokong he encountered before using the same kind of gong method. And what was even more bizarre was that these two gong methods even had connected parts, which looked very peculiar.
However,
what made him puzzled was that from the exchange of blows just now, the set of gong methods used by Yi Long was obviously too much stronger than Luokong's power.
Ow!
Yi Long let out an evil cry, and a lurid blue mist surged out around him.
These mists tossed and turned and coalesced into shape, as if it was an evil scaly dragon with teeth and claws. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Yi Tian was forced into a bitter battle.
The scene was perilous.
At the same time,
the things here had already attracted the attention of some people.
If they didn't leave as soon as possible,
he was afraid that it would be difficult for him and Xiao 13 to leave.
Yi Tian, if we don't leave now, it will be too late later.
Xiao Xii's brows were furrowed as he shouted sternly, his eyes filled with anxiety.
Now that Yi Tian had been injured,
his strength had severely decreased, and if he continued to delay like this,
he would definitely be in fear of his life.
Chapter 125, The True Spirit's First Show of Power. Yi Tian shook his head and snorted coldly,
his face showing determination. Humph! You go first, I will come back later. You!
Xiao Xii's face turned blue as he sniffed, anger rising in his eyes.
Yi Tian's attitude made him quite irritated, but the situation was urgent now, so there was no way for him to continue arguing. Unable to do anything else, he slashed hard at Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian turned to look with some incredulity,
but fainted in the next moment. Xiao 13 did not dare to have the slightest stay.
Back up! Yi Tian quickly turned around and swept away into the dense forest. In the moment Xiao 13 disappeared,
a dozen or so figures emitting black gas surged into the area.
After seeing the scene in front of them,
all of them revealed a look of surprise.
Surprisingly, there are still fish that missed the net. Humph! Forget about them, find that kid, go after him. Yes!
With the urging of the crowd, a dozen or so figures transformed into a shadow and swept into the depths of the dense forest,
disappearing into the night. A few moments later, a loud shout suddenly spread out, followed by another shocking fluctuation erupting from the depths of the dense forest.
This time the fluctuation lasts longer, after a full T Kung Fu to gradually calm down,
and finally completely silent dissipation. At this moment,
Xiao 13 was carrying Yi Tian on his back as he swept towards the 81st city of the desolate ancient road.
This was the last line of defense of the desolate ancient road, and although there wouldn't be too many strong people inside, there would at least be a saint guarding it, so as long as they arrived there at least their safety could be guaranteed. However,
this was not the case,
because 100 feet away in front of the two of them, there were three black-robed cultivators who exuded a cold murderous aura. Their cultivation auras were all at the peak level of peak Jindan, and one had even reached the early stage of Yuaning.
*********.
Xiao Xii's face was gloomy to the extreme as he cursed,
but did not choose to turn around and escape. He knew that he was by no means a match for these people, and he feared that he would die if he rashly charged. While the thoughts in his mind were turning, Xiao 13 suddenly stamped his feet and swept towards the right side with the help of the strong spiritual power.
Just at the moment he leapt out, a cold light suddenly lit up, as if a poisonous snake spitting out a letter like shooting. Hiss! Not good!
Xiao 13 felt his heart palpitate and hurriedly waved his blood knife to block it.
Rumble! In the manic loud sound,
the blood-colored blade light collapsed, while the cold light continued to shoot without any reduction in momentum.
Damn! At the critical moment,
Xiao 13 couldn't care less and poured the remaining spiritual energy in his body into his palm and slapped it out with all his might. In the violent collision sound, Xiao 13 stifled a snort, and his body fell tens of feet under the violent trembling before stabilizing his body.
On the other hand,
the person on the opposite side of the early Yuaning stage merely swayed slightly before attacking again.
Damn it!
Xiao 13 gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes becoming more and more hideous. Facing a strong enemy of this realm, he simply did not have any chance of winning.
However,
he did not sit back and wait for death. Taking advantage of the opening in his opponent's attack,
he immediately turned around and prepared to return and retreat.
However, the other two people on the opposite side seemed to have anticipated that he would make this move. A hideous color surfaced at the corner of their mouths, and their figures swayed to suddenly block his path.
Get out of the way.
Xiao 13 cursed angrily as both his fists shook wildly and slammed out.
Boom!
A violent roar resounded through the valley. Xiao 13 was forced backward several feet before he was able to stop.
Want to leave? Do not even have a chance. That Yuaning realm cultivator's words revealed strong contempt and mockery. Since you're here, leave your life behind.
The other person sneered and directly pounced on him,
while at the same time,
two sharp swords broke through the air like lightning.
Boom!
In the sound of sword whistles, a sharp sword light tore through the void and chopped wildly.
Trouble! Xiao 13 cursed, and in his haste, he could not dodge in time, and could only stiffly raise his arms to resist.
There was a muffled sound. The sharp sword light landed on top of his arms. Xiao 13 screamed miserably and spewed out a mouthful of blood. His body fell out in a lousy manner for more than 10 feet before barely stopping his decline.
Brother Xiao, Yi Tian, who was in a coma,
suddenly opened his eyes,
and after seeing everything around him, he was instantly furious. Who exactly are you people? Yi Tian gritted his teeth and roared lowly, his gaze icy cold. Guess.
A black-robed martial artist with a black scarf on his face let out a sardonic laugh. His eyes filled with contempt.
Hearing the other party's flirtation, the anger in Yi Tian's heart could no longer be suppressed. However, without waiting for him to say anything, the Yuaning-level black-robed martial artist on the side grabbed the first strike. A berserk roar suddenly rang out as this person directly executed the most severe means, a white pike sweeping wildly. Outrageous!
Yi Tian had originally thought of using the Golden Crow True Spirit to deal with these people, but suddenly being knocked out and taken away by Xiao 13 was something he had not expected.
However, now was not the time to talk about this. What was important was that these three people had to be dealt with. You people, today, let you know what happens when you anger old me.
Sun True Scripture.
Refine it for me.
Along with Yi Tian's words, the Golden Crow Supreme Body was completely galvanized, and with the increase of the Sun True Scripture, a Golden Crow silhouette appeared behind him. This was a true Golden Crow True Spirit, although he was unable to operate it to the extreme, but even a tenth of its power was definitely enough to deal with these people.
Sun True Flame, condense. Under the golden light, Yi Tian grasped the air,
and the surrounding emptiness steeply twisted and changed,
and a big golden sun suspended in midair was definitely condensed. At the same time, dazzling flames rushed out from this round of big sun,
turning into a thick pillar of fire that rolled out wildly.
In the dull roar, the entire valley shook, almost being overturned,
and within the scope of the fire pillar's shroud, the three black-clothed martial artists were all trapped as well.
How is it possible? Quickly escape! The three people's faces changed drastically as they kept exclaiming in horror.
They had never expected that Yi Tian would have such a means. What shocked them even more was that it was as if this power had a natural restraint on them. The very first exchange of hands had caused them to be trapped, and if the stalemate continued, the ending would be hard to predict.
Ha, why aren't you mad anymore?
Xiao 13 naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity.
The light in his eyes skyrocketed.
His right hand raised and stabbed out fiercely. The blood-red long knife instantly pierced through the void, carrying a sharp and ear-piercing harsh whistling speedily rotating and piercing.
No! Save me! Ah! In a miserable scream, the chest of the nearest black-robed martial artist was directly pierced through. With a flash of blood, the man planted himself on the ground with a miserable howl. The remaining two were scared out of their wits at the sight and turned around to vanish. However,
Xiao 13 did not give them a chance at all. His left hand clenched his fist and blasted out before his right hand's blood aura released at first glance, directly shattering the other person's flesh with a single punch. The remaining Yuaning-level black-robed man was terrified in his heart and tried to think of how to get away, but not waiting for him to react. A red flame stream of light had already furiously soared,
devouring him in an instant. No!
The terrified screams ended abruptly and disappeared without a trace a moment later.
Chapter 126, The Extraterrestrial World. Brother Xiao, next time worrying isn't knocking me out.
Yi Tian helplessly looked at Xiao 13 who was covered in blood, with a hint of teasing in his words. Xiao 13 naturally understood what Yi Tian meant and endured the pain with a bitter smile. His eyes filled with complex colors. Yi Tian's so-called concern was actually reminding him that if it wasn't for the other party's timely awakening, it was estimated that the two of them would have already fallen into each other's hands by now, although he knew that Yi Tian was concerned about himself.
Brother Yi, thanks, you're welcome.
After the two of them had a few simple sentences of small talk, they each closed their eyes and rested on their knees to recover from their injuries. Yi Tian quickly completed his recovery after taking a few pills.
Standing up and moving around for a few moments,
he suddenly changed his face and couldn't help but suck in a cool breath as a hint of gloom flashed across his brows.
Brother Yi, are you injured? It's fine. I'll be fine after refining it. We'd better hurry up and go to the desolate ancient city. Yi Tian desperately wanted to find Man Meow Fairy right now.
The other party had been following those powerhouses from the 3000 Dao state to fend off the extraterritorial disciples before. Now, there was no telling how the other party's situation was. Once he thought about this, he did not dare to think further. Shao 13 slowly nodded in agreement after frowning slightly. The two of them immediately stepped onto their flying swords and sped towards the northwest. Crisis was everywhere in the desolate ancient, and there was killing and death everywhere, especially in certain special areas. It was said that even sage-level powerhouses could fall. However, as the last line of defense of the desolate ancient road, those truly great powers from outside the domain who wanted to kill here had to capture the previous 80 cities. Moreover, it was rumored that within the first city, there was a figure at the level of a great emperor in attendance. Other people might scoff, but Yi Tian understood that it was true because that great emperor was his old man. Brother Yi, you said earlier that the 3000 road state was in turmoil, so is my master coming to the desolate ancient road as well? Shao 13 asked with a grave expression. That's not bad, but characters like the 5 Holy Land Patriarch level should all be on the front line, at least in the top 20 cities. Upon hearing this, Shao 13 exhaled deeply and sighed darkly. Sigh, I hope he is alright. He knew very well that with his master's character, if he was involved in a battle with the disciples of the extraterrestrial realm, he would definitely be at the forefront. Yi Tian nodded and did not say much. He certainly understood this. The two of them chatted as they flew, and shortly afterward they finally arrived outside the 81 cities of the desolate ancient road. Looking far ahead, a gray haze obscured their vision, as if there was a strange and inexplicable power hindering them. Brother Shao, this is the teleportation passage, and after entering, there is no turning back. Looking at the huge whirlpool in front of him, Shao 13 nodded gently, and then, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, the two figures quickly merged into the gray mist and lost their traces in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, Yi Tian only felt his body suddenly shudder violently. Immediately afterward, a burst of rich spiritual energy hit his face, causing him to instantly feel relaxed and indescribably refreshed. This is the extraterrestrial world, isn't it? Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes shot out, full of excitement. Raising his eyes and scanning the surroundings, he found that there was not much difference between this place and the outside world, and even the spiritual energy in the air was much more abundant. But no matter what, the scene in front of him still made him extremely energized. Welcome to the desolate ancient road. Just as Yi Tian was exulting and praising, a slightly hoarse and low voice suddenly rang out. Who? Yi Tian was stunned at the sound of the voice and turned his head to see a short, dark-skinned, skinny old man standing proudly in midair with his hands behind his back. Underneath his feet, there was a zhang-long crack spanning the void, vaguely revealing a vicissitude and long-lasting aura of age. When Yi Tian gazed at it, he could not help but be surprised as the corners of his eyes contracted. This crack extended for more than 1,000 feet long, as if it was a huge dragon that crossed the entire sky, emitting an aura of vicissitude and vastness. I didn't expect that there are actually so many little cubs this time. It seems that the immortal domain side has done a great job over the years. Yi Tian sniffed and thought of a saint that his big sister had once talked about. You are Venerable Baibo? Ha! You've actually heard of me? Venerable Baibo frowned slightly as he looked at Yi Tian. A hint of surprise swept through his eyes. One should know that he had retired from the top 10 cities, and even those geniuses of the older generation had many who had not heard of his name. Yi Tian bowed slightly while patting Shao 13 beside him, signaling the other party to join him. Late generation once heard my sister talk about you. One person alone battled the 8 saints from outside the domain. That battle could be described as the sky collapsing. It seems that even the walls of the second city were shattered. Oh, who is your sister? Essence light blossomed in Venerable Baibo's eyes. Yi Wu Ji, Yi Tian said calmly, but he knew that the other party must have guessed this information long ago. Ha, I didn't expect you're actually her brother. Venerable Baibo laughed up to the sky with a very excited expression. Senior knows my sister? More than knowing. She is my lifesaver. Oh, no wonder Senior was left here. I guess you and my sister are considered old friends? Not bad. When I was fighting with those filthy things, I was helplessly backstabbed. I thought I would die for sure. But fortunately I met Yi Yao. If not for that, I was afraid that I would have already returned to the 9 hells. I see. Yi Tian suddenly realized. It looked like Venerable Baibo was very strong. Otherwise she wouldn't have escaped to live in that terrifying battle. However, I haven't heard her say that she has a younger brother. When these words came out, the air around him seemed to chill a few points, and when Yi Tian looked at Venerable Baibo again, he only saw that the other party was looking at him with a murderous intent. Bad. Yi Tian thought of the fact that he was unable to cultivate before, so his family had not revealed any news about him to the outside world in order to protect him. and it was only these two that he had cultivated up. Now he hadn't seen this big sister of his for 7 or 8 years. Plus, the token belonging to his identity had already been handed over to the subordinates, and now there was no way to prove his identity at all. Just when he didn't know what to do, a familiar female voice suddenly came from the distance. Senior by Bo. He is the youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor. I can prove this. Yi Tian's heart trembled when he heard this voice, and he hurriedly turned around to confirm. After seeing that familiar figure, Yi Tian was instantly thrilled. Master! Yi Tian exclaimed in shock and directly ran over. The youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor? Venerable Bai Bo raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze flickering non-stop. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly at his words. Senior, there is some misunderstanding between this. He hurriedly told the story of how he was unable to cultivate when he was a child, and then told what happened later. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Venerable Bai Bo was first stunned and then laughed out loud. Ha ha, you are quite frank, worthy of being the son of a heavenly emperor, not arrogant or impatient. Chapter 127 Grinding and Proficiency. Xiao Tian, why are you here? Where is Ao Duan? Man Miao Fairy didn't pay attention to this little old man, but inquired about another matter of Yi Tian. Lin Ao dust humph. You don't need to hide anything for him. He should have come with you, right? Why didn't he come with you? Cough cough, we separated when we entered the uninhabited forbidden zone. Yi Tian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head as he replied. Separated? When was that? Why didn't he tell me? Man Miao Fairy's pretty face was frosty as she coldly asked. It's not for fear of disagreements when searching for the chance, so he chose to separate. Yi Tian scratched his head, and also hastily signaled Xiao 13 to explain for himself. Senior Man Miao is in no hurry. It's like this. Xiao 13 took a deep breath, quickly walked closer and respectfully saluted. He recounted the matter that separated the four of them earlier. Oh, after listening, the manly fairy slowly nodded her head. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Senior Bai Bo, I'll take the two of them away. The Man Miao Fairy waved her hand in a gesture, and then she stood up and swept towards the front. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 glanced at each other, each nodding their heads and smiling. They all rose up in unison and chased after Man Miao Fairy's back. A few moments later, the three of them traversed through the layers of mists and arrived at the top of a lofty mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking out, Yi Tian and Xiao 13 couldn't help but have their eyes suddenly light up, because a vast and boundless grassland appeared in front of them, and the spiritual qi was dense to the extreme. Is this the 81st city? Sure enough, what a dense spiritual qi. Yi Tian's face was filled with shock and horror as he felt the extremely dense spiritual qi around him. Don't think that you guys are geniuses now. Here, there are so many geniuses. In fact, after the changes in the Tao state, there were many geniuses that were snowed in that came out, and some of them have already traveled to the cities ahead. That's why you should seize the opportunity to cultivate. The Golden Dan realm is just the beginning for you. The manly fairy looked at the vast herb garden in front of her, relief and hope flowing from her beautiful eyes. Got it, master. Thanks for reminding Senior. Yi Tian and Xiao 13 arched their hands in obeisance and began to cultivate in seclusion. As Yi Tian began to cultivate, an illusory golden crow true spirit gradually emerged in the dantian of his body. Although it was an illusory object, it was emitting an extremely rich golden light, as if it was condensed from amethyst. This was a huge to the extreme pure aura that was transformed. Yi Tian did not rush to refine this extremely pure spiritual qi. Instead, he followed the Sun True scripture to run his gongfu and quench his physical body. This time, he was prepared to step into the 5th level of Jindan in one go. After all, he had just obtained this Gong method and still needed to hone and skill it. At the same time, he was also trying to see if there would be a lightning tribulation when he broke through the Jindan realm like before. Rumble! Rolling aura raged inside Yi Tian, crazily quenching his blood veins, sinews, skin muscles and even every inch of his cells. A crackling sound made Yi Tian's entire body feel like he was in a sea of thunder. And this painful ordeal lasted for about an incense stick of time before it finally slowly calmed down. And at this time, Yi Tian's entire body's aura had skyrocketed by more than a few times. It's done! His eyes opened steeply, and a brilliant aura shot out from his eyes. Afterwards, he opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He only felt light and relaxed, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. So refreshing! Yi Tian clenched his fists and couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Then he violently lifted his foot and stomped towards the boulder next to him. Only a dull crash was heard as the hard rock under Yi Tian's feet instantly crumbled apart, and a huge concave pit appeared. On the other hand, Yi Tian did not move at all, as if he had only done a rare and ordinary thing. Yi Tian's strength, in this short half a day's time, had once again skyrocketed, reaching the 5th level of Jindan.
Right. It's just right to check out the Desolate Ancient ranking list. I don't know where I'm ranked now. Yi Tian thought of the Desolate Ancient ranking and he took out a jade talisman.
The divine sense then probed into it and began to consult it.
Soon, he saw his ranking, which was actually 96th. Not bad.
The corner of Yi Tian's mouth drew a bright smile. He did not expect that he had actually ascended to the 96th place, which was simply beyond his expectations. One had to know that from the time he entered the uninhabited forbidden zone, his ranking had always been outside of 100. Now he had ascended to 96th place, which was enough to prove that he had gained a lot during this period of time. It should be because I obtained the power of the Golden Crow origin, which prompted a huge increase in my strength.
Yi Tian muttered, very clear about all of this. While cultivating in that golden flame,
Yi Tian took the opportunity to fuse and devour those Golden Crow blood. Not only did it raise his physique by several levels, it also caused the quality of the Golden Dan to be raised. The so-called Jin Dan was the beginning of the cultivator's body that birthed the Yuaning. It was a cultivator's foundation and the strongest means.
When he reached the Yuaning realm, his Golden Crow true spirit could definitely exert unexpected power. Phew, finally, I've broken through another realm, and I'm even closer to the next realm. Yi Tian let out a deep breath,
his eyes showing anticipation.
Nowadays,
his cultivation was at the early stage of the 5th level of Jindan, but his actual fighting ability had long been far above that of ordinary martial artists.
Moreover,
Yi Tian's Sun True Scripture had already reached the level of the 3rd layer of the Great Perfection, and was just one step short of being completely completed.
At that time, the Golden Crow true spirit would regain its splendor and its battle power would definitely skyrocket. Time passed little by little. While Yi Tian and Xiao 13 were waiting for Lin Ao dust to arrive, a major event had also occurred in the 81st city, and that was the news from the front that there were extraterritorial disciples lurking in the 81st city ready to hunt down and kill the geniuses of the Dao state. Originally, many people thought that this was just a rumor spread by those extraterritorial disciples. However, when the news spread that a cultivator who had just arrived at the desolate ancient path had been intercepted and killed halfway, the crowd immediately sat up and took notice. The news spread and eventually even reached the ears of all the bigwigs. Now, all the major clans and families dispatched their strong men to the desolate ancient road to search for those extraterrestrial disciples who were hiding in it. At the same time, there was another place on the desolate ancient road. There were two people sitting cross-legged within a cave, and compared to the dark environment around them, their bodies were flickering with a light golden luminescence. The two of them were none other than Yi Tian and Xiao 13. On this day, their bodies simultaneously blossomed with an astonishing haze of light, enveloping them in a succession of visions. Afterward, the haze light dissipated. The cultivation of the duo had stabilized and their strength had skyrocketed. Brother Yi, congratulations on another breakthrough. Xiao 13 opened his eyes with a bright smile on his face. Just as the two were pondering where to go next, the figure of the manly fairy suddenly appeared beside the two. Chapter 128 Master is Master. I am me. Feeling that delicate figure, Xiao Xii's heart trembled slightly as a flash of adoration swept across his eyes before he quickly recovered his indifference. What's wrong with you two? Have you forgotten the dangers in the desolate ancient mysterious realm? Fairy Manmiao raised her eyebrows, her pretty face tinged with anger. Seeing this, Xiao 13 hurriedly bowed to make amends. I don't dare. It's just that disciple heard that in the center of this secret land, there seems to exist some sort of treasure, and I want to go ahead and try my luck to see if I can come across any strange encounters. Treasure? Fairy Manmiao frowned slightly. She naturally knew Xiao Xii's intentions. Is that kind of place that easy to break into? You guys shouldn't know what's happening outside yet, right? Manmiao Fairy's beautiful eyes swept a glance at the duo of Yi Tian and Xiao 13 and said blandly. Yi Tian froze when he heard this and asked doubtfully, what is it that Master Teacher is referring to? Although that extraterritorial person's strength is not bad, they are not invincible. They can't make any waves in this space. Speaking here, after the manly fairy paused for a moment, her voice abruptly turned cold. According to the news, those people from outside the domain are secretly preparing to set up ambushes in the ancient forbidden land to hunt down the geniuses of the Dao state who enter it to train. Hearing the manly fairy's words, Yi Tian's heart thumped as a touch of gravity surged in his heart. Since that group of people from outside the domain has set their eyes on us, let's avoid the front line for now. Xiao 13 opened his mouth and suggested, obviously also realizing that the situation was grim. After all, the people from outside the domain who were here all had notable strength. However, you guys don't have to worry too much. Those truly powerful extraterrestrials won't enter here. After all, those seniors in front of us aren't eating dry rice. The highest that can come here is only at the Yuaning level. So you guys just need to be as careful as possible. The manly fairy continued to add. Many thanks for your guidance, Master.
Yi Tian and Xiao 13 cupped their fists and saluted in unison to express their gratitude. They both knew that in this desolate ancient path, besides the two of them, there were many other geniuses from the Dao state. These people were all the pride of their clans, and if they encountered a sneak attack from the extraterritorial disciples, they were afraid that they would be in a bad way. Alright, I should go too. The manly fairy waved her hand towards the two of them and her figure gradually became illusory, slowly turning transparent. Yi Tian, we will meet again. Manhwa fairy let out a light sigh. Then her figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely disappeared. Within the 81st city, Yi Tian and Xiao 13 arrived above the square where the desolate ancient monument was located. This was the first time they came out to turn around when they came to the desolate ancient road. Compared to the 3000 road state, this place was obviously more suitable for martial cultivators to live in. So the desolate ancient monument was not constructed on top of a mountain range. Instead, it was constructed on top of a huge platform that was flat and open. At this moment, many cultivators had already gathered around the square. All of them were new disciples who had just stepped onto the desolate ancient road, or veteran cultivators. In the center of the plaza, a stone monument that was about 10 feet long and black as ink stood there. It showed an arcane and inexplicable texture all over its body, as if it were a wandering dragon winding around, emitting an extremely cool and ancient flavor that took the heart's breath away. This is the desolate ancient tablet. It is rumored to be cast from 10,000 years of cold iron, possessing unfathomable might. The desolate ancient monument, which opens every other year, is a chance given to new cultivators arriving on the desolate ancient path. It is said that this desolate ancient monument contains a complete law, and as long as one comprehends the law contained within, it is enough to make one's martial cultivation skyrocket. Looking at the dark stone monument in front of him, a burst of discussion resounded around the square. Yi Tian looked up, but saw the words desolate ancient path written on the top of the desolate ancient monument. Desolate ancient monument, desolate ancient road. What kind of secret is hidden here? Yi Tian muttered and whispered. The essence in his eyes flickered, and his heart became more and more curious. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly stirred up, each one of them yelling excitedly. Immediately afterward, one could see silhouettes in the distance, rushing towards the side. It's Chen Tianpeng. He's really here. Xiao Xii's gaze instantly lit up when he saw one of the leading figures. Chen Tianpeng, ranked 9th in the Dao State's heavenly ranking, was extremely strong, second only to the saint sons of the 5 major powers in the Dao State. Moreover, his background was very strong. Being the grandson of the contemporary emperor lord of the Chun clan's imperial dynasty, his status was noble. The moment Chen Tianpeng appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Ha ha, Xiao 13, you are also here? Seeing Xiao 13, Chen Tianpeng was first slightly stunned, then he walked in large strides. Brother Chen, Xiao 13 greeted him with a smile. With regards to Chen Tianpeng, he did not dislike him. Instead, he also greatly appreciated the other party's character. You have also obtained the qualification to enter the desolate ancient forbidden land for training. That's really impressive. Xiao 13 patted Chen Tianpeng's shoulder with a brotherly gesture. Chen Tianpeng shook his head and laughed bitterly. I was also forced to do nothing. If I didn't come, my grandfather was afraid that he would beat me to death alive. Xiao 13 froze when he heard this, and then cursed with a laugh. Your grandfather is really ruthless. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly erupted into a heaven-shattering cheer, and everyone's gazes converged towards the east side of the square. There stood several young figures with majestic chi and blood, their bodies boiling with battle intent. All of them were top demons from various sect forces. It's those few. Seeing those several young men and women, Xiao Xii's pupils suddenly shrunk and his face instantly sank. What? Are they very strong? Yi Tian curiously asked after them. Xiao 13 nodded his head and explained. These people are heavenly prides from Beiwei Prefecture and Xiling Prefecture respectively. Peng Shichuan from Beiwei Prefecture, Li Yun from Xiling Prefecture. Hearing Xiao Xii's narration, Yi Tian immediately revealed a surprised expression. It turned out that these guys, all of them, were the top demons from the various sect forces in the Dao state. In that case, these are the ones who have been snowed under, and will only appear when a great power is about to arrive? Yi Tian took a deep breath as his gaze gradually became gloomy. Although they belonged to the same Dao state realm, Yi Tian knew that the competition here was 100 times more brutal than the 3000 Dao states. If newcomers like them wanted to obtain opportunities on the desolate ancient road, they had to rely on their own skills. Even if he and Xiao 13 teamed up, they might not be able to steadily overwhelm the other heavenly prides. Brother Xiao, we need to hurry up and ascend the desolate ancient monument. Otherwise, if we wait for them to come over, I'm afraid that they'll take our place again. Yi Tian frowned and reminded. The two of them together only had 2 inscription formations, so they couldn't block the attacks of the others. And at this moment, Xiao 13 seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at Yi Tian.
Brother Yi, you seem to your master. Stop it. Master is master. I am me. You stay out of it. Chapter 129 Opening of the Desolate Ancient Tablet. That's also true. However, I feel that Fairyman Meow seems to have some other for you. He.
Xiao 13 seemed to be deliberately uttering such words at a glance.
Alright, I will take care of my things. I just don't know how those two guys Lin Ao Dust and Wang Dao Xian are doing. How come they haven't come over yet? It can't be that something has happened, right? Yi Tian frowned.
There was a hidden worry in his heart.
Don't worry.
With their strength they shouldn't be in danger.
It's probably delayed by running into some trouble.
Xiao 13 comforted, and then led Yi Tian to continue ascending the desolate ancient monument. But just as they were about to ascend the last 2 stone steps, a sudden change occurred.
Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, dark clouds rolled over the plaza and the wind howled. A moment later, a brilliant golden rainbow broke through the heavens and swept in with a terrifying killing aura. What kind of person is that?
Hiss, the aura is too scary. The crowd sucked in cold air, their faces filled with horror.
At the same time,
Chen Tianping and Xiao 13 in the square also had their gazes fixed and could not help but frown, because the terrifying aura that escaped from above that golden rainbow caused them to feel a great pressure.
Moreover,
that golden rainbow was as fast as electricity,
and in the blink of an eye,
it landed near the stone monument in the center of the square.
Swish! The dazzling golden light disappeared,
revealing a young man dressed in gold.
Ha! It's actually him! Xiao Xi's eyes rounded as a trace of shock surfaced on his face. Who? Yi Tian inquired with a frown.
This person seems to be a genius that appeared in the 3000 Dao States Odd Man's Mansion a few decades ago.
Named Lu Qilin. Oh, he was the first genius of the Odd Man's Mansion? Could it be that he was snowed under? Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a wisp of essence after a slight contemplation.
The Odd Man's Mansion was the oldest sect power in the 3000 Dao State, with a long heritage and deep roots, and it was said that there were many powerful people sitting inside. It seems that this great power in the world has drawn out quite a few people who have been snowed under.
Yi Tian's eyebrows danced as a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. However, he wasn't worried as he had the confidence to surpass these people. After all, he had the assistance of the system cheater, and these people were definitely unable to fight against him. And just at this time, a grim voice suddenly rang out. Humph, Lu Qilin, you've finally given up and come out of the gate. As the voice appeared, only Chen Tianping slowly stepped onto the ring. At the same time, the other 4 figures also stepped onto the ring, their auras surging and raging around them. In particular, the brocade-robed man who walked at the front was even more scary to the crowd. He had a straight and slender figure, sword eyebrows flying, his features were handsome and extraordinary, and his body's aura was outstanding, as if he was born to be as noble as an emperor. His name is Chu War. He is a member of the Imperial clan, and his strength is extremely strong.
Xiao 13 whispered a word of reminder.
Imperial clan?
Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled, his expression filled with disdain.
Even stronger? Could it still be stronger than the Ouyang family, the top of the 9 great families in the Dao state? Xiao 13 sighed darkly and was non-committal. Brother Xiao, you don't need to worry. These people don't dare to do anything to us. Not to mention, there's you, Yi Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, he looked up at Lu Qilin with undisguised hostility in his gaze. This time, when the desolate ancient monument opens, perhaps there are people from outside the domain hiding inside, so we must be careful and cautious again, so we don't get backstabbed. Aha!
Xiao 13 nodded solemnly,
his expression incomparably serious. Humph, Lu Qilin, however,
smiled coldly and did not take it to heart at all.
A few extraterrestrial junior generations. Lu, will not be afraid. Lu Qilin's demeanor was wild and domineering. He stood proudly with his arms on his back, as if he was looking out of the corner of his eye, shocking the entire arena. Since you are so confident, then I will wait and see. Yi Tian shook his head and snorted, turning around and walking into the inscription formation.
Xiao 13 glanced deeply at Lu Qilin and similarly turned around to walk towards the inscription formation.
These losers are really insensitive. Knowing that I, Lu, am here, how dare they still attempt to ascend the desolate ancient monument?
Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly, a cold light appearing in the depths of his eyes.
Inside the desolate ancient monument, Yi Tian appeared on top of a mountain peak.
I didn't expect that this is actually a small world inside,
and the aura is extremely dense. Yi Tian looked around and quickly discovered the end.
The richness of the aura of this place was far superior to any secret realm he had ever seen,
and it was even as if it had been there. It seems that this should be the cave-blessed land left behind by the ancestors. No wonder quite a few strong martial arts practitioners could be born over the years. So there is something else here. Yi Tian nodded and said thoughtfully,
He was just about to take a step forward when he suddenly had a footstep.
Something's not right.
Yi Tian's gaze flashed and his face suddenly changed.
In the void ahead, an invisible pressure filled the air, causing him to feel an incomparable strain. And just when he wanted to take a step forward, he suddenly realized that his entire body had stiffened. How can this oppression be so strong? Yi Tian's face suddenly changed drastically, and his eyelids twitched fiercely. This scene made him instantly understand. The invisible pressure just now did not appear out of thin air, but rather, it was illuminated by some sort of forbidden means. The power of this forbidden means was simply unbelievable. Yi Tian was simply unable to resist it in the slightest and could not even move a bit. He could only stay frozen in place, allowing the power of the prohibition to imprison him to death. This is bad. Yi Tian's face was unsightly, his mood anxious and tense. This bizarre situation had taken him by surprise. He had never expected that he would encounter such a huge obstacle after just a few steps forward. This made him feel incomparably stifled and helpless. Alas, it's just that. It seems that the only thing to do is to wait for the forbidden pressure to weaken. Although he was very regretful, Yi Tian had no choice when things had come to this. He could only silently pray that the forbidden pressure would weaken as much as possible. Otherwise, even if he could walk to the edge of the stone pillar, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to touch it. Thinking of this, he could only sit on his knees and adjust his state. Right at the same time Yi Tian was trapped. The remaining few disciples also suffered a similar situation. However, they were more fortunate. They were only blocked by the forbidden pressure, and were able to remain active for the time being. And in this mountain range, there were a total of 9 entrances that led to the various levels of the desolate ancient monument. And at this moment, at the entrance closest to Yi Tian, 2 black-clothed martial artists stood there observing something. This Yi Tian is really unlucky, one of the black-clothed men said with a sneer on his face. I heard that he's a man of extraordinary origins, and he's pissed off a lot of people by claiming to be the son of a great emperor. So, our prey this time can be easily solved? Another person hemmed and hawed. That's right, with Yi Tian's temperament and strength, there's no need for the 2 of us to personally take care of this trash. Hearing their conversation, the other man in black couldn't help but grin as well. Chapter 130, The Attack of the Evil Demons from Outside the Domain. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and strike, lest the night be long and dreamy. Ha ha, alright, let's slaughter this fellow and sacrifice his blood to the flag. With that, the 2 of them were ready to strike. Just at this time, shocking fluctuations suddenly erupted in the distance, as if someone was in a big fight. Ha, there's something going on. The 2's eyes lit up and they immediately rushed over towards there. Ha, there's actually a cave there? Whatever, it's not Yi Tian anyway. The 2 quickly rushed over, and they really saw a huge cave, the entrance of which was covered in moss and was dark and damp. From the surface, it looked like someone had mistakenly entered it, but no one noticed that there was a circle of fine runes flowing beyond the entrance of this cave. Rumble! Right at this moment, a strong aura suddenly descended and directly enveloped the duo, frightening them so much that their faces turned pale and they nearly collapsed to the ground. Hiss! What is that thing? The duo lost their colors in horror, only feeling their breathing dull, and the spiritual energy in their bodies almost stopped functioning. So powerful. Just what kind of person is it? Why is his aura so terrifying? As the 2 were horrified, they suddenly realized that a figure had rushed out from the cave entrance. This figure was covered in red flames and fire, emitting a monstrous killing intent, just like a world-covering demon king. Ha, it's you! After seeing the figure clearly, the 2 of them immediately exclaimed in shock, because this person was clearly Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian's body was surging with monstrous murderous energy, and it was obvious that his killing intent was great. Boom! In an instant, the rolling killing aura swept in all directions, directly drowning the 2 men. Damn it! The 2 men cursed angrily, drawing their swords and swinging, trying their best to resist the monstrous killing spirit. Poof! In just the blink of an eye, a hideous wound appeared on the 2 of them, dripping with blood. You 2 are looking for death! Yi Tian roared sternly, both fists shaking wildly, rolling fist-ons blasting out with a thunderous momentum. Boom boom! A dull explosion ensued, and the 2 black-clothed martial artists were sent flying several feet away on the spot. At the same time, the weapons of the 2 had long since flown out of their hands, landing on the ground and smashing to pieces. Damn it! Run! The 2 gritted their teeth and roared lowly, desperately urging their companions to flee. Humph! Want to go? Too late! Yi Tian bellowed and pounced up. A dull roar rippled out. The cultivator behind him was instantly killed, but one eventually escaped. Quickly go and invite senior brother Gao. Yi Tian collected his breath and scanned his surroundings, realizing that there were no bystanders, before he exhaled a long, stuffy breath.
I didn't expect that these extraterrestrial disciples really followed them in.
I just don't know who their leader is. Who cares who they are? Since they dared to offend me, they have to pay the price. Yi Tian snorted coldly, then turned around and swept towards the giant square in front of him. He wanted to enter the deeper depths of the desolate ancient monument first, to see what kind of scene that stone monument was. However, he had just walked out a few dozen feet away when he suddenly changed his expression slightly and slowly turned his head to look at the forest wood on his left. Yi Tian's brows furrowed and his eyes revealed a puzzled look. Behind that giant tree, there seemed to be some kind of dangerous existence hidden. Moreover, judging from the other party's aura, it did not seem too unusual. Yi Tian slightly weighed the situation, and with a step of his right foot, he wanted to turn around and retreat. But at this moment, a cold and violent voice suddenly sounded. Kid, it's not that easy to leave. Before the words fell, a black mist steeply rose from the woods in front of him on the left, instantly filling the void and obscuring the sunlight. And along with the emergence of the black mist, a black-clothed silhouette also stepped out and walked towards Yi Tian head-on. The moment he saw the other party, the corner of Yi Tian's eyes shrunk, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This is the extraterrestrial evil demon. You should that is the one surnamed Gao, right? Yi Tian's brows were furrowed and his expression was unusually grave. Although he was very confident in his battle prowess, he was still much more cautious in the face of the extraterrestrial evil demon. I didn't expect that in this kind of haunted place. There is still someone who knows me. The visitor shook his head inside, a strong killing intent blossoming in his eyes. Kid, old me has been looking for you for a long time. Today, I've finally met a real person. Yi Tian snorted coldly at the words. Humph, since you dare to come, prepare to die. What did you say? Senior brother Gao became furious at his words. Kid, with your three-legged kung fu, what qualifications do you have to taunt me? Senior brother Gao shouted angrily. His aura suddenly surged around him as he slapped his palm out, setting off a burst of ear-piercing whistles. And in the face of this threat, Yi Tian raised his right arm without hesitation and fiercely met it. Blazing sun hand, accompanied by a shocking roar, the two silhouettes each flew backwards. Senior brother Gao retreated more than 10 feet before he could barely stabilize himself, while Yi Tian only retreated 5 or 6 steps. Comparing the two, the result was simply obvious. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched, his face showing shock. Although this exchange of moves did not distinguish a winner from a loser, it was obvious that he had a slight disadvantage, and the other party's strength clearly exceeded his by 1 step. Kid, it seems I really underestimated you. Senior brother Gao's eyelids jumped. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a bizarre arc, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kid, to be able to make this senior brother go all out. You're proud enough of yourself. Cut the crap. Yi Tian angrily rebuked, and immediately swept out again, launching an attack. In a dull roar, the two fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they were in a mess. However, after a few moments of work, senior brother Gao gradually fell behind. Damn, how could your kid's fleshly body be so strong? Senior brother Gao cursed angrily, feeling a lot of grievances. Not only was Yi Tian's physical strength stronger than his, but his speed and reaction were actually far superior to his, making it impossible for him to get close. Kid, suffer death. With an angry roar, senior brother Gao suddenly offered a black as ink talisman that was suspended in midair. Soul-devouring spell? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes jumped wildly, immediately sensing the clues. Without waiting for the other party to activate it, he swiftly dodged out and dodged frantically towards that side. Soul-devouring curse? Ha 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 ha. Do you think that this kind of trivial skill can help me? Yi Tian laughed wildly up to the sky, completely fearless of the other party's attack. Kid, do you really think you can beat me? Dream on. Soul-devouring mantra. Suppress me. In the midst of his angry shouts, senior brother Gao cupped his hand and pointed in the air, and the talisman suspended in midair suddenly shone brightly with a spiritual light, emitting an appalling aura. Buzz. The talisman trembled violently, releasing a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation that instantly enveloped the area of 100 feet in a radius. Rumble. The huge spiritual energy fluctuation raged crazily, as if a vicious demonic beast was running rampant. Yi Tian's face instantly became unsightly, and a dark warning sign appeared in his heart. What kind of tactic is this? Although he had once encountered a similar situation, but that was after all just a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and even how powerful it was would never be able to affect him in the slightest. But now, he realized that things were clearly a bit different. The threat contained in that spiritual energy fluctuation seemed extremely terrifying. Chapter 131, The Spirituality of the Shenfu. Ha ha, kid, be a good boy and surrender, or else once this talisman of mine is activated, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Looking at the expression of scorn that showed on Yi Tian's face, senior brother Gao couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. This talisman was gifted by a certain high-ranking person who was proficient in the art of talisman refining after he spent a huge amount of spirit stones, and the power was so strong that even he could not predict it. Even he could hardly predict it. Kid, this talisman is a combination of thousands of low-grade Xian runes, powerful enough to crush a 5th-grade demonic beast. Even if your physical body is as strong as you are, if you are hit by it head-on, you will definitely die. Senior brother Gao's face was full of grimace, his eyes filled with crazy killing intent, and hearing his introduction, Yi Tian's eyes twitched violently as his heart grew more and more shocked. Hiss! Thousands of low-grade Xian rune combinations? This is too exaggerated. Although Yi Tian was used to seeing the world, he was shocked by this number. Low-rank Xian symbols were already scarce and precious. Wouldn't a talisman seal made up of thousands of Xian symbols be even rarer and have an even more terrifying value? Moreover, the most crucial issue was that this soul-devouring mantra was not made from ordinary materials. Instead, it was cast at the cost of the spirituality of the runic symbol. In this way, the Xian symbol possessed a certain degree of spirituality. It could even produce an autonomous mind, thus exerting a more powerful attack. This point really shocked Yi Tian. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful it is. Kid, it's only because you're so unlucky that you happen to meet this great master. No one can save you this time. Die. With a crazy roar, senior brother Gao flicked his wrist and guided the soul-devouring curse towards Yi Tian. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes jumped as a deep sense of crisis surged in his heart. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he clenched his teeth and roared. His fists shook together as he blasted out towards the other party. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows for a few moments. Senior brother Gao was finally unable to resist and screamed miserably as he spat out blood in defeat. Damn! I'll fight you! Senior brother Gao struggled to get up, a determined and ruthless look in his eyes. With a sudden shake of his right hand, he took out a short knife with a cold light, and wanted to chop off his left arm. Bastard! Stop! Yi Tian's face suddenly changed. If he allowed the other party to chop off his left arm, at that time, he would definitely trigger the forbidden spell formation here, and the consequences would be unimaginable at that time. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Stop! Stop it! Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted furiously, striving to pounce forward to stop the other party. Unfortunately, it was too late. As he saw that senior brother Gao was about to cut off his left hand, a sudden flash of light appeared in Yi Tian's mind. Ha! Right! Yi Tian's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped his body, flipped his right hand and took out a palm-sized black crystal. A strange buzzing resounded through the void. The black crystal steeply bloomed with eye-catching silver spiritual light, and at the same time, a circle of dazzling white halo also rippled out. In an instant, a huge pressure suddenly erupted within a radius of 100 feet. The original rampant spiritual energy fluctuations came to an abrupt halt, as if they had been deterred by an inexplicable deterrent. Hiss! What a terrifying pressure! Senior brother Gao's face changed drastically, and a strong scorn flashed in his eyes. He didn't strike out rashly, but stood in place and stared at his guard. This was because the pressure came in an odd and bizarre manner, not like some kind of spiritual power fluctuation, but rather like a special kind of existence. What is this thing? Senior brother Gao frowned as he looked at the black crystal, deep scorn flashing in his eyes. This black crystal looked bland and dull. Its surface was covered with fine cracks, and it looked like a mutilated and incomplete jade slip. Yi Tian frowned slightly and put away the black crystal with a thought, his aura slowly receding around him. I told you, don't act rashly if you don't want to die. He glanced at senior brother Gao and said coldly. The corner of senior brother Gao's eyes narrowed. A gloomy cold smile swept up at the corner of his mouth, and a few hints of greed flickered vaguely in the depths of his eyes. However, he knew very well that with his current state, he was simply unable to fight against the other party. Just now, before the spiritual power fluctuation was over, Yi Tian had forced him into a dangerous situation, and at this time, he was even more afraid to take the risk of using this kind of means again. After slightly weighing the situation, he could only forcefully suppress his anger and temporarily press down the killing opportunity in his heart. Right at this moment, Yi Tian's line of sight landed on senior brother Gao's waist. That's... Yi Tian's eyelids jumped as a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Senior brother Gao subconsciously protected his waist, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the other party's movements and immediately let out a cold snort. Humph! You don't even recognize this. You really are a turd. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows at that. What do you mean? It was true that he did not know what the object hanging on the other party's waist was, but he knew that it was definitely a treasure. Humph! You really don't recognize it? Senior brother Gao shook his head and snorted. A few moments of mockery flashed in his eyes. Yi Tian's face sank, and he was instantly a little annoyed.
Why would I want to recognize this kind of raggedy playing air? Ha ha, since that's the case, then I'll let you get a better understanding today. Senior brother Gao let out a wild laugh, and an icy killing chance flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Senior brother Gao turned around and began to recite an incantation. A string of obscure and awkward incantations coming out of his mouth, emitting a trace of a bizarre aura, and along with the recitation of this incantation, the treasure on his waist unexpectedly released a ball of piercing spiritual light that hovered in midair. Yi Tian raised his eyes and scanned it, his heart slightly aghast. This thing looked no different from an ordinary storage bag in appearance, but it looked quite extraordinary upon closer inspection. How about it? Do you know how powerful this young man is now? Senior brother Gao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with undisguised contempt. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as his face clouded over into silence. Senior brother Gao arrogantly sneered, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Alright, for the sake of helping me just now, I won't kill you. Get lost. Senior brother Gao waved his hand, signaling Yi Tian to leave. He, do you think that I don't have a way to deal with the prohibitions here? Yi Tian retorted with a cold smile. Senior brother Gao frowned and instantly snapped out of it. Right. Wasn't their purpose of entering the secret realm to search for spirit herbs and alchemy? Since that was the case, why did he have to stay here foolishly and wait? Could it be that he wouldn't search on his own? Thinking of this, Senior brother Gao's face immediately darkened. You, humph. You wait for me. Senior brother Gao indignantly stared at Yi Tian. Then he swept away and vanished towards the distance. Looking at this senior brother Gao's distant back, Yi Tian secretly sighed in relief. Although his strength was strong enough, his brain seemed to be a bit bad. In vernacular terms, he was like a fool. Luckily, he reacted in time. Otherwise there was a real possibility that senior brother Gao would have gotten the upper hand. Yi Tian quickly surveyed his surroundings, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. This was a huge cave that covered an area of thousands of feet, and judging from its scale, it was feared that it was built by the main peak of the Zhongyan sect. The entire belly of the mountain was in an oval shape, with the central area covered by an incomparably wide square, and in addition, there were several rows of intricate passages. Chapter 132, Formation Base. As for the outermost layers of palace-like stone houses, they were separated in various directions. A stone gate stood every tens of feet, separating them from each other, looking very unique. In addition to that, Yi Tian also discovered that there was a pit with a diameter of about a few feet in the center of this square, which was deep and quiet and looked extremely odd. What is that? Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly took a step towards the center of the square. A moment later, he came to stand beside the concave pit and bent down to check it out. This concave pit was foursquare, with a circumference of tens of feet, and the surface was covered with fine cracks. Moreover, around the cracks, there were quite a few broken stone chips scattered, revealing a sense of the vicissitudes of time. Ha! Yi Tian suddenly jumped out of the corner of his eye and looked at the pile of stone gravel under his feet in surprise. The surface of this pile of stone gravel was covered with mottled dust, but due to its age, it had long since weathered and corroded beyond recognition. What exactly is this? Yi Tian frowned slightly and thought. Regardless of it, let's get the spirit grass first. After thinking about this point, Yi Tian did not care too much and was ready to explore. However, he had just squatted down when he suddenly jumped with his eyebrows. Hiss! This is... The corners of Yi Tian's eyes shrunk violently, and his face suddenly froze, as if he had seen some terrifying sight. The surface of this pile of gravel looked very ordinary, but under his careful scrutiny, he realized that a small and ancient formation diagram was actually inscribed on the surface. Although this formation diagram was worn out and mutilated, it still faintly emitted a certain mysterious aura. How could this be? Yi Tian frowned and muttered. He instinctively felt that this pile of gravel in front of him was definitely not simple. However, the more this was the case, the more puzzled he became in his heart, completely unable to figure out what was going on. Strange. Yi Tian frowned tightly and gazed at it for a long time before he finally had a little guess. This stone shouldn't be a formation base, right? Looking at the formation pattern on the surface of the stone conglomerate, Yi Tian muttered. Although the formation pattern looked rather crude, it could even be described as mutilated. However, he vaguely remembered that what formation masters were best at wasn't utilizing the Tao of formation to deduce and transform things such as formation artifacts or rune soldier formation discs. This stone was not like any spiritual material or magic weapon, but if it was sacrificed and practiced as a formation weapon, it might not be possible to achieve a similar effect? Hiss! This is not a bad way to go, but the crux of the matter is that I don't know anything about formations at all. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly, feeling depressed for a moment. The art of formations was arcane and complicated. Even the high-ranking martial arts masters in the great world did not dare to dabble in it easily. not to mention his half-baked level. If he tried it rashly, he would not even know how to die. Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and looked at the stone gravel under his feet again, his face becoming solemn. If only Xiao 13 was there. This guy definitely understands. Yi Tian shook his head inside, unable to help but sigh darkly. Unfortunately, that fellow didn't know that he was at that part of the desolate ancient monument, and it was probably hard to come over in a short period of time. And even if he himself had learned the art of formations, he might not know the spells for sacrificing formation artifacts, not to mention improving the formation patterns. Alas, it seems like we really have to return empty-handed this time. Yi Tian frowned with a chagrined expression. Originally, he was expecting to make a big profit from this batch of spirit grass, but who would have expected to encounter such a situation? That's all. Yi Tian took a deep breath, throwing away his distractions and regaining his composure. He quickly collected his mind, took out a few tools and started to clean the gravel under his feet, and took out a few fire-red pills from his storage bag and swallowed them. As the pills entered his body, Yi Tian's bloodline spiritual energy instantly boiled up, surging wildly as if it was burning. A roaring sound resounded through the void, and the surrounding heaven and earth auras were pulled and converged. At the same time, a light red spiritual energy fluctuation that was visible to the naked eye was also spreading rapidly, covering a range of more than 100 feet in the surroundings, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Right at this moment, a slightly surprised cold drink suddenly came out, causing Yi Tian, who was concentrating on urging his spiritual energy, to be taken aback. Yi Tian turned around haughtily and swept towards his back. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to run into you here. A burst of rampant laughter suddenly rang out, followed by a blue-robed youth who swept in from a distance and steadily stopped in front of Yi Tian. After seeing the person clearly, Yi Tian's pupils shrunk, and the cold light between his eyebrows skyrocketed. This person was no other than Lu Qilin, who had had a side meeting before stepping into the desolate ancient monument. We are really destined to meet again. Lu Qilin shook his head and snorted, killing intent revealed in his eyes. Yeah, indeed there is fate, but I'm surprised. Why did you come in as well? Lu Qilin's face sank as he sniffed, angrily rebuking. Do you think I'm willing to come in? Wasn't this forced? Yi Tian frowned slightly. So, you passed the prohibition? Is that even a prohibition? I can break it with one hand. Lu Qilin sneered angrily, looking at Yi Tian with a face full of contempt. Hearing him say this, Yi Tian still felt a little odd because he always felt that there was something in this guy's words. According to common sense, since he possessed strong strength, he should have found the exit to the second layer as soon as possible, but he had done the opposite and instead circled around to the entrance of the third layer. Nope, this guy must have another plan. Electricity flashed in Yi Tian's mind and he instantly came to his senses. He raised his hand and touched the black tattoo on his left arm, the corners of his eyes shrinking slightly, his face unusually cold. The existence of this tattoo was something that I'm afraid no one other than him knew about. This also meant that Lu Qilin had most likely mistakenly entered this bizarre valley with it. Not only that, at this moment, he had already realized that this piece of crumbling gravel in front of him, he was afraid that it wasn't as simple as it seemed to him on the surface. I advise you not to play any tricks, or you will definitely die. Looking at Lu Qilin, Yi Tian threatened in a stern voice. Lu Qilin smiled coldly, killing machines blooming in his eyes. Yi Tian, cut the crap with me. Now tell me right away how to get out of here. Yi Tian's face was cloudy and his gaze was gloomy. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly shook his head and laughed, a scowl appearing at the corner of his mouth. You want to leave? Oh, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Lu Qilin's face sank at his words. Do you think I'm still the same weak and incompetent Yi Tian? The corner of Yi Tian's eyes flickered, and a cold light appeared between his eyebrows, accompanied by a low rumble. An appalling aura rose abruptly. This aura was like an invisible giant hammer striking hard on top of Lu Qilin's chest, causing his face to change drastically and his entire body to tremble violently. Damn! How is this possible? Your cultivation. Lu Qilin's face suddenly changed. His fists clenched tightly, and his two eyes shone brightly. Yi Tian smiled proudly, his face full of smugness. Chapter 133, Secret Treasure Protecting the Body. Outrageous! Lu Qilin gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his face turning more and more ferocious. Yi Tian sneered more than once. His right hand swung violently through the air, and two purple lights suddenly shot out, ready to teach him a lesson. However, something that made him unexpected happened with it. As soon as the two sword blades flew a few feet in front of Lu Qilin's body, they stopped, as if they had hit a transparent barrier, and could not move an inch. Hiss! Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi Tian's heart was shocked and his face suddenly became stiff. Lu Qilin's face was also filled with dismay.
and after being stunned for a moment, a hint of joy could not help but flash through his eyes. "Ha! So you used a secret treasure to protect your body." Lu Qilin gazed at the two amethyst short swords, his eyes turning more than once in thought. This kind of situation, which he had once seen on a certain sect elder, was a defensive secret treasure. Although it was of a rather low grade, it was sufficient to withstand the attacks of certain powerhouses. Seeing the two amethyst short swords hovering in midair and delaying their attacks, Yi Tian could not help but feel relieved, and his face gradually became much more relaxed. He had long known that Lu Qilin had an extraordinary background, was carrying powerful cards, and might even be carrying a certain defensive secret treasure. Otherwise, under his all-out attack, even if Lu Qilin's qualifications were high and his combat experience was rich, he would not be able to survive today. Thinking of this, Yi Tian was secretly happy in his heart. If he had not made complete preparations in advance, he would have really fallen into Lu Qilin's hands. Looking at Lu Qilin's face full of excitement, Yi Tian smiled disdainfully. "Do you think that you can stop me just by relying on this kind of trash?" "Ha!" Lu Qilin's eyelids jumped as he suddenly thought of something. Yi Tian was equipped with some sort of strange technique or secret art that hid his strength, and these two items were most likely his reliance. However, thinking of this, Lu Qilin's heart was still filled with disdain. This kind of means was certainly terrifying, but it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything about Yi Tian. "Humph, surname Yi, do you think you can turn the situation around with just these two items?" Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly. With a winning stance, his face full of arrogance, his eyes full of scorn and mockery, Yi Tian's eyebrows flickered as he heard this. A trace of doubt surged in his heart, but more than that, he was wary. He suddenly realized that this Lu Qilin seemed to be a lot smarter than before, and his strength realm had also grown sky high. "Humph, no matter what, you're just a 5th level minion of the Jindan realm. In front of me, you can't even be considered a mole. So what are you going to fight with me?" Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly, with a haughty look on his face. "Is that so?" Yi Tian took a few deep breaths and suppressed the agitated spiritual energy fluctuations. A cold aura flickered in his eyes. "Since that's the case, let's give it a try." Yi Tian's spiritual energy bulged around his body, and his breath crazily skyrocketed. At the same time, the two amethyst short swords also began to rotate crazily, releasing an astonishingly sharp aura. And under the intermingling and convergence of these two sharp auras, Yi Tian's aura instantly became extremely strong, far exceeding his previous level. "You actually possess a true spirit." Lu Qilin's pupils contracted in surprise. In that previous encounter, although he was heavily injured, he had never considered Yi Tian as too big of an enemy. It was only now that he finally realized that the terror of Yi Tian's strength was definitely beyond his expectations. At this time, he finally realized that he had underestimated Yi Tian's strength. I have to say that you have indeed become much stronger than before, but do you think that this bit of tactic can fight against me?" Lu Qilin shook his head and laughed coldly, his gaze quickly becoming cold. "Even if your strength reaches the peak of Jindan, so what? My means will definitely not be inferior to yours." Lu Qilin shouted angrily and slammed his palms together on the silver disc in front of him. Buzz! The silver disc instantly turned into a stream of light and sped towards Yi Tian. "Seek death." Feeling the crisis coming, Yi Tian was completely enraged. He had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to directly exterminate Lu Qilin and eliminate the aftermath, but he did not expect the other party to be so stubborn and insistent. Since this was the case, he was no longer polite and only waited for the moment when the silver disc broke out of the ground, immediately exerting his strongest means to result in Lu Qilin. Yi Tian shook both his palms together and once again offered up those two purple sword-ons, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Lu Qilin. However, just at the moment when the purple sword awnings were about to hit Lu Qilin, a sudden change occurred. The void suddenly shook, and a blinding blue light suddenly shone, illuminating the surroundings for a moment. Hiss! Lu Qilin's face changed drastically. The corners of his eyes jerked, and he subconsciously retreated backwards. But despite his quick reaction, he was still a hair too slow. A wisp of blood suddenly bloomed, and a shocking bloodstain was left where the blue light enveloped him. "Ah, damn it!" Lu Qilin let out a mournful scream, his face hideous. "Ha ha, Yi Tian, if you can't kill me, I will definitely make you pay the price as well." As the words settled, a sinister color flashed in Lu Qilin's eyes, and as he opened his mouth and sprayed, a palm-sized odd jade blade swept out, accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound. This odd jade knife suddenly transformed into a bizarre knife shadow, emitting a frightening aura as it electrically chopped towards Yi Tian. "Oh!" Yi Tian's eyebrows twitched as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he had noticed it earlier, he never expected that Lu Qilin would have this kind of evil object in his hands. A moment of inadvertence by its sneak attack succeeded, and it instantly led to trouble. However, The power of this weird knife was not how powerful. Yi Tian could easily crush it with just a little bit of prodding. However, precisely because of the existence of this evil weapon in the other party's hands, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced, and this was obviously not something he was willing to see. When he thought about this, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian raised his right hand without thinking and a turquoise-colored elixir instantly appeared at his fingertips. After swallowing it without hesitation, Yi Tian's body trembled slightly, and his aura around him once again rose, becoming even more appalling. Phew! Yi Tian exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, then his feet took a step. His body swayed and disappeared as if he had instantly moved. After the blink of an eye, a dull roar suddenly entered Lu Qilin's ears. Rumble! With a dull roar, an airwave visible to the naked eye swept out like a mountain. Wherever it passed through, dust and smoke rose, trees snapped, and the withered grass on the ground instantly exploded. Hiss! How is it possible? This guy even has this kind of means? Lu Qilin gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his eyes incomparably gloomy. In that scene just now, although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, when he heard that muffled sound, he knew that Yi Tian had used some kind of extremely special secret technique. This kind of secret technique was by no means comparable to ordinary means, and in this way, his situation became more and more difficult. The secret technique that Yi Tian practiced was definitely more than just that one move just now, and it was even likely that it would come one after the other. Chapter 134, Kirin? I'll beat you to a pulp. Thinking of this, Lu Qilin's face turned ugly, and the worry inside his heart soared even more rapidly. Yi Tian, today's revenge will be avenged in the future. Angrily shouting, Lu Qilin no longer stayed. The blue light around his body suddenly soared, turning into a recluse light speeding away. Yi Tian, who was about to kill Lu Qilin with his full strength, slightly frowned as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although Lu Qilin's cultivation had fallen to the early stage of Jindan and his strength had been greatly reduced, he had at least been a peak Jindan expert. Even if his current fighting condition was poor, he was not that easy to deal with. Instead of taking advantage of this good opportunity to kill him, he used this opportunity to flee in fear, which really surprised Yi Tian. However, he soon realized that Lu Qilin was not timid, but had no choice. This was because his left arm had already been chopped off by himself, and if it was not treated in time, he was afraid that it would cause damage that would be difficult to recover from. Humph! Running quite fast. But, it's too late. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His right hand waved his fingers together, and a purple light shot out once again, chasing after Lu Qilin. Damn! The corner of Lu Qilin's eyes jumped violently, scared out of his wits. Although he only had one arm left now, his strength was still there after all, and this level of Yi Tian's offense could not help him at all. However, if he let this sword-on get close to him, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. At this time, he could not care about his face and dignity at all, and hurriedly urged his spiritual power to condense a defensive shield in an attempt to block the sword-on. However, the moment the purple light flew close, Lu Qilin suddenly realized that something was wrong. How, so strong? Lu Qilin looked at that purple light with a face full of horror, his heart trembling furiously. The sense of oppression that purple light brought to him was simply too strong, even 3 times better than that fist mark just now. And more critically, the violet light produced a massive threat when it was still far away. Damn! After letting out a cry of alarm, Lu Qilin no longer dared to be slow, and immediately urged the only remaining spiritual energy in his body to carry that sword on down. Qilin, I'll beat you into a dog today. Yi Tian shouted angrily. The purple light around his body exploded madly. His right hand and fingers pointed out wildly. Several finger shadows suddenly shot out wildly. At the same time, his figure swayed and charged towards Lu Qilin. Outrageous! Lu Qilin's heart was filled with hatred and anger, but facing Yi Tian's crazy attack, he still could not help but be taken aback and almost failed to cope with it. However, Yi Tian's attack was ultimately just a flash in the pan. Supported by Yi Tian's powerful cultivation, the brief exchange did not take much advantage, and after the twinkling of an eye, Lu Qilin was forced to break free. Ha, Yi Tian, you are indeed very strong, but it's not that easy to kill me. Lu Qilin roared and growled angrily. Then he turned around and ran wildly away without giving up the fight. Instantly swept into the depths of the dense forest and disappeared into the night. Damn it! Yi Tian let out a cold gulp, shook his head and sighed, withdrawing his sight rather regretfully. Although he had tried his best, he still had not been able to completely re-injure Lu Qilin, which made him very annoyed. That's just it. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Let's leave here first. While shaking his head and sighing longingly, Yi Tian suddenly turned around. Right at this moment, a low muffled sound suddenly came faintly from the depths of the valley behind him, causing him to frown. After a moment of stunned silence, He suddenly looked as if he had thought of something, and his eyes suddenly brightened up. This is the cry of a demonic beast? Listening to the low muffled sound, the corners of Yi Tian's eyes contracted violently and his heart shook. No, how could there be a demonic beast in the desolate ancient monument? Can it be that it is an inheritance? This thought flashed through his mind, and Yi Tian felt his blood boiling. However, after a fleeting moment, a few hesitant colors appeared between his brows, obviously feeling scornful about it. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Since we've already arrived here, we can't return empty-handed. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled, and after a little contemplation, he decisively stepped out and sped towards the dark depths ahead. Although the probability of this was very small, Yi Tian did not think that it was necessarily absent. In fact, every year, there would be people who accidentally entered the desolate ancient monument, and these people would often obtain some sort of strange encounter in a special environment. This kind of situation was common in the desolate ancient monument, so there was no talk of fear at all. If there really was a treasure out there, he would not hesitate to grab it. After all, his strength was already far beyond ordinary people, and with a treasure in his possession, even if he encountered some trouble, he would be able to get out of it easily. I hope I won't be disappointed, Yi Tian muttered, followed by a swaying of his body, accelerating forward to vanish. On the other side, Xiao 13 was immediately attracted by a giant stone platform after entering the desolate ancient monument. This stone platform was as huge as 100 feet and as high as 40 to 50 feet. Its surface was covered with complicated runes, and the whole of it appeared to be light yellow, looking full of vicissitudes, as if it had existed here since ancient times, giving an inexplicable sense of heaviness. Saint-grade remnant treasure. Xiao 13 viciously twitched the corners of his mouth as light blossomed in his eyes. He originally thought that only the corpses of some clan or family powerhouses would be buried in this desolate ancient monument, but he never expected that such a rare remnant treasure would be stored here. Moreover, the location of this stone platform was extremely close to the place where the ancestors had fallen, indicating that it was inextricably linked to the ancestors. In that case, it must be a magic treasure that the ancestor great powers carried with them. Hiss! This is too good. This is a treasure of immense value. Xiao 13 breathed deeply, excited beyond measure. Wait! After a moment of elation, he suddenly noticed something strange and turned his head towards the surroundings. His face instantly became gloomy. What's going on? Looking at the scene around him, Xiao 13 could not help but frown slightly, greatly surprised. He remembered that when he came in earlier, the surroundings were still a lush green tree and grass, but at this moment, it had turned into a withered and silent place. There was nothing around except for a strain of sky-high ancient trees and jagged messy rocks. Moreover, the gaps between these ancient trees and chaotic rocks were extremely wide, and at first glance it looked like traces of artificial excavation. What's going on here? Could it be, have I entered an illusionary realm? Xiao Xii's brows were furrowed. His expression was extremely grave, and a touch of worry rose in his heart. He knew that things like illusionary realms were by no means only present in the desolate ancient monument. In fact, many secret realms would possess them. These places were often accompanied by crises and opportunities, only that the average cultivator would not risk his life to explore them. But then again, even if there were dangers, no one would easily give up the great benefits in front of them, even at the risk of perishing. I'm afraid that there would be quite a few people who would be willing to go and make a break for it. Since I've come, let's put up a fight. After pondering for a moment, Xiao 13 shook his head and coldly shouted, determined to go out on a limb. If he really encountered any danger, with his life-preserving means and his cultivation at the 5th level of the Jindan realm, he would not have much of a problem defending himself. Chapter 135 Weird Imprisonment Effect. As for searching for treasures, as long as one was a little less lucky, it would just be a wasted trip and there would not be any damage. After figuring all this out, Xiao 13 immediately threw away the concerns in his heart and leapt onto the tall stone platform. Rumble! As the stone slabs under his feet slowly moved, the entire tall stone platform also trembled violently with it, as if it might collapse at any time. Xiao 13 took a deep breath, and a brilliant light surged in his eyes as a strong aura suddenly unfolded. Devour! Accompanied by a loud shout, Xiao 13 swung both of his palms in unison, and two shares of majestic spiritual energy suddenly rolled out wildly, respectively bombarding the groove in the center position of the stone platform. In an instant, the stone platform abruptly shook, and the originally dull and lightless groove suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. Rumble! In a dull rumbling sound, the tall stone platform rapidly sank downwards. At the same time, Xiao 13 lifted his right arm and grabbed it in the air, forcibly taking out that blinding golden light. Accompanied by a violent roar, the blinding golden light instantly exploded and turned into a dazzling stream of light that shot up into the sky. A dazzling golden light suddenly transformed in midair, it suddenly transformed into the shadow of a golden giant sword that was dozens of feet in size. After seeing the scene in front of him, Xiao 13 was immediately stunned. His mind buzzed, and his heart even set off monstrous waves. What exactly is going on here? The corners of Xiao Xii's eyes jumped wildly. His mind fluctuated violently, and his heart was simply in his throat. Although it had long been anticipated that the treasures here were extraordinary, but after witnessing this astonishing scene with his own eyes, he was still deeply shocked, and his heart was surging wildly. And what surprised him even more was yet to come. Rumble! The tall stone platform trembled madly. A layer of earth-colored ripples that were visible to the naked eye then rippled out and spread out, enveloping the nearby area. In the next moment, the corners of Xiao Xii's eyes jumped wildly, and his heart and mind shook dramatically, only to see this layer of earth-yellow ripples spreading all the way down. Wherever it passed by, those ancient trees and rocks all crumbled away, and in the twinkling of an eye, it covered 100 feet in a radius. Damn! Quickly escape! Xiao 13 suddenly woke up, and while shouting furiously and cursing under his breath, he immediately swept out with a flick of his legs. Even though he was determined to obtain this treasure, he was also clear that with this amount of strength alone, he was simply unable to get his hands on this treasure. Therefore, at the first moment, he chose to retreat, even going so far as to give up the fight. However, this layer of earth-colored ripples seemed to possess some sort of bizarre confinement effect. A moment ago, he was still able to barely execute his light body martial arts to escape, but in the blink of an eye, he had completely lost the ability to move around and dodge. Outrageous! Xiao 13 gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked, his forehead veins bulging and his eyes red. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, he was still unable to get out of his bonds in the end. Instead, he was hard pulled by this weird layer of earth-yellow ripples to the vicinity of the tall stone platform, less than 3 feet away from that golden giant sword. And just as he was about to desperately resist, something strange happened. A low rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and the golden sword silhouette that was dozens of feet tall suddenly disappeared in midair. Only a thick gray-white spirit mist was left behind to erupt from it. Ha! Xiao Xii's eyelids jumped as he subconsciously scanned left and right in an attempt to capture the trace of that spirit mist. However, he stopped his footsteps on second thought, because he knew very well that this spirit mist definitely contained some kind of unknown danger, and it was never wise to touch it rashly. Outside the desolate ancient monument. Originally, because the low-level cultivators had entered the desolate ancient monument, the entire square appeared to be incredibly silent. However, all of a sudden, several figures surged into the sky from within the 81st city. Those cultivators who had stayed behind in the 81st city saw them from afar and couldn't help but show a strange look on their faces as they talked about them. Ha! These people. Isn't that Lord Venerable Bibbo? There are others. They all seem to be at the saint level. My goodness! What's going on here? The crowd was filled with astonishment, feeling baffled. And while the crowd was puzzled and speculating, there were quite a few people in various parts of the 81st city who had also discovered the strange situation over here. You guys, look over there. Quickly look. They're heading towards that barren mountain. Looking at the crowds of people pouring in from all over 81 city, someone recognized where they were going and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Oh! Upon hearing these people's words, the corners of some people's eyes instantly contracted in thought. Inside the desolate ancient monument, Yi Tian had already begun to prepare to leave, as there was no longer anything else here other than the prohibition. It would be better to go out earlier and cultivate hard. Staying here would only consume time, and the environment here was too depressing to be suitable for closed-door diving cultivation. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A wild whistle suddenly rang out, as if it was deafening like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and it stirred within the desolate ancient monument for a long time. Yi Tian's face sank slightly at the sound, and a hint of coldness blossomed between his brows. Although his cultivation level was still shallow, he had some sense of this kind of vision. After gazing slightly, he suddenly realized that the source of the aberration was none other than that towering barren mountain. What kind of thing is this? Yi Tian muttered, his eyebrows twitching as he was somewhat surprised for a moment. Although the sound was extremely disturbing, it was not something to be feared for him. No matter what contraption it is, let's go out first. Yi Tian snorted coldly, shook his head and snorted, not thinking much about it. However, right at this moment, an unexpected situation appeared. A sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and the corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as his face sank. The owner of this voice was not unfamiliar to him. It was the same guy who was shady before. Moreover, by the looks of it, the other party's intention seemed to be somewhat unkind. Little mongrel, you seek death. Looking at Yi Tian as he twisted his head to look at him, a hideous color surfaced on the other party's face, with an eerie cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His fists were clenched with spiritual energy drumming around him, as if he was about to strike to teach him a lesson.
However, Yi Tian's attention was not focused on him,
but rather frowned as he observed the situation of the tall stone platform, with a few scruples and hesitations hidden in his eyes.
After all, this was the desolate ancient monument,
and he couldn't be sure if that exotic treasure would really exist. In case this was just a prohibition or a trap laid by a certain senior powerhouse,
even if he had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth,
I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to get out of it.
Humph, since you don't dare to come out,
I'll burst you today. The green-robed man's eyes rolled, and he let out a cold shout, his body's might rising steeply. With a muffled sound, his body swayed and without hesitation, he was about to leap down towards the stone platform.
Hiss, so reckless? The corner of Yi Tian's eyes jumped in surprise.
The other party was completely ignoring the forbidden pressure.
This was simply audacious. However, at the same time,
the vigilance in Yi Tian's heart instantly rose to the extreme,
and his gaze became much colder. Since you want to send yourself to death, I will fulfill you. Yi Tian shouted angrily in a deep voice and swung his arms across the air in succession. Chapter 136, Golden Crow Blazing Sunchop.
Two piercing silver awns suddenly cut through the void,
fiercely bombarding the green-robed man's body.
Two muffled sounds spread across the void, and the green-robed man's body trembled wildly as blood splattered and almost fell.
Damn it! Get the hell out of my way! In a furious bellowing voice, he slapped both palms together, and two streams of berserk spiritual energy exploded in the air, transforming into two clusters of spiritual light that wildly blasted out. Accompanied by two furious loud bangs, the two spiritual lights instantly pierced through the void and went straight towards Yi Tian. Sculptor's little skill. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his right palm in the air, 5 or 6 long knives whistled out. Violent booms instantly filled the surroundings as the two spiritual energy frenzies twisted each other and burst apart. Ha 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 ha, kid, I admit that your battle power is very strong, but in front of me, you will always be nothing but an ant. In the midst of the maniacal laughter, the green-robed man swept down once again, his spiritual energy around his body working crazily. Lie down for me. In a wild roar, he shook his right hand, and a piercing golden light suddenly materialized, devouring towards Yi Tian as if it was a poisonous snake.
Yi Tian's face sank as he let out a cold snort, calling out the yin-yang sword with a flip of his right palm.
Others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid. He was able to see that these people just wanted to take him to set an example. Although it was a bit surprising, he had seen this kind of thing a lot. It just made him wonder just who the other party was. Thoughts flickered in his mind, and he had already made a decision between the flashes of lightning and fire. With a flick of his wrist, the Inferno Sun sword immediately emitted a blinding red light, and a layer of blazing spirit flame rose around him. Golden Crow Blazing Sunchop.
A roar suddenly resounded as Yi Tian's fire attribute spiritual energy was poured into the yin-yang sword, causing the blade of the sword to emit a dazzling red light,
as if it was burning up. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from his original position, speeding towards the green-robed man. The corners of the green-robed man's eyes contracted, the light in his eyes flashed, and he subconsciously retreated away. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian was not chasing after him. Instead, he circled around from the side in a flash. Don't know how to die. The green-robed man coldly spat out 3 words. The golden light around him suddenly lit up, and he stepped out to block in front of Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian did not pay any attention to him. Instead,
he used the momentum of recluse to rapidly approach the other several people who were traveling with him. The corner of the green-robed man's eyes jumped and he stopped immediately.
Right at this moment, Yi Tian took the opportunity to mobilize the yin-yang sword to attack and kill.
A round of blinding red light suddenly flashed, and a powerful sword momentum suddenly swept out,
instantly engulfing the 3 people.
Miserable screams suddenly rang out as the 3 people's flesh collapsed, falling to their deaths on the spot.
Asshole!
The green-robed man roared in fury,
his face turning blue.
The golden light around his body flashed crazily in an attempt to block the round of blinding red light.
But Yi Tian's moves were really as fast as lightning.
His moves simply could not catch up with Yi Tian's sword blade.
After 3 more muffled sounds of plopping, the 5 martial artists around Yi Tian perished instantly. Not good. The green-robed man's face changed drastically. Horrified, the strength Yi Tian had displayed was clearly deeper than before. After a short period of being stunned, he decisively abandoned Yi Tian and swept away with a little swipe of his toes. With a rumbling sound, the stone wall above the boulder suddenly cracked open a gap, and the green-robed man's figure shifted before he was about to rush into the stone gap, but he had only just swept into mid-air. Suddenly his face sank, and a strong color of fear flowed from his eyes, because a huge black claw shadow suddenly poked out from the crevice, grabbing fiercely towards him. The green-robed man gritted his teeth and sighed, and without any further ado,
he used a powerful technique. A deafening roar suddenly spread out, and the entire stone mountain seemed to shake violently for it. Hiss! In the stone forest, Yi Tian was swept away by the powerful fluctuations and couldn't help but let out a pained murmur as blood gushed furiously from his chest. He still used his fastest speed to collect that storage bag in his hand. Old me won't play with you anymore. With that, he ran towards the outside of the restriction, preparing to leave this mountain forest. However, the green-robed man had obviously been prepared for this, and as Yi Tian fled, he quickly returned to stop him. What? Want to run? Too late. The green-robed man smiled grimly. His body aura surged once again, and his right fist fiercely blasted out. Whoosh! A huge golden light broke through the air and attacked, blasting towards Yi Tian's undershirt with an unrelenting and domineering aura. Yi Tian's face changed and he swung his sword against it without hesitation. Bang! In an instant, a dull roar resounded in the dense forest. The golden fist shadow not only blocked this attack, but also hard shook him and sent him flying backwards, hitting a tree trunk not far behind him. However, he also took this opportunity to rush out of the forbidden range. Count on you to run fast. The green-robed man shook his head and snorted, his face slightly grave. Although he was able to crush his opponent, Yi Tian was, after all, at the 6th level of Jindan, and he definitely couldn't take any advantage in a real fight. If he continued to entangle himself, he might even draw other people over, and then the trouble would be huge. So even if he was as strong as he was, he had to give up. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with surprise. Why don't you stop me? The green-robed man's face sank at his words. Why would I stop you? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Shouldn't he escape and find someone else's bad luck himself? But listening to the other party's tone, it seemed that he did not care to do so at all. The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched slightly, cursing the other party for pretending to be limitless. Simply shameless. Our grudge is not over yet. Yi Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, not waiting for the other party to reply before his body swayed and sped towards the outside of the restriction. Looking at Yi Tian's background, the green-robed man's brows flashed with killing intent and a cold light in his eyes. But in the end, he did not chase after him. At this moment in the outside world, the saints had all gathered at the top of the barren mountain. One could only see the 3 great saint realm powerhouses of the 3,000 Dao states led by Venerable Baibo were surrounding a man whose body was covered in black qi. Changmua, you actually dared to intrude into this place. It seems like there is something you want here. Venerable Baibo's arms danced, and a huge spiritual energy swung out wildly. It converged into 2 large waves of water-blue spiritual energy in the void, blatantly blasting down with the sound of waves beating against the shore. In the face of this sinister and abnormal attack, the man named Qing He turned a blind eye to it, his expression calm to the extreme. A cripple who had his path cut off, and 3 early-stage saints. With you guys you can't help this king. Qingdian shouted furiously and steeply clenched his right hand, accompanied by a violent roar. The pitch-black spirit mist that enveloped the entire mountain peak tumbled violently, and in the blink of an eye, it manifested a hideous and terrifying black giant net. Do you think this will be useful? Venerable Baibo rebuked angrily in a deep voice, and his palms shook repeatedly, blasting out furiously towards the giant black net. In a dull roar, 4 huge waves of water-blue spiritual energy ruthlessly crashed onto the black giant net, exploding into 4 amazing waves. The black giant net was shaken, but it was not damaged too much. Chapter 137 Manhwa's Captivity. In the meantime, Qing Hua did not hesitate to double his arms and leap up in the air. Immediately afterward, a thick and unparalleled black light suddenly flashed out, blasting toward Venerable Baibo. Venerable Baibo's face sank, both of his sleeves raised, and 2 huge waves of aquamarine spiritual energy immediately met them. After 2 loud sounds, the 2 strands of spiritual energy intertwined and collided, generating a mighty energy that completely flooded the mountain top. Give me Jin. Venerable Baibo took a step out and swung his palms violently, as dozens of long turquoise-colored vines roared out, twisting towards the black spirit mist like giant dragons. At the same time, several other sacred realm experts also executed their own secret techniques, including Yi Tian's master, Man Miao Fairy, and launched a furious attack. Roar roar roar, gusts of bizarre and strange whistles suddenly emanated from the black spirit mist, causing people to be creeped out. In the next moment, a streak of black light flashed out, as if it was a sharp blade madly chopping the long turquoise-colored vines. Damn! Why are this fellow's methods getting weirder and weirder? What's the point of being more bizarre? Our joint efforts are enough to suppress him. That's right, as long as we can destroy this Fong, we will be able to find that treasure as soon as possible. The crowd shouted angrily. Their confidence increased greatly, and the long turquoise-colored vines coiled horizontally and horizontally,
dancing crazily and stabbing at the black light.
At the front end of the turquoise-colored long vines, a small foot-long turquoise wooden staff was quietly suspended, emitting a strange light throughout. Its existence was clearly a manifestation of that black spirit mist.
This thing, the Venerable Baibo frowned, a trace of doubt flashing through his eyes. Life essence.
The delicate body of the manly fairy trembled lightly,
and an exquisite light shone in her eyes. What? This is life essence? Hiss. Surprisingly, it's this kind of thing? Good boy. I've lived for 500 years and today I've finally had my eyes opened.
Upon hearing the manly fairy's words,
the crowd was stunned.
So, this thing is his true hidden means.
How surprising. More than surprising. This is a heavenly treasure. That's right. It's said that this thing contains rich what attributes spiritual energy, and to us, it's a cultivation resource that we can only dream of.
The crowd breathed deeply, their eyes filled with greed and fire.
Who cares about heavenly gifts? Since we've come across it, no one will want to take it all for themselves.
Venerable Baibo broke off in a deep voice and swept forward first. The other three looked at each other and while nodding their heads, they quickly followed him and rushed up.
In an instant, 7 Saint Realm powerhouses united to strike, erupting with earth-shattering might. The black spirit mist instantly annihilated,
turning into black smoke that dissipated into the sky. Xinghua's face turned white and a wisp of crimson blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth.
Clearly that struggle just now was not easy. Jia, you bunch of fools. You really think that this thing can trap me? Qingdian let out a loud laugh, his gaze icy cold and incomparable. Less arrogant. Aren't you relying on your slightly higher cultivation? I admit, you might be slightly better than us in a single fight, but now there are 4 of us. How long can you hold out? I advise you to be honest and hurry up and surrender.
The crowd sneered and mocked, their eyes filled with contempt.
In this area,
Venerable Baibo was the strongest,
followed by Man Meow Fairy, and then it was the other two's turn. Moreover,
both Man Meow Fairy and Venerable Baibo had reached the cultivation realm of the second layer of the Saint realm, although there was only a half-layer difference.
For some reason, the duo's battle power was significantly more formidable, especially Venerable Baibo.
Although he was only at the early stage of the Saint realm, he had a special technique. His combined battle power even surpassed the vast majority of Saint powerhouses, and was no better than that of a great saint. If it wasn't for the fact that he was previously besieged by the 8 berserkers from outside the domain, he would probably have broken through to the Saint King realm,
and even stepped on to the Quasi-Emperor. Do you guys think that with this king's current condition, he still needs to worry about your siege? Qing Di laughed indulgently,
his words filled with rampancy.
Don't you dream.
Xinghua gritted his teeth as a gloomy killing intent came through his eyes. This killing intent also touched Venerable Baibo and Fairy Man Meow and the others.
No way to die if you want to. Venerable Baibo's face sank as he immediately launched an attack.
There's no need for nonsense.
Go all out and take him down. Fairy Man Meow coldly droned. Good. Attack together. The crowd nodded heavily, and under the surge of their breath, they were about to take down Xinghua in one fell swoop. Right at this moment, a strange change suddenly appeared. No!
A mournful scream resounded through the void, and Venerable Baibo's face froze as his figure came to an abrupt halt.
What is this situation? Damn! What on earth is going on? The crowd was horrified, their faces hard to see, only to see that black spirit mist surging madly, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a black vortex. The black vortex expanded dramatically, directly enveloping the crowd. Poof!
A pillar of black light flashed out of thin air, carrying a terrifying corrosive force that swept wildly, piercing through the bodies of the crowd without a second thought.
In the blink of an eye, the crowd's bodies shook, and one of the saints was unable to react quickly enough, and his soul directly flew away. Damn! How could this happen?
Venerable Baibo's eyelids fluttered wildly, his heart and mind shaking more than just violently. This bizarre scene that had suddenly appeared was completely beyond his expectations. The feeling of watching his companions perish and die without him having a chance to rescue them made him chagrined.
Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Venerable Baibo roared furiously, the purple light around his body flashing rapidly as he attempted to break free from the entanglement of those black pillars of light, thus escaping the danger. However, no matter how he struggled, it was useless. The black vortex seemed to possess some kind of inexplicable confining power, and no matter how much he pushed, he was never able to break free. Damn it!
Venerable Baibo cursed angrily, and both his fists shook together as he blasted at the surface of the black vortex,
accompanied by a thunderous roar. The entire black vortex body violently shook but still insisted on not collapsing, as if it was solid and incomparable. How? To do? What exactly is this evil thing? The other two were also in a state of trepidation. Xingmo's methods were already weird enough, and this bizarre vortex right now was beyond their imagination. He, bye Bo. I'll take away this manly fairy. See you later. The black vortex suddenly contracted,
and Xing Hei's figure slowly revealed itself.
Asshole. Get the hell out of here.
Venerable Baibo was completely enraged as he slapped his right palm through the air, and a purple spirit flame suddenly rose up,
instantly entangling Qinghua within it.
Intense explosions spread throughout the void, and the purple spirit flame burned without stopping.
But it was slow to help Qinghua. Ha 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 ha, old ghost Baibo. I know you're angry, but my mission has been accomplished. So, goodbye.
Xing Hei let out a wild laugh as a burst of excitement bloomed in his eyes, accompanied by a surge of black gas. Xing Hei's figure emerged,
and in his hands, he was still holding the manly fairy,
who had already fallen into unconsciousness. Who would have thought that this fellow would break through the heavy restrictions and actually take a saint captive for the sake of it?
Chapter 138. If you're here,
you're here.
Qing Dian, you deserve to die.
Venerable Baibo was completely enraged.
But right now, even if he rushed out, he wouldn't be able to capture the other party. After all,
this place was too far from the mouth of the valley to be that fast. Unless he could perform some sort of bizarre means like Qinghua, forcing him to vanish within the black clouds.
Unfortunately, this kind of means was extremely dangerous.
And even if he was Venerable Baibo, he would never dare to try it easily. Venerable Baibo was so angry that his body was trembling,
and he wanted to go crazy. Man meow, but that kid's master. This to time. Even if it was a Saint Realm powerhouse like Venerable Baibo, at this moment, he was also a little unsure of what to do. If Yi Tian's identity was ordinary, it was fine, but this kid was the son of the Heavenly Emperor. At that time, if he really started to go crazy, he would definitely cause a storm, and he would definitely be unable to eat. Whatever, let's settle this scourge of Qinghua first.
Venerable Baibo viciously exhaled a mouthful of sulkiness, and a murderous streak leaked out between his brows.
Inside the desolate ancient monument, Yi Tian was quickly traveling through the dense forest.
There were still 3 days left before the closure,
and this dense forest was infested with demonic beasts.
The situation was extremely treacherous.
Phew, luckily,
I have the golden crow true spirit with me, or else I would be in trouble today.
Yi Tian shook his head inside, his heart secretly celebrating. Although he had not practiced it yet, it was not easy to use it every time. Several times, he was almost stopped by a 5th-ranked demonic beast. There seems to be movement over here. A moment later,
Yi Tian's footsteps lurched as he heard a subtle noise deep in the dense forest to his left.
After a slight hesitation, he quickly swept over. When he came close,
he couldn't help but contract at the corner of his eyes. The person in front of him was no other than Xiao 13. The other party's body was covered with sword marks at the moment. His injuries were quite severe.
What surprised Yi Tian even more was that beside Xiao 13, there was a bloody corpse lying beside him. Hiss, brother Xiao is injured? Yi Tian frowned and quickly leaned up, his gaze fixed on Xiao Xii's wounds. After careful observation, he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. There were no fatal wounds on this corpse, and there were even very few penetrating wounds, not to mention disabling. How could this be? Looking at the hideous wounds on Xiao Xii's chest, Yi Tian frowned more and more tightly with a puzzled look. According to his judgment, with Xiao Xii's cultivation strength of the 6th level of the Jindan realm, even if he was undefeated, he would not be injured like this. Strange, Yi Tian muttered,
his brows frowning tighter and tighter.
Xiao Xii's condition was really a bit abnormal,
which made him vaguely guess a certain possibility, and his heart throbbed.
No, it can't be?
Yi Tian's brows furrowed greatly as thoughts tumbled in his heart,
setting off waves of shock. Thoughts surged in his mind. Yi Tian pondered for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and sighed,
suppressing the speculation.
It's just that, as it comes, it comes.
Yi Tian shook his head and let out a cold cry, lifting his hand to throw away the cluttered thoughts and quickly sat cross-legged opposite Xiao 13.
A stream of pure blazing yang qi was slowly injected into Xiao Xii's body, helping him heal his injuries. Only, the situation seemed to be a bit bad. Despite Yi Tian's timely intervention, he still failed to help the other party get out of the situation. A moment later, Yi Tian suddenly changed his face and realized the problem. Although Xiao 13 had taken healing elixirs, these elixirs obviously had limited effects, and the recovery speed of his wounds could not keep up with the wear and tear. What on earth is going on? Yi Tian's face turned blue,
and his heart burst with fire.
Could it be related to the black qi that was devoured earlier? A thought flashed in Yi Tian's mind, and the corners of his eyes suddenly throbbed.
His heart filled with astonishment and worry. He had originally thought that the black qi that he had devoured earlier should be some sort of evil spirit or an attribute power, but now it seemed that this was clearly not the case.
If this is really the case, things will be troublesome. Yi Tian's brows were furrowed and his expression became grave. He hadn't forgotten that just after entering the desolate ancient monument, that bizarre aura had been rampaging and roaming around in his body, causing him untold pain. If not for his strong will and the protection of the Golden Crow true spirit, he was afraid that he would have fallen there long ago. And right now, Shao 13 was experiencing a similar predicament. Didn't this mean that he, like Shao 13, had already touched that bizarre existence? Not good. Going on like this is not a solution. Yi Tian's face was incomparably unsightly. His heart and mind shook dramatically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If it wasn't for that bizarre aura, perhaps Shao 13 wouldn't have become so wretched. No way. We must stop it from continuing to spread. Otherwise it's all game over. Yi Tian's face changed and he took out that jade talisman without hesitation. Phew. It's okay. Feeling the rich spiritual energy radiating from the jade talisman, Yi Tian immediately let out a long breath of turbid air. However, only moments later, his brows furrowed into a ball. What to do? Can this thing block it? Yi Tian's eyes snapped open, and the colors of hesitation and struggle flickered in his eyes. Although the spiritual power contained on the jade talisman was majestic and vast, this level of spiritual power pressure still could not reach the point of sealing that weird aura. If he made a rash move, it might cause some terrible consequences. Going out on a limb. After a short period of weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tian gritted his teeth fiercely and prepared to take a risk. Rumble. Yi Tian's aura around him soared, instantly breaking through the 5th level of the Jindan realm and stepping into the 7th level. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Golden Crow true spirit slowly surfaced behind him. Go! Yi Tian roared as his right palm slammed through the air. Buzz! The void trembled, and the Golden Crow true spirit let out a sharp and ear-piercing roar, carrying a skyrocketing flame as it surged towards the black gas in front of Shao 13. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. As soon as the Golden Crow true spirit swooped out a few feet away, it was as if it was caught in a quagmire. Its speed plummeted and came to a standstill in the twinkling of an eye. How could this happen? Seeing the scene in front of him, the corners of Yi Tian's eyes jumped wildly and his face completely stiffened. The Golden Crow true spirit was a special true spirit that possessed an extremely mysterious and unpredictable natural ability, which could be described as offensive and defensive, and was powerful. Even if he pushed it with all his might, he would never dare to say that he would be able to securely defeat this Golden Crow. But now, it had actually stagnated outside the range of that strange black aura, and by the looks of it, it was as if it was imprisoned by something. This shocked and appalled him at the same time. What the hell is going on here? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes jerked as a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he could smell the scent of death. Retreat for me. Yi Tian whistled furiously with a stern voice, and poured his body's spiritual energy into the Golden Crow true spirit crazily. However, no matter how hard he tried, it never changed much. Damn it! Yi Tian gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, his face becoming exceptionally ugly. Right at this moment, the mass of black gas suddenly violently tossed and turned, emitting an aura that was steeply strengthened. Just when Yi Tian was at a loss for words, it was as if these black chi had encountered something terrifying. It instantly turned into a strand of black gas and disappeared into Shao Xii's body. It was at this moment that Shao Xii's eyes opened abruptly. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Giant Sword. The moment he saw Yi Tian clearly, the killing intent in Shao Xii's eyes skyrocketed and he opened his mouth to spray out a dark red mist. Hiss! Damn! Yi Tian's face changed once again and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dark red poisonous mist instantly pierced through his shoulder, coloring his entire robe into a bright blood red. You're awake. Yi Tian breathed deeply, his heart bursting with surprise. Although he had expected it, he was still fearful after personally feeling the secretive threat of the poisonous mist. Cough. Shao 13 coughed violently a few times, his gaze gradually calming down. However, the eyes that looked at Yi Tian were still mixed with strong gratitude and awe. Thank you for saving my life. Shao 13 arched his hand in thanks, his attitude respectful and not the slightest bit disheveled due to the loss of his cultivation. After all, from the beginning to the end, for himself to be able to survive, Yi Tian had made a great contribution, and this did not need to be questioned. Cough, a show of hands is not enough. It's just that, your situation is a bit grim. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly, his face slightly embarrassed. Shao 13 frowned slightly, then revealed a puzzled look. You are fine? Nonsense. If you hadn't fended off for me, I'm afraid that it would be me that you'd be seeing right now. Yi Tian skimmed his lips and grunted without any good humor. Oh, Shao 13 was stunned at his words and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings, realizing that everything around him remained the same, and other than the two of them, no other silhouettes existed at all. How did you get out of danger? Shao 13 asked with a strange smile on his face as his eyebrows twitched. Yi Tian gave him a blank look. What do you think?
Xiao 13 pondered for a moment and frowned.
Could it be that you have a certain spiritual weapon hidden in your body? Ha! You're quite clever to have guessed it. Hearing Xiao Xii's guess, Yi Tian immediately brightened up and could not help but be overjoyed. Ha ha! It seems that the two of us are still destined to be together today. Yi Tian let out a wild laugh. A look of joy. Xiao Xii's eyebrows furrowed as he heard this,
and his heart was flooded with mutterings.
Looking at the other party's reaction, could it be that he had some other strange encounter?
The more Xiao 13 thought about it,
the more it made sense, and the expression on his face became excited. He, since that's the case, you quickly take out your spirit weapon. I'll help you with this brat. Are you sure?
Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao 13 with a smile on his face. His eyes were quite teasing.
Cut the crap. Let me tell you, although this little brat is a bit weird,
there are still some limitations after all.
Oh, tell me. Yi Tian smiled leisurely and put on a posture of listening with an open ear. If you want to suppress it, you first need to break its seal, and then smash it as fast as possible. Otherwise what awaits you will be an incomparably miserable end. I see.
The corners of Yi Tian's eyes contracted and his face suddenly changed.
Have you thought about how to break the seal?
Xiao 13 asked with a cold smile.
Yi Tian shook his head inside. I don't even know where it is right now, so how can I break it?
The light in Xiao Xii's eyes flickered as his thoughts flowed rapidly.
You stand up first, HM. Hurry up. I'm telling you, if you miss this opportunity, you will definitely die. Good.
Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and immediately leapt up and landed beside Xiao 13.
Stay close to me. Go. Xiao 13 grabbed Yi Tian's arm and stepped out lightly on his feet,
sweeping into the depths of the valley.
At the same time, he waved both of his arms and performed an odd gong method in the air.
Accompanied by the sound of incantation chanting from his mouth, the mountains and forests suddenly resounded with dense crackling and crunching sounds,
which vaguely revealed an eerie and horrifying aura. Right at this moment,
Yi Tian suddenly noticed that Xiao 13 was wearing an emerald green crystal jade trigger on the middle finger of his left palm. This jade trigger had a simple and rough shape and did not look too special.
This jade trigger finger of yours is?
Yi Tian gazed at it for a moment and suddenly realized that the trigger finger seemed to be inscribed with some kind of strange runes.
Xiao 13 smiled indifferently and did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly reached out and pressed his hand on top of the stone wall on the right side,
groping towards the stone crevice for a moment,
and then violently pressed downward with force. Rumble!
A low and loud sound spread throughout the valley. A muffled thunderous sound suddenly came out from the stone crevice,
as if someone was banging a drum inside. Hearing this sound,
Yi Tian's heart jumped and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He did not think that Xiao 13,
in this state,
still had the strength left to manipulate a magic treasure.
Don't get me wrong.
This is not an offensive weapon.
Look!
Xiao 13 shook his head and smiled, raising his hand to point to the stone wall on the right side. Yi Tian took a closer look and saw that there was a narrow crack there. The crack was vaguely permeated with a yellowish fluorescence,
as if there was something embedded in it. Right at the other end of this crack,
a 10-foot-long bronze giant sword was stretched across the mountain wall.
Just now, Xiao Xii's palm was pressed on top of this giant sword. So it is. Yi Tian nodded his head and smiled, looking quite relaxed. Your luck is really good. If I'm not wrong,
you must have a similar storage artifact or storage bag on you. Otherwise it would never have been possible to contain this giant sword.
Thanks to your help. Otherwise wouldn't I have to explain myself here?
Yi Tian nodded his head with a smile full of gratitude.
This giant sword should be your chance. Xiao 13 nodded in admiration. Fate of chance? Yi Tian was stunned at his words. Don't rush to be happy.
This giant sword is not as simple as you think, and there is also a special layer of seal protection.
Oh, Yi Tian was surprised at what he heard.
An ray of light flashed in his eyes.
As far as I know, this kind of seal is specially used to suppress demonic beasts or certain powerful evil things, and it is extremely overbearing, and it is difficult for an ordinary flesh and blood body to withstand its pressure. Yi Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air and nodded his head. It seems that we only have to fight hard. Don't be in a hurry to make preparations. Let me test its strength first.
Xiao 13 grinned as his right hand steeply exerted force and made a hard slap towards the giant sword.
Buzz! The giant sword shook violently with a tremor,
swinging away several messy sword awnings.
Yi Tian's face sank slightly.
A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. Judging from the intense fluctuations released by the giant sword,
its power was far more appalling than he had imagined. Xiao 13, however,
did not hesitate and continued to frantically urge his spiritual energy to blast at the giant sword with all his might.
Drink! Explode for me!
A piercing pillar of purple-red light suddenly rose up, instantly illuminating the entire valley.
Hiss! Feeling the piercing spiritual light, Yi Tian was immediately forced to retreat.
Xiao 13 was also forced to retreat a few steps away, his face turning red. A moment later, the piercing spiritual light gradually converged, and a hideous crack surfaced on top of the giant sword, accompanied by a crisp chipping sound. The giant sword completely crumbled apart.
Chapter 140, The Most Magnificent Force. Pieces of debris fell to the ground in all directions, revealing the body underneath.
This giant sword was not a true magic treasure, but merely a special puppet forged by a refiner utilizing some secret technique infusing heavenly materials and treasures.
Because of the material and craftsmanship, the grade of this puppet was not even comparable to the previous Red Yang Tiger. However, after the skillful design of the refiner, it still possessed a powerful combat strength comparable to that of a peak Jindan, which was truly extraordinary. Awesome! Yi Tian could not help but secretly marvel after he regained his footing. You should quickly put it away. We should also go out.
In case if the two fellows Lin Ao Dust and Wang Daoshen come and can't find us.
I'm afraid we'll miss out again, Xiao 13 reminded. This is natural. Yi Tian nodded heavily.
His right hand pinched his finger and flicked it towards the void, and a ball of spirit fire burned up swiftly.
In the blink of an eye,
this magic treasure that had been lost for many years was burned to the ground and dissipated into ashes in the sky.
Go! After the words fell, the two of them each pinched their knives and stepped into the air, leading towards the outside of the desolate ancient monument. At the same time,
the outside world had undergone a drastic change. The original pale ancient tree had long since ceased to exist, and in its place was a majestic palace that stretched on and on. This palace complex covered a huge area of 1,000 acres,
grand and magnificent, luxurious and brilliant.
Within the palace walls and the surrounding enclosure,
it was even more lush and green, spirit flowers blooming, grass and trees flourishing, birds and flowers.
The scale of the palace had already surpassed the so-called imperial cities and forbidden palaces of the sects and families,
reaching a level that made everyone look up to in fear.
This palace was called Desolate Ancient 81 City, and it was the most magnificent power within a 100-mile radius.
However,
the reason for this one was the change that had occurred here because of the invasion of the extraterrestrials.
By Bo, do you mean to say that Xiao Tian's master has been captured by Manhwa?
An old crone wearing a white robe with white eyebrows sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression and asked with a frown.
Opposite her was a stunningly beautiful woman in a black dress.
Although she was not very old,
her appearance was already not bad,
and her pair of watery eyes were deep and bright,
so that people did not dare to underestimate her. Not only was this woman's cultivation extremely high,
but her appearance was overwhelmingly beautiful and graceful,
clearly a rare beauty of the absolute generation.
And it was no one else at the moment.
It was none other than Yi Luyun.
I also didn't expect that this Qing Hei's goal was actually to take away Yi Luyun. Venerable Bai Bo frowned slightly. A look of worry swept across his eyes.
Yi Luyun,
who was about to say something, suddenly looked puzzled.
Xiao Tian has come out. After saying that,
her figure disappeared within Venerable Bai Bo's palace and arrived at the square where the desolate ancient monument was located. Only two figures slowly emerged in front of the desolate ancient monument, and it was none other than Yi Tian and Xiao 13.
Sister, why have you come? Yi Tian sensed Yi Luyun's presence at the first moment and hurriedly greeted her.
This is Xiao 13.
You've seen him before.
Yi Luyun looked at Yi Tian and nodded her head to introduce her. Her pretty eyes turned to Xiao 13 who was on the side.
You are Xiao Tian's friend?
Xiao 13 nodded slightly and replied with a smile.
I am Xiao 13. No need to be polite. Hearing Yi Luyun's words,
Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed in his heart and hurriedly changed the topic.
Sister, why did you suddenly arrive here? Shouldn't you be in front?
As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Tian noticed that this sister of his had a somewhat wrong face.
Sure enough, the next moment Yi Luyun greeted him over. What's wrong, sis? When the two came to another place, Yi Tian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask.
Your senior was captured by people from outside the domain. Yi Luyun had been paying attention to Yi Tian's expression when she said this, and as soon as she said this, it instantly caused Yi Tian's extreme anger.
What? Master has been taken away? Who did this? Yi Tian clenched his teeth and roared lowly.
His fists clenched tightly and his murderous aura rushed to the sky.
Calm down for a moment. I've already gone to look for it. The other party has already left within the boundaries of the 81st city, and has even left the desolate ancient road. Humph. Yi Tian gritted his teeth,
itching to immediately catch up with that person and break him into pieces.
However, after all, he couldn't stay in the vicinity of the desolate ancient monument indefinitely, and he could only stop his impulse soon. Sister, tell me, where exactly did the extraterrestrial cultivators appear from? What exactly is their purpose? Yi Tian's eyes rounded as he clenched his teeth and angrily rebuked. Yi Luyun's brows surged with coldness as he shook his head and sighed. I don't know the specifics, but for your safety, you must return to the heavenly domain with me. What? Hearing Yi Luyun's words,
Yi Tian's face abruptly stiffened, his full of anger instantly vanishing.
Sister. Yi Tian's mouth twitched, wanting to speak. What? You're not willing? Yi Liuyun's eyebrows knitted slightly, her face somewhat ugly. No, of course not. Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. Jokingly, today's Yi Tian was not the same rash kid when he first entered the cultivation world. The current him had long been transformed, his strength had risen greatly, and he would never be like before, when things were reckless and capricious. Since it's not, why don't you hurry up and follow me? Yi Liuyun's face cleared up a little, and he droned in a deep voice. Okay, I'll go now. The corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched violently a few times, and he could only nod his head in agreement. Don't worry, your master's matter will be put on hold for the time being. When you settle down, we'll solve it slowly. Yi Liuyun patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not worried about this. I just think it's too sudden. Sudden? What's so sudden about it? Yi Liuyun shook his head and smiled coldly at his words. It's hard to believe that you think that this master of yours is an unusual saint? I don't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. Sis. Yi Tian laughed dryly with slight embarrassment. Yi Liuyun glanced at his brother and did not pay any attention. In short, you're not allowed to procrastinate anymore, or else your master is really in danger. After dropping these words, Yi Liuyun whisked his sleeves and turned around, walking straight towards the outside of the palace. Yi Tian's eyebrows twitched as a ray of light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and made a color towards Xiao 13, then hurriedly followed Yi Liuyun. Half an hour later, Yi Tian bid farewell to Xiao 13. Originally he intended to let the other party go back with him. However, the other party wanted to continue practicing in the desolate ancient road, so the two of them parted ways. Yi Tian followed Yi Liuyun to the teleportation array. Looking at the huge teleportation array in front of him, Yi Tian could not help but be secretly shocked. Although he was not sure what the origin of this stone tablet was, there was no doubt that it was a powerful magic weapon. Especially that vast and unfathomable terrifying pressure gave him a creepy feeling. Xiao Tian, go in. Yi Liuyun urged and pulled Yi Tian to step into the formation. Accompanied by a soft chanting sound, Yi Tian's figure dissipated in place. Chapter 141, the Yi family's most talented man. When Yi Tian reappeared, he had arrived at the core area of the heavenly domain. This was one of the forbidden areas of the immortal region, and it was the ruling center of the most powerful forces. Heavenly Alliance headquarters? Standing in front of the lofty and majestic complex, Yi Tian looked up at this grandiose complex as a flash of memories surged into his heart. 2 years had passed since he left. Sister, is father still in seclusion now? Yi Tian collected his thoughts and inquired. The Yi family's family head was also his father. He had started his death seclusion 2 years ago. Yi Liuyun shook his head and sighed. Alas, since father had a mutation 2 years ago. Yi Liuyun's face paled at the mention of this matter. Sister, you've worked hard these 2 years. Yi Tian took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone. Don't worry, I can cultivate now. Well, let's go. Soon, the two returned to the Yi family residence. The Yi family was huge. The entire Yi mansion covered an area of 1,000 acres, and the place where the spirit veins converged was comparable to a spirit river. Because of the spiritual veins, this mountain range was rich in spiritual qi, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants were spread all over the gardens. Xiao Tian, you'll be living here from now on. Passing through a garden, Yi Liuyun pointed at a luxurious attic building and commanded in a deep voice. Yi Tian scanned around and frowned slightly. Sister, where is my courtyard? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Liuyun could not help but sigh softly. Little Tian, your courtyard has been destroyed. What? Hearing Yi Liuyun's words, Yi Tian's face suddenly turned gloomy. Although he didn't have much affection for this so-called courtyard, there was still a trace of a bond in the end. Just who did this? Yi Tian's face wore a cold color and his eyes were icy cold. Looking at Yi Tian's expression, Yi Liuyun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, and briefly recounted what happened 2 years ago. Oh, well, it seems that this time, someone is determined to bring down my Yi family, but wanting to deal with me. Yi Tian, they are afraid that they are playing the wrong game. After listening to Yi Liuyun's narration, Yi Tian laughed instead of being angry, and a morose chill surfaced on his face. 2 years ago, his father had problems with his cultivation, and as the number one waste of the Yi family, he naturally received cold stares from countless people, which was why he left the immortal domain. Now these people had actually even destroyed his house. If this matter spread back to the immortal domain, wouldn't it cause even more people to mock and taunt? Daring to touch my Yi family's direct bloodline. I really don't know if they have water in their heads? The corners of Yi Tian's eyes shrunk violently as his killing intent skyrocketed, his expression incomparably fierce.
Yi Luyun slowly exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air and shook his head with a bitter smile.
Xiao Tian, don't rush this matter first. Yi Tian shook his head. Don't worry sis, I know what to do. Yi Luyun nodded silently and said in a deep voice. That's good. Remember, don't be impulsive. Understand? Don't worry sis. Yi Tian nodded heavily, his expression firm. Yi Luyun breathed deeply, turned around and swept in the direction of the ancestral hall. Looking at the other party's back, Yi Tian suddenly had his eyelids fluttering wildly and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Ha! What is that? As Yi Tian gazed out, there seemed to be a blinding and dazzling golden aura at the end of his sight, as if it contained some kind of palpitating and terrifying pressure. Moreover, this golden aura was getting closer and stronger, as if it was a huge star that was rapidly approaching, which was appalling. What's going on? Yi Tian's brows blossomed with a brilliant light, and he subconsciously accelerated his pace, preparing to meet the attack. But the next moment, his footsteps suddenly lurched. Yi Qianquan. Almost at the same time, he recognized the man wrapped in the golden aura. Not bad. In the golden light that was flying rapidly at that moment, it was clearly the grandson of the Yi family's grand elder. The other party could be said to be the Yi family's top genius, who had been wrapped in a halo since he was a child. And compared to him, a waste, it was simply a heaven and a hell. A moment later, Yi Qianquan arrived in front of Yi Tian. You're back. Yi Qianquan's expression was calm. His indifferent gaze gazed at Yi Tian, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Only the depths of those eyes revealed a touch of condescension and complacency, as if he did not place the other party in his eyes at all. A cold light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as he sneered. It seems like Yi Qianquan, you are itching for me to disappear forever. You can live until today, all because of the Yi family's shelter. What qualifications do you have to question me? Yi Qianquan shook his head and snorted, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. In that case, why should I be polite? A cold light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and he steeply bellowed. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body was running wildly, and a terrifying aura instantly rose up around him, furiously scrolling towards Yi Qianquan. Yi Tian, have you forgotten your own strength? Noticing this sudden and dangerous attack, Yi Qianquan's face slightly flinched as a cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. His body lightly trembled as a brilliant light erupted from his body, as if a deity was in the dust, looking down on ants in contempt of Yi Tian. Boom! As he waved his arm, a majestic spiritual energy surged out, turning into a rolling wave that instantly shook Yi Tian back several meters. However, his complexion was shocked. How could it be? You actually stepped into the Jindan stage? Although Yi Tian's strength was not as high as his, but the other party had only been gone for 2 years. He had only reached the peak of Jindan after 20 years of cultivation. Yi Tian had actually reached the Jindan realm in just a mere 2 years of effort. Yi Tian's talent actually exceeded his expectations. You've lived a very dashing life these 2 years, but it's a pity that you're just a mole cricket no matter how much you bounce around. Yi Qianquan laughed coldly, his expression filled with disdain. Is that so? Then let me see what exactly you have to rely on. The cold light in Yi Tian's eyes skyrocketed as his right leg crossed the void and viciously stomped on the ground. In the next moment, his entire person instantly transformed into a residual shadow and attacked furiously towards Yi Qianquan. Seeing this, Yi Qianquan could not help but let out a cold laugh. Humph! Small carving skill. His figure was slightly sideways, and he raised his hand and slapped it, smashing it directly on top of Yi Tian's fist blade. Boom! Accompanied by a low explosive sound, Yi Tian's figure shook dramatically and directly shot backwards. However, as soon as he landed on the ground, he once again catapulted up and launched a ferocious attack towards Yi Qianquan. Ha. Yi Tian, do you think that these 2 years of hard training are really effective against me? Yi Qianquan, I admit that I wasn't your opponent 2 years ago, but now, I'm long gone from the Yi Tian who let you bully me back then. Yi Tian hissed sternly. His right hand formed an iron fist and blasted towards Yi Qianquan with a thunderous momentum. Humph! Since you don't know how to die, then I will give you a ride. Looking at the imposing Yi Tian, a wisp of disdain flashed in Yi Qianquan's eyes, and his right palm flipped over to slap through the air. Stop! Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Immediately afterward, a figure dressed in fancy clothes descended like lightning and arrived, instantly blocking in front of Yi Qianquan. This person was clearly the Yi family's grand elder, Yi Qianquan's grandfather. Yi Yunhai. Chapter 142 Brother-in-law. Looking at the grand elder who blocked the way, Yi Qianquan's complexion sank slightly as he withdrew his hand. Yi Tian, on the other hand, stared at Yi Qianquan with cold eyes and a gloomy expression. Qianquan, you're being too nonsensical. Yi Yunhai frowned and rebuked, his complexion looking displeased. Yi Qianquan shook his head and smiled, faintly saying, Grandpa, How do you know that I'm fooling around? Could it be that you're just like him, thinking that I'll harm the Yi family?
This, Yi Yunhai stuttered at his words.
After squinting at Yi Tian, he said, Yi Tian, the Su family has come and said they want to see you.
Yi Tian was originally thinking that this old guy couldn't wait for himself to die, so why did he suddenly come over? It turned out to be someone looking for himself.
Su family. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but think of that fiancé who had fingered him. Take me there. Yi Tian snorted coldly and waved his hand impatiently. Well, you come with me.
Yi Yunhai nodded and turned to leave. A few moments later, the two left the other courtyard one after the other and arrived at the entrance of the Yi family compound.
At this time, many people had already gathered at the entrance of the compound. The person at the head of the group was a stout, black-faced middle-aged man. Beside him, there stood two youths with strong breaths, both peaked Jindan cultivators. He, Mr. Yi Tian, I've heard a lot about you.
The black-faced middle-aged man clasped his fists and greeted with a smile.
Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning up and down the black-faced middle-aged man. What is it that you are looking for me for? Ha ha, Yi Tian, don't give your face away. Don't you know what we are here for? When these words came out, Yi Tian's face turned cold. What do you mean? What do you mean? The black-faced middle-aged man let out a cold laugh.
His eyes splashed with killing intent as he said in a deep voice,
Yi Tian, the bright people don't speak in the dark. The marriage contract between you and my family's young lady, it's time to break it off. Hearing this, Yi Tian's anger in his heart skyrocketed,
and his eyes became more and more icy. Let Suwaner come over and say it face to face.
Humph, are you worthy? The black-faced middle-aged man snorted coldly. I'm telling you, Yi Tian, don't you honor me by refusing to take the penalty. It's not impossible to make me break the engagement.
Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party with a smile.
It's simple.
Hand over 1 million extreme spirit stones.
Dream on. After hearing Yi Tian's conditions,
the man immediately burst into a rage.
These guys, they were simply Leonizing the vampire.
1 million extreme spirit stones.
Even if it was the Su family's bottom line, taking it out was feared to hurt, then there's no point in talking about it, Yi Tian said,
turned around and walked towards the Yi family residence. He didn't care what these people thought.
Anyway, it wasn't his business if the Su family wanted to break off the engagement. So do what you like. Good. Very good. Yi Tian, you remember, today's disgrace, I, Su Ming, will definitely get my revenge back. The black-faced middle-aged man roared with incomparable indignation, but Yi Tian didn't even bother to pay attention to him and entered the Yi family straight away. Seeing this, the black-faced middle-aged man's face grew even more furious as he turned his head to glare at Yi Qiankuan next to him. However, although Yi Qiankuan did not deal with Yi Tian, he could not allow others to gossip, especially an outsider. If you want to die, you can continue to stay here.
His words were filled with an icy coldness that was frightening.
Feeling this icy killing intent, Su Ming instantly winced. How could he dare to speak half-heartedly again? Humph, let's go. Dropping a sentence, he immediately left with the other two youths. At the same time,
Yi Tian had already returned to the interior of the separate courtyard.
However, at this moment, there was an extra person in his courtyard. Brother-in-law. Yi Tian looked at the person in front of him. Wasn't it Yi Liuyun's husband, Xianyuan Breaking June? Brother-in-law, why are you here? Yi Tian smiled and greeted.
Xianyuan Breaking June glanced at him, an inexplicable light flickering in his gaze.
You come with me. After saying that, Xianyuan Breaking June walked straight out. Yi Tian's eyebrows were frivolous, and after a slight hesitation, he still took a step to follow. Not long after, the two arrived at a remote hut. After pushing the door and entering the house, they only saw a table and case with a few sets of stumps on it.
Xianyuan Breaking June sat down and casually picked up a white chess piece.
Brother-in-law, are you trying to test me? Yi Tian grinned. Sort of. Xianyuan Breaking June spoke indifferently and did not deny it. Alright then, come on. Yi Tian nodded and was not polite, immediately twisting up the white pieces to land on the board. After a fight, Yi Tian looked up at Xianyuan Breaking June and asked in doubt, Brother-in-law, are you letting me win on purpose? So what if it is?
Xianyuan Breaking June replied noncommittally.
Yi Tian froze for a moment,
not expecting Xianyuan Breaking June to be so frank. Then he did not talk nonsense and continued to pick up the black pieces.
For a while, the chessboard was fighting fiercely. The two of them were competing with each other. Quite a flavor of dragon and tiger.
It lasted for nearly a cup of tea before Xianyuan Breaking June slowly let go of his hand.
Glancing at Yi Tian,
Xianyuan Breaking June calmly opened his mouth and said,
I lost. Upon hearing this,
Yi Tian revealed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up towards Xianyuan Breaking June.
Brother-in-law is really great. Since you won me, Then I won't hide anything from you. I came today because I want to take you to go hunting with me. Xianyuan breaking June sighed. Oh, why? Yi Tian looked at Xianyuan breaking June in surprise.
From his experience with Xianyuan breaking June,
the other party should not be this kind of person.
I heard your sister say, now that you can cultivate and are already at the 6th level of Jindan, you're no weaker than those little guys from other clans.
Could it be willing to be called a waste by others all the time?
Xianyuan breaking June looked deeply at Yi Tian. A touch of relief and appreciation surfaced in his eyes.
He was able to clearly perceive that the Yi Tian in front of him had undergone an earth-shattering metamorphosis. Brother-in-law, what is hunting? Yi Tian was stunned. Hunting is hunting demonic beasts to earn crystal cores.
Xianyuan breaking June patiently explained. Now that the heavenly fate has fallen,
many demonic races have also started to wreak havoc on the edges. So hunting is one of the fastest ways to improve strength. So that's how it is. Yi Tian nodded in realization. It wasn't that he didn't understand the meaning of hunting, the main reason was that he had also just come back, and he was a bit unable to shift over for a while. How about it? Going or not? Xianyuan breaking June asked. Hunting. This is quite interesting. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly,
revealing a thoughtful expression as his mind spun rapidly. Hunting this kind of thing was not unfamiliar to him. In the early years, the Yi family had also held a hunt, but the scale was nowhere near as large as today.
Go? Why don't you go?
There's no point in staying at home anyway.
Yi Tian nodded without hesitation and agreed on the spot.
He knew that this kind of thing could not be delayed. The sooner he went to obtain resources,
the better, lest he miss out on a good opportunity. Seeing Yi Tian agreeing to it,
Xianyuan breaking June's face was delighted as he pulled him up and swept towards the outside.
Chapter 143, Suwan Heir's Apology. Immortal Domain. Demonic Beast Mountain Range.
This mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers was one of the largest gathering places for demonic beasts in the entire heavenly domain.
Therefore, the strength of the demonic beasts here were all extremely strong. Moreover, due to years and years of killing, those that survived were all top-tier demonic beasts, and the level of danger was naturally not low. This time,
Xianyuan breaking June brought Yi Tian to the Demon Beast Mountain Range,
precisely preparing to hunt the demon beasts. After all, with Yi Tian's current realm, ordinary demonic beasts no longer posed any threat to him. However,
there were too many ferocious demonic beasts in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range,
and it was not easy to find the weaker ones. Not only that,
there were numerous demonic cultivators lurking around the Demonic Beast Mountain Range.
These guys constantly hunted and killed weak demonic beasts for cultivation, and also accumulated crystal cores. In short, between the major forces, the competition was very intense and there was hatred and resentment between each other. When Yi Tian and the two of them arrived near the Demon Beast Mountain Range, it was already near dusk, and the sun was setting in the west, coloring half of the sky red. At this moment, Xianyuan breaking June led Yi Tian to a square where there were already many people. However, when Yi Tian looked ahead, he suddenly saw a silhouette inside. The other party seemed to have sensed someone prying and turned to Yi Tian's side. Yi Tian was first stunned, then he revealed a surprised look. He did not expect that he would actually encounter Su Wan'er so coincidentally. Why is she here? Xianyuan breaking June followed Yi Tian's gaze and said with a frown.
Yi Tian shook his head and was just about to turn around and leave when he heard Su Wan'er shouting.
Yi Tian, wait! Su Wan'er's pretty face flushed red as she called out in a somewhat urgent tone. Seeing this,
Yi Tian stopped his steps and turned his head towards her.
Su Wan'er stepped lightly and quickly ran to Yi Tian. Is something wrong? Because he was unable to cultivate before, he rarely came into contact with the young ladies of these families in the immortal domain. Since he was a child, the number of times he had met Su Wan'er could be counted on one hand. I know that someone in my family has withdrawn their marriage from you, but don't worry, since my grandfather is engaged to your Yi family, then I won't be the kind of person who goes back on his word. It's just that I just want to focus on cultivation right now, so the engagement can only be pushed back. Su Wan'er's words were that she would marry Yi Tian, but now was not the time. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curled slightly as he sized up Su Wan'er with interest. This girl was indeed pretty. Although she was not as beautiful as the Yuhua patriarch and Manmiao fairy, she was still considered to be beautiful and dignified, especially those big watery eyes, as if they could speak. As such, from a young age she didn't have much affection with her biological parents, and could even be said to be somewhat cold and detached. Just want me to be your licking dog? Yi Tian laughed playfully. Su Wan'er's pretty face chilled. What do you mean by that? Could it be that you suspect this young lady to be a liar? Although she didn't know what licking a dog meant, it literally made her heart grow tired. I don't dare to dare. If you are willing, then you are willing. If you are not, forget it, I still have things to do. I will leave first. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders, no longer taking care of Su Wan'er, and walked towards the side. Suwon air froze at once. Yi Tian actually rejected her good intentions? No way. She was a Miss Su family and a direct descendant of the Su family, but now she was being ignored? This Yi Tian even disliked herself. It was simply outrageous. Hey! Su Won'er stomped her foot. Yi Tian didn't bother with Su Won'er. Brother-in-law, it's time for us to set off, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan breaking June instantly laughed as he patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said flirtatiously, "Going out for 2 years and coming back so manly? Humph." Yi Tian bristled and said blandly, "It's not manliness. I'm just too lazy to bother with certain people." After saying these words, Yi Tian moved his feet and continued to walk forward. If he wanted to calculate, he was afraid that the entire Yi family would not have peace. This brat, he's really becoming more and more unlikable. Shen Yuan breaking June shook his head. However, seeing Yi Tian regain his fighting spirit, his heart was filled with joy. Let's go. With that, the two of them sped up and entered the demonic beast mountain range. Along the way, deep into the mountain forest, Shen Yuan breaking June protected Yi Tian behind him. As he advanced, he continuously killed demonic beasts and absorbed demonic beast crystal cores. Although the size of the demonic beasts was huge, the pure energy contained within the crystal cores was no less than the spiritual energy within a cultivator's body. Moreover, absorbing the crystal core of a demonic beast could temper the flesh and multiply the cultivator's combat power. Brother-in-law, just leave me alone and let me do it myself. Yi Tian looked at the Jiao Dragon Bloodline Turquoise Scale Jiao Python in front of him and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he leapt to urge. No, this time I have to make sure that everything is fine. At the very least, I have to be by your side to pray on the battlefield. Shen Yuan breaking June firmly shook his head, not allowing Yi Tian to risk his life alone. Alright, Yi Tian had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Roar! The turquoise scale python opened its teeth and claws, letting out a deafening roar, and then scurried out like lightning, pouncing towards Yi Tian. The beast seeks death. Yi Tian didn't ink. Anyway, he could beat it himself and didn't need to worry about it at all. At that moment, he angrily shouted and swung his fist to smash the head of the aqua scale Jiao python, preparing to blast it to death in one fell swoop. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Swish! The tail of the biscuit scale python was like a poisonous snake swinging its tail, instantly drawing towards Yi Tian's waist and abdomen. Hiss! Yi Tian sucked in cool air. His pupils contracted dramatically. He did not expect that the strength of this aqua scale Jiao python was so terrifying. At this time, it was obvious that it was intentionally trying to lure him to attack the weak parts of his body. If it was a normal day, Yi Tian would definitely not bother to use sneak attack tactics. But at this moment, he had no choice. At that moment, Yi Tian hurriedly changed his fist stance and fiercely blasted at the opponent's tail. With a muffled sound, the strong impact shook Yi Tian several meters away. Pooh! He opened his mouth and spat out blood. His face was pale, and a stabbing pain was coming from his chest. The strength of this blue-scaled python was super strong, and Yi Tian was simply unable to resist it with his physical strength alone. Ow! The blue-scaled Jiao python let out a wild roar and flicked its thick tail, once again charging towards Yi Tian. At this time, Yi Tian did not hesitate, directly energizing his golden crow supreme body. His entire body flames rose, emitting a scorching hot wave of air. The red flame fist gloves violently bombarded the body of the biscuit scale python, erupting into a dull roar. However, the aqua scale Jiao python was not injured, not even leaving behind half a trace. Hiss! Yi Tian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He had already exerted his full strength, but he actually couldn't do anything about the blue scale Jiao python. Roar! The jasper scale python roared once again, then opened its mouth and sprayed out a blue-green mist. The rich fishy odor was disgusting, and Yi Tian immediately held his breath. Xiao Tian, do you need help? Shen Yuan breaking June shouted as he looked at what was in front of him. No need. I can deal with it. Chapter 144 Golden Crow Burning Fist. Hearing Shen Yuan breaking June's shout, Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly stopped the other party's assistance. With Shen Yuan breaking June's strength, he only needed one strike to get this jasper scale python killed. Good. Since you're able to handle it, I'll just watch the battle from the sidelines. Seeing this, Shen Yuan breaking June decisively stopped his steps. He believed that Yi Tian was definitely not the kind of person who was reckless and impulsive. He should not joke with his life. Seeing that the other party finally stopped interfering, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief, then gazed seriously at the aqua scale Jiao python. The golden crow true spirit began to slowly emerge behind him, blazing brightly and illuminating the pitch-black forest. Die for me! Yi Tian shouted violently. The muscles of his entire body quickly tensed up, and the veins of his right arm rippled. Then, a majestic and vast energy converged in his left arm, transforming into a rigid and domineering fist that fell. and your splitting roar suddenly exploded, and a ferocious might of mountains and oceans suddenly swept through the air. The air trembled violently, and the branches of the surrounding trees broke in unison, emitting a crackling sound. This attack carried the momentum of destroying everything, instantly kicking to the 7 inches of the blue scale python. Boom! In a dull and loud sound, the 7 inches of the biscuit scale python was pierced through a hole, and bright red liquid gurgled. At the same time, Yi Tian only felt his body's chi and blood surging, and with a sweet throat, a mouthful of fresh blood was ejected, and his face became extremely pale. This move, Golden Crow Burning Fist, was a martial skill that he had realized from the Golden Crow origin, with a grade of heavenly grade. Even at Yi Tian's peak, the amount of spiritual energy consumed to execute such a fist was extremely terrifying. After all, this was a martial skill that required an all-out burst of power, and the power was not trivial, and at this moment, relying only on the weak spiritual energy and physical strength stored in the Dantian, it was simply not possible to perform it for a long period of time. However, even if it was only for an instant, to Yi Tian, it was enough to turn the tide of battle. Take advantage of your illness. In the nick of time, Yi Tian seized the opportunity and frantically operated the Yuan Qi in his body and injected it into his fist. Accompanied by a low collision sound, the aqua-scale Jiao python suffered a heavy blow and its body was blown away. Without waiting for it to stabilize its body, Yi Tian was chasing after it, his fists falling like rain, bombarding it intensively. Bang! A dense burst of sound came out, and the blue-scale Jiao python was soon covered in fist marks. The originally large body, at this moment became in a sorry state, covered in bruises, miserable to the extreme. Huffing, a moment later, the aqua-scale python finally couldn't support itself, and its huge body crashed to the ground, setting off a sky full of smoke and dust, its breath completely severed. Boom! Yi Tian's legs stomped violently, jumping up high, his left hand clenched his fist and smashed down fiercely. In a crisp bone-cracking sound, the body of the aqua-scale Jiao python separated on the spot, spilling blood into the sky. Huffing, after resolving the biscuit scale python, Yi Tian was suddenly sweating profusely and panting, his face full of fatigue. Although he had killed the biscuit Jiao python, his entire body was also almost emptied out, and his stamina was severely overdrawn. However, when he saw a fist-sized demonic Dan on the ground that was glowing with an eerie cold aura, Yi Tian immediately revealed an expression of joy and couldn't help but grin. This was the demon core of the blue scale Jiao python, containing abundant energy. The energy contained in the demon core was 100 times stronger than ordinary crystals. Just by refining this demon core, Yi Tian would be able to obtain a substantial increase and even break through the cultivation realm. Yi Tian was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up the demon core. Congratulations! I didn't expect to be promoted so quickly. Looking at Yi Tian's excitement, Shenyuan Breaking June couldn't help but walk up and said smilingly, with your current strength, even if you look at the entire Immortal Region's younger generation, other than those few Dao Z level characters, I'm afraid that there aren't a few people who are your rivals. Hearing these words, Yi Tian instantly froze. His heart was bitter and complex. Forget it, let's not talk so much nonsense. You should recover your strength first. Yi Tian shook his head and let out a sigh. Unwilling to continue dwelling on the past, he hurriedly collected his mind and sat on the ground with his knees crossed to start cultivating. The energy of the demonic beast's demonic Dan was too huge. It had to be refined early on. Otherwise, a little inattention would easily cause a backlash. Time passed in a hurry, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a separate courtyard of the Yi family residence, a young man wearing brocade clothes and a straight figure was sitting on the head seat and resting his eyes. Qian Kuan, have you heard about Yi Tian's matter? The figure of Yi Yunhai, the Yi family's grand elder, appeared in the separate courtyard. The teenager sitting on the first seat slowly opened his eyes and indifferently nodded his head. Simply doesn't know the heights of heaven. After relying on the fact that he can cultivate, he has no one in his sight and is arrogant, truly disgracing the face of our Yi family. A shade flashed between Yi Qiankuan's brows, and his eyes were filled with a bit of disgust. For him, this kind of behavior from Yi Tian was just to pretend and make up for all that face lost before. But don't worry, someone has already started to push the envelope. When the time comes, someone will step in. As he said this, a flash of viciousness flashed in Yi Yunhai's eyes. Swish! Yi Tian steeply opened his eyes, which were deep and sharp, with essence overflowing as if he could see into the void. There is still a final chance missing from a breakthrough. Feeling the surging and raging aura within his body, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a color of relief. The demon core energy in the body of the blue-scale Jiao python had been absorbed by him for the most part, causing his cultivation to advance even further, reaching the 8th level of the Jindan realm. It shouldn't be far from a breakthrough, Yi Tian secretly pondered. Afterward, Yi Tian got up and walked out of the cave. Shen Yuan breaking June went out to hunt the Demon King after making sure that Yi Tian was safe. Yi Tian actually didn't want the other party to follow him everything. After all, if a saint followed, it was feared that it was estimated that he couldn't do it even if he wanted to fight for his life. Because in the heart there has always been a thought that no matter in what, he will not die. So that simply cannot stimulate his potential. But now there was no need to think about it much. After he ran out, he didn't notice anyone following him. So he plunged headlong into the demonic beast mountain range. During this period of time, Yi Tian had beheaded demonic beasts, absorbed demon core energy, and came into the mountain range every time he finished practicing. Here, he could unleash his killing chi with impunity and devour demonic beasts without reservation, increasing his cultivation speed once again. After a few days, Yi Tian's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of Jindan, and there was only the last layer of window paper left before condensing Jindan. Roar! Deep in the mountain forest, 2 5th-rank red flame tigers roared with ferocious might. At this moment, the 2 red flame tigers were back to back, cooperating with each other and surrounding one person. This person was clearly Yi Tian, who was heavily injured. His face was colorful, his clothes were stained with blood, and his entire person looked quite wretched. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the 2 5th-rank demonic beasts with a vigilant expression. This won't work. Although he possessed a golden crow supreme body with superb defense and infinite strength, the red flame tiger had thick skin and flesh, and was incredibly resistant to beating. Chapter 145 Origin Explosion. He was simply unable to inflict fatal damage on the other party. Especially now that so much time had passed, the red flame tiger was getting more and more irritable, and its attacks were getting more and more intense. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, he would definitely be torn apart. Should I use a forbidden technique? Yi Tian frowned, hesitating. Roar! At this moment, the red flame tiger tilted its head and let out a roar. Its figure suddenly rushed towards Yi Tian and opened its mouth to spew out a ball of fire. Seeing this, Yi Tian was startled. His toes pointed to the ground and instantly leapt up several meters, dodging the fireball attack. The red flame tiger took the opportunity to pounce on him, and his large claws swept out horizontally, bringing with it a biting wind, slapping down towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's face changed. He hastily raised his palm to resist. With a muffled rumbling sound, the huge force shook Yi Tian out and fell more than 10 feet away. A fishy sweetness tumbled out from his throat. Yi Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as white as snow. The red flame tiger once again bullied up and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's face changed drastically, and when he panicked, he hastily drew back and retreated violently, avoiding the red flame tiger's attack. But he neglected his feet, and his body staggered, almost falling to the ground. Roar! The red flame tiger seized the opportunity and jumped up, opened its bloody mouth and bit directly towards Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk, his head violently shifted towards the side, and he managed to dodge the red flame tiger's attack. Huffing, the red flame tiger gasped for breath and glared at Yi Tian from above, its scarlet tongue licking the remaining blood at the corner of its mouth, seemingly somewhat unfulfilled. Yi Tian's face was pale. Just now, his own life was almost accounted for here. But just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The originally clear sky suddenly drifted up with snowflakes, cold and piercing to the bone, and a murderous aura filled the air, enveloping the entire demon beast mountain range. So cold, Yi Tian couldn't help but shiver. His body was protected by the supreme yang spiritual power, but he could still clearly feel the coldness around him. Raising his head to look, he only saw that a powerful aura seemed to be erupting from the depths of the mountain range. What the hell is this? Could there be saints fighting? Yi Tian's gaze was dull as he muttered, but he could not afford to think too much. The 2 red flame tigers were right in front of him, and there was a high chance that he would lose his life if he was not careful. Bang bang! Yi Tian's feet powered up and turned into a black shadow, quickly disappearing from the spot, almost dissipating at the same time as the snowflakes. The red flame tiger looked at the human who had suddenly disappeared. First it was stunned for a moment, then it became furious. It didn't expect that it was about to swallow the other party into its stomach. But it even slipped away again. Ow! The red flame tiger let out an angry roar and chased Yi Tian all the way, not daring to stop. Deep in the mountain range, the coldness was piercing to the bone. Yi Tian shivered and shivered, involuntarily hugging his arms. Damn beast! Yi Tian cursed lowly and turned around, about to flee from here. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt as if his right arm was entangled by an invisible force, and his body stiffened. He felt as if his left arm was also bound by a strange force, unable to move. What's going on here? Yi Tian's face suddenly changed. His heart was horrified. He had obviously gotten rid of the bindings, but his body was unable to move. At this moment,
he was able to perceive a strange energy spreading out from within his body. This kind of power, filled with a murderous aura, was very overbearing, and seemed to be devouring him whole. What the hell is going on here? Yi Tian's eyes revealed a strong uneasiness, and his forehead was sweating. Could it be that something has gone wrong with the Golden Crow origin? It was reasonable to say that the Golden Crow origin sealed in his body was already only 1/10 of its usage power. He had never overused it, just for fear that he wouldn't be able to suppress the origin when the time came. And if the seal was broken through now, that would really be a dead end. However, when he tried to mobilize this trace of Golden Crow origin, he turned out to be unable to mobilize it at all. He felt that the energy inside his body was frantically flowing away, as if it was being plundered away by some kind of power. Not only him, including the sword he was holding in his hand, it was humming and faintly flickering with a light blue light. Yi Tian's face instantly distorted. It was as if his body had turned into another person, constantly struggling and hissing, his eyes covered in blood. At this moment, Yi Tian completely lost his usual gentle, modest and calm demeanor. Instead, he looked like a wild and fierce beast. A huge feathered wing drawn by spiritual energy appeared behind him. It was a pair of wings that resembled the wings of a golden crow, black in color, glowing with a brilliant light, incomparably sharp, and emanating a compelling edge. When the feathered wings appeared, Yi Tian instantly became even more hideous. A huge suction force burst out from the feather wings. The surrounding air converged at a terrifying speed and finally coalesced into a majestic vortex. The stone blocks under Yi Tian could not withstand the massive pressure and instantly burst into powder. And his body was also pulled by the powerful force and slowly floated up. The eyes of those two red flame tigers revealed a touch of humanized panic as they sensed the danger and retreated, keeping a distance from Yi Tian. There was a slight crunching sound. Yi Tian's sleeves crumbled inch by inch, and his skin crumbled into dense cracks with it, a trace of crimson blood spilling out, making him appear even more hideous. Immediately after, with a plop sound, a tiny wound suddenly appeared on his chest, and blood gurgled out. Yi Tian's expression was agonizing. His face was distorted due to the extreme pain, but he clenched his teeth and carried on, because he knew that if he passed out, the only thing waiting for him was death. Ah! Yi Tian suddenly shouted. His voice was like a flood bell crashing, deafening and shaking the heavens. Immediately after that, a blazing incomparable fiery red light suddenly lit up at the center of his brow, and the Golden Crow True Spirit Void slowly emerged, radiating a devastating might. Seeing this, those two red flame tigers were so frightened that their livers and guts wanted to shatter, and they fell to the ground on all fours, desperately retreating. Suppress me, Yi Tian roared, and an incomparably hot power erupted from within him, blasting out towards those two red flame tigers with unrivaled power. What he had to do now was to release it. Only by releasing that power within his body would he gain a new life. The Golden Crow origin within Yi Tian's body was a rumored divine bird that was born at the beginning of chaos. The ancient divine bird Golden Crow, with monstrous strength, even after it fell. The strand of essence blood it left behind contained a terrifying power. This is the unique inheritance power of the Golden Crow clan. Unless one possesses a special physique, one simply cannot cultivate it. Moreover, every 10,000 years, the Golden Crow clan would need to make a sacrifice, seeking the blood of a golden crow to help him activate the strand of essence blood he had left behind. Chapter 146, The People of the Luo Family of the Sacred Mountain. And once the Golden Crow origin was awakened, it meant that the Golden Crow clan had once again ushered in hope. But, with Yi Tian's finger pointing out, two blazing flames that were dazzling to the extreme flew out and ruthlessly smashed on top of the heads of the two red flame tigers. The two red flame tigers instantly screamed miserably as their heads were pierced through, blood bursting out and spilling all over the place, shocking to the eyes. Huffing. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian opened his mouth and sprayed out a pillar of blazing fire that blazed. Yi Tian's body, too, burned with raging flames, searing his skin with excruciating pain, and the tearing pain almost made him faint. Hold on. Yi Tian clenched his teeth. He had to hold on. Otherwise, by the time he could not support himself, the pressure of that Golden Crow origin in his body would directly burn him into ashes and completely go up in smoke. At this moment, although Yi Tian was in a desperate situation, he still maintained a clear conscience and did not dare to have the slightest bit of slackness as he continuously urged the Golden Crow origin. As Yi Tian kept expelling the incomparably violent Golden Crow origin power in his body, he finally gradually regained his calmness, and his face gradually regained its rosy color, no longer as hideous and horrifying. At the same time, the blazing flames on his body also began to weaken, returning to ordinary. Huffing. When the last strand of Golden Crow origin was spat out of his body, he let out a long breath, his face pale and drenched, collapsing on the ground like a puddle of mud, no longer having any semblance of energy. Cough cough. Yi Tian coughed a few times, He glanced at the two red flame tiger corpses not far from the side. His heart was grateful. Just now, if he wasn't lucky and encountered some coincidences, I'm afraid that his soul would have already returned to the west. Is this even crossing over? Yi Tian was puzzled in his heart as he raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. This was a deep and gloomy valley, surrounded by strange rocks, filled with endless desolation and coldness. The space here was so vast that one could not see the end of it at a glance, and a thick layer of gray mist filled everywhere. Yi Tian's range of vision was not very large, so he could not see anything at all. Suddenly, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble as an unprecedented death crisis enveloped his entire body. Who? Get out! Yi Tian scolded sternly, his eyes staring at the surroundings, his body tensed, making a stance to attack at any time. Unfortunately, there was not even a hint of response in the surroundings except for the sound of the wind. Yi Tian's face grew more and more gloomy. He could feel that something was staring at him, and that gaze was terrifying. He held his breath and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Yi Tian roared angrily, his forehead veins rising. Suddenly, just before his words fell, a bizarre red stream of light cut through the sky and sped towards him. Yi Tian's nerves instantly tensed. His arm raised, and a golden blade sliced out horizontally, chopping at the stream of light. Ding dash! A sharp and ear-piercing collision sound resounded in the silent space. Only a loud clang could be heard as the stream of light was chopped to the ground by Yi Tian's blade. Bang! A blood-drenched demonic beast's head rolled to the ground, and the fishy, pungent smell of blood spread out immediately. Hiss! Yi Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stared at the head on the ground with a face full of fear. It was the head of a red flame tiger, only that its eyes had blown out and its brain matter was overflowing. The scarlet and sticky brain matter stained the ground and emitted a sickening stench. Yi Tian's heart was beating furiously. He couldn't figure out who actually laid hands on this red flame tiger, and actually managed to kill the red flame tiger silently. It was simply too appalling. Could it be someone who sneaked into the valley? Yi Tian guessed and said, "No, there must be a strong person hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move." He turned his head violently, his eyes staring dead ahead. Sure enough, Yi Tian's eyes reflected a figure that slowly walked out. It was a young girl, with a delicate figure and beautiful appearance. A pink dress dancing as if she was a mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens. Only her eyes were flashing with a rich color of curiosity. "Are you that trash from the Yi family, Yi Tian?" When these words came out, Yi Tendu was instantly confused, thinking that if you can't speak you can remain silent. Obviously, she had a face that could make people's hearts flutter instantly, but she said words that would make people fall into the ice cellar. I really don't know whether to say that this girl is simple, or whether to say that she. Who are you? Why did you appear here? Yi Tian asked in a deep voice, a touch of scorn surfacing in his eyes. He always felt that this young girl was full of mystery. Moreover, this young girl's strength seemed to be terrifying, causing him to feel a great oppression. Don't worry, it's not like people will eat you. The young girl smiled and blinked her pretty and soulful eyes, revealing a cute and adorable look. However, Yi Tian was even creepier after seeing her smile. This was because he read a flavor of intrigue from this young girl's smile. "I advise you not to play tricks, or I will make your life worse than death," Yi Tian said in a deep voice, his eyes becoming glazed over. "Don't misunderstand. I have no malicious intent, it's just that I think this place is strange." The young girl laughed softly. There are still 2 red flame tiger corpses here. It seems like you're reaping a good harvest. Humph. Yi Tian coldly snorted, ignored it and turned around to leave. The young girl didn't mind and slowly followed, continuing to pursue. "Hey, aren't you going to tell me where this place is? Why do you care so much? It has nothing to do with you anyway," Yi Tian replied lazily without turning his head back. The other party refused to even tell him his name, so he was too lazy to get involved with the other party to avoid inviting trouble. "Ouch. Little brother is quite hot-tempered," the young girl pouted. "I at least saved your life. At least repay people, right? I didn't ask you to save me." Yi Tian rolled his eyes. "If I didn't help, I guess you would have been torn apart by the red flame tiger," the young girl said softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's footsteps suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed, and he questioned in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "Me, The young girl smiled sweetly. A hint of cunning flared up in her beautiful eyes. Then she said with a serious face, "Actually, my name is Luo Xian. Someone from the sacred mountain Luo family?" Yi Tian's mind was slightly shocked, and his face gradually became grave. As a native of the immortal domain, he was aware of the temperament of those great clans of the sacred mountain. Without benefits, they would not move at all. Yi Tian was very clear that once he was involved with the sacred mountain, it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, when Luo Xian said her surname, A hint of vigilance immediately rose in Yi Tian's heart.
Little brother, you don't have to be afraid.
Luo Xian smiled playfully and shook her head.
Actually, I came here just for the sake of practicing, and I don't want to invite trouble, nor am I interested in dealing with your Yi family. Chapter 147 Elder Infant Monster. Experiencing? Yi Tian froze for a moment and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the other party did not intend to provoke him, he did not need to put himself in danger. That's right, Luo Xian nodded and explained. There are many rare spirit medicines within the sacred mountain. As long as I find them, I will be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation and reach the martial exaltation realm. Hearing Luo Xian's words, Yi Tian's heart and mind fluctuated violently, and his eyes blossomed with a scorching essence. Really? He asked in an urgent voice. Of course. Luo Xian smiled playfully. Little brother, I'll leave first. Luo Xian left behind a sentence and disappeared into the dark night. Looking at Luo Xian's disappearing back, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth sketched a faint arc, but in his heart, he set off monstrous waves. So it's a treasure hunt coming. That's no wonder.
Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and murmured. He suddenly looked up in the direction of the mountain top and murmured.
This should be the highest peak in the place of inheritance.
It's just that there are dangers here.
So I don't know if I can successfully break through up there. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. Afterward, Yi Tian took a step and walked straight to the top of the mountain. The further up the mountain he went, the more terrifying the fury and resentment that permeated out from the surroundings became, causing Yi Tian to feel doubly overwhelmed. Yi Tian was panting heavily. His forehead was covered with dense sweat, and his whole body seemed to be soaked in mud. Suddenly, Yi Tian's gaze flickered as he saw a huge rock blocking the way. The surface of this stone was as smooth as a mirror, but if one looked closely, one could see many ancient and obscure symbols on it. Although Yi Tian did not understand any of these runes, the might that flowed out from it made him tremble. Yi Tian took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to blast his right fist on top of the stone tablet. Afterwards, a majestic force erupted out and ruthlessly impacted on top of the stone monument. Only a clicking sound was heard, and the huge stone monument collapsed. Dust drifted down in all directions, and a brand new cave appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes. There was a layer of hazy light curtain shrouding the outside of the cave, and it was vaguely visible that a plant as red as fire stood in the center of the cave, emitting a blazing and eye-catching light. This was the spirit grass that Luo Xian had just mentioned? Yi Tian's heart and mind were agitated, and his gaze burned as he stared at the spirit grass. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and quickly came to the side of the spirit grass. Reaching out and grabbing towards it, an invisible hindering force surfaced steeply, bouncing Yi Tian's arm away, making it difficult for him to get closer. Yi Tian was stunned. How could he not have thought that this spirit grass had actually set up a guarding formation? Humph! Yi Tian snorted coldly. The Yuan power in his body operated to the extreme and erupted violently, grabbing towards the spirit grass once again. Boom dash! The berserk energy instantly exploded, turning into a raging air force that spread towards the surroundings. The powerful force shook the entire space, and even a few cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. But this time, Yi Tian finally managed to grab the spirit grass, and was instantly elated. Ha ha, it's really mine. Yi Tian grinned widely and without hesitation. He pulled up the spirit grass and put it away in his arms. Just at this time, a sorrowful voice suddenly rang in the ears. Hey, little doll, the courage is not small. Actually dare to snatch my things? Who? Yi Tian was startled and hurriedly turned around. He only saw a hunched old man with white hair and beard slowly walk out from the dimness. His face was pale and his eyes were blood red, glaring at Yi Tian in death. Yi Tian's heart and mind trembled violently. His face swished pale and his mind was filled with horror. What kind of face was this? Simply put, this hunched old man was like a walking corpse. His eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty, and his entire body revealed an endless aura of death. Just by his sweeping glance, Yi Tian's heart inexplicably generated a strong killing chance. Jie! The hunched old man gave a sinister cold laugh. His eye pupils flashed with a bizarre bloodlight, which was creepy. Little doll, obediently hand over the treasure, otherwise you will die, the old man said morosely, his tone filled with endless killing intent. Hearing this cold and piercing voice, Yi Tian could not help but shiver. Uncontrollably, he took a few steps back and distanced himself from the old man. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the aura released by the other party just now had reached the peak of Yuaning. Although Yi Tian had the golden crow true spirit to protect his body, but he was an old Yuaning monster no matter what. Jin Dan was still immortal to put it bluntly, but Yuaning was different. The method of flying in the sky and hiding in the ground had been practiced long ago. To say that he is a baby, that absolutely will not give the old man in front of a good face, but now cannot. In case this old clapper goes crazy and cuts him to death, I'm afraid he has no place to cry. Senior,
Senior has taken the liberty of interrupting. There is no malice. I just want to take this spirit grass. Yi Tian arched his hand and said, He, brat, are you playing with me? This kind of bull asterisk can't even fool a 3-year-old child. Right, the rickety old man said coldly. Yi Tian immediately smiled awkwardly. Senior misunderstood. Senior really didn't lie. This spirit herb is indeed very special. It's worth for Senior to try something. Kid, you are tired of living a long life, aren't you? How dare you tease the old man? The rickety old man shouted angrily, and a rolling murderous aura suddenly emanated from his body, sweeping out like the sky and the earth. Facing such a terrifying aura, Yi Tian only felt his chest suffocating, as if he was locked by some kind of flood beast. No, have to run. This thought appeared in Yi Tian's mind, causing him to turn his head and flee without hesitation. Can you run away? The old man let out a fierce laugh. His aura around him increased steeply. His figure instantly broke through the void, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Yi Tian. Bang! The old man stretched out his dry, wood-like palms and slapped on Yi Tian's shoulders. Yi Tian was simply unable to avoid it and instantly spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body went limp. Young man, to be so indolent at such a young age. I really don't know how you survived until today. The old man shook his head inside. Yi Tian struggled to stand up, covered his chest, and gritted his teeth. Senior, we have no grievances or enmity. Why are you making things difficult for me? The old man frowned slightly. I never need to explain my work to anyone. Besides, this is the spirit medicine that I have cultivated with great effort. How can I allow you, an ant, to get your hands on it? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian froze. It turned out that this old man was not targeting him, but because of this spirit medicine. A flash of hope suddenly rose in his heart. Since Senior values this spirit medicine so much, then please be generous with your hand. I only beg you to spare my life. Brat. It seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. The old man narrowed his eyes and laughed. The old man has already said, I have raised this spirit medicine for 700 to 800 years. It is the crystallization of my life's work. Will you be allowed to take it away? At this moment, he felt that this kid in front of him was quite amusing, not to say anything else. Rushing this nagging strength, at the very least, he wouldn't kill anyone. Chapter 148 Blood Offering Venerable. What? Yi Tian was instantly stunned. Raised for 700 to 800 years? Damn it! Counting 700 to 800 years. This old fellow was at least 1,000 years old. A 1,000-year-old demon was actually waiting here for 700 to 800 years? This is too pitiful. Yi Tian almost vomited blood on the spot, but his heart was filled with deep scorn. A 1,000-year-old monster. The strength could be imagined. Still a yawning old monster? I'm afraid he's already on the verge of becoming a saint, right? He is now completely on the chopping block. Even if he wants to resist, he does not have the strength to do so, unless he sacrifices his bottom card. However, this old monster seems to be a ruthless person. If he really used up his bottom card, he definitely didn't mind slaughtering himself to vent his anger. Kid, which family's son are you? You reached the Jindan stage at a young age. How come I haven't heard of you? The rickety old man stared at Yi Tian and asked indifferently. Yi Tian was instantly stunned, then smiled sarcastically. Senior is laughing. My name is Yi Tian, a member of the Yi family. Yi Tian did not hide his origin. Anyway, with the other party's strength and experience, it was simple to check him. As expected, hearing this, the old man's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to be somewhat surprised as he said, Yi family? Your kid is from the Yi family? I've only heard of one Yi Qiankuan. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Senior's every word is true. There is absolutely no intention to deceive. Yi Tian hurriedly assured. Kid, I believe you. Since you are from the Yi family, then our two families should have a good relationship. How come you don't have an impression of the old man? The rickety old man suddenly laughed out loud. Yi Tian was helpless for a while. The logic of this old bastard's thinking was simply crushing. Senior, we've never met before. How could we possibly have any impression? Alas! The old man suddenly sighed quietly, shaking his head and said, That's just it. Maybe you haven't met the old man. This seed is called Zhang Xian. Some people call Xian venerable, and some people call me blood immortal fiend. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched. This old thing was actually venerable Xian? Although he muttered in his heart, he still revealed a look of dawning realization and respect on the surface. Late generation is foolish. Please forgive Senior. Venerable Immortal Consecration waved his hand and said with a smile, There is no need to be formal. Our two families are originally from the same clan and origin. What Senior said is very true. Late generation has been taught, Yi Tian said in a respectful voice. Venerable Xian nodded and continued, Yi family boy,
if you do one thing for me, I can give this blood grass to you. Oh, I don't know what it is. Senior, feel free to command. Yi Tian's eyes flickered as he said with a solemn expression.
Venerable Xian Xian stroked his chin and said thoughtfully,
Yi family boy, do you know why I want to keep you instead of killing you to silence you? Yi Tian shook his head. It's because you have a peculiar flame in your body and are practicing a fire technique. As long as you help me find an Inferno Dragon grass from the Inferno Dragon pool, this blood grass will be yours. Ah, hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes widened violently.
How could he have never imagined that this immortal consecration venerable one actually wanted him to enter the Inferno Dragon pool to look for the Inferno Dragon grass?
Well, kid, think about it, the opportunity is only this time. If you miss it,
it will be difficult to obtain this blood grass again, Venerable Immortal Consecration said with a smile on his face.
Hearing this,
Yi Tian's face changed a few times, then he clenched his teeth and said firmly,
Thank you senior for your fulfillment. Immediately receiving the map given by the other party,
Yi Tian arched his hand and turned to leave.
Yi Tian didn't dare to hesitate and quickly ran wildly towards the mountain,
fearing that the immortal sacrifice venerable one would change his mind. Otherwise he might not even be able to save his life.
This guy has a lot of guts. It's just that I don't know if that power in his body can withstand the flames of the Inferno Dragon pool. On the other side,
Yi Tian ran wildly with all his might for several hours and finally arrived near a river.
The temperature here was extremely high, and the air seemed to be burning as if it was all on fire, with heat waves rolling in.
The river was reddish in color,
tumbling like lava, emitting a fiery and scorching aura.
Yi Tian stopped his footsteps,
took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then leaped into the hot and boiling Inferno Dragon River. Just after he landed in the river, Yi Tian felt a wave of heat coming over him, instantly making his body hot and dry. Immediately after,
he revolved the Sun True Scripture to neutralize the incoming scorching heat wave around him.
Unfortunately,
the water of the Yanlong River was too fierce for him to resist,
and soon,
his clothes began to melt, and his skin was even reddened by the scorching heat.
Yi Tian gritted his teeth and continued to dive downwards. He had to reach the bottom of the river in a hurry.
Otherwise his body would probably be roasted and even in danger of bursting.
But, as he continued to dive downwards, Yi Tian finally couldn't support himself and spewed out a large mouthful of blood, staining the Inferno Dragon River water underneath him. Cough. Yi Tian coughed violently. He only felt as if his internal organs were melting away. It was unbearable. But even so, he still did not give up,
enduring the pain coming from his body, and tried his best to swim downwards.
Suddenly,
Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk.
Just to his right orientation,
a crimson color slowly surged.
That? Yi Tian held his breath and gazed over with a deadly gaze. Gradually,
he saw clearly what it was. It was actually a crimson-colored spirit medicine.
The spirit medicine was about 3 feet long,
shaped like a coiled python with a hideous snake head, and its body was crimson,
like a flame. Yanlong grass.
Yi Tian was so surprised and excited that he almost jumped up.
He did not expect to come across the yen dragon grass so quickly, and it was also a matured spirit medicine. Although it was only a mature Yanlong grass, its effects were many times better than ordinary Yanlong grass. Of course, compared to that blood grass, the yen dragon grass was still inferior to the matter, so he directly rushed into the depths of the yen dragon river, and a deep hole with no bottom appeared below him. Yi Tian followed the walls of the cave inwards, and the further inwards he went, the more terrifying the temperature became, as if he had come to a furnace. Soon after, a giant pit with thick black smoke appeared in front of Yi Tian, filled with a scorching flame atmosphere. With this kind of scorching temperature, even if an innate martial artist entered, he would definitely melt away in an instant, with no bones left. Not only that,
Yi Tian also detected that the inside of this pit seemed to contain some sort of extreme pressure.
Could there be some monster sealed here? Yi Tian secretly guessed up. Hiss! Suddenly,
a sharp and ear-piercing wind-breaking sound resounded.
Not good. Yi Tian's heart trembled and his hairs exploded in sweat. No wonder that old thing did not dare to come over. However,
the Yanlong grass was right in front of him.
Yi Tian really couldn't give up, so he clenched his teeth, forcibly raised the spiritual energy in his body, frantically urged the fire technique, condensed the fire shield, and drilled in with a hard head. Chapter 149 Yen Jiao. Bang! Just after entering it,
Yi Tian only felt a blur before his eyes as a terrifying fire attribute power came crashing down on him.
This fire attribute power was so terrifying that it directly broke down Yi Tian's flame shield and ruthlessly impacted on top of his chest. Ka! In an instant, the sound of bones shattering came from Yi Tian's chest, and his entire body directly shot out, smashing through a huge rock and falling several feet away.
Yi Tian coughed violently and spat out a large mouthful of crimson rainbow blood. His breath shriveled to the extreme.
Luckily,
He had offered a flame shield in time and blocked it with his fire technique, and only then did he barely manage to save a life. So close. Yi Tian was secretly grateful and at the same time, his heart palpitated. He had still underestimated the terror of this inferno dragon grass. Roar! Right at this moment, a furious roar came from within the deep pit. Immediately afterward, a huge thing climbed up from within the pit, revealing half of its huge head, its scarlet eyes staring at Yi Tian in death, emitting a frightening aura that suffocated people. Damn! Another demonic beast. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's face instantly sank, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today, as the demonic beast that appeared was too large, more than 10 feet tall, covered in greenish-black scales and armor that flickered with a ghostly aura, especially its eyes, glowing with bloodlust and brutality. Its icy gaze made Yi Tian feel a chill down his body, a feeling of falling into an ice cellar. Yi Tian recognized the name of this demonic beast as Yan Jiao. Yan Jiao is a 5th-stage demonic beast, comparable to the realm of a human cultivator's Jindan. With my current situation, I definitely can't beat it. Yi Tian's mind was racing. He was very clear about the gap between himself and the Yan Jiao, so he did not dare to make a rash move. After all, his current condition was too bad for him to fight anymore, and he would lose his life if he was not careful. What to do? Yi Tian secretly pondered, but was clueless. Just as Yi Tian was pondering, Yan Jiao suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. The sound waves shook out and shook the surrounding trees within a few hundred meters to break and collapse. Yi Tian's body shook violently a few times, only feeling a heavenly rotation and a buzzing sound in his head. Immediately afterward, the Yan Jiao's figure swayed and swooped towards Yi Tian. The Yan Jiao's speed was incredibly fast, spanning dozens of feet in a flash, closing in on Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the Yan Jiao was about to tear Yi Tian in half, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. He. Yi Tian grinned, the corners of his mouth outlining a bizarre arc. In the next moment, Yi Tian's arms spread out and instantly rose up in the air, leaving the ground and avoiding the sharp claws and teeth of the Yan Jiao. The Yan Jiao pounced and froze. Yi Tian took the opportunity to fly to the side of the Yan Jiao, reached out and grabbed the scales at its neck, and lightly shouted, "Collect!" Before the words fell, a cloud of purple fire appeared silently, attaching itself to the surface of the scale and spreading rapidly. Boom! The Yan Jiao's body trembled violently, and monstrous purple flames emanated from its entire body. The Yan Jiao screamed in agony. Its original fierce and vicious appearance instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a mournful wail that appeared extremely miserable and agonizing. Yi Tian took the opportunity to draw back explosively and got out of the range of Yan Jiao's attack, and at this time, Yan Jiao was already wrapped in purple flames and was completely incapable of resisting. Aren't you quite arrogant? Continue to see who first, bad luck? Yi Tian sneered. The Yan Jiao was in more than just pain. It had no time to care about Yi Tian. It could only roar angrily, sound waves spilling out in all directions. Humph, you think I'm really afraid of you? Get the hell in here. Yi Tian's eyes flashed. Then he leapt to the edge of the magma pool, and with a stomp of his legs, the whole person directly scurried into the magma pool before diving into the deep pit. Phew! In the next moment, surging magma gushed out from the rock wall, directly engulfing Yan Jiao. The Yan Jiao struggled madly and screamed miserably. It struggled as hard as it could, but it was to no avail. In the end, the magma flooded its body and burned it to ashes, permanently remaining in the magma. The corpse of the Inferno Jiao was quickly dissolved into nothing but a pile of grayish-white powder, which drifted away with the wind when blown by the wind. Phew! Finally done. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief as a pleased smile appeared on his face. Over the years, no matter where he went and what dangers he encountered, he had to be careful for fear of encountering demonic beasts attacking him. After all, a ferocious existence like the Yan Jiao was definitely rare, and every time he encountered a demonic beast, he would have to expend 9 cows and 2 tigers before he could luckily dodge a bullet. And this kind of demonic beast's IQ is not low, often know how to use fire to cover the tracks. Sneak attack prey. If you don't have some means of defense, if you are not careful, you will be doomed to die in the mouth of the demonic beast. Yi Tian was relying on the fact that he possessed the Sun True Scripture and the Golden Crow Supreme Body, so he dared to roam around the magma region and look for weapon refining materials. Otherwise, with his Jindan cultivation, if he bumped into a demonic beast, he would only be waiting to die. What is this? Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed that near the corpse of the Yan Jiao, there were actually 3 palm-sized plants growing with a dark red, crystal clear body. This is dragon blood grass? Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly walked over to check it out, a look of excitement in his eyes. Although dragon blood grass and inferno dragon grass were only 1 word apart, the effect of them was a million miles apart.
completely one in the sky and one on the ground. This is the rare dragon's blood grass, which is worth thousands of dollars, and is even unattainable. Moreover, the dragon blood grass is a precious medicine that enhances the strength of the physical body and the strength of the sinews and muscles. After taking it, it can make the physical quality stronger. Yi Tian was very excited and immediately picked the dragon blood grass and put it into his Qiankuan bag. Ow! Just at this moment, a roar filled with a tyrannical and killing aura was transmitted. Yi Tian looked up and was scared out of his wits. His face turned pale. The Yen Jiao actually reared up and charged towards Yi Tian at an extremely fast speed. With that strike just now, although Yi Tian had broken Yen Jiao's flame pressure, he was still injured, causing Yen Jiao's strength to recover around 7 or 8 layers. If Yen Jiao was in its peak state, with its extraordinary strength, Yi Tian would not be able to block it at all. Not good. Have to withdraw. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and made an instant decision to pull his legs out and run. However, he had just taken a step when the Yen Jiao caught up with him. Roar! The Yen Jiao hissed and opened its huge mouth, biting viciously at Yi Tian. Nima! Yi Tian's face sank and his arms protected his body against the Yen Jiao's attack. The Yen Jiao opened its huge mouth and bit down. Yi Tian's arms were slightly numb and his body involuntarily fell towards the ground. Right at this moment, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a brilliant light flashed in his pupils. Swish! Put! In the next instant, the Yen Jiao's open mouth came to an abrupt end as it looked at Yi Tian's dagger with shocked eyes. Chapter 150 Purple Xian Spirit Crystal. Only the dagger pierced through its throat and plunged straight to the bottom. Blood kept dripping down the dagger, staining Yi Tian's hands red. Yi Tian slowly pulled out the dagger and then shoved the hilt into Yen Jiao's mouth. Oh, the Yen Jiao's eyes were rounded. Muffled screams in pain, and the crunching sound of clicks and clacks came out from its throat, which looked extremely unpleasant. Humph, playing dirty with me? Old me is even better at playing than you. Seeing Yen Jiao writhing in pain, a cruel smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian had known that Yen Jiao would retaliate against him, so he had prepared for it early. This dagger was his specially made weapon called Dragon Slashing Blade, which specialized in slaying spirit beasts. Put! Yi Tian violently turned around and swung the dagger once again to stab into the Yen Jiao's abdomen, penetrating it. The Yen Jiao was in agonizing pain and hissed to the sky before completely passing out. Yi Tian indifferently smiled and pulled out the dragon beheading blade, then threw it into the magma pool in the distance, letting it slowly decay and turn into a puddle of sewage. Yi Tian then surveyed his surroundings and his brows tightened. How did I get here? As his memories gradually returned, Yi Tian recalled his experience in the magma pool and encountering the Yen Jiao. Forget it, since I've come all the way here, I can't return empty-handed. Yi Tian shook his head, no longer thinking much, and quickly jumped into the magma. Under the operation of the Sun True Scripture, the scorching heat around him was quickly expelled, and Yi Tian felt much more refreshed. The magma pool was vast in size, enough for a few 100 feet in circumference. Yi Tian searched along the shore of the magma pool for half an hour, but still did not find a single treasure. Not even a spiritual medicine. Sigh, what a waste of time. Yi Tian sighed and said in a somewhat depressed manner, it seems that we have to search in a different direction. Yi Tian's position just now was only 10 meters from the shore, so if there was a treasure, it would definitely be on the shore. However, he had been wandering around in the magma for half a day but had never found anything, so he decided to find another way out. Afterwards, Yi Tian swam towards the center of the magma, hoping to find a way out. The deeper the magma went, the darker and colder it became, so Yi Tian had no choice but to sacrifice fire attribute spells to illuminate the 4 directions in case he encountered danger. In this way, after traveling for tens of kilometers, Yi Tian arrived next to a huge rock. The stone was as high as 100 feet, with a smooth surface, as if it was a mirror, reflecting endless magma, waves, and a majestic atmosphere. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the center of the stone and said in surprise, this is Spirit Crystal. One could only see a fist-sized blue crystal body on the inside of the boulder, which was glowing with a lavender color and emitted a silky cold aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Yi Tian froze as he approached and took a look. This is the Purple Xian Spirit Crystal. Surprisingly, it's a Purple Xian Spirit Crystal. I'm not blinking, am I? Yi Tian was stunned as a beautiful picture appeared in his mind. Rumor had it that the Purple Xian Spirit Crystal contained the purest energy of heaven and earth, and after absorbing and refining it, it was an unparalleled treasure for cultivators. No wonder Yen Jiao's strength has increased so quickly. It turns out that he recovered by absorbing the energy of the Purple Xian Spirit Crystal. It's really enviable. After a short period of surprise, Yi Tian could not hold back his excitement and desperately wanted to obtain this precious spirit crystal. Such a large piece of Purple Xian Spirit Crystal is estimated to be worth 1,000 spirit gathering pearls. Yi Tian swallowed his saliva.
then carefully climbed to the top of the boulder and prepared to dig for the purple Xian spirit crystal.
Right at this moment, Yi Tian noticed two words engraved on the back of the boulder: Yen Di skill. Isn't this exactly the source of the Yen Jiao spitting technique? Yi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and a strong look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Tian immediately sat on the boulder with his knees crossed before carefully observing this set of techniques and analyzing them carefully. There were a total of 9 styles in the Yen Di burning sky technique, and each style possessed the terrifying power of destroying the sky and earth, burning mountains and boiling the sea, and dominating the world. This technique is indeed formidable, only that if you want to successfully cultivate it, you must possess a strong physical body, otherwise you simply cannot withstand this level of energy. Yi Tian whispered, his brows furrowed.
This Inferno Emperor technique was very difficult to cultivate,
and to cultivate the first stance alone,
one needed to possess a supreme fire spiritual body.
What if it was the second stance or an even higher stance? Yi Tian did not dare to think down.
Still try to cultivate it first, and then give up if it's too much to bear. After thinking for a long time,
Yi Tian decided to continue trying. Next,
Yi Tian discarded distracting thoughts,
quieted his mind, condensed his mind,
and then silently recited the Gongfu mantra. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a soft chant, hot and fiery crimson breath suddenly emerged from the dantian within Yi Tian's body, flying through his meridians and finally converging into his palm.
Boom!
Yi Tian's right hand clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, erupting with a brilliant white golden light and a shocking aura.
What a terrifying power!
Yi Tian was shocked in his heart. He completely did not expect that he would actually have such a terrifying effect just by practicing it once.
Ha ha, laughed Yi Tian in excitement.
I finally understand why so many people are desperately fighting to the death for the purple Xian spirit crystal,
because this is simply tailor-made for me.
Yi Tian was extremely fortunate in his heart.
If he hadn't come here,
he was afraid that he would never be able to cultivate the Yen Emperor technique.
After all,
a technique of this level was definitely a heaven-defying level of existence.
Unless one possessed a heaven-defying bloodline and qualifications,
it would be impossible for anyone to cultivate it successfully. Yi Tian did not worry about the failure of the technique because he possessed a strong body that surpassed the mortal world. Although it was difficult to cultivate the Yen Di technique, Yi Tian believed that as long as he persevered,
he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough.
Although this Gong method is very powerful, it is mentally exhausting.
I must be cautious in dealing with it. Immersing his mind,
Yi Tian began to silently recite the mantra of the Yen Di burning sky technique.
As the incantation in Yi Tian's mouth became more and more fluent,
the qi in Yi Tian's body became more and more abundant, and the entire magma world violently churned as if it was boiling.
At the same time, an invisible oppressive force crushed in from all directions, ruthlessly impacting Yi Tian's mind and shaking his soul.
So strong, this kind of power is many times more powerful than my previous power.
The moment Yi Tian thoroughly comprehended the Yen Di burning sky skill, Yi Tian only felt his blood boiling within his body, as if he had endless energy,
and his desire to fight became extremely strong.
Drink! Yi Tian raised his voice to the sky and violently opened his eyes, erupting with an intimidatingly sharp gaze. Boom, click, bang. As his eyes opened, bursts of thunder suddenly exploded outside of Yi Tian's body, and immediately afterward, endless lightning flashed up, so dense that it was like raindrops, with an appalling sound. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yi Tian could not help but draw a breath of cool air.
Although he had long guessed that after practicing this technique,
his strength would definitely skyrocket, but how could he not expect that it would be exaggerated to this extent? Yi Tian felt the temperature of the air around him skyrocket, burning his skin to the point of raw pain. His sweaty hairs stood up, and his body was paralyzed with heat. This is flame energy, Yi Tian exclaimed in shock, his face full of incredulity. Chapter 151, The Creator of the Yen Di Technique. Huffing, Yi Tian sat down on his knees,
closed his eyes,
and once again entered a state of oblivion. This time, Yi Tian did not waste any more time trying to figure out the meaning of the Gongfu's mantra. Instead, he followed the instructions and silently recited the mantra, mobilizing the flame energy in his body. A few moments later,
the fire snake in Yi Tian's palm steeply leapt up to a height of 2 inches, and then quickly spread to his arm. It went down along the arms and finally covered the chest position,
wrapping up the entire body as if it was clad in a flame armor. This time,
the fire snake became even more condensed, and its color turned into a bright and piercing reddish gold,
as if it contained some kind of mysterious power, filled with a domineering and destructive majestic aura. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Tian only felt as if there was a volcano erupting within his body, an unprecedented heat wave rising from his dantian.
It echoed with the layer of red golden flame armor outside his body,
forming a subtle resonance.
It was as if his consciousness was pulled by this force and entered a strange space. It was the unique cultivation secret realm of the Yen Di skill.
A sea of flames, blazing and pure. In the middle of this sea of flames, Yi Tian saw an old man clad in flaming robes with a majestic face walking slowly. His eyes seemed to be able to see into everything in the world, revealing an ancient and profound wisdom. Young man, the old man's voice echoed in Yi Tian's heart, carrying an unquestionable majesty and kindness. You are. Yi Tian was shocked in his heart as he realized that this old man was perhaps the creator of the Yin Di skill or the embodiment of its will. I am Yin Di. This knack was created by my life's work, and it was specifically created to control the fire in the world. Since you have obtained this knack, it is your destiny. You need to cultivate diligently in order to correct the great Tao. The old man said slowly. Every word was like heavenly music, making Yi Tian's mind tranquil and his comprehension of flames even higher. With the old man's guidance, Yi Tian began to cultivate at a deeper level in this sea of fire. He sensed that flames were not just a symbol of destruction and burning, but also a source of life and creation. The flames contained endless vitality and changes. Every burn was a cycle of life, and every burst was an omen of new life. Yi Tian tried to merge his soul power with the flames, and he found that when his consciousness was completely immersed in the flames, those flame energies that were originally difficult to control unexpectedly became docile, as if they had become part of his body and could be manipulated as he wished. I see. True control is not external suppression, but rather a mind connection. Yi Tian came to a sudden realization as he tried to use his mind to communicate with those flames, guiding them to flow and change according to his wishes. Gradually, he realized that he was not only able to condense more complex and changeable flame forms, he was even able to condense the energy of the flames into a materialized means of attack, multiplying its power. Under Yin Di's careful guidance, Yi Tian's cultivation skyrocketed. Not only had he mastered a number of high-level skills of the Yin Di technique, he had also realized the true meaning of the way of flame. He was able to manipulate the flames as he wished, whether it was forming huge flame storms or condensing into tiny flame needles. It was all at his fingertips and incredibly powerful. You already possess enough strength to go and train in the outside world. Yin Di's voice sounded once again with a hint of relief and anticipation. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and realized that he had returned to the real world, but the changes within his body were tangible. Senior Yin Di, thank you for your guidance. I, Yi Tian, will definitely not fail your expectations and carry forward the Yin Di skill. Yi Tian silently made a vow in his heart. Then he got up and checked. The Yin Dragon Grass, Dragon Blood Grass were all there. However, the corpse of that Inferno Jiao had already obliterated in the Inferno Dragon Pool after it became inactive. Time to go. After leaving the inflammatory Dragon Pool, Yi Tian non-stop chased towards the clues left behind by the Immortal Consecration Venerable One. Half a day later, Yi Tian arrived at a wilderness. Looking ahead, there were rolling hills in front of him, and at the end of his sight, there were lofty and majestic peaks. Yi Tian veered towards the left side for a distance of several hundred feet, and then found a peak to climb up. At the waist of the mountain, a wide river valley stretched across it, and the water vapor was dense. Yi Tian stood on the edge of the river bank and looked around, but did not find anything special. Other than the clear water of the river, there did not seem to be any other abnormalities. Ha! Senior Xian, I'm back! Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and was so excited that he could not help but shout loudly. Ah, you brat is finally back. Waited for you for a long time. As soon as the words fell, Venerable Xian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tian out of thin air, his face full of smiles. Senior Xian, I'm fortunate to be able to fulfill my orders. Yi Tian arched his hand in thanks. Venerable Xian nodded. Good. However, he froze in the next second. Originally he thought that Yi Tian would be lucky to come back alive. You, got the Yin Long Grass? Venerable Xian asked with glaring eyes. Aha! Yi Tian smiled and nodded his head and removed the Yin Dragon Grass from inside. Venerable Immortal Consecration sized up the Yin Dragon Grass and looked up at Yi Tian again, his eyes getting weirder and weirder. Elder, what's wrong? Looking at Venerable Immortal Consecration staring at himself, Yi Tian could not help but touch his face. Could there be something dirty on his face? Thinking of this, Yi Tian hurriedly reached out and wiped his cheeks. Ha 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 ha. Good. 3 good sounds in a row straightened Yi Tian's ears. Venerable Immortal Consecration was so excited that he snatched the Inferno Dragon Grass and scrutinized it carefully. Only then did he turn his head and solemnly patted Yi Tian's shoulder. Little friend Yi, I owe you a favor. Yi Tian froze, not understanding what the other party meant by this. Senior is overstating it. Yi Tian waved his hand. You saved the old man's granddaughter, so the old man naturally has to honor his promise. Venerable Immortal Consecration said seriously. This favor is too big. Old me will definitely remember it. If little friend Yi encounters troublesome matters in the future, just ask. However, I also hope that little friend Yi can promise me that this matter must not be leaked out. In fact, 4 people in the realm of immortal offering venerable. Killing and exterminating would be the best, but Yi Tian was a member of the Yi family. If he really got killed, in case he came to a big one, he would not be able to suffer at that time. Hearing this, Yi Tian also had some guesses in his heart, but he did not ask, but nodded his head. Your old man, don't worry. I will definitely keep my mouth shut on this matter, but if I say out half a point, it will be like this tree. As he spoke, he waved his hand and flames bloomed, burning the tree next to him directly into ashes. Tree, I deserve to be here chant? Seeing that Yi Tian was so understanding, he didn't make a fuss. Venerable Immortal Sacrifice took out the blood grass and handed it over. Here, this is what was promised to you. Chapter 152, Absorbing Blood Grass. Yi Tian was not polite. After all, this was what he deserved. But if another person came over, he definitely could not get this yen long grass. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before saying their goodbyes. However, in the mouth of Venerable Immortal Offering, Yi Tian learned that a secret realm would appear in the Demon Beast Mountain range recently. It was probably the secret realm of the demonic beast baptism. It was not very appealing to a person of the level of Immortal Sacrifice Exalt. However, it was definitely considered a chance for Yi Tian. This old clapper is still weirdly good, Yi Tian muttered in his heart. But there was still about half a month before the opening of the secret realm. He was ready to refine this blood grass first before making plans. After coming to a cave, Yi Tian took out the blood grass and gently placed it on the stone platform in front of him. This blood grass was crimson in color, as if it contained endless life force and violent blood chi. Even within this dimly lit cave, it appeared particularly dazzling. Yi Tian took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated, preparing to start refining this precious medicinal herb. He revolved the Sun True Scripture, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like boiling magma. It circulated along specific meridian routes and gradually converged on top of his palm. With Yi Tian's soft drink, a blazing flame violently erupted from his palm, slowly wrapping the blood grass in it. Amidst the flames, the blood grass slowly began to melt, releasing a rich blood chi and life essence. These essences gradually became pure and condensed under the calcination of the flames. It eventually turned into a stream of pure energy that was greedily absorbed by Yi Tian's body. His cultivation level was even vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough at this moment, and an unprecedented sense of power arose. After an unknown period of time, Yi Tian finally felt that the violent energy gradually calmed down and turned into warm spiritual energy flowing through his limbs and bones. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a refined light, and his entire body looked even more refreshed, as if he had been transformed. Is this the power of the blood grass? It really lives up to its name, Yi Tian muttered, feeling the spiritual energy surging within his body. 9th Jin Dan, only one step short of Jin Dan perfection. Not only that, the blood chi contained in the blood grass had all been refined by the physical body, which was now definitely comparable to those at the Yuaning stage. Phew! Yi Tian took a long breath of turbid air, suppressing the surging spiritual energy in his body, and slowly adjusting his state. After a long time, when he had completely stabilized his realm, Yi Tian suddenly frowned. Oops, forgot the time. At this time, he realized that the originally scheduled 10 days had now passed 13 days. There were still 2 more days until that demonic beast baptismal mystic realm opened. Time should be in time, right? Yi Tian pondered in his heart, but his steps were not slow, and after sealing the cave, he quickly swept towards the direction where the secret realm was located. At the entrance location of the demonic beast's secret realm, there was a vast valley that looked like a chasm stretching across the sky. However, when he stepped inside, he realized that there were already many people waiting inside. Among them were also ones he recognized, such as Su Wanner. At this moment, Su Wanner was surrounded by disciples of some clans and great powers. These people were talking and laughing. It was quite cozy. Not far away, there was a group of slightly older male cultivators gathered there chatting about something. Yi Tian scanned the circle and found the older cultivators who were standing around each of the 7 boulders. The boulders were arranged in the form of the Big Dipper and 7 stars, looking away from each other, seemingly constructing some sort of formation. Although Yi Tian did not quite understand these, he knew from the looks of it that it should be some kind of powerful formation. Yi Tian? Su Wanner suddenly saw the figure in the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. She did not expect to meet the other party here. Not only Su Wanner, the several young disciples beside her also looked this way with slightly surprised expressions. Wanner, why is that kid here? Who knows? It's probably a coincidence that he ran into him. These people had disdain in their eyes, as if Yi Tian was some kind of trash. However, when Yi Tian looked over, he noticed the killing intent in the eyes of a man closest to Su Wanner's side. It seems like I haven't messed with this person, right? Yi Tian pondered in his heart, but did not think much about it. If the other party dared to have bad intentions, the big deal would be to slap him to death and be done with it. After sitting on his knees for a long time, an alarming voice rang out in the crowd. The secret realm is opening. Accompanied by the sound of the shriek, the crowd rushed in unison towards the location where the crack was located. The crack was several meters wide, and it was filled with a faint black mist. Dangerous fluctuations that caused one's heart to tremble and palpitate emanated from within the crack, causing one's heart to race. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone must pay attention to safety, a cultivator droned in a deep voice, reminding the crowd to remain calm. The crowd was in awe as they walked into the crack with taut nerves. Yi Tian followed closely behind one of them and walked into the secret realm. As soon as they stepped in, the scene around them suddenly changed. The place they were in was the top of a high mountain, while the bottom of the mountain was a vast forest. Moreover, this mountain peak was extremely steep, and its walls were covered with thorns and vines, with not an inch of grass growing, making it difficult to climb at all. One by one, the crowd held hands and struggled to climb the mountain cliffs, moving forward with difficulty. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more serious the poisonous miasma that permeated the surroundings became. The air was so thin that breathing became a problem. Fortunately, Yi Tian had prepared for this and had taken a poison dispelling pill, so he did not have to worry about the poisonous gas entering his body anymore. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard someone behind him shouting, "Not good. This miasma is weird." As soon as the words fell, the person twitched a few times and then fell down limply. Yi Tian turned his head and saw that the person's face was greenish. His lips were purple, and his eyes were tightly closed, obviously dead. The rest of the disciples also had drastic changes in their faces, looking terrified, and there was even someone who panicked and directly fell off the cliff, falling into pieces. Looking at this bizarre situation, Yi Tian also frowned, feeling a little strange. It was said that with his strength, he was not afraid of these poisonous miasma at all, but these ordinary disciples were not. Wanner, here, in the middle of the group, the man from before pulled out a poured a hand to Su Wanner, his eyes filled with concern. "Thank you, senior brother Wang. You take it first. I also have the poison-resistant pill with me. I'll distribute it to the group later." Su Wanner hurriedly shook her head and excused herself, stating that she also had defense-type treasures and didn't need the pills from the man surnamed Wang. "This is also good." The man surnamed Wang hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and ultimately took the pills back, while at the same time removing his own defensive armor and handing it to Su Wanner. Seeing this, Su Wanner did not make any pretense and directly put it on her body, then continued to rush. Yi Tian silently followed at the end of the group, but his eyes quietly glanced at the man surnamed Wang. This man had a robust and sturdy body. His looks were average, and his inverted triangular eyes made him look a little uncomfortable. Chapter 153, Spiritual Spring Water. As the crowd stepped through the poisonous miasma, they finally got a good look at the dense forest in front of them, in which there were hidden beast roars coming out. "Everyone be careful," someone warned, then took the lead and rushed out. The others followed closely behind and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. Yi Tian did not hesitate when he saw this and quickly expanded his pace to catch up, unwilling to fall behind. He was able to perceive that the dense forest was filled with all kinds of ferocious and strong beasts, and he was afraid that the strength of each of them had reached the third-class level. If it wasn't for Yi Tian's current physical strength being extremely tough, an ordinary cultivator who rashly intruded into this dense forest would probably directly fall. Just like this, after burning incense, the team slowly reduced by about half. Not that they had fallen, but they were afraid of death and retreated back. "Big brother, look, what is that thing?" Suddenly, a disciple pointed ahead, his face flashing with excitement. The crowd followed the direction he was pointing in, only to see that not far away, there were actually two jasper-colored vegetation. They grew with thick branches and leaves, each of which was the size of a baby's fist. The leaves were emerald green, as if they were carved out of jasper, and in the night, they were even emitting an eerie green light, which was particularly fascinating. What attracted the most attention was that one of the jasper trees had a crystal-clear liquid flowing from its trunk. Spirit spring. It's actually really a spirit spring. A youth couldn't help but be shocked as he took a good look at the green liquid flowing from the tree trunk. This was a special kind of spirit spring, a treasure of genius. It contained infinite energy and possessed the efficacy of cleansing the tendons and marrow and quenching the blood veins, improving the qualifications and increasing the speed of cultivation. It was said that some super sects or super families would spend a lot of money to specifically purchase this kind of spirit spring. Ha ha ha, I've made a fortune this time. I actually found a spiritual spring in these wild mountains. That's right, although this spirit spring is not as precious as the sacred spring, for us, it's definitely something that can't be found. The group of people were so excited that their eyes were wide open. They couldn't wait to snatch the spirit spring right away.
Yi Tian carefully observed and made sure that there was no danger before he slowly walked over.
Kid, stand still. You can't go near the spirit spring.
As soon as Yi Tian approached the spirit spring, someone immediately shouted and cursed, his tone filled with warnings. This caused Yi Tian to feel a slight anger in his heart as he turned around and swept the crowd with an icy gaze.
Humph, the spirit spring doesn't have your name written on it, so why not let me see it? Yi Tian laughed coldly and retorted in a tone that was not condescending. The man's face flushed red with annoyance and he chided. Do you know what place this is? This is a secret realm. Where is it your turn to mess around? Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but snicker and mocked. This is a secret realm? How do I look at this like a grave? When these words came out, everyone was furious. You seek death, asshole, what do you know? This is an ancient relic, not a grave. Are you out of your mind? Kid, simply deserve to die. In a flash, several young men and women cursed angrily, their faces grim. Yi Tian was undaunted and said indifferently, if you guys want to make a move, feel free to come, I'll take it. If you don't dare, don't beep here anymore. The crowd's faces immediately turned red, gritting their teeth and staring at Yi Tian, but just no one made a move, because the environment here was too harsh. No one dared to guarantee that they could retreat in one piece. Count yourself ruthless. Kid, you remember the insults you received today.
A tall and thin man put down harsh words and then turned around to leave. The others also reluctantly snorted coldly when they saw this and left one after another.
Humph, coward.
Yi Tian despised looking at the group of backs and muttered secretly, then lifted his leg and stepped towards the spirit spring. The flavor of this spirit spring was fresh and pleasant.
Inhaling it into his lungs was intoxicating, as if he was in the clouds. This is spirit spring water, Yi Tian exclaimed, his heart thumping. Unexpectedly, he could not help but feel some anticipation in his heart as he came across such a rare thing so quickly. Yi Tian squatted down and cupped the spirit spring and took a sip, and in an instant, his body's pores shot open, soothing and refreshing. It really is spirit spring water. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, then he tilted his neck and gulped it down. This spirit spring entered his throat as if it was burning hot and rolling. It seemed to burn his internal organs, and the entire chest and abdomen was filled with pure and rich energy. This energy traveled throughout his body's meridians and acupoints, causing his skin to become smoother and more delicate, and his entire figure was being pulled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, his originally thin and short body had already grown much taller, and even his body size had expanded by several times, making his whole person look exceptionally tough. At the same time, Yi Tian felt that a magical power seemed to gush out from his body, moisturizing his muscles and bones, flesh and blood, causing his flesh to become stronger and stronger. Yi Tian was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't expect that just drinking a little bit of spiritual spring water would have such an obvious effect. However, at this time, the man surnamed Wang suddenly walked towards Yi Tian's side and greeted the crowd to follow him. Seeing the other party's movements, Yi Tian frowned slightly. What do you want to do? He asked. I heard that you are Wan Er's fiancé. The corner of the man surnamed Wang's mouth was outlined in a hideous cold smile. Heh, what's it got to do with you? Yi Tian said with a cold smile. Of course it's relevant. Since you are Wan Er's fiancé, I can't kill you. However, I can waste you. The man surnamed Wang revealed an evil smile, and a cold aura shot out from his eyes. You want to waste me? Yi Tian first froze when he heard this, followed by a sneer emerging from the corner of his mouth. You still don't know, right? I, Wang Jinza, am a direct descendant of the Wang family. To abolish you, it's as easy as a slap. Wang Jinze smiled proudly, looking quite confident, a burst of arrogant and overbearing ferocity in his eyes. Hearing this, a white-robed man next to him hurriedly pulled his arm and said in a low voice to dissuade him, Brother Wang, don't be impulsive. This is a secret realm. You must not cause trouble. Yes, this guy is strong. Let's avoid the front line for now. Let's wait until we're in the depths of the secret realm and then we'll find a chance to clean him up. The other two also hurriedly opened their mouths to persuade him, fearing that Wang Jinze would lose out if he acted out of his anger. Wang Jinze glanced at the three of them with disdain and coldly grunted. What are you afraid of? With me here, he can't hurt us at all. Alright, don't waste time. Hurry up and get rid of this brat, so that we don't have to dream too much at night. Wang Jinze coldly shouted and directly rushed towards Yi Tian to personally teach him a lesson. Seeing Wang Jinze striking, the other few people stopped arguing and quickly retreated a few steps back, surrounding themselves from afar to watch the battle. They wanted to see exactly what Yi Tian was capable of. What's wrong with a disciple of the Wang family? Beat them up as usual. Yi Tian's gaze was morose, and the corner of his mouth curved up in a cruel arc. He had long wanted to fight Wang Jinze, and now that he had an excuse, it was just what he wanted. Chapter 154, Cloud Immortal Sword Saint's Disciple. An explosive sound suddenly spread,
Wang Jinza fiercely stepped on the ground and rose up in the air. His right foot kicked out like lightning, carrying a powerful and vicious attack. The power of Wang Jinza's kick was extremely strong, enough to shatter steel. If it really hit, Yi Tian would definitely have his ribs broken. However, Yi Tian had prepared for it and quickly moved back half a meter before the other party attacked, narrowly dodging away. Seeing Yi Tian easily dodging away, Wang Jinza's face turned cold and then continued to attack. Although Wang Jinza was short-tempered, his martial arts attainments were quite good. His body was agile and flexible, and once he unleashed his martial arts skills, his attacks were fierce and ferocious, and he would never leave his hands unattended. However, Yi Tian did not choose to fight hard, but instead adopted a wandering fighting style, and every time, he was always able to detect Wang Jinza's movements in advance. This tactic, which Yi Tian had tried time and again, left Wang Jinza with no way to attack. Wang Jinza had attacked dozens of times in a row without success, and a layer of anger and shame gradually surged on his face. Yi Tian was able to dodge in time every time, which made him feel embarrassed. Moreover, he realized that Yi Tian seemed to have perfect insight into his martial arts routines and dealt with them calmly. His advantages could not be utilized at all, and he was instead held back by his opponent. If this continued, he would only lose to the other party. Thinking of this, Wang Jinza's heart became more and more anxious, and the spiritual energy in his body was running. Battle technique. Open. This was a secret technique unique to the Wang family, where the cultivator stimulated the potential in his body, causing his strength to increase exponentially. As Wang Jinza let out a loud shout, a majestic aura rose steeply, instantly enveloping the four directions. Yi Tian's face was gloomy as he felt Wang Jinza's strong strength, and his eyes became grave. Wang Jinza's strength was even more terrifying than before. Wang Jinza's aura was climbing crazily, reaching the peak of peak Jindan in the blink of an eye, only a hair's breadth away from consummation. Kid, take your life. Wang Jinza roared angrily. His figure shifted and instantly appeared in front of Yi Tian. His fist blasted out with a furious momentum. Is this your strongest strength? Yi Tian laughed coldly. His figure leaped and easily dodged the punch. Little scumbag. I want to see how many punches you can dodge. Wang Jinza cursed angrily. His figure disappeared again like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he had already reached Yi Tian's back. It's not enough. Yi Tian shook his head and laughed. Then his figure flashed, once again easily avoiding one of the opponent's attacks. Damn it! Wang Jinza's anger was blazing, his forehead veins bulging, itching to kill Yi Tian immediately. He didn't expect the other party to be so weak, but his attacks couldn't help the other party. I'll see how long you can hide. Wang Jinza shouted angrily and bullied his way up again. This time his attacks were even more ferocious. Wang Jinza's movements were extremely tricky and bizarre, and his speed was so fast that he seemed to be drifting as if he was a ghost. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to capture Wang Jinza's movements. Unfortunately, the person he encountered was Yi Tian. Wang Jinza, your strength is nothing more than that. You really let me down. Yi Tian could not help but let out a sigh as a strong look of contempt filled his face. How dare you? I am the top genius of the younger generation of the Wang family. How can I allow you to slander me? Wang Jinza gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked, his attack becoming more and more ferocious. Humph! I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Since you want to send yourself to death, I'll fulfill you. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as his figure flashed steeply, arriving behind Wang Jinza in an instant. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian violently stomped the ground and his entire body rose up in the air. He swept out a whip leg that contained a strong air-breaking sound, ruthlessly hitting Wang Jinza's back waist. There was a loud bang, and the dull impact sound resounded through the void, deafening and frightening. Ah! Wang Jinza screamed miserably, falling towards the distance like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. No one expected that the superbly strong Wang Jinza would be stomped away by that country bumpkin, and by the looks of it, he was not lightly injured, and was likely to have suffered severe trauma. The crowd was astonished and looked up at the teenager above them, their eyes suddenly becoming complicated. A person who was said to be a waste by everyone, in a short time of going out for 2 years, actually already possessed such a terrifying strength, especially when they found out. After Yi Tian's cultivation, each one of them stared in disbelief. Unbelievable! He really broke through. Moreover, it's already a peak Jindan strength. My goodness! It's only been a mere 2 years. This is too much, isn't it? This person is simply a demon. Too terrifying. Seeing Yi Tian displaying his powerful strength, the crowd of onlookers were shocked and appalled. Even in their dreams, they had never thought that the once waste had now become a veritable expert. How could it be? How did he suddenly become so strong? Suwaner also did not expect that Yi Tian, whom she had recognized as a piece of trash, would actually become so strong after 2 years. It was very clear in her heart that Yi Tian's strength was definitely much higher than hers, and even far beyond Wang Jinza. Suwaner's pretty face was cloudy and her heart was filled with doubts. Meanwhile, Yi Tian didn't stay too long after resolving Wang Jinza. Anyway, he wasn't on the same path as these people. He was going to head deeper to find a place for baptism, knowing that old clown, Xian, had said that there was a blood pool inside that could wash the flesh. Stop! Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, a low and angry voice came from behind him. Who are you? Looking at the youth who was slowly walking towards him, a flash of doubt flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He didn't remember that the immortal domain had this character. After all, he was also a disciple of a large family. Although he did not come into contact with people from other forces, but he had still seen them on certain occasions, and to be able to walk with people like Suwaner, he was bound to be a disciple of a family or a major power as well. Yi Tian's gaze narrowed slightly as he scrutinized this strange youth. It doesn't matter who I am. You just killed my brother. Do you want to let it go like that? The corners of that youth's mouth spread out with a sardonic smile, obviously rushing towards Wang Jinza's murder. Oh, then what are you going to do? Yi Tian asked indifferently. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to make amends. Otherwise I want your life. The youth smiled coldly with a very brutal and overbearing attitude. Hearing the other party's threat, Yi Tian's brows furrowed and his tone was icy. I don't think this is a wise choice. Ha ha ha, thought you were so powerful. So you're a fool. For your information, I am the disciple of Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint, Lu Hong. You dare to provoke me. You are simply seeking death. That youth arrogantly laughed, his eyes filled with teasing and playfulness. Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint's disciple? Hearing the other party's words, the onlooker cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 155. A man with an enemy's grudge. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So he has a backer. Humph. Others are afraid of the Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint. But I'm not. What is the Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint? I'm afraid he's just someone who's trying to make a name for himself. The crowd of onlookers were talking. Their words were full of disdain and mockery, not putting the Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint in their eyes at all. Humph. I don't care about your bull ***** Cloudy Mortal Sword Saint. Yi Tian coldly smiled, then took a step forward. His fist immediately burned out a flame, emitting an incomparable aura of scorching heat. You don't even know how to cherish the opportunity given to you. Now, go to hell. Lu Hang smiled coldly and instantly swept out. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hong arrived in front of Yi Tian. His right fist carried a majestic aura and smashed into Yi Tian's chest without hesitation. Ka-ching! Without saying a word, Yi Tian directly met the battle, and a heavy fist fiercely blasted out, erupting into a thunderous sound. With a muffled boom sound, accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, Lu Hang's fist instantly crumbled. Lu Hong screamed miserably, spewing out a large amount of blood, his entire arm completely twisted. What? It's so terrifying? The surrounding crowd was trembling in fear, each one of them showing a look of horror. In just one exchange, they were able to determine that Yi Tian's strength was far more powerful than they had expected. Even Wang Jinza was not a match for Yi Tian at all, simply because the difference between the two sides was too great to be compared. Seeing this scene, Lu Hang's face suddenly changed. No longer daring to continue provoking, he turned around and fled. Yi Tian's eyes were slightly cold, and his body instantly turned into a residual shadow and chased after him. Kid, don't you bully people too much. If you force me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Hong ran away while angrily shouting a warning. Noisy! Yi Tian coldly shouted. His figure violently accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lu Hong, and immediately kicked out with his right leg. This kick contained extremely terrifying power, as if a cannonball was blasting in. Feeling the strong wind whistling behind him, Lu Heng's face changed drastically. In his haste, he could only mobilize his spiritual energy to gather a shield for defense, hoping to block the opponent's attack. Boom! However, while he was condensing his spiritual power shield, Yi Tian's kick had already kicked over viciously. The shield was instantly shattered, while Lu Hong was instantly blasted tens of meters away. Wah! After landing, Lu Hong wailed in pain. Damn it! Lu Hong gritted his teeth and stared at Yi Tian with a face full of resentment as a strong scorn surged in his heart. He really couldn't figure out where exactly Yi Tian came out from and why his strength was so strong. He understood that with his current strength, he was definitely not a match for the other party. So he hurriedly took out a jade tablet and crushed it. Swish! Almost at the instant the jade token shattered. The surrounding spiritual energy surged madly towards Lu Heng's hand. Yi Tian also felt a deadly threat at this time. He had seen this kind of jade talisman before. Generally, It was the big brothers who sealed their power within a jade talisman in order to protect their disciples and crushed it when the other party's life was in danger. In this case, the power stored within the jade talisman would be released, enough to exterminate any enemy. Damn, it's so damn dark. Looking at the raging and tumbling mass of spiritual power fluctuations, Yi Tian's face turned blue and his heart was filled with irritation. Obviously, if he rashly made a move now, when the other party activated the jade talisman, it would definitely detonate the energy there, and he would definitely die then. However, letting Yi Tian retreat like this was obviously a little bit unwilling. After all, he had already demonstrated his powerful strength just now, and he was not willing to suddenly withdraw at this time. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian's mind moved and immediately collected all his qi, while turning around and quickly leaving. How did you leave? Seeing Yi Tian quickly disappearing, Lu Hong was stunned. He had already stimulated the jade talisman. As long as Yi Tian dared to rush over, he would definitely die. But now, not only had he wasted the jade talisman given by his master, he had also failed to achieve his goal. Just like when you prepared a meal properly and someone else directly didn't show up. Yi Tian, come back to me. Lu Hong exploded with anger, already on the verge of roaring hysterically. He knew that as long as Yi Tian stayed nearby, he was bound to be bombarded by the jade talisman and would be easily killed by him taking advantage of the situation. But Yi Tian had just walked away, driving him so crazy that he wanted to cry. This asshole. Lu Hong gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. His heart was filled with hatred. Although he was furious to the extreme, Lu Hong still suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly left the area. After all, there were many people here. His bottom card had been exposed now. As long as others were not fools, they would snatch the treasures on him. On the other side, Yi Tian sped all the way straight to the depths of the secret realm, not encountering a single martial artist along the way. That jade talisman should be a special treasure. Otherwise it would definitely be difficult to stop me from striking. But it's a pity that I didn't get it. Some regret. Alas, had I known this, even if I spared exposing my identity, I would have scrapped that guy. Yi Tian shook his head inside, rather depressed. He wouldn't give up such a good opportunity, but it was a pity that he missed it. Yi Tian was rushing along while secretly pondering. Looking at that expression on his face just now, he seems to have a grudge against a certain high-ranking person. Since that's the case, I can use him to get some revenge. After a short period of contemplation, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth spread out with an evil cold smile, and a wry sneer flashed through his mind like lightning. It's decided. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Originally, he was unwilling to stir up trouble, but now that the situation was urgent, there was no choice for him to make. He himself was a person who had an axe to grind, and now that the other party was looking for trouble, it was just the right time to go along with it. Since you want to find trouble, I'll fulfill you. The cold smile at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth was getting stronger and stronger, and a stern and fierce aura flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the central region of the mountain range in the depths of the secret realm. Here, there was a giant lake with a very vast area of tens of thousands of square meters. The water of the lake was crystal clear and the surface of the lake was turquoise blue, rippling with gusts of ripples. Next to a reef at the center of that lake stood a woman. That woman was wearing a set of long red dress, with snow-white delicate skin, a graceful and delicate figure, and a beautifully exquisite pretty face that was full of temptation. Although her appearance was overwhelmingly beautiful, her demeanor was so cold and haughty that people couldn't help but tremble with fear. In this woman's hand was holding a token, and at this moment, she was silently gazing ahead. Humph, Yi Tian, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The woman gritted her teeth and said, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold chill. Hiss. After half a pillar of incense had passed, Yi Tian finally arrived here, and after he saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. At this moment, his entire body was completely frozen. Shocked beyond words. Chapter 156, Demigod Beast. This, Yi Tian stared with wide eyes and a dumbfounded face, his heart shocked beyond words. In front of him, a huge and incomparable corpse stretched across the shore of the lake. This corpse was about 7 to 8 feet tall, covered in golden scale armor, emitting an aura of ancient vicissitudes. Its corpse was split into dozens of pieces, with each part exuding an appalling majesty. The most crucial thing was that it was the corpse of a scaly dragon that was about to transform into a dragon right away. This huge corpse was clearly the corpse of a Jiao dragon, only that it had been split into pieces. Crap Nima ah. It's actually the legendary Jiao dragon. Holy, I'm not dreaming. This is a real demigod beast. Yi Tian swallowed his saliva violently and almost peed in fear. He completely did not believe that this was real. How could he not have thought that he would be able to stumble upon the corpse of a demigod beast here?
Suddenly, the huge Jiaolong corpse let out a low roar,
as if it had sensed something.
In an instant, the Jiao dragon opened its bloody mouth. Its scarlet tongue gulped and spat, and the pupils of its pair of copper bell-like eyes flashed with an intimidating ghostly light. It seemed to be in some pain as it let out a burst of low roar, then slowly sat up from the ground, its huge dragon head raised. Crap! After seeing this scene, Yi Tian once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva,
a strong color of fear rising in his heart. This was not a demigod beast. It was simply more terrifying than a real god king.
Just by sitting up, it set off a gust of wind.
What was even more terrifying was that the aura of this ogre dragon was so terrifying that it made Yi Tian feel endlessly threatened, as if an ant was standing in front of a divine dragon that was generally so small that it could not be resisted at all.
Huffing and puffing, the Jiao dragon took a deep breath, and its huge body slowly rose into the air.
That stout body snaked and hovered over the lake,
emitting an endless and terrifying aura,
especially that pair of lantern-sized eyes,
which erupted with soul-stealing, terrifying beams of light that made people look away. This is not real, but an obsession left behind after death. Yi Tian suddenly reacted and his face instantly changed.
He carefully observed and quickly confirmed that the ogre was not a living being, but was only a manifestation of the will left behind in the world. This kind of thing was very strange, as it had no spiritual awareness or thinking, and only maintained an instinct, perhaps a fear of death, perhaps a yearning for life, perhaps.
In short, this ogre dragon possessed all sorts of emotions, but only no reasoning. They were all just a pure desire to kill. The environment here is suitable for it to cultivate,
and it has no way to eat, so it has enclosed itself here,
Yi Tian muttered,
his heart gradually coming to a realization.
Since that's the case, I'll be the one to sing this scene.
The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly,
revealing a sinister cold smile. In the next moment, Yi Tian leapt up and shot straight into the clouds, instantly soaring several hundred feet. Roar! The ogre dragon roared up to the sky, its voice resounding through the void. Immediately afterward, this Jiao dragon quickly pursued and flew towards the sky. It was extremely fast and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not even a shadow could be seen. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was even faster and fled without a trace in the blink of an eye. It was like evaporating out of thin air, completely disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Thousands of feet away from this dense forest, Yi Tian stopped his footsteps, his brows furrowed with a grave expression. He scanned his surroundings, and his gaze landed on the treetop of a sky-high tree. Who? Get your ass down here. Hearing these words, a dark shadow immediately jumped down from that sky-high tree, and it was none other than the young man from earlier. It was a young man wearing a black robe with an ordinary look, but his right arm was missing a section, and he was obviously quite deeply injured. He stared at Yi Tian for a moment, and a puzzled look appeared in his gaze.
Ha! You actually didn't run away?
Hearing the words of the teenager, Yi Tian immediately frowned and asked,
Who are you?
Why did you sneak attack me?
Who am I?
Ha ha ha. The black-clothed teenager shook his head and laughed coldly with a mocking expression. I am the 4th Duke of Wuling Duan Tian'ai. Do you, a waste of space, not even know this young master?
Duan Tianyi sized up Yi Tian with a face of contempt.
Duan Tianyi.
Yi Tian's face instantly grimaced as a trace of anger flared up in his eyes.
He, are you scared? Duan Tianyi indifferently smiled with a playful expression. Yi Tian was instantly furious, gritting his teeth. You actually dare to count on me? Seek death.
Yi Tian had long known that someone was trying to frame himself. Originally he only thought it was a group of playboys, but he didn't expect it to be the Duan family.
So what if I'm counting on you?
Duan Tianyi shrugged his shoulders,
without any scruples. Today you must die. Otherwise, I swear not to be a man. Yi Tian's eyes glowed ferociously,
and his fists crunched.
What a big mouth. I admit that you're strong, but unfortunately, your opponent is this young master, and I'll make you pay the price today. Duan Tianyi's eyes flickered as a cold killing chance filled the air.
Although he was only at the Jindan realm, his combat power was at the peak Jindan level.
Even amongst the same rank, he was definitely considered an invincible existence. Although Yi Tian's strength was strong, it was far inferior to his. What's more, Yi Tian was now heavily wounded and his strength was greatly reduced. Therefore, he concluded that Yi Tian was definitely not his opponent, and he would definitely win today.
Humph, just by you? Yi Tian glanced at Duan Tianyi with a face full of disdain and coldly shouted disdainfully.
What's wrong with just relying on me? You're already injured now. If I were to strike again, you would definitely not be my opponent.
Duan Tianyi laughed coldly and said with a face full of disdain. You'd better obediently go back with this young master, or else I won't blame this young master for being impolite.
Wanting me, Yi Tian, to be your lapdog? Are you worthy? Yi Tian laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with strong disdain and contempt. Seek death. Duan Tianyi was furious. His entire face was hideous. Yi Tian, do you think you're a genius? Let me tell you, Duan Tianyi, am the one in a million heavenly pride. You'll never know just how vast the gap between yourself and this young master is. You're just lucky to have been born in the Yi family. Otherwise, with you being such a waste, could you still become a Jindan? It's as easy as a slap in the face for me to kill you now. You believe it or not. Today, you're destined to kneel at my Duan Tianyi's feet, to be my slave, and never be allowed to turn around. Duan Tianyi let out a cold laugh. His right hand violently probed out, and his powerful and domineering attack burst out. In an instant, the wild wind around him rose up, fluctuating violently, as if he wanted to destroy the entire valley. Hiss! What a terrifying attack! Yi Tian was horrified, his face as white as paper. He had completely not expected that Duan Tianyi's strength would be so terrifying. His attack was like a mountain of mountains, shaking the void as if it could crush everything. Yi Tian was secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, the other party was severely injured and his strength had fallen. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for more than 3 moves before he would have to be beheaded. Chapter 157, A Delicate Calling. No way. I have to hurry up and heal my wounds to restore my strength, or else I won't be able to block Duan Tianyi's attack at all. After a short period of shock, Yi Tian immediately collected his chaotic thoughts and fully activated the spiritual energy in his body to start healing his wounds. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Tian not only didn't have any retreat or fear. Instead, he displayed a resolute and tenacious determination and unyielding fighting spirit. Only seeing his eyes red, his whole body's breath bulging and soaring, he crazily waved his right fist, preparing to resist Duan Tianyi's attack. Yi Tian knew that he would not necessarily be able to resist even the attack of a Jindan stage expert, not to mention the fact that the other party was in an excellent state now, and the threat was even greater than before. However, even if he were to die, Yi Tian was unwilling to be another person's slave, and even more so, he did not want to live and die. Yi Tian was unwilling and became even angrier. This time, he put his best foot forward, pouring out everything he could, disregarding everything, and striking out with all his might. Yen Di skill. Fiery flame burning body. Along with his words, the fiery flame burning body in the first layer of the Yen Emperor technique directly opened up, and endless golden crow flames enveloped him. This was a near-life burning technique that was able to instantly boost the emissary's strength and fleshly defense, but it had great side effects. This kid actually cultivated a forbidden art? Feeling the sudden strong power coming from within his body, Duan Tianyi was slightly surprised. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. A cold smile emerged from the corners of Duan Tianyi's mouth, and a strand of ruthlessness and coldness flashed in his eyes. Break! Yi Tian roared angrily, and both his fists slammed out. Muffled explosions suddenly arose. The violent fist energy ravaged the 8 directions, setting off a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds. The 2 fists crisscrossed like a fiery red meteor cutting through the dark night, charging towards Duan Tianyi head-on. Dare to provoke this young master. Really looking for death. Looking at the raging fist mane that flew, Duan Tianyi sneered with a disdainful expression. However, just at the instant he was about to strike in response, he suddenly sensed something abnormal and his heart leapt suddenly. Incorrect. This aura, what kind of power is this? After sensing the majestic power released by Yi Tian, Duan Tianyi's eyelids jumped wildly. His liver and guts cracked in fear and panic. Damn it! He's obviously already heavily injured. So why can he still exert such a powerful strength? Duan Tianyi screamed in terror. You're talking too much nonsense. Yi Tian's eyes were round and his blood was boiling as if he wanted to set his entire body on fire. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness, and the muscles of his arms bulged high as if they had transformed into 2 hammers, emitting a frighteningly fierce power. At this moment, he was like a blazing sun war god descending to earth, his body filled with terrifying power. Yi Tian's entire body was drenched in hot sweat and his clothes were soaked to the skin as he exerted the Yen D skill with all his might. However, he still didn't care and continued to execute martial arts attacks as if he wanted to tear Duan Tianyi apart. Get the hell out of my way! In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides' attacks collided together, and violent booms suddenly resounded through the valley, as if thunderbolts were hitting the clear sky. Ah! Duan Tianyi screamed miserably, spewing out a mouthful of blood as his entire body flew backwards. In front of that powerful impact, he was simply unable to withstand it, only feeling as if his chest and abdomen were about to explode. How could be so strong? Duan Tianyi hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with thick unbelief. In the duel just now, he had an absolute advantage and originally thought that he would win his opponent steadily. Who would have thought that the result would be completely beyond expectation? catching him off guard. However,
with things having reached this level,
Duan Tianyi didn't even hesitate or pause for a second,
immediately reversing his direction and quickly retreating. Although he was unconvinced, he knew very well that judging by the power of Yi Tian's attack just now,
at this moment, he simply couldn't carry the second attack. Yi Tian, remember, one day, I will personally send you to hell to repent. Ha 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 ha. After dropping a wild and arrogant sentence, Duan Tianyi fled in a hurry, not daring to stay for a moment.
Looking at Duan Tianyi's back as he fled in a sorry state, a hint of shoddiness flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, and he did not chase after him, because he knew very well that he was in a very bad situation nowadays.
Once he chased him out, he would definitely lose. Moreover, he didn't have the energy or stamina to chase after the enemy right now. Yi Tian needed to heal his wounds. I hope that after getting the washing, it will allow me to step into the Yuaning realm. Only then can I have to face what comes next. Yi Tian took a few deep breaths and slowly sat down.
His eyes closed tightly as he began to heal his wounds. Not knowing how long had passed,
Yi Tian suddenly felt that someone was summoning him. Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian. Someone is calling? Yi Tian opened his eyes and quickly probed his surroundings,
only to find that there was no one else's scent,
not even a demonic beast. Xiao Tian, it's me. This time,
Yi Tian heard the voice clearly. It was coming from the jade pendant on his waist.
Could it be? Essence light appeared in Yi Tian's eyes.
His face changed violently,
and then without hesitation,
he pulled out his waist plate to observe it carefully,
only to see that on top of the jade pendant, there were two ancient characters engraved, Manhwa.
After seeing these two ancient characters,
Yi Tian was instantly ecstatic,
so excited that he almost cried out.
Master, where are you?
These were Yi Tian's first words. He was indeed about to go crazy after the other party was captured at that time.
If it wasn't for Yi Luyun stopping him, he would have inevitably headed straight to the first city.
But it wasn't until he calmed down that he realized. A small Jindan stage.
Going to the first city? Looking for death?
Anyone who came out would be able to pinch him to death, right? Therefore, Yi Tian sought opportunities to raise his cultivation while silently working hard to cultivate the Yin D skill, waiting for the day when he could see his master again.
And now, it finally made his dream come true. Xiao Tian, don't worry, my master is recovering his cultivation. He can't get away yet. I'll be back soon. The manly fairy's voice sounded again, slightly weak. Can you tell me where it is? I want to go and find you now. Yi Tian's heart was burning with anxiety, desperately wanting to see the manly fairy, but even if he tried his best, he still couldn't find any clues. Get well first, I will definitely go find you when I recover.
After Manhwa Fairy pacified a few sentences, her voice gradually disappeared,
falling into a long-lasting calm. Alas, master, you mustn't be alright. Disciple will definitely find a way to save you out. Yi Tian gripped the jade pendant tightly and droned down with a resolute expression. He believed that as long as he worked hard enough, sooner or later, he would be able to find his master. However, he didn't want to be like before. At least he had a goal. As long as Manhwa was alive, then as long as he cultivated fast, then he would be able to see the other party quickly. Moreover,
Yi Tian also believed that with his master's powerful strength, he could never be captured easily. Maybe her old man was hiding in the dark to cultivate.
After thinking through these, Yi Tian no longer thoughtlessly and immediately collected his distracting thoughts to enter the cultivation state. Chapter 158, The Eve of Entering the Blood Pool. At this moment, Yi Tian's body was hot and dry.
His blood was pulsating,
and he was even more eager to fight than he was with Duan Tianyi.
Under that extreme state of exuberance,
his physical quality reached an unprecedented peak. Is this the rebirth of the fire? Breaking and rebuilding?
The corners of Yi Tian's eyes narrowed and he could not help but murmur,
looking both shocked and excited. In his mind,
there was a lot of information stored about the Yin D skill.
In addition to cultivation techniques,
Yi Tian also controlled a large number of secret arts,
strange techniques and secret books,
which could be called a treasure trove of martial arts.
However,
he hadn't used these things for a long time because he had more important things to do. That was to enter the blood pool to wash his flesh and step into the Yuaning realm as soon as possible.
As time passed, Yi Tian's spiritual energy had almost recovered. It's time to set off, or else let those people get the jump on us. After a short rest, Yi Tian once again suppressed his aura to the limit and then quietly sneaked out of the mountain forest. According to the current location, he was going to head to the location where the Jiao Dragon's corpse was located and look for a bizarre place called Blood Pool. Blood Pool. Thinking of that name, Yi Tian's frown deepened. He vaguely sensed that this did not seem to be a good place. It was just that the arrow was on the string now, and there was no room for Yi Tian to retreat. He let out a deep sigh and immediately leapt up towards the 100 Flower Ridge. Yi Tian's speed was amazing.
and he arrived near the blood pool in just an hour. Looking around, a spacious river surrounded the perimeter. Its water was turquoise and clear, emitting a faint mist, revealing a mesmerizing aura. This is the blood pool? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. However, when he carefully scanned his surroundings, he realized that this blood lake was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Instead, it gave people a creepy feeling. The trees around the blood-colored lake towered into the clouds, their branches and leaves flourishing, obscuring the sunlight. But this blood lake seems to have some kind of magic. Even the sun cannot penetrate the layers of tree crowns, shining on its surface, forming a dense circle of blood-red mist. After Yi Tian gazed for a moment, his pupils suddenly tightened. With a horrified look, could it be, this is the legendary blood lake? Yi Tian's brows tightened as he felt more and more unbelievable. As far as he knew, the blood lake was a forbidden object from the ancient times, possessing endless dangers that no one dared to approach at all. This should be the destination of those people. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and suddenly turned around to leave. He had personally learned about the weirdness of the blood lake, and if he rashly intruded into it, he might lose his life. He did not want to take such a risk. Although his cultivation had just been promoted to the peak of Jindan now, he had enough confidence in himself, thinking that with his own strength and wisdom, he should be able to resolve the crisis in the blood lake. No matter what, let's stabilize our own strength first and then plan. Thinking of this, Yi Tian no longer hesitated and immediately chose a secluded corner around the blood lake, sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yi Tian basically didn't take a step away from the vicinity of the blood lake. Due to his cultivation breakthrough, the impact of the blood lake on him was getting weaker and weaker, and he no longer needed to enter it every half a day. Moreover, he realized that the blood lake did not help him as much as he had imagined, and at best, it could only enhance the strength of his physical body. But this did not hinder his interest. After all, for a cultivator, cultivation enhancement was an eternal theme. In addition to that, there was another special feature of the blood lake. That was that the water of the blood lake contained majestic spiritual energy, which was simply an excellent treasure for him to cultivate. During these 3 days, Yi Tian continuously drew on the majestic spiritual energy in the blood lake, and the strength of his physical body continued to increase, until those cultivators who had entered the demonic beast mysterious realm appeared. Gradually, there were more people here. These cultivators were all here for the treasures in the secret realm, and they naturally refused to miss them. However, whenever someone entered the blood lake area, it immediately caused a dispute and a fight. After a short period of chaos, they went back to their own ways and continued their competition. Among these people, Yi Tian saw quite a few familiar faces. Duan Tianyi was clearly listed. There were also a large number of other older clan elites. It looked like Duan Tianyi did not die under the claws and teeth of the demonic beasts, and had returned to the large group without any problems, which really made Yi Tian a little surprised. Humph, the grudge between us must be resolved with blood. Yi Tian's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes flashed with a cold and chilling aura, and his body emitted a strong fierce aura, just like a bloodthirsty beast. Yi Tian was just about to take a step forward when he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look diagonally to the right. In the dense forest over there, several figures slowly emerged. The leader of the group was a man with a powerful and strong figure, holding a long sword, with a face full of flesh, a look of killing and cruelty. After seeing this person's face clearly, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up and his eyes bloomed with a stern sharpness. Duan Tianyi, you finally gave up and came out. Hearing these words, the man on the opposite side instantly burst into fury. The cold light in his eyes skyrocketed, and a monstrous killing machine surged up around him. Yi Tian, I will kill you sooner or later. The rolling killing machine was like a howling wind that swept up smoke and dust in the sky. This man was none other than Duan Tianyi, who had been heavily injured in the demon beast mystic realm, and had rushed over immediately after he had managed to escape. But what he never expected was that Yi Tian had actually arrived even faster than him and had been waiting here for a long time. Kill me? Yi Tian shook his head and snorted. I advise you to better not act rashly, or else I'm afraid that you will not even be able to see tomorrow's sun. What? Duan Tianyi's face was gloomy to the extreme, and his eyes erupted with endless killing opportunities. Surname Yi, you're too rampant. Do you really think this is the immortal realm? In this secret realm, even if I really killed you, your Yi family wouldn't know about it. At this moment, he was really hardened up. The dozen or so Jindan stage cultivators behind him, all of them were his people. He was afraid of a ball. Oh, Yi Tian smiled coldly. Looks like you are very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, I would like to see what exactly you have to offer. You seek death. Duan Tianyi's face suddenly changed as he gritted his teeth and drank lowly. Before the words fell,
His feet accelerated steeply and swept straight towards Yi Tian. Seeing that the other party was coming aggressively, Yi Tian did not hesitate to launch an attack. The two of them instantly fought together, and although Yi Tian's cultivation had just been promoted to the peak of Jindan, he was quite experienced in fighting. He grabbed the upper hand right away, forcing Duan Tianai to retreat step by step. In a sorry state, however, he didn't get impatient either and remained patient as he entangled with Yi Tian, because he knew that Yi Tian's physical strength was very strong. Even if he put his best foot forward, he might not be able to take advantage. After 2 moves, Yi Tian suddenly grabbed the gap revealed by Duan Tianyi and slammed an iron elbow into his opponent's chest. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Duan Tianyi's chest was in severe pain, and his entire body was knocked over and backward, stumbling and falling next to the blood lake. Hiss! Damn it! Duan Tianyi cursed, a trace of annoyance flaring up in his eyes. However, he did not stop his attack and still pounced towards Yi Tian unyieldingly. He, with this trick of yours, what can you fight me with? Yi Tian coldly smiled and kicked Duan Tianyi out with a throw of his right leg. Chapter 159, Suiwachan. Duan Tianyi fell on his back and smashed the rocks on the shore of the blood lake in a sorry state. Surname Yi, wait for me. I'll kill you sooner or later. Duan Tianyi roared with indignation and struggled to stand up. Yi Tian shook his head inside, his expression filled with contempt. Duan Tianyi, you don't really think that we are merely enemies, do you? Yi Tian coldly questioned. Hearing these words, Duan Tianyi froze. He stared at Yi Tian with rounded eyes and a face full of shock, as if he did not dare to believe it. What do you mean by that? Haven't you always been thinking about what I have on me? Let me tell you, that magic weapon is right here with me, so if you have the guts, just come over and grab it. Yi Tian smiled faintly and turned around after saying that. It wasn't that he was deliberately provoking, but he knew that with Duan Tianyi's character and style, he would never give up. Sure enough, right after he walked out a few feet, Duan Tianyi got up from the ground and chased after him. Yi Tian sneered coldly and did not do any defense at all, just letting the other party's attack fall on his body. After a dull popping sound, Yi Tian's chest shirt instantly tore, leaving a hideous sword mark on his skin. However, these injuries did not constitute a fatal injury to him at all, so he simply ignored them and instead took this opportunity to speed up his escape. Duan Tianyi missed with one blow and once again fell into panic. Yi Tian, on the other hand, took the opportunity to accelerate his pace away from him. Yi Tian's target was the turquoise crystalline plant, the grass named blood lotus, which was said to be a once-in-a-lifetime rare medicinal herb whose value was incalculable. It was just that there were a large number of cultivators present, so it was impossible for him to take that blood lotus all by himself. However, he had already thought of a ploy, and as long as he passed the news out, he believed that there were many cultivators willing to share it with him. After all, it was a rare treasure of heaven and earth that could not be found in 1,000 years, and no one would mind having too many of their own treasures. What's more, in the depths of the secret realm, there might be certain heaven-defying wondrous treasures, and these were what made people even more crazily tempted. Just as Yi Tian was pondering on how to spread the news, a surprised and delicate cry suddenly rang out behind him. Heavens, there are actually blood lotuses here. Ha ha ha, old lady is rich. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Tian's body shook and a charming and attractive pretty face quickly swept through his mind. Suiwa-chan? Yi Tian could not help but frown, feeling quite disgusted inside. Ha, this brat is actually in front? Suiwa-chan looked around and realized that Yi Tian was leisurely advancing with his hands behind his back. At this time, she suddenly brightened up and shouted in excitement. Ha ha ha, it's really a case of stepping through iron shoes without finding a place to get it. Brat, I've finally caught you today. Suiwa-chan was so excited that she immediately leapt and flew, and in the blink of an eye, she rushed out 100 meters and stopped in front of Yi Tian. Looking at Suiwa-chan, Yi Tian's face gradually became ice cold. Humph, Suiwa-chan, Yi Tian said coldly, what do you want again? Suiwa-chan was stunned at his words, and a trace of embarrassment and remorse flashed in her eyes. However, she soon regained her composure and a wicked smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Hey, brat, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Yi Tian frowned slightly. If you lose, hand over that long knife on you and be my follower. What if I lose? I'll promise you one thing. Suiwa-chan smiled wryly, with an air of determination. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian cursed in his heart. Truly speaking, this niece grew up with him from a young age, but was picked up by the Su family when she was 10 years old. However, because Yi Tian could not cultivate from a young age, Su Yuan hung out with Yi Luyun every day, so she had developed a very bad habit. That is, bullying him. Don't underestimate these 3 words. For Yi Tian, this is something 10,000 times more terrifying than bullying. Although it wouldn't kill him, Can you imagine what it was like for an adult soul to be cleaned up by a few little kids? That was truly worse than death. However, after so many years, Yi Tian had long gotten used to this routine. Even in front of Su Yuechan, he had learned to lower his eyebrows and constantly beg for mercy in exchange for the easiest and most comfortable life. However, in his bones, Yi Tian was still an unruly and hardened man. However, he did not immediately explode, but only clenched his teeth and stared at the other party with a gloomy gaze. Hey, are you stupid? Why don't you say anything? Su Yuechan burst into a fit of anger at the sight. Yi Tian snorted coldly. Su Yuechan, I advise you to get lost or don't blame me for not being polite. Yo, little Tianzi, you're still threatening me? Su Yuechan's eyebrows knitted, and a strong mocking color appeared on her face. I poo. What the hell are you, qualified to lecture me? The corner of Yi Tian's eyes twitched as his anger rose. Su Yuechan, whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I'm telling you, don't pester me anymore or don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. You have quite a temper. I want to pester you. What can you do? Su Yuechan did not show any weakness and did not retreat an inch. Yi Tian frowned, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, then don't blame me. You still want to make a move? I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Su Yuechan's face was full of sneers, then her foot stomped on the ground, and her entire body was like a cannonball whistling and pouncing towards Yi Tian. Come! Yi Tian was completely infuriated and met him with a violent shout. The two men's fists and feet collided, exploding with a dull thud, setting off a strong wind that swept in all directions. A few cultivators not far away were caught off guard and were almost caught in the wave, but fortunately they avoided in time and were saved from suffering. Yi Tian slammed his fist out, forcing Su Yuechan back a few steps, but immediately after, he was approached by Su Yuechan and slapped his palm on his shoulder. Little Tianzi, if this is all the strength you have, you'd better follow me honestly. Su Yuechan had a mocking sneer hanging at the corner of her mouth, her expression extremely arrogant. Cut the crap and get out of my way, Yi Tian roared. His right arm steeply swung round and ruthlessly smashed down towards Su Yuechan. I didn't expect to be so strong after not seeing him for 2 years. Seeing Yi Tian's such a desperate move, instead of being half afraid, Su Yuechan's eyes were glowing and her spirit was uplifted. Good timing, Su Yuechan scolded, similarly waving her right arm, preparing to fight Yi Tian with a hard blow. The two arms heavily bombarded together, emitting a frightening muffled sound. Yi Tian felt the strength of the other party. His heart could not help but be shocked. Half-step Yuaning. This woman has actually reached the half-step Yuaning? Worthy of being a top heavenly pride. Yi Tian took a deep breath as a bitter taste surged in his heart. Originally, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of Jindan, he definitely had an advantage against a half-step Yuaning. Unfortunately, his physical body had just been tempered and his body's spirit power was refuted and unable to function, so he was simply unable to utilize his maximum battle power. Chapter 160, don't you want to give me some benefits? And he could sense that Su Yuechan's physique wasn't much worse than his, and similarly possessed the same strong strength to cross the ranks, which put him in a predicament. Little Tianzi, you're actually already at the peak of the 9th level of Jindan? The corner of Su Yuechan's eyes jumped, greatly surprised. Humph. Yi Tian snorted coldly, ignoring it and continued to launch his attack. However, this time, Su Yuechan raised her guard and was not as careless as she was just now. Instead, she used 7 points of her strength to circle with Yi Tian. The two of them fought fiercely in the jungle, each of them exerting all their strength, not giving way to each other. In just a few moments, hundreds of rounds had passed. While resisting Yi Tian's frantic attack, Su Yuechan asked in surprise, Little Tianzi, what exactly happened during this period of time? How did your strength suddenly become so strong? Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, don't talk to me. Yi Tian was really hard to bear. This woman was also really annoying. Which pot is the wrong pot? It was simply intentional. Ha 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 ha. Little heavenly son, it seems like I've hit the nail on the head. You must have encountered a chance encounter or eaten some rare elixir, resulting in a realm enhancement, right? Su Yuechan smiled smugly, her eyes twinkling. Hearing these words, Yi Tian's gaze suddenly dimmed a lot, obviously being guessed. In fact, it was not Su Yuechan's fault. After all, Yi Tian's past performance was too ordinary and could not attract any attention at all. And when Su Yuechan left, Yi Tian was still just a waste. Now that 2 years had passed, he was actually able to burst out with a combat power that was comparable to that of a half-step Yuaning. This was just too bizarre and unbelievable. Little Tianzi, since you are so powerful, then make out with your sister. No need to be embarrassed. Giggle. Su Yuechan changed her previous ferocity and threw a wink delicately, deliberately approaching Yi Tian. She was wearing a thin veil,
hidden and visible, especially the snow-white neck and collarbone. It was even more tempting.
Suyue-chan, don't force me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite to you. Yi Tian's eyes erupted with fire,
his heart filled with anger, itching to strangle this vicious woman in front of him.
However, Yi Tian knew that he couldn't.
The reason for all of this was because of his third sister's words in the beginning.
In the future, he would be allowed to be a child husband to Suyu Sakeda,
mainly because at that time, he was indeed a waste,
so Yi Luyun wanted to find a good daughter-in-law with him. If Yi Tian's strength recovered, I'm afraid it would be more than that.
Suyue-chan daintily spat out her fragrant tongue and fiddled with her breasts,
pretending to be aggrieved. Little Tianzi, I've begged you so much, can't I even give you this benefit? Welfare your ass.
Yi Tian cursed angrily and immediately threw his hand to strike out a spiritual power pie.
Brat, how dare you sneak attack me?
Seeing the spiritual power pile break through the air and attack,
Suyue-chan's pretty face changed slightly and she immediately dodged to avoid it.
Taking advantage of this effort,
Yi Tian quickly rushed into the dense forest next to him. Want to run? Yi Tian, I'm telling you, don't think about that woman Su Wan-er.
I'll kill her sooner or later,
and you can only be my husband. Your sister said so. While saying that, Su Yuehuan immediately chased after him.
She had to seize this opportunity to take down Yi Tian.
Yi Tian, don't you go!
Suyue-chan exclaimed as she quickly chased after him.
However, Yi Tian's speed was clearly superior to hers, pulling away in an instant and leaving her far behind. Damn it! Yi Tian, stop!
Suyue-chan gritted her teeth in secret hatred and accelerated her pace to fly. Yi Tian listened to the voices coming from behind. Where would he listen? His footsteps quickened, turning into a residual shadow. He swept through the mountains and forests,
and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Watching Yi Tian disappear,
Suyue-chan frowned greatly, her eyes filled with unwillingness and remorse.
Surprisingly, the speed has increased so fast,
Suyue-chan muttered.
Suddenly sensing something bad, she violently turned her head to the side, only to see a black shadow skimming over the treetops, quickly disappearing at the end of the line of sight. Not good, it's that snake demon.
The corner of Suyue-chan's eyes twitched, her face turning pale with fear.
Just now,
she was only focused on chasing after Yi Tian and did not notice the situation around her at all, and now that she thought about it,
she was instantly horrified. If she wasn't wrong,
this black snake should be the black Jiao that had devoured the corpses of many demonic beasts.
Yi Tian, wait, after I clean up the black Jiao, we'll play slowly again.
Suyue-chan viciously cursed a few times, then chased after the black Jiao in the direction it fled.
There was a whoosh sound.
The black Jiao sped along the mountain road and came to a canyon in the blink of an eye.
This was exactly where Yi Tian had once practiced. After arriving at the canyon, the black Jiao did not leave in a hurry, but instead lay down in the canyon and waited, as if it was waiting for a rabbit. The movements of Suyue-chan chasing Yi Tian could not be hidden from its ears,
and it had long been ready to meet the enemy,
waiting for the prey to come to the door. On the other side,
Yi Tian was relieved in his heart after sensing that there was no one chasing behind him.
Finally got rid of that demoness. There seems to be someone ahead.
Yi Tian suddenly swept his divine sense and discovered a familiar silhouette deep in the canyon. Yi Tian immediately executed the windy skill and quickly floated over as a gust of fresh wind,
landing on a sky-high ancient tree.
Through the lush branches and leaves, Yi Tian realized that there was a silhouette sitting on a flat rock in the depths of the canyon. This person was carrying a long sword on his back and was practicing with his eyes closed, his body exuding thick aura fluctuations, as if he had already reached the consummate level.
This friend, I see that your qualifications are still good. Why do you have to stay in this poor countryside to cultivate?
Yi Tian could not help but speak out to persuade him.
Who? Hearing the commotion,
the young man suddenly opened his eyes, which were incomparably sharp. Yi Tian smiled faintly and pointed to the cliff in front of him,
saying, I'm there. If your excellency is interested,
you can go to the top of the cliff and talk with me for a while.
Interesting. The corner of the young man's mouth hooked up in an arc,
and he immediately leapt up. With the help of the rebound force of the cliff,
he landed steadily beside Yi Tian. My name is Yuan Feng. Dare I ask what is your name?
The young man arched his hand and cupped his fist and asked.
Yi Tian said blandly, my name is Yi Tian. Oh, you are Yi Tian?
Yuan Feng was stunned at his words and then looked at Yi Tian in surprise.
You recognize me?
Yi Tian was quite surprised. The vast majority of them had only heard of Yi Tian's name but had not seen the real person.
This Yuan Feng even looked as if he had seen it before,
which was quite peculiar.
What? You don't remember your own formidable name? Yi Tian was confused. His mighty name?
Carefully searching his mind's memory,
he really couldn't find half a trace of relevant memories. What exactly do you mean? Could it be that I once defeated someone from your family? Yi Tian inquired tentatively.
That's for sure. Yuan Feng smiled bashfully.
Chapter 161, Mist Erosion. Then what do you mean? The other party directly gave Yi Tian a whole won't.
He did count the people of the Yuan family before he came to the immortal domain,
but in his opinion, in fact,
these great families were similar to the Yi family,
with countless branches, who all wanted to be in that position, and could only unite when defending against foreign enemies. There's no meaning, just simply want to ask you a few questions.
Yuan Feng shook his head.
I don't dare to ask for advice. Go ahead and ask.
Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, although he was not afraid of the Yuan family,
after all, the Yuan family only occupied the southeastern region of Immortal Martial City,
with the north side near the Wilderness Mountain Range.
Yi Tian also didn't like to cause trouble,
and since the other party didn't look for trouble,
he didn't want to actively provoke others.
Yuan Feng pondered for a moment and said,
Brother Yi Tian, I would like to ask, what realm is Yi Qiankuan in now?
Yi Tian was slightly stunned and shook his head.
This I really don't know. You don't even know this? Why are you asking this? Is it possible that you want to find me to spar?
Yi Tian frowned slightly and looked at the other party with a puzzled expression, his heart vaguely irritated. Yi Qiankuan was the strongest genius of the Yi family,
so how could Yi Tian not know his realm?
For Yuan Feng to ask this, it was obvious that he was doubting Yi Tian's strength,
or rather,
the Yi family's fighting strength. It was simply inexplicable.
Brother Yi Tian has misunderstood me.
Yi Tian's brows furrowed as he indifferently glanced at Yuan Feng and coldly grunted.
Just say what you have to say.
Yuan Feng nodded and said solemnly, I want you to come with me to explore the blood pool.
Blood pool. Hearing these two words,
a ray of light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes and his expression became grave. He had already been in the secret realm for some time, but anything that involved the blood pool was bound to involve a wide range of things and the crisis was extremely high.
As long as we enter the blood pool, we will definitely break through the bottleneck.
Yuan Feng said solemnly. Yi Tian's brows grew tighter and tighter as he said with slight hesitation.
Are you the only one who knows about this blood pool? Of course not, but we only need to enter the blood pool. Hearing these words from Yuan Feng, Yi Tian was completely dazed.
It turned out that there were other hidden secrets of the blood pool. Otherwise the Yuan family's people would never have ventured into the secret realm in search of treasure.
Since that's the case, why didn't you barge in alone and call me here?
Yi Tian frowned slightly and rebuked in a cold voice.
Brother Yi Tian rest his anger.
I also wish to be able to explore where the blood pool is alone.
But as you know, what do you mean? Yi Tian glared at the other party with a gloomy expression.
I also just got the news that the entrance to the blood pool is sealed and it takes two people to open it.
Yuan Feng shook his head and sighed. You want me to help and open the seal? Not bad. As long as we open the seal we will be able to enter the blood pool without any problems. Yi Tian's eyebrows twitched as he fell into silence.
The matter of the blood pool was not unfamiliar to him, and his purpose of coming here was also to enter the blood pool to wash.
As long as you help me, then I'll let you enter first.
Yuan Feng had a serious face and made a firm statement.
Great.
Yi Tian agreed without any hesitation. He had already planned to go to the blood pool first,
and now that Yuan Feng was willing to give up the first opportunity, he was even more happy to do so. Then get ready, we'll go together later.
Yuan Feng nodded with a smile. Yi Tian did not have any nonsense and immediately took out the various magic weapon materials and spirit stones within his storage bag. Yuan Feng similarly took out a bunch of things, preparing to refine a spiritual weapon flying boat before leading Yi Tian out of the secret realm.
Seeing that Yi Tian was fully prepared,
Yuan Feng secretly sighed in relief.
Although Yi Tian was far younger than him, in terms of battle power, Yuan Feng was not a match at all. Thus, despite being slightly younger, he was still filled with a sense of awe towards Yi Tian and had never dared to have a sense of contempt. Let's go. Let's set off. After packing up his things, Yi Tian couldn't wait to urge the other party to set off.
Yi Tian and Yuan Feng harnessed a spiritually illusory flying boat and quickly rushed towards the location of the blood pool.
2 hours later,
the flying boat stopped near a deep,
dark canyon.
The place was foggy and the space was filled with an extremely densing fiendish qi.
Even with Yi Tian's cultivation level, he felt a little creepy. Yi Tian scanned around and realized that there was not an inch of grass near the canyon. Not even a single plant. How come the fog here is so thick? And it seems like there are no demonic beasts infesting here.
Looking at the extremely thick mist in front of him,
Yi Tian could not help but feel a little disappointed.
The blood pool was hidden in the central position of the canyon, and he had long wanted to go in to see what was going on, but he hadn't expected the mist here to obscure his sight.
I reckon that the blood pool should be underground. We can only dive down,
Yuan Feng said with a slight frown.
Yi Tian shook his head and said, it's too dangerous to dive down with such a dense fog. I can't do anything about it.
My cultivation level is 1 rank higher than yours,
and I can't even be eroded by the fog.
Yuan Feng said with a bitter face. Yi Tian pondered for a little while and suddenly a strange smile swept up from the corner of his mouth.
He. It's not hard to defeat me. Yi Tian lightly waved his right arm, and a golden circle instantly appeared in his palm, which was precisely an Earth-grade defense spiritual artifact, the spirit-suppressing bead, that he had acquired back in the beginning. As he moved his thoughts, the spirit-suppressing bead emitted a yellowish dazzling light, forming a layer of yellowish light halo enveloping his body. This is... The corners of Yuan Feng's eyes jumped and he couldn't help but suck in a cool breath, his eyes staring dead-on at the golden circle suspended in Yi Tian's palm, as if he saw something that shocked him. No need to make a fuss. This thing is quite handy for me to use. You use it first and give it to me when it comes out. Yi Tian laughed and threw it directly to Yuan Feng. After saying that, he directly opened the Yen D skill, then stimulated the golden crow supreme body and leapt into the mist. Hiss. This guy, he actually... Looking at Yi Tian's unafraid actions, Yuan Feng was horrified and shocked, and his entire body was instantly confused. However, he quickly reacted and immediately activated the yellowish light emitted by the spirit-suppressing pearl, forming a light curtain to protect his body. At the same time, he also performed the escape technique to catch up with Yi Tian and followed him into the mist. As soon as Yi Tian landed on the ground, he released a majestic spiritual energy that surged wildly, setting off a violent wind. The moment Yi Tian's footsteps were heard in the violent and loud sound, the entire mountain peak shook violently, as if it had endured the force of 10,000 pounds. Really strong enough? Yi Tian's eyes glowed with excitement. Although it was just a simple test, it allowed him to confirm the Yen D decree's strong power. Huffing, Yi Tian exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, relieving the depressing feeling caused by the running process. Turning his head to look at Yuan Feng who was closely following behind, he grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. Yuan Feng, your recluse technique is really bad. This time, thanks to Brother Ye's help. Otherwise I'm afraid I would have been corroded by the poisonous miasma and died before I could enter the blood pool. Yuan Feng shook his head inside, looking quite grateful. Chapter 162, The Despicable Barbarians. Although he had already reached Jindan, he had been immersed in formations and pills for many years, making him lack actual combat experience. Therefore, if he had not met Yi Tian this time, he would have definitely died under the poisonous miasma. Don't forget that we are grasshoppers on the same rope. It's only right to support each other. Yi Tian smiled faintly and walked towards the depths of the canyon without any hesitation. Yuan Feng followed closely behind, observing the surroundings while reminding Yi Tian to pay attention to safety. The fog here is getting heavier and heavier. A few moments later, Yi Tian once again deeply exhaled a few mouthfuls of turbid air and finally became somewhat worried. The fog that was slightly thin not long ago had already turned into a thick gray fog-like existence. And even the cultivator's field of vision did not exceed half a zhang. Brother Yi, have you noticed that these mists are somewhat peculiar? Hearing Yuan Feng's voice, Yi Tian immediately turned his head to look. He found that although these mists were incredibly dense, their color was not dim, and they vaguely flickered with a hint of bright red. There is indeed something odd. Under careful observation, Yi Tian realized that there was a wisp of crimson-red aura mixed in with the mist. Not only did these mists not weaken, but they became more and more condensed. Let's split up. How about I specialize in finding the entrance to the blood pool and you are responsible for clearing the demonic beasts along the way? Yuan Feng suggested. It can be done. Yi Tian nodded his head and agreed. Although both of them were Jindan stage martial artists, but after all, they had different attribute gong methods, and the efficiency of cooperating with each other would definitely be much worse. Since Yuan Feng was willing to act alone, Yi Tian was naturally happy to do so. Yuan Feng nodded and immediately leapt into the air, disappearing into the sea of fog in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian watched Yuan Feng leave. Then he operated the Yen D skill to the extreme, his body emitting an incomparably hot aura. In the next moment, he lifted his leg and took a step, traveling straight towards the depths of the canyon. Every time Yi Tian took a step forward, the soles of his feet would ripple with a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye, shaking away the gray mist on the path ahead. Although Yi Tian just had to make sure that he was outside the range covered by the mists, he still did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that the entrance to the blood pool would definitely not be that simple, and it was likely that powerful protective means were laid down. Sure enough, after he had penetrated hundreds of meters deeper into the canyon, a burst of harsh air-breaking sound suddenly came from the front. What kind of person dared to trespass into the depths of the canyon? Hearing this familiar sound, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There is indeed a problem. Yi Tian secretly snorted coldly and quickly strengthened his defenses as he continued to approach the location where the voice came from. Soon, Yi Tian saw a figure in the depths of the mists. The person was wrapped in silver armor, carrying a longbow on his back and holding a long arrow in his hand. Indigenous? So it's a lowly griffin. Seeing Yi Tian's appearance, the opposite silver-armored warrior was filled with contempt. Before the words were finished, the silver-armored warrior pulled back the bowstring and hitched a sharp arrow aiming at Yi Tian. Swoosh! The silver-armored warrior loosened the bowstring, and the silver-glowing arrow shot out like a meteor, carrying an ear-piercing whistling sound. Facing the silver-glittering arrow, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly contracted and his face changed slightly. He wanted to dodge, but the silver light was getting closer and closer to him. There was no time at all. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted angrily as he blasted out with both fists in unison. The two brilliant purple lights instantly burst out, turning into two huge waves of frenzy to meet the silver light arrows. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds. The two masses of purple aura instantly collapsed, turning into a rolling tidal wave that flooded the silver light arrow. The corners of the silver-armored warrior's eyes jerked as a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. He obviously did not expect that Yi Tian, with a mere Jindan cultivation level, would be able to block his attack. One should know that the arrow just now, he had already used 70% to 80% of his strength, which was enough to exterminate any Jindan cultivator. It seems that I still underestimated you. The silver-armored warrior let out a cold snort. His hands once again opened, and two more sharp arrows were hitched onto the bowstring. The two sharp arrows cut through the void and came in at a fast speed, sending up harsh air-breaking sounds. Seeing the opposite silver-armored warrior's posture of constantly bending his bow and arrows, Yi Tian's eyes were suddenly flooded with cold killing intent. What a despicable barbarian! Yi Tian was completely enraged, and the murderous aura in his heart skyrocketed. Since you want to die, then I will send you to the west first. Yi Tian's right arm shook violently, and an inch-sized blue crystal core suddenly appeared in his palm. This item was precisely the water-based Yuan spirit stone that he had obtained from the secret cave relics, and it contained abundant and manic lightning spirit power within it. Feeling the violent aura emanating from the crystal stone in Yi Tian's palm, the silver-armored warrior could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, the corners of his eyes jumping wildly. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of power the spirit stone contained, he clearly felt that the aura was exceptionally ferocious. He could feel as if the thunder power in the Yuan spirit stone might surge out furiously at any moment and devour him. Damn! Where did this guy get so many high-grade spirit stones? The silver-armored warrior cursed more than once in his heart, wishing to break Yi Tian into pieces. Die for me! Taking advantage of the fact that the spirit stones had not yet completely awakened, Yi Tian threw the crystals out with a furious roar. Accompanied by a dull roar, the crystal stone blossomed in mid-air with dazzling lightning. What terrifying lightning power! The corners of the silver-armored warrior's eyes twitched wildly, his face turning white with fear, and his head buzzing. Damn! We can't fight it hard. Quickly dodge! The silver-armored warrior gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and without waiting for the crystal stone to land he swept to the side like lightning in an attempt to avoid its attack. The crystal stone smashed into the ground with a loud bang and exploded, and the scattered waves of spiritual energy instantly swept through the entire canyon. Pooh-wah! The silver-armored warrior was caught off guard and took the brunt of the attack, spitting out blood furiously under the intense pain in his chest and abdomen, and his entire body staggered and fell down the mountainside. And all of this was still far from over. Accompanied by a loud boom, the terrifying thunder power accumulated in the crystals instantly poured out. In the midst of the rumbling thunder, a blue thunderbolt that was several feet thick wildly split out, ruthlessly chopping into the tumbling clouds. Ka-ching! Ah! A miserable scream suddenly came out, followed by an abrupt stop. Yi Tian's divine thoughts were in full swing, instantly locking onto the location where the silver-armored warrior had fallen. Through the heavy mist, he saw a charred and mutilated body lying across the hillside, already dead. Humph! I don't care what kind of you guys are. Since you dare to provoke me, all of you will die. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked into a sinister smile as he slowly raised his palm and clasped his 5 fingers together, using his strongest means to slap out through the air. Rumble! A blue thunder instantly tore through the void, furiously soaring towards the charred black corpse at an astonishing speed, engulfing it in an instant. After a violent explosion, that corpse did not even have any dregs left, completely turning into a piece of flying ash. Yi Tian frowned slightly disappointed. He had thought that this silver-armored warrior's strength was not bad. Perhaps it would allow him to find a breakthrough opportunity. But things were not as wonderful as he had imagined. With only 1 Yuan Lingstone, he was still far from being able to advance to Jindan perfection. That's just it. Let's find the blood pool first. Yi Tian shook his head inside, suppressing the distracting thoughts and lifting his feet out of the dense forest. Chapter 163, The Prohibition Opens. Yi Tian, come here quickly. The restriction of the blood pool has been opened. Yi Tian was about to go and continue searching for those natives when he suddenly heard Yuan Feng's excited shout in his mind. Hearing this, his eyebrows lightly raised. Yi Tian's gaze lit up. Finally found it? As he spoke, he immediately leapt up and swept towards Yu Wenfeng's direction, only to see that in the northeast direction of the valley, below a lofty giant mountain, a dense blood-red smoke suddenly emerged, instantly enveloping a large area of open space. At the same time, a burst of noisy clamor was faintly heard from outside the valley. Yi Tian's eyes turned and he immediately turned his head and ran towards the hillside on the other side. This is really a big prophet. At the other end of the hillside, 3 young men and women in flashy clothes stood in front of a giant tree, tilting their heads as they looked at the blood-red mist surging out from the depths of the valley, their eyes filled with excitement. The aura fluctuation here is very odd. It should be a good treasure land. The gorgeous woman's pretty face rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Not bad, not bad. We must take it as early as possible. The 2 Chinese-robed men nodded in agreement, looking rather impatient. This is not difficult. The woman smiled faintly and turned her head to the man on her left. Big brother, please follow him. If you run into him, just do it directly. Okay. The man who was called Big Brother grinned and nodded his head without hesitation, then took big steps forward, rushing towards the place where Yu Wenfeng had just stayed. Third sister, you guys just watch and see. The Chinese-robed man who stayed in place nodded with a hefty evil smile, then turned around and groped his way towards the depths of the mountain range on the other side. These 3 people were the last of the 3 groups of people that Yi Tian had encountered. As for why Yi Tian encountered them, it was because they just happened to block the only passage to the valley. Yi Tian knew very well that with the strength of a few of them, they were simply unable to withstand the attack of the demonic beasts in the valley, so they had no choice but to set up an ambush on the periphery. Now that Yi Tian had arrived here, these few guys naturally could not resist their stupidity. Yi Tian, why haven't you come yet? If you don't come, I feel like someone is coming over. Yi Tian's voice came from Yu Wenfeng in his mind. Obviously he had already discovered the trio's traces. Be at ease. They haven't come over yet. Wait a little longer. Yi Tian calmly responded to Yu Wenfeng. Oh, well then. Yu Wenfeng hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Looking at the backs of those people, Yi Tian swung a palm violently at the valley behind him. Endless flames emerged from the center of his palm and directly hit a certain rock wall at the entrance of the valley. Boom boom! A dull roar suddenly resounded, and the flames spread rapidly wherever they reached, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a wall of fire that was more than 20 feet wide. However, it likewise invoked those natives in the secret realm. When Yi Tian saw several figures rushing out from within the valley, he was immediately delighted and hurriedly concealed his figure. These damn outsiders! One of the leading men, after coming over, noticed the 2 men and 1 woman, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Damn you all! In the next moment, that native directly rushed out, launching a frantic killing spree. What are you doing? The woman shouted delicately and drew her sword to meet the attack. What am I doing? Ha. The aboriginal man laughed wildly, as if he was completely out of control, as if he was insane, and his body was surrounded by crimson aura. His aura was horrifyingly terrifying. Looking at the scene across the street, Yu Wenfeng's face suddenly changed. What's going on? This aborigine actually broke through? Yu Wenfeng's brows furrowed greatly, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. Although he didn't recognize this native, he knew that the other party had clearly broken through the bottleneck to reach the Yuaning level. His battle power had skyrocketed, and his strength had increased by more than 100 times compared to earlier? Not good. Yu Wenfeng's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around and retreated towards the back. At this moment, Yi Tian in the depths of the valley also saw the strange situation over here, and as his face sank slightly, he immediately flashed and rushed over the entrance to the valley. Yu Wenfeng's face wore a touch of anxiety as he fled with his feet in the void, while his mind was racing, thinking of a solution. He had already entered the blood pool, but it was incredibly difficult to get out. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. If he didn't find a way to get rid of them, they would definitely die here. Thinking of this, Yu Wenfeng let out a sigh. Yi Tian, you can't screw me over. However, when he had just finished speaking, he felt that there was someone behind him and hurriedly turned around to look. Yi Tian? How could I possibly pit you? Yi Tian smiled faintly and approached towards Yu Wenfeng with a leisurely pace. Your kid came quite timely. Yu Wenfeng secretly let out a sigh of relief, but immediately followed by frowning. But how did you come in? If you can come in, why can't I come in? Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and smiled, with an air of entitlement. Yu Wenfeng was dumbfounded. Indeed, Yi Tian possessed strong strength and it was not difficult to enter the blood pool, but the problem was that there were so many of them. What role could Yi Tian play by coming in alone? Don't worry, I have my own measures, Yi Tian said with a calm expression. Yuan Feng frowned, still not quite believing in Yi Tian's ability. After all, that native outside was at the Yuaning level. Fine. Yu Wenfeng gritted his teeth. Since persuasion was ineffective, he could only pin his hopes on Yi Tian. He took a deep breath and gazed at a few figures in the distance, then slowly opened an entrance on the prohibition again. The two of them, Yi Tian and Yuan Feng, followed the opening and entered the location where the blood pool was located, and immediately smelled an extremely rich and bloody odor coming from their noses. When they raised their eyes, the golden-colored created altar came into view, with some exotic beasts carved on it, which were amazingly lifelike. At the same time, Yuan Feng and Yi Tian simultaneously stared wide-eyed. This was because on the surface of the altar were all sorts of spirit stones inlaid, each of which was worth a fortune. Yu Wenfeng and Yi Tian's breath instantly became scorched. So many spirit stones, it's enough for us to cultivate for a long time. Quickly put it away. Yuan Feng suppressed his inner excitement and whispered, then walked straight towards the blood pool in the center of the altar. Yi Tian was also filled with joy as he swept towards the blood pool. However, just when he was only about 5 meters away from the blood pool, all of a sudden his entire body violently stopped. Swish! A sharp blade appeared out of thin air and silently rested on Yi Tian's neck. Immediately following, a familiar voice came from behind. Don't move, or your dog's head will move. Hearing the voice, Yi Tian turned around violently, and after seeing the person in front of him, a cold aura appeared in his eyes. Chapter 164, I'm ordered to take your dog's head. This was a man with a rather exotic look, with skin as fair as snow, and a handsome face with sharp angles, revealing a feminine beauty. Especially his pair of slender Danfang eyes gave off a sense of viciousness and cunning, filled with a dangerous aura that made people not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. The most crucial thing was that this person actually possessed the cultivation of an early Yuaning stage. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Yi Tian stared at him with an icy gaze and said in a chilling tone. The corner of the man's mouth raised in an evil arc. My name is Nailin Ling. I have been ordered to take the dog's head on your collar. Nailin Ling? Someone from outside the domain. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart was shocked beyond measure. He had never thought that a disciple from outside the domain would actually be able to come to the immortal domain. Moreover, the other party was obviously holding the intention of eliminating the root and branch. Once he took the opportunity, he was absolutely bound to die. Humph! Cut the crap! Take your life! In the next moment, Nailin Ling violently erupted, emitting majestic aura fluctuations all over his body, turning into a piece of terrifying pressure to suppress Yi Tian. Seek death. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's face immediately sank. He had thought that the other party was from the immortal domain, so they should not dare to act rashly, and even if they had any grudges, they would definitely have to wait until the end of the secret realm. However, he had ultimately underestimated the level of despicability of these people from outside the domain. As Nailin Ling let out a furious shout, surging spiritual energy swept out, instantly forming a giant wave-like attack that swept towards Yi Tian. This giant wave of spiritual energy was several feet wide, surging and surging, as if it was like a mountain of mountains crushing towards Yi Tian. Roll! Yi Tian snorted coldly and similarly exploded his body's aura, gathering it into a huge wave and colliding with the huge wave of spiritual energy. The violent impact caused the entire altar to tremble. Puff! As the two collided, Yi Tian immediately let out a muffled grunt and spewed out blood with his mouth open. His feet staggered backward and flew backwards, almost falling into the middle of the blood pool. Yi Tian. Seeing this scene, Yuan Feng had just stepped on and saw that Yi Tian had already fought with someone, and was immediately shocked. Although Yi Tian had once helped him defeat a Yuaning-level senior member of the Martial Alliance, he knew clearly that it was the other party's light enemy, and in a real fight, Yi Tian might not be a match for Nailin Ling. Yuan Feng scurried out in an arrow step and rushed to Yi Tian's side to support him, while running his spiritual energy to resist Nailin Ling's pressure. Brother Yuan, I'm fine. Yi Tian wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, stood up and opened his mouth shakily. It was just that his face was pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and his forehead was even covered with sweat. His condition seemed to be bad to the extreme. Yuan Feng couldn't help but frown at the situation. He knew very well that if he hadn't assisted Yi Tian, he probably would have fallen in the blood pool. You rest first, leave the rest to me. After Yu Wenfeng pacified his sentence, he turned his head and swept towards Nailin Ling, his voice cold and piercing. Who are you? He was all set to enter the blood pool to wash, and now he encountered an uninvited one, instantly causing him to burst into a rage. Will you be allowed to spread your wildness here? Nailin Ling Jiejie laughed strangely. There's actually one that came to die. Yu Wenfeng's fists tightened. Do you know who I am? No matter who you are, if you dare to block me from killing, kill as usual. Nailin Ling's arrogance was boundless. And don't you struggle. You're not my opponent at all.
And this altar has long been sealed by me. Under the mid-yuaning stage,
you cannot enter nor exit.
You. After hearing this, Yu Wenfeng's face changed slightly, then his gaze went to the blood pool.
So it's because you came for that thing.
That's right. Nalan Ling spoke indifferently.
Today, no one will be able to get out alive, including you.
As the words fell, biting killing intent exploded from his body. Along with Nalan Ling's words,
the entire altar shook violently, as if the earth dragon was turning over,
and strands of black mist continuously rose up.
What's going on?
Yu Wenfeng's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly urged all his strength to firmly guard Yi Tian.
Humph, just a bunch of mole crickets.
A mirror ray formation still wants to stop me.
It's simply delusional. Nalan Ling snorted.
Then he violently waved the folding fan in his hand.
Swoosh! In an instant,
several pitch-black sword shadows erupted out, carrying strong might and heading straight for the surrounding altars.
Rumble!
The sword energy swept across the void, and several altars instantly exploded and crumbled, with chunks of rock splashing around.
What a powerful move! But unfortunately it still can't break through my defense.
Yu Wenfeng let out a sigh of relief, but did not let his guard down.
At this moment,
Nalan Ling suddenly lifted his head, his gaze looking towards Yi Tian, the corner of his mouth spreading into a teasing arc. I know that you have someone secretly protecting you,
but do you think that with him, he can protect you? Hearing these words, Yu Wenfeng's expression steeply stiffened and became unsightly. In a low voice, he reminded Yi Tian, be careful.
I can't take care of you for the time being, so hurry up and absorb it. This formation won't be able to withstand it for long.
After saying that,
he no longer paid attention to Yi Tian and violently leapt up to pounce on Nalan Ling. His arms unfolded like a sharp blade as he whistled and stabbed towards Nalan Ling.
Sculptor's little skill.
Nalan Ling coldly snorted in disdain, then flexed his fingers and several black chi shot out,
hitting Yu Wenfeng's palm blade head-on. Pa, pa, pa. A few crunching sounds came.
Yu Wenfeng's palm was in severe pain, and his entire arm was paralyzed. He gritted his teeth and swung his right hand once again,
slashing viciously towards Nalan Ling's chest.
Yi Tian knew that he had to make a breakthrough now before he could do so.
Otherwise both he and Yu Wenfeng would definitely be planted here. So despite being worried about Yu Wenfeng, Yi Tian still held back and continued to condense his spiritual energy to flush his dantian.
Swish! His spiritual energy flowed crazily and eventually surged into the sea of consciousness, pooling above the Yuan Shin in the sea of spiritual consciousness under Yi Tian's control.
It was a marvelous feeling, as if there were thousands of soft silk threads wrapped around his soul. They were warm and fulfilling, giving Yi Tian an unprecedented feeling of comfort. Yi Tian knew that this was a sign of his soul's metamorphosis,
and he knew that as long as he persisted, only the final step of fusion and tempering was needed,
and Yi Tian would be able to completely get rid of the shackles of his physical body and advance to the Yuaning realm. Boom! Right at this moment,
Yu Wenfeng once again battled with Nalan Ling,
emitting a deafening thunderous sound that made one's eardrums ache and eyesore. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly to look into midair. Nalan Ling had the absolute advantage.
Not only was his cultivation higher than Yu Wenfeng, but he was also good at using all sorts of insidious and bizarre techniques.
Every time he made a move,
he always made Yu Wenfeng dodge in distress and even get injured. Even though Yu Wenfeng tried his best to deal with him, he still lost every step of the way and could not fight back.
Nalan Ling, on the other hand, was calm and relaxed.
Chapter 165, Stepping into Yuaning.
Obviously,
Nalan Ling had long known of Yu Wenfeng's existence, which was why he deliberately picked a fight and provoked him,
in order to consume Yu Wenfeng's power. Bang! Another hard clash.
Yu Wenfeng stifled a grunt and staggered back.
Nalan Ling took advantage of the opportunity to approach, again slapping his left hand out in succession. 3 powerful palm winds pressed against the mountains and seas.
Yu Wenfeng avoided its sharpness.
His body shape turned to dodge out. Just after dodging a blow,
Nalan Ling was again pointing her toes, turning into a phantom shadow and forcing her way towards him. Her speed was as fast as a shooting star. Yu Wenfeng's expression changed drastically.
Damn it, Yi Tian, hurry up.
I won't be able to block it for much longer.
He tried to dodge again,
but there was simply no way to escape, and he watched as Nalan Ling slapped out 3 slaps.
Bang! With 3 loud bangs,
Yu Wenfeng spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell out. Nalan Ling stretched out his right leg and hooked it,
tripping Yu Wenfeng to the ground. Waist, catching dash.
Yu Wenfeng's ribs broke and he fell to the ground with a miserable expression.
Then he struggled to get up. What the hell do you want? His face was filled with anger. We don't interfere with each other. Why do you need to kill everyone? What I want to do, I must do. You don't deserve to ask this.
Nalan Ling laughed out loud, then violently bent down and probed his hand to grab Yu Wenfeng, directly throwing him into the fire pit of the sacrificial platform.
Ah!
Yu Wenfeng screamed miserably as the hot molten lava instantly flooded his torso,
turning him into ashes in an instant. Yu Wenfeng was dead.
Looking at Yu Wenfeng, who was burnt into a pile of charcoal,
Yi Tian's heart inexplicably thumped.
Although he had not been in contact with the other party for a long time, he was clear that the other party did not have bad intentions and was not the type of demon sect member who liked to kill innocents indiscriminately. What happened to Yu Wenfeng made him unable to stop his sadness and anger.
You also go down to accompany the burial.
Seeing Yu Wenfeng die, Nalan Ling twisted his neck and revealed a bloodthirsty carnal smile. He then looked at Yi Tian with a playful gaze.
Get out and die for me. Whoosh! Yi Tian didn't respond to what he heard.
He just ran the Sun True Scripture to temper himself and let his spiritual energy slowly recover.
Stubbornness. In that case, die.
Nalan Ling saw this and became furious. Then he shook his lance and stabbed straight towards Yi Tian. The lance whistled with great force,
containing a terrifying killing aura. In this instant, Yi Tian felt a throbbing in his jindan. A crack split open on the jindan, blossoming out a heart-stopping red aura. Woo! As this crack surfaced, Yi Tian felt his body revitalized, as if something was awakening,
making his entire body feel filled with explosive power. He could not help but be surprised. This was the rhythm of a breakthrough. Yi Tian tried to suppress his agitation and waited for his body to calm down. Then he felt as if he had entered a world of incomparable mystery. It was cloudy and white there, and it looked just like a fairyland. Yi Tian was slightly in a trance. He seemed to be in the middle of the sea of clouds, and he felt like he was standing on the top of the clouds, overlooking the multitudes of people at his feet. At the top of this illusory yet real sea of clouds, Yi Tian's state of mind gradually returned to calm. He closed his eyes and concentrated, allowing the power that originated from the depths of the jindan to slowly flow through his body, passing through each meridian. As this power continued to grow, the golden dan in Yi Tian's body cracked more and more, and the red aura became more and more dazzling. It was as if it would burst open at any time, ushering in a transformative metamorphosis. Is this the opportunity for a breakthrough? Yi Tian said in his heart as he took a deep breath and decided to comply with this force and welcome his metamorphosis. He made seals with both hands and followed the cultivation method of the Sun True Scripture, guiding this force to circulate in his body. Each cycle made him feel more connected to the heavens and earth, as if he was a part of the heavens and earth.
Boom! Finally, in a deafening roar, Yi Tian's jindan completely exploded.
These golden lights then quickly converged again,
forming an even more solid and radiant villain. There was even a faint golden flame flowing on it, which was the true fire of the sun, symbolizing the qualitative leap in Yi Tian's cultivation. And on the shoulders of the villain, there was actually a tiny golden crow settling down. Yuanying realm. I've finally broken through. Yi Tian opened his eyes,
and a crimson glow flashed through his eyes, turning his head to look at Nalan Ling outside the formation, where the other party was still strongly attacking the formation.
Nalan Ling, your time to die has come. Yi Tian let out a low gulp as his figure stormed up and rushed towards Nalan Ling like lightning. His speed was so fast that it made Nalan Ling change color, only to see a golden figure cut through the sky, instantly arriving in front of Nalan Ling. Humph, just stepped into Yuaning and you want to fight against me?
Nalan Ling laughed coldly, but the color of vigilance in his eyes did not diminish. Yi Tian's expression was calm in the face of the overwhelming gun shadows. As he took a deep breath and the Sun True Scripture revolved, the Sun True flame instantly wrapped around his entire body, forming a layer of golden flame shield. He formed his hands into fists, and his fists were entwined with blazing flames, as if they could burn everything in the world. Yang fist. Yi Tian drank lowly and blasted out with both fists. The golden fist shadow and the gun shadow collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a deafening roar and dazzling light. At this moment, the entire sacrificial platform seemed to be shaken by this power, and the surrounding space was distorted. Nalan Ling's face finally became grave. He sensed the terrifying power contained in Yi Tian's punch and did not dare to be careless. With a flash of white light in his hand, a long spear stood across his body, fully resisting Yi Tian's attack. But even so, he was shaken back and forth, his face as pale as paper. How is it possible? How did you become so strong? Nalan Ling looked at Yi Tian incredulously, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Originally, he felt that he could easily pinch Yi Tian to death. After all, there was a large realm difference between the two. However, he never expected that Yi Tian not only dodged his own pursuit, but instead took the opportunity to break through to Yuanying in one fell swoop. This simply overturned Nalan Ling's cognition. Unfortunately, you met me today. Yi Tian stood proudly in midair, like a god's residence looking down on the ants below. You deserve to die. Hubris and arrogance. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Nalan Ling laughed in anger, sweeping away the previous gloom. I'll let you see what it means to have a high mountain to look up to today. Kill dash. After saying that, he shook his lance and roared as he lunged towards Yi Tian.
The lance whistled,
carrying a flash of silver-white cold light and swirling out the wind and snow in the sky.
Bang bang bang! Yi Tian was pleasantly unafraid,
and with a grip of his hands, he grabbed 2 stones and ruthlessly smashed them over.
Kaching dash! Only 2 crunching sounds were heard.
The stones were shattered and split into pieces, but Nalanling was also forced to stop his footsteps. His face changed drastically. He did not expect Yi Tian to be so powerful, casually dropping 2 stones to flick the lance out of position.
Chapter 166 Red Fish in the Blood Pool. Yi Tian struck the iron while it was hot. With a longitudinal movement, he approached in front of Nalanling. His right arm swung round violently and his left hand grabbed at his chest. Nalanling waved his spear and blocked Yi Tian's attack.
Only a muffled sound was heard. Nalanling immediately staggered back 7 or 8 meters. His tiger's mouth was in severe pain. Swish! Yi Tian did not give him a chance to catch his breath. His legs once again stomped on the ground. His entire body turned into a sharp arrow and shot over, his fists raining down. Nalanling gritted his teeth and carried on, using the long spear in his hand to parry.
Bang! Yi Tian threw more than a dozen punches in one breath, forcing Nalanling to keep retreating. What kind of medicine did this guy take? How could his fighting strength suddenly grow so much? The corners of Nalanling's mouth were tugging. He simply did not expect that Yi Tian would have such ferocious fighting strength. He had to know that he was a Yuaning triple, and his weapon was still a spiritual treasure. How could Yi Tian suppress himself? Bang! Just as Nalanling was rambling, Yi Tian punched him hard in the abdomen. Ah!
Nalanling screamed miserably and fell 7 or 8 meters to the ground, his abdomen in excruciating pain. He raised his head and looked at Yi Tian, his expression filled with scorn, wondering how this guy did it. Nalanling, go die! Yi Tian ignored him and instead leapt up, stepping on his head and crushing him under his feet. Nalanling struggled desperately, but since he was burned by the sun true flame and couldn't exert any strength, he could only close his eyes in despair in the end. After resolving Nalanling, Yi Tian reached out and picked up the lance. Although he had broken through to the Yuanying realm this time, it was still far from enough for Yi Tian. He had to improve his strength to do so. Yuan Feng, thank you very much. Don't worry, I will protect the people in your family. Yi Tian looked at Yuan Feng's corpse. A flash of apology flashed in his eyes. Yuan Feng's instructions before he died. Yi Tian would definitely help to do it right. Suddenly, Yi Tian frowned slightly as he sensed a fluctuation. He glanced sideways and saw that the blood pool actually began to boil in the middle of the pool, and a rich spiritual energy was drawn from the blood pool. The blood pool is boiling, and the spiritual energy is turning into liquid. A heavenly chance. Yi Tian revealed an excited look. It was rumored that the water of the blood pool possessed the efficacy of nourishing vitality, and taking a single drop could improve the tendons and bones and strengthen the physical body. Yi Tian had taken many tonics before, but none of them could compare to the blood pool. After all, it was pure spiritual energy, and now that the blood pool was boiling, it was obviously the reason why the spiritual energy was transformed into liquid. This kind of thing, I must collect some. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed as he stared at the boiling blood pool, then his figure moved to fall into the pool. Plop dash. After a few moments of silence, the blood pool lifted a wave. Subsequently, the color of blood tumbled up and a small red fish jumped. They swam rapidly and seemed to be stimulated by the blood pool. It was just that the number of bloodfish was too small, and each one disappeared immediately after jumping into the blood pool. Yi Tian squinted his eyes at the situation. No wonder the people of the demon race spent a huge amount of money to build the blood pool. It turns out that it also has the effect of gathering spirituality. If this continued, the number of bloodfish would increase and the spiritual energy would be sucked up faster and faster. When Yi Tian sucked up the blood pool spirituality, it was estimated that he would be able to break through to the third or even higher realm of Yuaning. With this in mind, Yi Tian accelerated his devouring speed. His movements were extremely rude and savage, but the blood pool continued to tumble as if there was an endless influx of blood. 1, 2, 3, soon, a full 100 bloodfish jumped into the blood pool and then scattered into blood mist with a crash, slowly integrating into Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian felt a burst of comfort. He greedily sucked on the blood mist, itching to finish sucking all the blood from the blood pool. Just as quickly, he realized that the blood pool's spirituality weakened, and the spiritual energy flowed out, becoming quite thin. Asterisk. It's really extraordinary. Yi Tian sighed and took a dark breath of the blood pool's spiritual energy, estimating that he could cultivate for half a day at most. He could only temporarily stop running the Sun True Sutra and focus on improving his strength. Whoosh! As Yi Tian slowly exhaled a long breath, it was time for him to go out now. Yi Tian leapt up and grabbed the lance and rushed out of the forbidden system, knowing that there were still those natives outside waiting for him to solve them. Boom dash! Yi Tian had just rushed to the doorway when he only heard a thunderous explosion in his ears,
shaking his heart and mind. At the same time, the cave trembled as if it was about to collapse. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian saw that a brilliant light burst out from all parts of the cave, dazzling and exciting. Yi Tian twisted his head to look and his face instantly changed dramatically. The originally dark rock walls were all as bright as day at this moment, and a glorious scene was presented in the field of vision. The top of the cave and the surrounding walls, as well as the walls in all directions, were all plastered with talismans and paintings, one after another glittering with luster. Wu dash. Yi Tian condensed his eyesight and swept, and discovered that there was a native in golden armor standing outside the cave, and in front of him was a wide altar with a 9-meter tall and 6-meter long golden statue. It was lifelike, carrying a sword on its back, with a hideous face and scarlet eyes, just like an evil spirit. Kid, you touched our demon race's blood pool, and now you still want to leave alive? Do you think it's possible? Today is the day of your death. The golden armored man laughed coldly as he stepped in step by step. As he walked towards Yi Tian step by step, the trembling of the ground became more and more pronounced, with incessant clicking and crunching sounds. Looks like a battle can't be avoided. Yi Tian smiled indifferently. Then his body shaped sword and leapt up with a killing intent. Come on, don't know how to die. Seeing Yi Tian's provocation, the golden armored man became furious and roared, raising the long sword in his hand to slash down. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Before the blade reached him, a wave of intimidation came over him. The air was all chopped apart by this blade. This blade was powerful and overbearing. Die! The golden armored man roared. His eyes were round and murderous, as if a demon king had descended. Yi Tian's eyelids jumped straight up, not half panicking as he waved his lance across to block it. Dang! With a sharp sound, the golden armored man's aura like a rainbow split on the lance, and a large puff of sparks burst out. Yi Tian felt a wave of brute force coming at him, and almost couldn't hold the lance. He let out a muffled grunt and retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his body. Ha! A few points of strength? It's a pity that it's still hard to defeat me. Seeing Yi Tian easily block his strike, a flash of surprise flashed across the golden armored man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Afterwards, he once again bullied and pressed closer, slashing down at Yi Tian. The blade carried wind, and the killing intent was cold. Yi Tian's eyelids jumped and his left hand slammed out. With a crunching sound, he hardened himself against the golden armored man's slash, and at the same time, his right arm violently flung out. The long spear whistled out. Whoosh! The lance drew an arc, viciously and trickily stabbing at the golden armored man's chest. Bang! The golden armored man's body veered to the side, dodging this stab from the lance. Afterwards, he kicked his left foot back at the end of the spear, causing the spear to spin and fly back. Yi Tian reached out and clasped the other end of the lance. This was followed by a tug, a pull, a fling. The lance flew and viciously stabbed above the golden armored man's chest. Chapter 167, Bloodline Awakening. Snort! A canopy of blood arrows sprayed out, and the golden armored man staggered back. His chest shirt shattered, leaving a shocking bloody hole. Yi Tian drank out. Kneel down, bastard! The golden armored man was furious and with a low roar, he raised his leg and kicked Yi Tian hard in the abdomen. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Tian stumbled and flew out, breaking a few trees and falling to the ground. The corners of his mouth were tugging, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Although he had used the golden armored man's kick to dislodge most of the impulse, and had also nailed the golden armored man's wound with his spear. However, the golden armored man's leg also contained a lot of strength, and it still shook his internal organs badly. Yi Tian frowned slightly. This guy was stronger than he thought. However, he did not give up on the attack and struggled to get up, followed by another stab at the gold armored man. The tip of the spear carried a thunderous momentum, ruthlessly piercing through the void and poking at the golden armored man's head. The golden armored man's face was uncertain, and then his feet violently stomped. His entire body immediately flew up, blasting into the body of the lance like a cannonball. Bang! The lance shook violently, and the muzzle followed suit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden armored man blasted his fist at the gun body. Splat dash! With a crunching sound, the lance broke into 2. Yi Tian let out a muffled grunt and retreated a few steps back from the pain, yet he still maintained his composure before picking up a long sword. Whoosh! Without any nonsense, Yi Tian shook his wrist and poured out his sword energy crazily at the golden armored man. The sky was covered with a rain of swords that enveloped the golden armored man. A trace of disdain swept across the golden armored man's face as his feet continuously shifted, avoiding the dense sword chi. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, he suddenly flipped his body and instantly fell into the blood pool. He hugged the statue and roared at Yi Tian. Get the hell out of here! Yi Tian's face changed and he was about to block it.
But he felt a pain in his ankle and his body stagnated as he tumbled and fell out,
falling right on top of the blood pool.
Above the blood pool, the boiling blood chi was like being ignited by an invisible fire,
tumbling and roaring, releasing a palpitatingly terrifying energy. Yi Tian's clothes were instantly drenched by this blood chi,
and an indescribable burning sensation penetrated from the skin to the bone marrow, as if even the soul was going to be devoured by this power.
This is some evil art.
Yi Tian was horrified in his heart as he forced himself to endure the discomfort. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the golden armored man in the blood pool, only to see that the golden armored man was holding the statue tightly with both hands, and the surface of the statue was flowing with a bizarre bloodlight,
echoing with the blood chi in the blood pool, forming a powerful boundary to isolate Yi Tian. Humph, ignorant child. This is my clan's holy relic,
the blood soul altar, which can draw the blood of all spirits and forge supreme divine power.
Today,
this is your burial place.
The golden armored man laughed fiercely, a hint of madness and triumph in his voice.
Yi Tian's heart burned with rage when he heard this, and he knew that he must not retreat in the slightest at this moment. He took a deep breath and mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body, trying to find a way to break through this blood-soul boundary.
However,
it was as if the blood chi in the blood pool had a spirit, constantly eroding his will and causing him to feel unprecedented pressure.
I can't just give up.
Yi Tian roared in his heart as he recalled the hardships and difficulties he had experienced along the way. All those struggles on the edge of life and death. All of this made it impossible for him to say defeat easily.
Right at this moment,
a strange power suddenly surged up in Yi Tian's body. It was the latent bloodline in his body that was stimulated at the critical moment.
This bloodline power resonated subtly with the blood chi in the blood pool,
and it actually allowed Yi Tian to sense the secrets and weaknesses of the blood pool in a brief moment.
I see.
A hint of realization flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as he quickly adjusted his breathing and gathered his entire body's spiritual energy in his palm, forming a golden crow true spirit that had shrunk countless times.
Golden crow. Incinerate. Yi Tian let out a low gulp,
and with both hands, he violently pushed out the golden crow true spirit, pointing it straight at the blood soul altar. The golden crow seemed like a living creature as it swept towards the center of the altar.
Boom! With a heaven-shaking ring,
the blood-soul boundary trembled violently under the impact of the ball of light.
And then a tiny crack actually appeared. The crack rapidly expanded, spreading to the entire boundary like a spider web, and eventually shattered with a loud bang. The golden armored man's face changed drastically.
He did not expect Yi Tian to be able to break through the boundary of this blood-soul altar. He wanted to counterattack with the power of the statue, but it was already too late. Yi Tian's figure flickered and appeared in front of the golden armored man like a ghost, and his long sword swung out.
The sword pierced through the golden armored man's chest.
Blood splattered everywhere as the golden armored man's body slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. You, the golden armored man spat out a few words with difficulty, but he could no longer speak. Yi Tian retrieved his long sword and indifferently looked at the golden armored man's corpse. I was kind,
but the enemy pushed me too far.
Without waiting for him to finish his recitation, there was a crunching sound from the golden armored man's neck, and his head detached from his body and fell down. Then, his body also fell from midair and smashed heavily on the floor,
splashing countless dust and water. A generation of experts died horizontally on the spot.
Yi Tian twisted his stiff neck to look at the statue,
trying to find out its flaws.
It was just that the statue was covered in bloodlight, like a mist that made people unable to recognize it clearly.
The statue seems to have a problem? Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes lit up.
He quickly locked onto one of the statue's iron cables. Yi Tian reached out and touched it, and found that the iron rope was very thick and long,
more than 3 meters long.
There was a small box tied to the end of the iron rope, which was dark and did not know what was contained inside.
Yi Tian picked it up and opened it,
realizing that it was a thin piece of parchment, which was filled with fly-lettered characters. He scanned it and quickly read the meaning of it, and his eyes could not stop bursting with light.
What was written on the parchment was actually an ancient and mysterious inheritance secret,
as well as the real secret hidden behind the blood soul altar.
Originally,
this blood soul altar was not simply used to gather blood chi and forge divine power.
Instead,
it was a sealing formation set up by a great power in the ancient times to suppress an evil spirit. The accidental intrusion of Yi Tian and Yuan Feng not only interrupted this plan,
they even stimulated the ancient power in their own bloodline at a critical moment,
resonating with the altar and thus cracking part of the seal.
I see.
This blood soul altar is actually such a sinister thing. Yi Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. This parchment in his hand might be the key to solving all the mysteries and even obtaining great power. He carefully studied the contents of the parchment and found that it not only recorded the origin of the evil spirits and the sealing method, it also hid an ancient cultivation method called bloodline awakening. This method can guide the practitioner to explore the potential of their own bloodline. It can even resonate with the power of heaven and earth to reach the realm of transcendence.
Chapter 168, The Mystery of the Yendi Decree. Bloodline Awakening. Yi Tian muttered,
his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light.
He already possessed a great emperor bloodline,
and now it only contained the Golden Crow Supreme body within it. But as long as the emperor bloodline awakened, it would definitely be able to suppress the Golden Crow. At that time, even promoting from the Golden Crow Supreme body to the Sun body was not impossible. Just as he was about to follow the guidelines on the parchment and attempt a bloodline awakening, the blood chi in the blood pool suddenly boiled up again,
even more surging than before, as if something was about to awaken. Not good. The evil spirit is struggling. Yi Tian's heart was flabbergasted.
Immediately realizing the criticality of the situation, he did not dare to have the slightest delay and quickly sat on his knees,
closing his eyes and concentrating,
following the method on the parchment to guide the spiritual energy in his body to fuse with the power of his bloodline.
As Yi Tian guided, a warm force surged out from his body,
flowing along his meridians and eventually converging in his dantian. This power was pure and powerful, contrasting sharply with the blood chi in the blood pool.
Awaken me! Yi Tian let out a low roar,
and his entire body's spiritual power and bloodline power reached the ultimate fusion at this moment. Only a faint golden light was seen surrounding his body.
Right at this moment,
the blood chi in the blood pool suddenly violently churned. A pitch-black figure slowly rose from the blood mist,
and it was none other than the sealed evil spirit. Its face was hideous, its eyes crimson, and it let out bursts of mournful roars,
as if it wanted to tear apart this heaven and earth.
However, facing this terrifying evil spirit, Yi Tian did not retreat. He clenched his teeth,
made seals with both hands, and condensed the power of his entire body into a single point.
Bloodline power. Awaken! Yi Tian shouted explosively,
only to see a golden light flourish around him, and a huge golden crow silhouette emerged behind him,
lifting its wings and roaring. A heaven-destroying pressure instantly filled the air.
The golden crow silhouette became more and more solid, eventually transforming into a lifelike figure with eyes wide open staring at the evil spirit.
Ow dash! Sensing this touch of aura, the evil spirit let out a furious roar and pounced over with the momentum of a million men. It seemed to have been unable to hold back for a long time, wanting to devour Yi Tian and restore its former divine valor. Rumble! Just before it could touch Yi Tian, the golden crow shadow swooped down and ruthlessly slammed into the evil spirit.
A series of loud bangs exploded as the golden crow shadow sent the evil spirit flying.
Ka-ching!
The chains on the evil spirit's body snapped inch by inch, revealing white bones that were shocking to the eyes and palpitating to the heart. The evil spirit spewed out a few more mouthfuls of black smoke, wisps of blue smoke rising from his body, his face filled with anger and despair.
Ow! It let out a mournful cry,
then turned around and scurried towards the blood-colored mountain wall with dazzling speed.
Yi Tian frowned slightly,
but still did not stop and continued to use his energy to urge the golden crow shadow to impact.
Boom dash! Another loud bang followed as the iron cage crumbled and collapsed.
The golden crow shadow flickered and disappeared into the night,
leaving behind only Yi Tian and a pile of rubble.
Yi Tian stood in place for a moment to catch his breath,
his breathing gradually stabilizing. Although the consumption was overly huge, he had improved, but it was even more gratifying. The emperor vein in his body, which had been dull and lightless, actually had a hint of golden light emerging faintly at this moment. Obviously the changes brought about by the bloodline awakening had also stimulated his body. This blood really contains a powerful essence. Yi Tian sensed the metamorphosis of the emperor vein in his body and immediately shook his head with a smile. He gathered his emotions and looked at the broken rocks and iron ropes on the ground. His mind swept over the evil spirit's angry eyes before it left, and his heart suddenly jumped. Oh no! I forgot to decapitate it. If it escapes, there will be endless consequences.
Yi Tian was somewhat chagrined in his heart. Although this evil spirit was sealed, it still had a strong fighting power and could still fight against him for a moment.
If it escaped the cage, it would definitely come back with a vengeance. Whatever, let's get out of here first. Yi Tian took a deep breath and threw away the distractions in his mind,
then carefully walked through the ruins and quietly climbed up the altar.
However, when he passed by the blood pool evening again and prepared to go out,
but squinted his eyes and saw that a flame mark had appeared in the center of his brow at some point. The mark was golden red in color,
with a layer of bizarre lines on its surface,
resembling a flame symbol that emitted a burst of ghostly light.
Could it be due to practicing the Yen D skill? Yi Tian clearly remembered that when he was cultivating the Yen Emperor technique,
the middle-aged man in the dream world also had the same mark on his brow.
He guessed that it was most likely related to the bloodline. After all,
many magical things existed in this world. Yi Tian reached out and touched the center of his eyebrows and found that the flame rune was very hot.
It seems that there are still secrets that I don't know about in the Yen D technique. He didn't think much about it. Anyway, there were many things that he couldn't intervene or block right now, so he might as well cultivate properly. After making up his mind, Yi Tian no longer wasted any more time and immediately walked towards the outside of the blood pool. Meanwhile, in the immortal domain, have you guys heard? That loser from the Yi family can now cultivate. This news was like a wildfire in the spring breeze, quickly spreading within the immortal domain. The immortal domain, a holy land that transcended the earthly world and pursued immortality, had long circulated various rumors about the Yi family's young master, a young man who was born with clogged meridians, unable to cultivate, and laughed at by the world as a waste. What? That boy Yi Tian? Hasn't he never been able to gather spiritual energy? An old man dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe, holding a white jade bone carving fan, frowned slightly, obviously surprised by this sudden news. It's true. It's said that not only has he regained his cultivation ability, but he also obtained an extraordinary chance in a relic, and his strength has skyrocketed. A young cultivator next to him had an excited gleam in his eyes, as if he had witnessed this miracle with his own eyes. Humph, even if he can cultivate, so what? That guy Yi Qiankun is now at the 6th level of Yuaning. Even if that guy Yi Tian wants to sit in the position of the Yi family's young master from new, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. A young man from an ancient family, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain, his tone full of contempt. Such remarks did not stop the news from spreading, but instead stirred up more curiosity and discussion. Anymore, Yi Tian, as the youngest son of Yi Tiandi, had gathered many gazes since he was young. Yi Tian stepped out of the relics and was greeted by fresh air and warm sunlight. He took a deep breath and felt that flame in his body. Yi Tian, your journey has just begun, he murmured in his heart and walked quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Just as he was about to leave this ruin, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the distance. It was the rhythmic movement of spiritual energy intertwined with space, as if some powerful existence was approaching. Someone is coming? Yi Tian frowned and quickly stealthily stepped aside into the dense forest, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Soon, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes and wearing ghost masks appeared in his line of sight. Chapter 169, The Underworld Chains. They moved quickly and silently, clearly not ordinary cultivators. There were 8 people in total, but the lowest cultivation of these people was around the 8th level of Jindan. People from outside the domain? No, it's impossible for the other party to come down with so many people at once. Yi Tian's heart flinched as he pondered. The team had already arrived at the entrance of the ruins, and the leading black-robed man stopped and said in a hoarse voice, "Pass the order down. Blockade the entire relic. Anyone who tries to leave, shoot on sight." Yi Tian's heart tightened when he heard this. He knew that he could not sit back and wait for death. However, in the face of such a powerful enemy, he had to act cautiously and look for a chance to escape. It seems that this immortal realm is far more complicated than I thought, Yi Tian secretly said in his heart, while he began to think of a way to retreat. It was just that the other party was very alert and quickly realized the abnormality behind him and shouted sternly, "Who? Get out!" With a wave of his right hand, a cloud of black mist exploded and tumbled out to the back. Whoosh dash! Almost at the same instant, a sword light shot out, powerful and unrivaled, piercing through the black mist that tumbled out. Rumble! With a blasting sound, the black mist exploded into a canopy of smoke and dissipated. Then, Yi Tian's figure leaped into the crowd's field of vision. Seeing this familiar face, the men in black were surprised in unison, as if they had not expected to meet Yi Tian at all. They then revealed a cold smile. "Yi Tian, we were waiting for you. We didn't expect to be sent to our door. Who are you guys?" Yi Tian narrowed his eyes as he scanned them, sensing the killing intent and the smell of blood on their bodies. His eyes flashed with a cold aura. He was able to smell that these 8 guys were by no means good. Dead people, don't need to know too much. As the words fell, the 8 men in black raised their hands in unison. Their palms, which instantly turned a dark black color, were glowing with icy cold and intense poison. Yi Tian was prepared and slid his feet back, dodging 7 of the poison needles. The remaining one whistled past his ear. Yi Tian's eyelids flicked, his wrist flicked, and a long spear was placed across his chest. Ding ding! The sharp arrows shot at the lance body as if they were hitting steel, bursting out countless sparks. It actually blocked it? Looking at the poisonous needles that were bounced off, the man in black was clearly taken aback. A bunch of rats hiding underground are just rats, and they dare to be crazy in front of me. Yi Tian laughed coldly, holding his gun and charging out with a stab. Although the man in black was shocked, he quickly reacted and swung his sword to resist. The two fought instantly. Sparks flew, and the swords clashed, emitting a clanging sound. "Lie down for me." Yi Tian's legs kicked out in a series of kicks, carrying a thunderous momentum, ruthlessly smashing down on the man in black. Ka-ching! The man in black couldn't withstand it. The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out, and the whole person was hard-kicked 3 meters away. Yi Tian didn't stay. He took advantage of the victory and bullied his way to the man in black with his gun. The black-clothed man's face finally revealed a look of fear, and he hurriedly shouted, "Give me on!" As the leader of the men in black hissed, the remaining 7 were like activated wild beasts as they unleashed their respective bizarre martial arts techniques. Some of their figures became blurred, like ghosts weaving through the forest light and shadows. Some had their hands forming seals, and the air was filled with a gust of coldness, as if it could freeze one's soul. What's more, they directly offered a magic treasure that emitted a ghostly light and smashed it towards Yi Tian in an overwhelming manner. Yi Tian's face was grave. These few people were Jin Dan level characters no matter what, so there was no room for negligence. The long spear seemed to come alive in his hands, and wherever the tip of the spear passed, the air was torn open with a thin crack. Wind-swept cloud. Yi Tian drank lowly. His body rotated violently, and the long spear transformed into a tornado storm that swept all the dark weapons around him into it. When the men in black saw this, their faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Yi Tian's strength to be so strong, and for a moment, they were somewhat at a loss. Underworld chain. Trap. A black-clothed man whispered an incantation, only to see a distortion in the void behind him. Several pitch-black chains appeared out of thin air, twisting towards Yi Tian like spiritual snakes. These chains were entangled with strands of underworld chi. Once contaminated, even Yuaning stage cultivators would feel their souls tremble. Yi Tian let out a cold snort and retreated violently, while his long spear danced, forming an airtight spear net, while turning the Golden Crow Supreme body on. It smashed those underworld chains one by one, but right at this moment, he suddenly felt a crisis coming from behind, and it was a black-robed man that he had previously ignored. The other party was approaching silently, holding a dagger that flashed with a cold light in his hand, clearly intending to strike a fatal blow. "Humph, trying to sneak attack me?" The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up a cold smile. His figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared above the head of the black-clothed man, his long spear like a dragon, stabbing straight down. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrunk, wanting to dodge, but it was too late. He could only watch as the tip of the spear pierced through his chest. Put! Blood splattered. The moment the man in black fell, Yi Tian had already returned to his original position. His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the remaining enemies. "What other means do you guys have? Feel free to use them." Yi Tian's voice was cold and chilly, as if it was a cold winter under the blazing sun. The men in black looked at each other with both fear and unwillingness in their eyes. They did not expect that the task that they originally thought could be easily accomplished had now become so difficult. But things had come to this. They could only fight to the death. Formation. The remaining 7 people looked at each other and roared out a single word in unison, then raised their arms slightly. A palm-sized jade pendant emerged. It whirled around in a dripping manner, blossoming with a dazzling red aura, and also released an attractive fluctuation. Subsequently, each of the 7 jade pendants was affixed to their heads, as if magnets were firmly attached to them. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the 7 people's bodies was madly injected into the jade pendant. Whoosh! In an instant, 7 fist-sized orbs rose up from the jade pendant. The orbs took on a greenish-white color, like glass, crystal clear. Each orb contained surging power inside, just like a nuclear weapon that could detonate at any time. "Yi Tian, we will use this soul gathering to kill you tonight." The 7 people roared in unison and pressed their fingers on the runes on their foreheads. Bang! With a loud sound, the 7 orbs shattered at the same time, and boiling hot streams poured out. 7 swirl-like things erupted from the shattered orbs. Die! The 7 black-clothed men roared and pressed their hands together. The whirlpools immediately rolled over like a tidal wave, devouring everything around them and sweeping towards Yi Tian. Whoosh dash! Humph! A mere soul-gathering technique. You want to trap me too? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and spiritual energy surged within his body. At this moment, if he just fled blindly, sooner or later, he would be depleted of his spiritual energy by this vortex. The only way to have a chance of survival was to deal with it head-on. Yi Tian violently stopped his footsteps, and with a display of his figure, he actually took the initiative to meet the 7 surging vortexes. Chapter 170. A rat in the gutter wants to turn the tables too? Yi Tian's hands quickly made seals and his mouth murmured, "The law of the Golden Crow. Listen to my command." As his words fell, the Golden Crow true spirit within his body seemed to respond to his call. Points of flame converged into a stream, transforming into a brilliant pillar of light that descended from the sky and directly infused into Yi Tian's body. Golden Crow Body Protector. All laws will not be invaded. Yi Tian let out a low cry. His entire body was covered by a layer of faint flames. In the face of this sudden change, the 7 seemed to feel threatened as well and intensified their release of spiritual energy. The more violent energy attempted to break through this layer of protection. Burning sky. Yi Tian snapped his eyes open.
A dazzling light flashed in his eyes as he waved his fists,
and he actually directly condensed the flames into 2 razor-sharp swords.
towards those 7 vortexes. He ruthlessly chopped away. Wherever the sword-ons passed through, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a burst of ear-piercing air-breaking sounds.
Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out,
and those 7 vortexes exploded under the bombardment of the sword main chop, turning into energy fragments in the sky and dissipating into nothingness.
Yi Tian, on the other hand, stood firmly in place. His clothes were a little messy,
but his eyes were full of vigor.
Humph! A bunch of rats in the gutter. Do they want to overturn the sky too? Yi Tian looked at the 7 black-robed men with a hint of disdain in his voice. Today, I'll let you know what a truly strong person is. After saying that, Yi Tian's body moved and pounced at those 7 black-clothed men like a cheetah.
His speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the limit of what the naked eye could capture. And every attack was precise and deadly. The 7 people had no time to react and could only passively defend.
However, Yi Tian did not intend to stop there. Only by completely eliminating these threats could he ensure his own safety.
Thus, he once again activated the Golden Crow True Spirit.
Right at this moment,
a sudden change occurred. He only saw a man in black suddenly retreating in a violent manner,
pulling out a black token from his pocket and fiercely squeezing it. At that moment, a strange fluctuation emanated from the token. Not good. It's a teleportation token.
Yi Tian was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that these black-clothed men would still have a backhand.
However,
things had come to this point. He could only put his best foot forward and strive to leave all these people behind before the teleportation was completed.
Golden Crow Explosive Fist. Yi Tian roared angrily,
his entire body boiling with spiritual energy as he blasted out with a single punch. His entire fist seemed to be wrapped in flames as he blasted towards the 7 black-clothed men.
But in the end, he was still a step too late. When Yi Tian blasted out this move, that man in black had already taken out his teleportation token and activated it.
Only a crunching sound was heard,
and the teleportation token instantly exploded. Boom dash!
With a dull collision, the entire night sky seemed to be shaken, and then a bright light enveloped the 7 men in black.
Then, they disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Yi Tian's face was gloomy.
He could not imagine that the other party still had such a backhand.
He instinctively wanted to chase after them,
but quickly stopped his thoughts, not to mention whether or not he could find the other party's location.
Even if he could, the other party was bound to have someone stronger. Looks like I have to be more vigilant.
Yi Tian rubbed his head in thought and walked towards the outside,
preparing to return to the immortal region. After all,
after coming out for such a long time, it was estimated that Xianyuan breaking army was already close to finding and searching madly.
Why is there a bloody scent here? Just after walking out of the secret realm, Yi Tian smelled a bloody odor and looked up to see corpses strewn before him.
All of them had their throats slashed and their necks broken,
obviously suffering from intense poison. Yi Tian looked around and frowned. Who did this? He then shook his head, not bothering to think too much, and left this place of wrongdoing straight away. Half an hour later, Yi Tian returned to the entrance of the demonic beast mountain range. It was still cloudy and misty, with a misty immortal aura, as if it was a pure land isolated from the world. Under this tranquility, Yi Tian's heart was filled with ripples. The immortal realm was not entirely peaceful,
and there were dark currents, with various forces fighting in the dark.
He, as the son of Yi Tian,
had long been caught up in this endless whirlpool.
Young lord, you have finally returned. Just after stepping into the city at the edge of the immortal domain,
a young boy dressed in green hurriedly ran over.
Looking anxious, Lord Xianyuan is looking around for you, saying that he has something important to discuss.
Yi Tian heard this and pondered in his heart.
What could Xianyuan breaking June be looking for him? Could it be that the forces behind those men in black had already made a move against the immortal region? He nodded and said to the little boy, "Lead the way." As the little boy walked through the heavy pavilions, Yi Tian arrived at the mansion where Xianyuan breaking June was located. Xianyuan breaking June, on the other hand, was standing in the courtyard, revealing a trace of imperceptible worry between his brows. Yi Tian, you finally came.
When Xianyuan broken army saw Yi Tian, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and then he resumed his usual composure.
I just received news that your father is about to come back, so you have to be present at that time. Don't run around. Yi Tian nodded and responded respectfully. I understand. Not going anywhere. That's good.
Xianyuan breaking June sighed in relief.
Then he looked at Yi Tian with a smile and asked, by the way, I heard that you won a big victory in the secret realm this time,
and your strength has increased quite a bit compared to before.
Just a fluke, Yi Tian responded modestly,
although he knew that Xianyuan breaking June was just being polite when he said this.
After all, he had fought those people. To the saint level Xianyuan breaking June, it was just a child's fight. However, Yi Tian still went along with what he said. Judging from my cultivation process, it shouldn't take long before I can be in the third level of yuaning. He wasn't making this up. After all, Yi Tian possessed something as heaven-defying as a system, and his cultivation resources were abundant enough. Coupled with the assistance of the Golden Crow True Spirit, if he was still promoting slowly, it would really be a disgrace. Well, the yuaning level is enough to compete with that brat Yi Qiankuan. Shen Yuan Breaking June nodded slightly, quite satisfied, but you shouldn't be proud. As far as I know, there are a few young jungles in the northern region whose strength is also very impressive. You need to continue to work hard. I will, Yi Tian replied solemnly, a blazing light blooming in his eyes. Right. Have you had any epiphanies during this period of time? Shen Yuan Breaking June suddenly changed his words and looked at Yi Tian smilingly. Yi Tian hesitated slightly, seemingly a little hesitant. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Shen Yuan Breaking June waved his hand. Forget it if you don't want to say it. I won't force you. Yi Tian opened his mouth, but never said anything. He wanted to tell Shen Yuan Breaking June that he was actually ready to open the Emperor vein. However, this matter was of great importance, so Yi Tian did not dare to tell Shen Yuan Breaking June rashly for fear of attracting the trouble of killing him. Moreover, Yi Tian was worried that in case opening the Emperor vein would be targeted by Yi Qiankuan, that would be a big trouble. So after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tian finally decided to suppress it for the time being. Chapter 171 You Owe Me. Forget it. Anyway, there are still a few months before father returns. I can wait for him to return before making a choice. Right now, I'd better seize the opportunity to cultivate and improve my strength. Making myself stronger is the most crucial. Yi Tian's gaze was resolute. That way, I can go looking for my master more quickly. Good. In that case, go back and cultivate at ease. I'll call you when your father comes out of the gate. Shen Yuan Breaking June patted Yi Tian's shoulder. His tone was gentle and admonished. Remember, don't act impulsively, and even more so, don't kill people indiscriminately to vent your anger. Do you know? Yi Tian was busy nodding. Got it, brother-in-law. Afterward, Shen Yuan Broken Army waved his hand to signal Yi Tian to leave. After he walked away, Shen Yuan Breaking June thought of what those people of Yi family's grand elder Yi Yunhai had done, and his eyes became more stern by 2 points. I hope you can mature a bit. Don't let your sister down. Don't let us down. After Yi Tian left the Shen Yuan mansion, he did not return to Immortal Leaf City where the Yi family was located, but returned straight to his mansion. Returning to his room, he sat on a chair and took out a silver-white bead. This was a life-protecting treasure left to him by his mother, and one that he had only recently researched clearly. It could fire thunder to attack the enemy with great power, but it consumed extremely large amounts of energy, and Yi Tian used it 3 times in a row before using up all the energy in his dantian. Ugh, it really is a chicken rib. Looking at the thunder bead in his hand, Yi Tian could not help but sigh. However, soon after, his eyes flashed with a refined aura. But it's better to have it than not to have it. At least it can save your life. Let's consolidate our cultivation first. Yi Tian took a deep breath, and after putting aside the distracting thoughts, he exercised and exhaled, melting the energy of the thunder bead and transforming it into rolling pure yang qi to nourish his physical body. As time passed, there was more and more lightning in Yi Tian's body, and the surface of his skin was gradually covered with lightning arcs. Not only that, in Yi Tian's ears, there were also faint bursts of golden crow cries. The night passed quietly. On the next day, when the morning light appeared, Yi Tian opened his eyes, stretched his muscles and bones, and felt that the whole person was refreshed. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the yuaning, which was originally within the dantian, actually had a hidden trace of divinity. Could it be that the energy from the thunder bead was absorbed last night? Yi Tian lowered his head to check on the yuaning, only to find that he was still sitting cross-legged in the dantian. It was just that the lightning runes around him were much thinner and lighter in color, as if they were damaged. However, these are not a big problem. Rest for a day or two. These runes will be completely repaired. By then the power will certainly soar several times. Just at this moment, a sudden shout came from outside. Yi Tian, come out for me. Don't be that shrinking turtle. You dog, if you don't come out, I'll step on your mansion. I don't believe you dare to hide and not see me. Noisy and overbearing voices entered Yi Tian's ears. He frowned slightly, not expecting something like this to occur at this critical moment. Could it be that someone had come to cause trouble? Yi Tian was puzzled, but he did not think much about it. After all, he was indeed a person who could not cultivate before, so there should not be anyone coming to look for trouble. So Yi Tian guessed that it should be any dude who came here to pick a fight. Thinking about it, he didn't put it too much on his mind and just closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his physical body and yuaning. Until a long time ago,
The noise outside became clearer and clearer. Yi Tian was so dazed by the noise that he couldn't sit down any longer, so he just took a step to go out. He arrived in the courtyard and raised his eyes to see a group of people clustered around a brocade-clothed youth, aggressively walking towards his mansion. The brocade-clothed youth at the head was tall and burly, with a face of horizontal meat, and eyes as sharp as a falcon's, full of fury. Behind the brocade-clothed youth, there were several other youths. The same aura is not weak, all dressed in expensive clothes. At a glance, it is known that the head is not small. Among these few people, one of them was a familiar face. You Manhwa, I haven't messed with you, right? Yi Tian did not want to cause trouble, so he took the initiative to open his mouth and ask, "Kid, you still have the face to ask?" Yu Manhwa glanced angrily at Yi Tian, killing intent erupting in his eyes. "It's you who owe me." "What? I owe you?" Yi Tian frowned. When he came back from the desolate ancient road, he was directly pulled down to the Demon Beast mountain range by Xianyuan Broken Sky, and even if he were to provoke, it would be to provoke those he met in the Demon King mountain range. Moreover, Yuan Feng and this Yuan Hua are not people of the same lineage at all. It can be said that they are not the same. With this thought, Yi Tian was puzzled in his heart. He lifted his feet and walked out, saying to Yuan Hua, "We have never met. We have never had any grudges. Why do you say that I owe you?" "Never met?" Yuan Hua looked like he heard something funny, and suddenly laughed up to the sky. He, kid, I think you don't want to admit it, right?" Yi Tian's face remained unchanged, and he asked back, "It's true that I'm not familiar with you. I don't know why you said that I owe you." "Good boy. Pretty tough mouth." Yuan Hua snorted coldly, then rushed the people next to him and said, "Give me a beating." "Yes, big brother." Several teenagers beside him immediately answered after hearing this, then rushed towards Yi Tian in unison. Scram! Yi Tian's face changed slightly, and without saying a word, he fiercely struck out. Two muffled sounds in succession exploded in the air, and immediately afterward, two teenagers' bodies were seen flying out backwards and falling to the ground. They clutched their chests, their faces filled with pained expressions, unexpectedly unable to stand up. Yu Wenhua was taken aback. He did not expect Yi Tian to be so powerful. One must know that Yi Tian was a waste who could not cultivate. How could he defeat two-peak Jindan? It was hard to believe that he had already accomplished his cultivation and was no longer the waste that he once was. Yuan Hua felt unbelievable, but when he thought of his big brother's terrifying cultivation, he had a bottom line in his heart. "Brat, I can't believe you're still a cultivation genius, but don't you know that I've long admired Miss Su for a long time? If you are sensible, you should go and withdraw your marriage. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Yi Tian listened to the other party's words and had a thought in his heart. This guy was probably Su Wan'er's suitor. It was only that the other party was a eunuch and wanted to compete with himself for Su Wan'er, but he was just giving himself a hard time. "If you have something to do, go ahead and look for Su Wan'er. Don't come to me," Yi Tian said indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to this person, and turned around to leave. He was still in dire need of consolidating his cultivation and did not have the time to deal with such trivial matters. But Yi Tian had just taken 2 steps when he heard a commotion behind him. "Yi Tian, don't you dare leave. Today, you have to agree even if you promise, and you have to agree even if you don't." Yu Wenhua coldly stared at Yi Tian. "If you dare to refuse, that would be disrespectful to me, and I will put pressure on your Yi family." Yi Tian's heart was on fire. Although he didn't like to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. He didn't expect that just after he returned here, he encountered a thing that didn't know the heights of heaven. Chapter 172, Yu Wenhua's Secret Technique. Immediately, Yi Tian stopped his steps. "I'm a person who hates people threatening me the most. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill you." Yi Tian's faint voice rang out, while his eyes turned cold. At the same time, a huge aura instantly erupted, and an aura as heavy as a mountain spread out. An unbelievable might emanated from Yi Tian's body, and that aura was almost capable of overturning the entire sky. Yuan Hua and several of his men were startled, especially Yuan Hua. Feeling the oppressive force from Yi Tian's body, he felt as if he was facing a ferocious flood beast. That feeling made him tremble. However, this Yu Wenhua was after all at the Yuaning realm, and he quickly stabilized his mind. "Humph, so you are hiding so deeply." Yu Wenhua spoke in a low tone, a hint of caution showing in his eyes. "But you're just a wastrel. How long can you hide? You're making me angry now, and the consequences are serious. Since you are unwilling to agree to me, then disappear forever." A cold cry rang out from his mouth, while a small green-colored knife appeared. As Yuan Hua's movements in his hands accelerated, the small cyan-colored knife in his hands turned into a stream of light and flew towards Yi Tian's direction. The small cyan-colored knife brought up endless killing opportunities at an extremely fast speed. Watching this powerful strike, The faces of those around him changed abruptly. At this critical juncture, Yi Tian raised his head violently, and then a huge pale golden palm print formed in midair. Yi Tian simply slapped down with one hand, and that huge golden palm imprint was carrying a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying powerful pressure as it whistled down. The huge palm print almost covered half of the sky, and within it was a vast golden power. The moment the palm print coalesced, a destructive force was emitted, accompanied by a huge roar. The golden palm print and the green-colored knife collided together, and immediately a wave of energy swept out. The green-colored knife shattered into slag under the golden palm. Although the golden palm print also fluctuated a bit, it quickly recovered and continued to slap towards Yu Wenhua. Has this fellow gone crazy? How dare he even hit Yu Wenhua? Some people in the distance were shocked when they saw the scene, and then they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This guy is so bold, but is so stupid. Some people couldn't help but curse a dark sentence. They really didn't know where Yi Tian's courage came from. Knowing that it was this berserker Yu Wenhua, he still dared to make a move. Humph, looking for death. However, in the face of Yi Tian's strong attack, Yu Wenhua did not panic in the slightest and showed a few disdainful colors in his eyes. Only seeing his finger lifted, a blood-colored light shot out, and the blood-colored light transformed into a blood-colored blade. Above the blade, a demonic and eerie aura emanated, as if it was from hell. It was an extremely terrifying aura. The blood blade spun rapidly in Yu Wenhua's hand before a monstrous blood-colored blade burst out. Yu Wenhua held that blood knife tightly with both hands, and as his speed grew faster and faster, the blood-colored blade aura in the heavens and earth became more and more terrifying, and its power increased exponentially. In the end, the entire void seemed to be filled with the color of blood. The blood-ons enveloped like a net of knives, almost blocking off heaven and earth, making it impossible for Yi Tian to dodge. When the blood-ons were about to touch Yi Tian's body suddenly moved, swiftly sweeping to the side like a bolt of lightning. If the fight continued here, he was afraid that the entire mansion would be destroyed, so it was best to go out and fight again. Yi Tian came to the outside of Heavenly Flame City. The territory here was empty. Fighting in this kind of place, one could let go and fight. However, before Yi Tian could react, a blood aura surfaced in front of him, and it was ridiculously fast. Just as Yi Tian dodged that one blood-on, that blood-on unexpectedly split into hundreds of channels and attacked towards Yi Tian. Facing this situation, Yi Tian did not dare to be slow. All the spiritual energy in his body was mobilized, and he blasted out with a fist. That spiritual energy was extremely majestic, and in the end, it even transformed into a huge fist shadow. Yi Tian used his own strength to fight against the other party, and where the two met, an ear-piercingly sharp piercing sound erupted. At this moment, Yi Tian was also secretly shocked. This Yu Wenhua is so strong. This kind of strength, even compared to those immortal domain heavenly pride, is not weak. A waste. Even if you use pills to raise your cultivation up, what can you do? Just dare to fight with me. I'll see how long you can last. Yu Wenhua laughed coldly as the blood knife in his hand kept waving. In his opinion, Yi Tian was merely relying on pills to raise his cultivation up. After all, from an ordinary person to Yuaning stage in 2 years, it was impossible even if one cultivated in one's mother's womb. So it could only be that the Yi family, in order to save face, had forcibly raised the cultivation of this son of a great emperor with pills. Wanting the Yi family to produce a heavenly pride? Not even a door. Looking at Yi Tian's gradually tiring figure, a cruel smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. This Yi Tian's strength was indeed very strong, but that was only because of the high realm. But Yi Tian's own background was so poor that even if he forcefully raised his strength up, it wouldn't last long. In Yu Wenhua's opinion, Yi Tian was unable to block his attack. However, the next moment, it was to see Yi Tian looking calm as if nothing had happened. In Yi Tian's hands, a long sword suddenly appeared. Within the long sword, there was a faint golden aura blooming. The body of the sword trembled, and the sword aura spread out in all directions. These were the two extreme-grade spiritual weapons that possessed a terrifying power. Although the grade was not high, it was completely capable of using its strength for Yi Tian. Seeing the extreme-grade spiritual weapons in Yi Tian's hands, a flash of undetectable greed flashed through the depths of Yu Wenhua's eyes. However, he did not hesitate for a moment, but directly rushed towards Yi Tian. In the next moment, Yi Tian's figure transformed into a golden yellow stream of light, and his long sword cut through a splendid arc. Blazing sun slash, accompanied by Yi Tian's low drink, a golden sword mango exploded out, carrying an incomparably powerful aura as it attacked straight towards Yu Wenhua. That sword aura transformed into a tiny round of sun, flickering with light. Seeing this divine ability of Yi Tian, Yu Wenhua's complexion was slightly condensed. He didn't expect this kid in front of him to have such a strong attack. This Yuan Hua didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly offered his Gongfu divine ability. A majestic blood-colored energy surged out from within Yuan Hua's body, and the blood-colored long sword in his hand was raised, and then a blood-colored film of light was formed in front of him, as if it was a mirror that blocked in front of him. Wherever the film of blood-colored light passed, the surrounding aura was expelled, making the space chaotic and hazy. In the next instant, only a loud bang was heard. The round of blazing sun that Yi Tian had struck heavily struck the blood-colored light film, and a huge force stirred up from above the blood-colored light film, shaking the leaves in the surroundings. Chapter 173, The Little Witch is Here. Yuan Hua staggered backward for a few steps before stabilizing his body, his face turning pale. Yi Tian's attack was really too strong, and the power of the blazing sun chop made him feel a palpitation. This was the first time that Yuan Hua felt that his attack would be so strenuous. However, before he could react from his surprise, he suddenly frowned and raised his head to look into the void. At the same time, Yi Tian looked up and saw that countless huge golden circles had actually appeared above the void. Each of these rings was at least 10 feet in size, looking like a huge golden ring. A golden light shone down, enveloping Yuan Hua's figure within. Not good. Yi Tian's face changed violently when he saw this scene, and without thinking, he directly stepped over from the void and landed his body on the ground. He pinched his hands and his body's aura instantly climbed to the peak, and then Yi Tian put his hands together and pressed down fiercely towards Yuan Hua. Armor breaking. When Yi Tian's palm that contained extremely powerful might landed on the blood-colored light membrane, a terrifying force suddenly erupted out. A dull sound spread out, and then a ripple quickly spread out to the surroundings. The ground around him crumbled inch by inch, the ground cracked and opened up, and a lurid aftermath spread out above the ground, setting off an overpowering gale. He then fiercely exerted his arm and ripped the bloody blade over with one hand. How dare you take my things? Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and roared. Die for me! A streak of blood-colored blades rushed towards Yi Tian, with each blade going straight for the vitals. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's face sank as the long sword in his hand came out of his hand. Golden Crow True Spirit. Present. In the next instant, a golden stream of light suddenly coalesced in the sky, followed by a rapid surge. The golden aura flashed, and an extremely large golden crow true spirit appeared in the crowd's field of vision. This golden dragon emitted a bright and dazzling golden light, and its body was several meters long. However, before the crowd had time to sigh in admiration, Yi Tian again pinched out several hand seals in succession, and several golden lights coalesced in the sky one after another. Golden Crow Destruction. Suddenly, under Yi Tian's loud shout, the golden crow true spirit pounced towards Yuan Hua. Within this space, golden light filled the air and a terrifying killing intent spread out. Under the golden crow true spirit's charge, that blood-colored blade aura turned into nothingness in an instant. Yuan Hua was also completely confused. Before he could recover from his shock, the golden crow true spirit had already arrived in front of him. No! A mournful scream exploded in the void. However, everything was already too late. The golden crow true spirit swallowed Yuan Hua in one bite, then opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of golden flames. Those flames were incomparably hot, and as soon as they fell into the forest below, a piece of tree burned up, crackling and bursting into flames. Humph! You were the one who provoked me first. Under Yi Tian's cold shout, the golden flame emanating from the golden crow true spirit violently pounced on Yuan Hua's body. That golden flame was an extremely domineering flame that instantly burned, drowning him in a sea of fire. After the golden crow true spirit let out a long chant, it disappeared and reintegrated into Yi Tian's body. Yuan Hua's body trembled violently for a moment before he collapsed on the ground, motionless. The blood-colored robe on his body had already been burned to ashes, and his entire body was like roasted pork. You guys take him back and tell those people behind you. Don't think I'm afraid of them. After saying that, Yi Tian turned around and swept towards his mansion. On the other side, Shenyuan Broken Sky had already arrived in the Immortal Leaf City where the Yi family was located. Lu Yun, Xiao Tian has already broken through to the Yuanying stage, but he seems to have something on his mind. Shenyuan Broken Sky looked at Yi Luyun in front of him, a flash of worry in his eyes. Yi Luyun sighed lightly and said, Tian, you should know that after he went out, he worshipped a master. Hearing these words, Shenyuan broke the sky and instantly remembered Manhwa Fairy. You mean that saint who was captured? Yi Luyun nodded and said, that's right. Tian's strength is very strong now. He didn't know what he went through during the 2 years or so that he was out, and he seemed to be a different person after he came back. After the two of them talked for a while, Shenyuan Broken Sky and Yi Luyun got up and walked out of Immortal Leaf City. Yi Tian lived outside of the city, so Shenyuan Broken Sky and Yi Luyun went directly to the Yi Mansion outside of the city. After arriving at the Yi Mansion, Shenyuan Broken Sky and Yi Luyun directly walked towards the backyard. When they walked to the backyard, They only saw Yi Tian standing alone on top of the roof with his hands behind his back. Yi Tian quietly looked into the distance without speaking. Seeing Yi Tian's appearance, Yi Luyun could not help but feel a pang of sourness in his heart. Yi Tian had never had any cultivation talent since he was a child, and now that he had it with great difficulty, and his master was gone, his heart was naturally annoyed. Broken sky. Help me go and call someone over. Yi Luyun suddenly thought of someone. After whispering a few sentences in Xianyuan Broken Sky's ear, a bad smile appeared on Xianyuan Broken Sky's face. It still has to be you, sister. Ah, good. I'll go do it. This girl will definitely come. Not long after, a woman dressed in red rushed in from outside, yelling under her breath. Yi Tian, you were born as my Suyu Cicada's person. Death is my Suyu Cicada's ghost. Yi Tian, who was still wondering where his master was, shuddered in his heart when he heard the voice, and gave a cry of darkness. Why did this woman come? You bastard! Hurry up and come out! Looking at the woman's fiery appearance, Yi Tian laughed bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't hide from it. Suyuechan only calmed down after venting in front of Yi Tian for a while. She somewhat sheepishly looked at Yi Luyun and Shenyuan breaking June beside her, and only after seeing that the two of them did not seem to show any signs of anger, did she sneakily let out a sigh of relief. Humph! Yi Tian, the score between us will be settled later. Tell me clearly, why did you run when you were in the demon beast secret realm? Yi Tian cried and laughed. Why did he have to be somewhat related to this crazy? It was really a headache. Helplessly rolling his eyes, Yi Tian could only say, I was wrong. Aha! Suyuechan nodded with a face full of excitement. Yi Tian skimmed his mouth and thought, I'll run away later. Big deal. I'll run straight back to the desolate ancient road. Anyway, he was already familiar with the demonic beast mysterious realm, and it was not difficult at all to leave. Humph, since you admit your mistake, let's have a good chat. Suyuechan took a step across and sat on Yi Tian's bed, her legs crossed on the table, with one hand propped up on her head. She stared at Yi Tian with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to eat him, giving Yi Tian a creepy look. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? It's weirdly scary. Yi Tian swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Suyuechan glared at Yi Tian with a grimace. Who's looking at you? You don't stink. Chapter 174, Father's Departure from the Gate. Then why did you keep staring at me just now? Yi Tian asked. Who made you handsome? Suyuechan said unapologetically. Yi Tian was speechless for a while. This woman's reason was simply too far-fetched. Yi Tian did not intend to ignore her and continued to close his eyes to rest. However, Suyuechan clearly had no intention of giving up. Let me ask you, where the hell did you go today? Suyuechan asked with a frown. Yi Tian slightly opened his eyes, looked at Suyuechan, and slowly said, It's not that I didn't go, and I don't like it. You don't like it? Don't forget that you personally promised me in the beginning. Displeasure was written above Suyuechan's pretty face. I didn't forget. At that time, I did say that I would marry you, but I didn't agree to it either. Yi Tian said indifferently. Then why did you marry me? Because you're fun. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, Fun? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Suyuechan instantly became angry. I'm warning you, don't play tricks or I won't be able to spare you. Suyuechan glared viciously at Yi Tian and said. Yi Tian shook his head, not bothering to argue with her, and closed his eyes once again. Suyuechan gritted her teeth but couldn't do anything about him. However, Yi Tian wasn't running around in the next few hours because his father's birthday was coming up. Yi Tian followed Yi Luyun and some people from the family to hold a birthday banquet for his old dad. After all, cheap old dad was also a great emperor-level powerhouse, and although he had fallen, he still didn't dare anyone to neglect him. In front of the Yi mansion was bustling with many guests taking their seats. At this moment, Yi Tian, however, felt unusually lonely. In this world, the only one who was genuinely good to himself was his mother. Yi Tian sighed. His mood was complicated. After dinner was over on this day, Yi Tian locked himself inside his room and sat there quietly. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came over and Yi Tian's face sank. Who is it? His eyes exploded with killing intent and his figure flashed as he flew out towards the window. However, the moment Yi Tian flew out of the house, his eyes were empty. Strange, could it be an illusion? Yi Tian muttered. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian collected his emotions and turned around to return to the room, preparing to continue resting. However, just as he stepped into the house, a black shadow violently pounced over, carrying a lingering cold aura. Yi Tian was startled in his heart and hurriedly stretched out his arm to block. Ding! With a crunching sound, a sharp pain came from Yi Tian's arm. His entire person directly fell back several steps, covering his arm and looking at the opposite black shadow in shock. The black shadow gradually manifested, and the face of a handsome middle-aged man was presented in Yi Tian's line of sight.
Father? Didn't you only come out the day after tomorrow? Yi Tian was shocked.
This middle-aged man who had suddenly attacked was none other than his father,
the Yi family head Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian,
who had become a great emperor 1,000 years ago, had once reigned supreme and suppressed the four directions.
However, in a battle 10 years ago,
he was besieged by 3 great emperor-level figures from the disciples of the outer regions. Those 3 were all old monsters who had been cultivating for 10,000 years,
and together they were even more terrifying. If it wasn't for Yi Qingshuan's profound cultivation, he would have surely fallen in that battle. However,
although he broke out from it, he still landed a serious injury,
causing his physique to weaken. But even so, it was still considered the number 1 person in the world.
Humph,
if I hadn't come, you brat might have run off somewhere to wreak havoc again,
Yi Qingxian reprimanded with a stern face.
He. Father, what are you talking about? I'm your most excellent son.
Yi Tian playfully ingratiated himself. Yi Qingxian glanced at Yi Tian and said contemptuously,
it's good that you know. By the way, father, what are you looking for me for? Yi Tian asked suspiciously.
I heard your sister say that you can cultivate now,
so I came over to take a look.
To say who was the happiest when Yi Tian could cultivate, it was naturally this old father of his, although he was a great emperor.
After realizing that Yi Tian could not cultivate,
he had been searching for various precious medicines for him.
Golden Crow Supreme Body? Golden Crow Origin?
Yi Qingxian sized up his son. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled brightly and patted Yi Tian's shoulder.
Not bad. It seems that my Yi Qingshuan's son isn't bad either.
Yi Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said,
Pops, the way you say that, it makes it seem like I'm relying on you to survive. You? Yi Qingshuan's face darkened. Raising his hand, he gave Yi Tian a violent chestnut and coldly shouted, asshole, agu.
Yi Tian bared his teeth in pain and hurriedly hid in the corner holding his head and squatting in defense,
fearing that Yi Qingxian would strike again. Alright, don't act like a wimp. I've heard all about your brat. I'll support you in this matter. Really? Thank you, Pops. Yi Tian was overjoyed and almost jumped up in excitement. But isn't it time to mention the process of your marriage with that girl from the Su family? When these words came out, Yi Tian's face instantly turned a little ugly. He didn't like Su Wanner. It wasn't about beauty or ugliness, but the fact that he was a waste in the first place. Logically speaking, even if that was the case, then one couldn't meet and not even talk, right? Su Wanner, however, was outside. Seeing him was no different than seeing a stranger. It wasn't until later that Yi Tian was scolded for not wanting to go out. What? You're not willing? Yi Qingxian asked with a frown, clearly disappointed. No, the two of us don't fit well. Don't worry about that. I'm fine anyway. It's easy for you to think.
Although the Su family is not as strong as our Yi family, they have also produced quite a few saints in the last 1,000 years.
Yi Tian was suddenly speechless, not knowing what to say.
He knew what this old father of his was thinking. It was that he was afraid that there would be no one to back him up in case he died, and now he was looking for a more powerful in-law for him, so that he would be able to protect him at that time.
But this matter is not fair at all. Yi Tian didn't like Su Wanner, and Su Wanner didn't necessarily look at herself. Alas, forget it, you look after yourself.
I still have some things to take care of. Yi Qingxian saw that his son did not squeak,
and in the end,
he could only helplessly shake his head. This great emperor who was incomparably majestic in the outside world would only reveal this appearance in front of his own sons and daughters.
In the outside world,
Yi Qingshuan's emperor name was but the Battle Heavenly Emperor,
showing his domineering and resolute character,
never allowing anyone to disobey him.
You get busy first, son. I will proceed to cultivate. Yi Tian smiled and waved his hand. After Yi Qingxian walked away, he let out a long sigh of relief.
This feeling of being forced into marriage made him helpless.
Early the next morning, Yi Tian woke up early.
Today he had to follow his third sister to set up the banquet venue.
After all, it was the birthday banquet of a great emperor, and the guests who came were naturally all the top figures of the immortal domain. So in order to ensure that the banquet went smoothly, Yi Tian had to fully cooperate with his third sister. When he arrived at the square in the center of the Yi family, Yi Luyun was talking to Grand Elder Yi Yunhai about something, while beside them stood Yi Qiankuan. Little Tian, just follow me, you don't need to do anything. Yi Luyun looked at Yi Tian and said indifferently. Chapter 175, Greeting the Warrior Heavenly Emperor. Alright, then I'll trouble sister. Yi Tian nodded his head. He knew that he couldn't help much, so he just stayed obediently. Yi Tian, I think it's better for you not to participate in this banquet. When the time comes, you will definitely be humiliated. It's better to stay at home. Yi Qiankuan sneered in a conspiratorial manner. I'm a disgrace? Yi Tian smiled indifferently. If you think so, I can't stop you. Let it be. Yi Tian, pay attention to your attitude. Qiankuan is doing this for your own good. Don't you dare to refuse a toast and eat the penalty wine, Yi Yunhai said in a deep voice. I don't have that habit. Please don't touch me with your stinking mouth. Yi Tian did not put Yi Qiankuan in his eyes in the slightest and coldly swept a glance at him. How dare you scold my brother? Is your skin itching? Without waiting for Yi Qiankuan to say anything, Yi Qiankuan's younger brother, Yi Qiancheng, directly opened his mouth to dislike him back. However, as the Yi family's first genius, Yi Qiankuan was still very dignified and spoke to his brother, Qiancheng. No insolence. He then turned to Yi Tian and indifferently said, Yi Tian, I advise you to better restrain yourself, or else don't blame me for not remembering the friendship between relatives when the time comes. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed into slits. A cold aura shot out, and a cold killing aura was released. I don't need it. In an instant, the Yi family disciples in the entire square looked over. Alright, all move quickly for me. Yi Luyun directly released the sage level pressure, and the two stopped from arguing and quickly gathered towards the center of the square. Yi Tian stared at Yi Qiankuan with an ice-cold gaze. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a son of the Yi family, in that instant just now, he would have already made his move. Yi Qiankuan was nothing, but Yi Qiancheng broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect that Yi Tian's strength had actually become stronger again. However, he did not show any fear. Instead, he was more convinced of his judgment. That was that Yi Tian must be driven out. Only then would his old brother be able to take over the Yi family smoothly. Because before, he had heard his grandfather, Yi Yunhai, say that after this birthday banquet, Yi Tian's father, Yi Qingxian, would be heading to the desolate ancient road to hold down the fort. So at that time, the position of the family head would be vacant. And at that time, his grandfather would be in charge until the next family head was elected. Feeling that hostile intent behind him, Yi Tian did not pay any attention to it and returned to the small courtyard alone. He couldn't do any favors here anyway, so he might as well go back and cultivate properly. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Tian was pulled down by Yi Luyun above the Yi family square. But at this moment, the square was already filled with tables and chairs, and the scene was definitely at the level of the most top banquet in the entire immortal domain. Immortal Domain Dao Heavenly Sect, congratulating War Heavenly Emperor on his birthday, presenting a congratulatory gift of 1000 years of Xuanjin fruit. Immortal Domain Su family, congratulations to Warrior Heavenly Emperor on his birthday, presenting a congratulatory gift of a white dragon reverse scale. Immortal Domain Yuan family, congratulations to Warrior Heavenly Emperor on his birthday, presenting a congratulatory gift of a 9th grade True Yang pill. Yi Tian sat beside Yi Luyun, listening to a voice from outside coming in. He couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, it was still his own old man. Having a birthday banquet was comparable to a first-class clan's heritage in the 3000 Dao states, right? Battle Heavenly Emperor. This name is Yi Qingshuan's living fight. Blood battle outside the domain of 10 million miles. First class for 100 years without a saint. What does this say? When Yi Qingxian had just become an emperor, he alone killed 10 million miles outside the domain. And the saints outside the domain could be said to have been killed by him. Only those saints who followed the great emperor-level people outside the domain did not suffer. It was because Yi Qingxian was too fierce that he triggered the major powers to join forces to crusade against him. However, that battle also caused Yi Qingxian to pay an extremely heavy price. He himself almost fell. If it wasn't for his mother's desperate attempt to save him, I'm afraid that he would have already died. Moreover, that battle had also led to the birth of the son of a great emperor, Yi Tian, and because of that, his mother had died 3 years later from her illness. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire firmament trembled. Yi Tian raised his head to look at the sky, and a dazzling golden light descended from the sky, carrying a destructive pressure that arrived in an instant. Hiss! This sudden scene stunned everyone. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped for a few moments. That's the Battle Heavenly Emperor. I don't know who shouted out, and instantly, everyone present arched their hands. Greetings to the Battle Heavenly Emperor. Greetings to the War Heavenly Emperor. Greetings to the War Heavenly Emperor. Yi Qingshuan's figure appeared in the void, and immediately a ladder made of spiritual energy led directly to the main seat of the banquet. Only Yi Tian knew that his old man was starting to act like a bully again. Yi Luyun was also somewhat helpless. Pops was strong or not? Strong. The key was that Pops was overly pretentious. Just like now, it was obvious that a place that could be directly reached in an instant had to be walked slowly. But these people ate him up. Is this a great emperor-level character? I feel like he can kill me with a single look. Yi Tian's heart couldn't help but speed up as he listened to the words in his ears. Although he had seen Pop's hegemony, he had not personally experienced it after all. After all, no matter how strong Pops was, he was still his Pops. His kin, brother Yi, long time no see. Right at this moment, a cheerful laughter resounded throughout the entire arena. Warrior Heavenly Emperor, how have you been? Immediately followed by an equally bold voice.
The crowd looked for the sound and saw two middle-aged men stepping in. One wore a purple robe and exuded a strong medicinal scent,
clearly an alchemist, while the other was wearing a strong black suit, revealing an overbearing sharpness all over his body.
The two people stood there like cranes standing above the chickens.
Huang family, Dan Zun, Huang Wuji, Yuan family, Bastard Emperor, Yuan Badian. My god, these two have come as well.
The faces of the crowd changed drastically,
especially after seeing the two.
They couldn't help but cry out in shock.
The Huang family was one of the 8 super families. This Yuan family, on the other hand, was one of the immortal domain's oldest royal families with an incomparably long history. Their ancestors had once followed the Heavenly Emperor to conquer the realms, leaving behind great achievements. Unfortunately, when the Heavenly Emperor disappeared later, the Yuan family gradually retreated, but they still retained their former splendor, possessing huge wealth and resources, and were quite famous in the immortal domain. Yi Tian looked at these people without any ripples in his heart. Not that he didn't care, but he was only a Yuaning realm right now. In front of this kind of big shot, he was probably not even as good as a mole cricket, so there was no need to make any gestures at all, lest he be embarrassed. Yi Lu Yun, on the other hand, frowned slightly as a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes as he looked at the two. However, this was the immortal domain, and even though Yi Lu Yun was no longer willing, he had to act according to the rules. Soon, the two of them took their seats, and the surroundings fell silent as they waited for the battle Heavenly Emperor's appearance. The Yi family, as the host, was definitely the chief honored guest, but just at this time, an untimely voice appeared. Chapter 176, Yin Quan. I heard that the Yi family's young master is a waste, yet he is engaged to the Su family's heavenly pride. Is it possible that he is using his power to suppress others? Yi Tian looked over at the sound, only to see that Yuan Hua, who had been half crippled by him that day, had recovered and was now looking at him with a provocative face. You Wenhua, what do you want? Yi Tian snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing. The corner of Yuan Hua's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. His eyes swept back and forth over Yi Tian as if he wanted to see him through. Those eyes were full of disdain and provocation. Yi Tian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a battle Heavenly Emperor's old man. In the immortal realm, strength is honored. What qualifications do you have to be a stumbling block to my Yuan family's marriage with the Su family when you're just at the Yuaning realm? The moment these words came out, a burst of whispers resounded in the banquet, and many people's gazes wandered between Yi Tian and Yuan Hua. Some sympathized, some watched the show, and some even gloated. Yi Tian's face remained unchanged, but his heart had turned over. If this matter could not be handled properly today, not only would he lose face, but he might even involve his family's reputation. Yuan Hua, I will settle the grudge between you and me with you, but today is my father's birthday. If you want to use it to cause trouble, I, Yi Tian, am not a vegetarian either. Seeing this, Yi Liuyun's brows frowned even tighter and was about to speak, but Yi Qingxian gently waved his hand, stopping her movements. At this time, Yuan Badian beside Yi Qingxian also spoke. Disputes between children, let them settle it themselves. Why should we, the older generation, interfere? Yuan Badian wore a smile on his face, but his tone carried an unquestionable majesty. Huang Wuji also opened his mouth at the right time, his voice gentle but with a few deep meanings. Yes, brother Yi, let the children handle their own affairs. Below, Yi Tian was staring at Yuanhua with a cold face. Good, since you all want to see my Yi Tian's joke, then I will fulfill you. Yuanhua, the grudge between you and me will be settled today. However, this place is too small to exert. Do you dare to fight with me outside? When Yuan Hua heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He had been waiting for Yi Tian's words. Why do you dare not? I'm just afraid that you will kneel down and beg for forgiveness at that time, losing your face as the son of the battle Heavenly Emperor. After saying that, the two of them flashed in front of each other. Their figures flickered and instantly left the banquet hall, heading straight to the Yi family martial arts arena. Many good people saw this and also followed out. After all, 2 years ago Yi Tian was still just an invalid who couldn't cultivate, and now even if he could cultivate, he couldn't possibly be Yuan Hua's opponent. But where did they know that Yuan Hua had already lost to Yi Tian a few days ago? Yi family martial arts arena. Yi Tian and Yuanhua stood opposite each other, and around them, many Yi family members and invited guests had gathered. They were either standing or sitting, talking and waiting for this match to start. Yuanhua, although you and I had a grudge before, today's battle will determine both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Are you ready? Yi Tian asked in a deep voice, spiritual energy surging around his body. Although the aura of Yuaning realm was not obvious,
It was enough to make the people present feel a force that could not be ignored. Yuan Hua gave a cold smile, and the spiritual energy in his body surged out in the same way. After his last defeat, he had asked his family for a precious medicine, and now he was at the 5th level of the Yuanying realm, and was not afraid of Yi Tian at all. Now seeing the other party actively seeking death was just what he wanted.
Yi Tian, today I will let you know that waste is always waste.
Before the words fell, Yuan Hua's figure moved, like a ghost pouncing towards Yi Tian. A long spear in his hand appeared steeply,
pointing straight at Yi Tian's throat. Seeing this, Yi Tian slightly sidestepped his body, easily dodging this strike. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was running, and he slapped out his palm, hard shaking with the tip of Yuan Hua's spear. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground underneath the two men's feet instantly cracked,
and the aftershocks of spiritual energy scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat one after another. In this flash of lightning, Yi Tian's figure changed once again, actually utilizing the reaction force of Yuan Hua's sword momentum. Instantly close to his body, a fist blasted out, straight to Yuan Hua's vitals. This fist, seemingly simple, actually contained Yi Tian's subtle manipulation of spiritual power and the power of the Golden Crow origin. Yuan Hua's face changed drastically, and in his haste, he could only hold his gun to resist, but he was already half a beat too slow. His body was struck by Yi Tian's punch, and his entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground, spitting out blood from his mouth, obviously seriously injured. The whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that this seemingly disparate strength competition would end with Yi Tian's complete victory. Yi Tian stood in place, his gaze cold, scanning the surrounding, as if in action to tell everyone, he, Yi Tian, is no longer that waste of time to be bullied. But at this moment, Yuan Hua's voice came over abruptly. Yi Tian, do you think I'm still the Yuan Hua from before? At this moment, a domineering intent actually appeared on Yuan Hua's body, which was mind-blowing. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, a black pill instantly popped into his mouth, followed by 2 clusters of ghostly blue auras bursting out from his eyes, and his aura skyrocketed. This was clearly a secret technique to enhance potential and explosively raise cultivation. When he had an appointment to fight with Yi Tian, he had originally held the intention of destroying Yi Tian's cultivation. Otherwise he wouldn't have used this kind of secret technique. Yi Tian's face changed slightly when he saw this. He never expected Yuan Hua to be so despicable. Yuan Hua, you... Yi Tian just wanted to angrily rebuke the other party, but he suddenly realized that the true qi in his body was consumed drastically. The speed of spiritual energy operation was obviously reduced, and even stagnated, not being able to coalesce at all. What's going on? How did my true qi disappear? At this moment, Yi Tian was shocked beyond words. This kind of bizarre situation he had never encountered before, and in every previous competition, nothing similar had ever happened. Could it be that this is a forbidden method? Certain special divine abilities recorded in some ancient texts surfaced in his mind, and Yi Tian vaguely guessed what it was. This was a very evil divine ability that needed to be activated at the cost of burning one's lifespan, and was powerful, but the aftereffects were also extremely great. Overlord's method? I didn't expect you to have mastered it? Yi Tian was also a bit shocked. This Yuan Hua not only mastered the hegemony law, but actually dared to use it? But also then the field of people also no one to speak. After all, before the battle has been said clearly, both the division of victory and defeat as well as life and death. Although Yi Tian was shocked, he remained undaunted. Yuan Hua, you are really insidious and cunning, but with you, how can you kill me? Yi Tian snorted coldly, his eyes gradually becoming ice cold. Today, I'll let you see how I'll behead this evil dog of yours. As the words fell, Yi Tian's figure shifted, and when he reappeared he had already arrived at the top of Yuan Hua's head. Yen Di skill, fiery flame burning body. In the next moment, his body steeply lit up with flames, and his entire body stood in the sky like a fiery god of war. Yen Fist, Chapter 177, Soldier Body. Yi Tian's fists were clenched tightly, and flames surrounded them, roaring out like 2 fire dragons, carrying destructive heat and power as they pushed straight towards Yuan Hua. This strike was a stance that he had created by fusing the Golden Crow origin with his own spiritual energy, and its power was extraordinary. Seeing this, Yuan Hua's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, but also mixed with a few points of unwillingness. If he were to receive this blow hard, even if he had the hegemony technique to add to it, it was highly likely that he would fall on the spot. But at this moment, he had no way to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and hold on. His long spear swung, turning into a trail of residual shadows, attempting to dissolve Yi Tian's attack with an intensive attack. Hegemony gun decision. 10,000 shadows gun forest. Yuenhua's spear technique displayed an astonishing power at this moment. Each shot contained all of his spiritual energy and the raging power of the Overlord's law, and the shadows of the shots were heavy, as if he wanted to drown Yi Tian in this forest of shots. However, was Yi Tian's Yin D skill that easy to crack? He only saw his figure nimbly weaving through the air. Each dodge was just right, while his Yin fist continuously blasted out, smashing those gun shadows one by one. The flames and gun shadows were intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture, causing the surrounding people watching the battle to hold their breath and stare. Just as the two sides were in the middle of the battle, Yi Tian suddenly gave his body a lurch, as if he was looking for some kind of break. Seeing this, Yuenhua's heart flinched. He knew that this was the precursor for Yi Tian to unleash a fatal blow. However, he was no longer able to make more defense. He could only continue to swing his spear by instinct, hoping to fight for one more chance of survival in this life and death battle. Right at this moment, a flash of biting killing intent flashed across Yi Tian's eyes. He took a deep breath. The Golden Crow origin power in his body violently erupted, and his entire aura instantly climbed to the peak. Yen Di's wrath. With Yi Tian's furious shout, the flames on his body suddenly became even hotter and more dazzling, as if a phoenix was reborn in it. Immediately afterward, his figure spread out like a golden crow with its wings spreading out, charging straight at Yuenhua. This time, his fist was no longer a simple fist of flames, but had transformed into a burning golden crow, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. No! Yuenhua roared in despair as he tried his best to resist. But in the face of this terrifying strike that fused the dual power of the Golden Crow origin and the Yen D skill, all of his efforts seemed so pale and powerless. Boom! After a deafening roar, Yuenhua's figure was completely engulfed by the burning Golden Crow. In the midst of the flames, only a mess and rolling smoke were left behind, as well as Yuenhua's unwilling and desperate remnants. When the fire gradually dispersed, Yi Tian's figure reappeared in front of the crowd. His clothes were ragged and his face was pale. Obviously he had also paid a considerable price. However, those eyes were exceptionally bright. From now on, whoever weakly dares to mess with me again, just like Yuenhua, Yi Tian, will make him pay the price. Although Yi Tian's voice was light, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's heart. At this moment, it was as if he had truly become a phoenix reborn from fire, soaring above the 9 heavens, unrivaled. Even Yi Qianchang, who had always looked down on him, was somewhat shocked. Was this still the same Yi Tian that he had always been secretly bullied by? Moreover, by the looks of it, he had also comprehended a trace of the essence of the Upanishad of fire. This strength was afraid to be enough to be comparable to the 6th level of Yuaning. A waste actually possesses this kind of talent. It is really too demonic. No, must quickly report this matter to Grandpa. On the other side, Yuenhua's body slowly collapsed and eventually smashed into the dirt, completely losing his life. Although he had the hegemony law protecting his body, he still could not be spared in the face of Yi Tian's powerful flames. Xiao Hua! Damn it! Seeing this scene, 2 angry hisses came from the distance, only to see a fat and a thin 2 young men hurriedly running over. They held Yuenhua's corpse on the left and right. The moment he saw these 2 men, Yi Tian slightly narrowed his eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Yuenhua's 2 followers, Yuan Wu and Yuan Bing. Yuan Wu and Yuan Bing were both direct disciples of Yuan clan, with their cultivation reaching the Yuaning triple realm. On weekdays, relying on Yuenhua's fox and tiger authority, they were accustomed to acting recklessly outside, and had even threatened to cut Yi Tian down to the roots. And today, the 2 of them witnessed Yuenhua's tragic death, and their hearts were filled with grief. Little scum, how dare you kill my elder brother? Take your life! Yuan Wu roared angrily and raised his hand to punch towards Yi Tian. Yuan Bing was also furious at the sight and waved his long sword to slash. Swish! 2 surging power chi swept across. Yi Tian's face sank and he immediately swung his fist to meet the enemy. He merged his fingers like a sword and blasted out an inferno fist, aiming straight for Yuan Wu's chest. Boom! A muffled sound came. Yuan Wu's body stiffened violently, and then his entire body shot out backwards like a cannonball. Blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were splitting several cracks on his body, and he was almost blown up by Yi Tian's punch. Yuan Bing's reaction was a little bit slower by half a step, only to hear a crunching sound of ka-ching. His neck was unexpectedly cut out with a red mark. Careful! He was startled, and he was busy reaching out to touch his neck before realizing that blood was flowing out along the red mark. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! This scene caused Yuan Bing to become furious. He let out a wild whistle and pounced madly towards Yi Tian with his sword. His body's spiritual energy surged, and a brilliant silver glow blossomed above the blade. This knife, as if it was tearing apart the heavens, carried an incomparably horrifying aura as it stabbed viciously towards Yi Tian. Feeling his astonishing aura,
Yi Tian could not help but shrink his pupils. This kid is a soldier body? Yi Tian murmured secretly, but his expression remained firm without any fear. He stepped on his feet, and the Yen Di skill in his body operated to the extreme. The flames on his body surface intensified, and his entire person looked like a monarch in fire. Kill! Yi Tian let out a low drink, and his entire person transformed into a ball of red gold fire, charging towards Yuan Bing. Hola! Wherever Yi Tian passed, the scorching heat almost distorted the air, causing everything around him to become hazy and blurry. Yuan Wu's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Yi Tian's speed to be so fast. Clang dash! He raised his sword to resist, but he was still unable to stop Yi Tian's rush. With a loud bang, Yi Tian directly crashed into Yuan Bing, leaving a shocking scar on his chest. Yuan Bing's face changed drastically, and he was just about to adjust his state to charge again, but he suddenly felt a cold and dangerous killing opportunity coming from behind him. He turned around with an open mind, just in time to meet a pair of cold and unfeeling eyes. Yi Tian had come behind him at some point, and was currently holding a dagger above Yuan Bing's neck. Yuan Bing's movements immediately stopped. His forehead was sweating, and his heart was thumping. Don't move, or your head will immediately move. Chapter 178, Meeting Alone. Yi Tian said in an indifferent tone, but his heart was already in his throat. After all, the other party was a Yuaning stage expert. If he put his life on the line, it would be hard for Yi Tian to resist. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Feeling Yi Tian's killing intent, Yuan Wu's face changed dramatically and hurriedly wailed. Although he was a playboy, he was not stupid. On the contrary, because of having an innate advantage, he was relatively intelligent and knew how to examine the situation. You killed my brother, and now you actually want to kill me. Dream on. Yuan Bing gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He couldn't wait to kill Yi Tian by 1,000 cuts. Unfortunately, he was now completely restrained. It was incredibly difficult for him to even move. So how could he fight with Yi Tian? Noisy! Yi Tian raised his eyebrows. He naturally would not be moving to kill. Besides, today was his old man's birthday. What was he counting like this? When the words fell, he slapped the two of them and turned around to go back above the banquet. The people who originally came to watch the fun didn't know what to say. To say that it is the fault of Yi Tian, is Yuan Hua provocation again first? But the result is the gutter overthrow boat died. Change who was also aggrieved. To say that Yi Tian is right, Yuan Hua did die in his hands, and was also burned alive. Yi Tian, stop right there. Yi Tian, you killed my brother. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Wu and Yuan Bing struggled to get up. Their eyes were red as they stared at Yi Tian, itching to tear him into pieces. Scram! Yi Tian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. If you entangle again, die. Yuan Wu and Yuan Bing's faces were blue, but they didn't dare to make a move. They were clear that they were by no means Yi Tian's opponent. They could only bite their teeth and leave in ashes. Above the Yi family banquet, after Yi Qingxian sensed the situation over here, he couldn't help but look at Yuan Badian beside him. Brother Yuan, why does your face look so ugly? Yi Qingxian asked with a concerned expression. Aren't you a little tired? Do you want to find a place to take a rest? When Yuan Badian heard this, his face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. He forced himself to hold back his inner rage, barely squeezing out a smile as he replied. Brother Yi is polite. I'm just a little worried about the family descendants. After all, young people are always prone to impulsiveness. Oh, is that so? Yi Qingshuan's eyes flickered. His heart was already roughly clear, but on the surface he still maintained his poise and warmth. Young people always have to experience some storms in order to grow. But then again, today's matter, that child Yi Tian has impressed me. I didn't expect him to have such strength. When Yuan Badian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and the hatred towards Yi Tian in his heart increased. He secretly said in his heart, Yi Tian, you have caused my Yuan family to lose face today. If I don't take this revenge, I, Yuan Badian, vow not to be a human being. However, due to the occasion, he could only suppress his anger and responded lightly. Yes, Yi Tian is indeed surprising. However, the path of cultivation is long and difficult. A momentary gain or loss does not determine the future. Yi Qingxian nodded, seemingly quite agreeable. What Brother Yuan said is very true. The path of cultivation is valued for perseverance and mental toughness. However, today's matter is also considered a kind of sharpening for Yi Tian. I hope that he can learn a lesson from this and be more stable in the future. The banquet continued, but the atmosphere had quietly changed. The original festive atmosphere was mixed with a hint of imperceptible tension and undercurrents. The guests were either talking in low voices or raising their glasses to celebrate, but in their hearts, they were all secretly speculating about the direction of the next situation. At this moment, Yi Tian had already returned to the banquet,
and his appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone. He did not look tired or flamboyant because of the battle just now. Instead, he was more calm and introverted, as if nothing had happened just now. He walked over to Yi Qingshuan's side and slightly curtsied. "Father, my child has returned." Yi Qingxian looked at Yi Tian, his eyes full of relief. He gently patted Yi Tian's shoulder and smiled. "Good son, what happened today? You did very well, but remember, on the path of cultivation, do not be arrogant, and always maintain a humble heart." Yi Tian nodded and respectfully replied, "My son will remember my father's teachings." When he returned to his seat, a figure suddenly walked towards him. It was none other than Su Wanner, and the other party was currently looking at him with an apologetic expression. "After the banquet is over, I want to meet with you alone." Su Wanner gathered enough courage to speak. "Is it necessary for me to meet with you?" Yi Tian shook his head indifferently. "We are not familiar." Although Yi Tian's words were light, they were like a sharp blade in the cold wind, inadvertently cutting through a trace of expectation in Su Wanner's heart. Her face changed slightly, but she quickly regained her usual warmth. "Yi Tian, I know that there was once a misunderstanding between us, but I apologize to you for what happened today." Yi Tian heard this and his gaze slightly condensed. He was not an unsympathetic person. It was just that for Su Wanner, there was always a chasm in his heart that was difficult to overcome. That originated from the feud between the families, as well as various unpleasant memories from the past. However, today, Su Wanner's attitude caused him to feel a hint of surprise, and also caused ripples in his heart. "Alright, after the banquet, let's meet in the back garden." Yi Tian finally nodded, deciding to give Su Wanner a chance, as well as himself, to untie those knots that were entangled in his heart. When the last round of toasts ended, the banquet was declared over. The guests got up one after another, either saying their goodbyes and leaving, or meeting up to continue the conversation. Yi Tian left the banquet hall first under Yi Qingshuan's signal and went to the back garden to wait for Su Wanner's arrival. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling every corner of the back garden, adding a bit of softness and mystery to this tranquil night. Yi Tian stood under an old acacia tree, his eyes looking through the sparse branches and leaves into the distance. Soon, a sound of light footsteps broke the silence of the night. Su Wanner, dressed in a light dress, slowly stepped into the back garden. Her face carried a hint of nervousness, but more than that, she was sincere and resolute. "Yi Tian, thank you for being willing to see me." Su Wanner walked to Yi Tian and said softly. Yi Tian turned around. His gaze met Su Wanner's and nodded slightly, signaling Su Wanner to continue. "I know that over the years, you have held a grudge against me, but Su Wanner took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and looked straight at Yi Tian. "But I also have bitter feelings." Hearing Su Wanner's narration, Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and then sighed. He was not a cold-blooded animal. It was just that over the years, having suffered from cold and warmth, he had long gotten used to loneliness. Yi Tian could see that Su Wanner really had bitter feelings, and she did not look like she was lying. But, so what? Actually, Yi Tian had never resented the other party. He just felt that the other party had done something absolute. "Don't worry, I'll resolve our previous matters. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Yi Tian lightly dropped a sentence and prepared to leave. Yi Tian, Chapter 179, Returning to Daozhou. Seeing Yi Tian's actions, Su Wanner's heart was instantly flustered and she hurriedly shouted, Is there anything else?" Yi Tian looked at Su Wanner in confusion. Don't you go." Su Wanner trotted a few steps to Yi Tian's side, her beautiful eyes flashed with tears, and she said pitifully, "Yi Tian, I beg you, give me another chance to make it up to you." After saying that, she reached out and grabbed Yi Tian's arm, looking at him with a mournful look. Looking at Su Wanner's pearly appearance, Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and finally shook off her hand. After Yi Tian returned to his small courtyard, he thought back to what Su Wanner had said just now. Nowadays, he still needed to catch up on his cultivation now. Yi Tian took a deep breath and tried to discard the cluttered thoughts in his mind and entered a state of oblivion. A whole night passed, and when the sky dawned, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled the turbid qi in his chest. A stream of pure spiritual energy surged out from Yi Tian's body, integrating into all the limbs and bones of his entire body. Finally, I have reached the peak of the third level of Yuaning, and I am only half a step away from the fourth level. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Tian was delighted in his heart. He sat cross-legged on top of the bed and ran the spiritual energy that had been accumulated in his body for a long time, and began to impact the fourth barrier. As a muffled thunderous explosion sounded out, his cultivation actually managed to cross the bottleneck, successfully advancing to the third-ranked martial master. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Yi Tian could not help but clench his fist and wave it. He even had an illusion that he was as if he had embraced the sky and the earth. However, Suddenly the jade pendant at his waist flashed,
and along with it,
the voice of the manly fairy appeared.
Xiao Tian.
You quickly go and inform the patriarch that the powerful enemies from outside the domain have changed their thrust and are preparing to attack the 3000 Dao state first.
Hearing this,
a flash of surprise flashed across Yi Tian's eyes.
The extraterrestrial powerful enemy has changed their strategy? He asked in surprise. Not bad. I am able to confirm that.
So please notify the higher echelons of the sect immediately. The manly fairy's tone seemed extremely grave, as if this battle was extremely dangerous. Yi Tian was silent for a moment before he finally nodded his head and promised.
Alright, I'll go right away.
He quickly changed into his attire and hurriedly rushed to the mansion where Yi Qingxian was.
When Yi Tian arrived at Yi Qingshuan's room,
he was sitting on top of the bed and resting his eyes.
Father, I have something important to report.
Seeing that Yi Qingxian was in the house, Yi Tian quickly knocked on the door and spoke out respectfully. The extraterrestrial powerhouse enemy is going to change their tactics and prepare to attack the 3000 Dao state.
Oh, the extraterrestrial powerful enemy is going to attack? Yi Qingxian, who was originally meditating, snapped his eyes open,
a look of excitement spreading across his face, before suppressing the excitement in his heart and asking in a deep voice.
Is this matter reliable?
Father, this news came from my master.
She personally heard it from a powerful enemy outside the domain. Yi Tian told what happened last night one by one.
Yi Qingxian frowned slightly.
These bastards, they really couldn't hold back after all. A look of anger appeared in his eyes,
but thinking that Yi Tian had to return to the 3000 Dao state,
he instructed him, if you're going back to the 3000 Dao state, have your third sister go back with you? Otherwise I don't feel at ease. Hearing these words,
although Yi Tian had 1,000 reluctance in his heart,
but facing his father's concern and arrangement, he finally nodded and agreed.
He knew that his father's move was not only for his safety, but it was also a protection for the family.
After all, as the young master of the Yi family, his every move involved the fate of the entire family.
Father,
I understand what you mean. However, regarding my marriage with Su Wanner, Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and still decided to speak. Actually, between Su Wanner and I, there isn't much affection. It's more of an inter-family marriage consideration. Now that the situation is in turmoil, I am more willing to focus my mind on improving my strength.
Yi Qingxian heard this and looked at Yi Tian with a deep gaze.
Tian, you have grown up and have your own thoughts and bearing. The matter of marriage, although it concerns the interests of the family, what is more important is your will. Since you have decided so, I will discuss with the family and try my best to communicate with the Su family to dissolve this marriage. Yi Tian's heart was relieved. Thank you, father. I will cultivate harder and live up to your expectations. Yi Tian solemnly promised.
Then his words changed.
However, before returning to the 3000 Dao state, I still need to make some preparations. Since the powerful enemies outside the domain have changed their strategies, we must lay out our plans in advance in case of any mishaps.
Yi Qingxian nodded his head in agreement.
You're right. This matter is of great importance and needs to be considered in the long run. I will gather the elders of the sect to discuss a plan together. As for you, before you go to the Dao state, you can go to the book depository to check some information about extraterritorial forces. You might be able to gain something. Yi Tian led the order and left, already having a plan in his mind. When he arrived at the book collection pavilion, there were 10,000 volumes of books here, covering all aspects of the cultivation world. He went straight to the area about extraterritorial forces and started flipping through it carefully. After a bit of observation, he quickly took control of the basic information of the extraterritorial forces. The outer domain was divided into 5 domains: East, West, South, North, and Center. Each domain was divided into dozens of cities, each of which was ruled by the top forces in each domain. In addition, there are also many secret ruins in the extraterritorial world, but those places are extremely dangerous. A little inattention will have the possibility of losing one's life. It was also worth noting that there were quite a few human cultivators living in the extraterrestrial world. It wasn't until the next day that Yi Tian walked out of the book collection pavilion, while Yi Luyun was waiting for him outside early. When will we leave? Yi Luyun looked at Yi Tian, who came out from the book collection pavilion, and a smile appeared on his face. Yi Tian nodded slightly and said, "We can leave now. Then let's set off." Yi Luyun led Yi Tian to swipe in the direction of the transmission array. They didn't alert anyone to their departure this time. After all, there were quite a few spies of extraterritorial disciples in the immortal region now. Therefore, the two of them chose to take a long-distance spatial teleportation array and travel to the 3000 Dao state. The two of them, Yi Tian and Yi Luyun, stood in the center of the teleportation array and activated the teleportation array, which immediately released a brilliant light. With a flash of light, Yi Tian and Yi Luyun were instantly sucked into the void vortex. In the next moment, both of their figures completely disappeared,
and right at this moment, a graceful silhouette quietly approached the teleportation array. She raised her head and looked at the place where the two of them disappeared, her eyes revealing complex emotions. An unknown amount of time passed. Buzz. After a violent shaking, the void ripples gradually dispersed and Yi Tian and Yi Luyun descended once again. Finally back. Feeling the sensation of having his feet on the ground, Yi Tian could not help but feel a sense of relief. He looked around and saw that he was on top of a wild plain, empty and tranquil, with a few birds and beasts occasionally weaving in and out of the forest, which was quite pure. Chapter 180, I'm afraid of you. Yi Tian looked around and immediately said to Yi Luyun, "Third sister, just follow me secretly, otherwise it will be a big target." After all, Yi Luyun was a saint. Although he could astringe his body's aura, it would still be very simple if someone with a heart wanted to notice. Okay, I'll hide my breath first and act when the opportunity arises. Yi Luyun lightly bit her red lips and nodded. Then she turned into a wisp of green smoke and merged into the grass and trees as if she had never appeared. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and continued to step forward. Suddenly, a sizzling sound came from the bushes in front of him, followed by the sound of a roughened horseman's voice. "Brothers, just now we saw two young men passing by over there. They seem to be entering a certain valley." Hearing these words, Yi Tian stopped walking at once. He scanned the surroundings vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he leaped up to the treetops with a single leap of his body. Rumble! At the next moment, the dense forest ahead suddenly exploded, followed by several figures rushing out, holding swords and knives, blocking Yi Tian's path. Yi Tian gazed at the several interceptors and saw that they were clad in black armor, hanging swords on their waists, with a killing posture, obviously from the army, and they were elite soldiers in 100 battles. "Kid, be sensible and get out of the way. Otherwise, die," one of the generals at the head shouted sternly. He held a long spear in his hand and pointed at Yi Tian with a cold snort. "Who are you people?" Yi Tian asked with narrowed eyes. He did not want to cause trouble, but he did not expect the other party to be aggressive. "What's the waste of words?" the general shouted angrily and violently waved the steel sword in his hand. In a flash, a cold light appeared, and a strong wind came out, causing Yi Tian to retreat. Looking for death, he frowned, his legs stomped on the ground and rose up in the air, like a cannonball shooting away. Between the lightning and flames, more than 10 strokes were exchanged consecutively. The general was caught off guard and was jolted back 7 or 8 meters, his chest suffocating, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he almost planted himself. "How is it possible? Who are you?" The general was shocked beyond belief. Looking incredulously at Yi Tian in midair, Yi Tian slowly landed on the ground and said blandly, "Who do you care who I am? Quickly get out of the way and I can spare your life." Arrogant! The general became furious and immediately took out a runic token and crushed it with force. In an instant, more than a dozen figures surged out from several nearby directions, quickly gathering together. They held halberds, spears, war gorges, bows and arrows in their hands, and with a stern look, surrounded Yi Tian. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura filled the entire space, like an oppressive and heavy dark cloud. "Kill him and seize the treasure." The general coldly gave the order, and then he led the group to pounce towards Yi Tian. The strength of this group of black-armored generals was obviously higher than those guys they had encountered before, with the lowest being at the level of martial master. And there were even 2 martial kings. "Since you guys are stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Tian smiled coldly and instantly opened his Yin D skill. In an instant, his entire body burned with crimson flames and his entire body transformed into a fire god. "Kill!" In the next moment, Yi Tian shouted violently, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. With a loud bang, Yi Tian smashed his fist on the shoulder of the oncoming black-armored general, instantly crushing him. Immediately after that, he did not stop. His body shape shifted, and a horizontal kick flew away a spear-wielding enemy, followed by a kick that exploded a shield-wielding enemy. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Tian disposed of 4 enemies, and the remaining enemies were scared out of their wits and fled, dropping their armor. Where to run? Yi Tian roared and chased after them. Yi Tian's hands rose and fell with his sword. Every time he struck, he would definitely harvest a human head. Wherever he went, blood spattered and the scene was gruesome. In just a few minutes' time, 5 or 6 black-armored guards had all perished. "Xiao Tian, hurry up, there are already other cultivators rushing over this way." Yi Luyun's voice appeared in his mind and warned. When Yi Tian heard this, he did not dare to delay, and his figure shifted and disappeared. On the other side, 10,000 meters away from this place, an ancient and simple city stood. This was the county capital of Donyang Prefecture, Tianyang City, also known as Tianyang Town. At the entrance of the city, the traffic was bustling and there was an endless stream of pedestrians.
Tianyang City was the most prosperous town in Donyang Prefecture, with well-developed trade and commerce, and all kinds of rare medicinal herbs were available. After Yi Tian arrived here, he ran straight towards the north direction of the city, as there was a teleportation array here, which led straight to Tai State where the Tai Holy Land was located. In a short while, Yi Tian stood outside a teleportation spell platform. He took a deep breath and prepared to activate the spell formation. However, right at this moment, a dazzling white aura flashed above the teleportation spell platform, followed by a figure slowly stepping out from inside. This person was a woman, in her mid-20s. Her appearance was exquisite. Her body was graceful and delicate, and her curves were tantalizing. She possessed a head of pitch-black hair and an exquisite face. Her skin was snowy, delicate and breakable, especially those beautiful eyes, which seemed to contain the brightness of a starry sea. "This girl, please stay." After seeing the woman, Yi Tian hurriedly called out to the other party. He was not trying to strike up a conversation, but he wanted to leave with the help of the teleportation spell formation. The woman frowned slightly and turned her head to stare at Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian was just an ordinary teenager, she still remained cautious enough. "Miss, I have an urgent matter that requires me to borrow the teleportation array. I still hope that I can fulfill it," Yi Tian said with an arch. Hearing this, the woman nodded slightly, but she did not have the slightest intention of releasing her hand seal. Yi Tian was instantly a bit helpless. He knew that the other party must have suspected him of plotting against him. "Girl, I really just want to borrow the spell formation to leave the Donyang Prefecture. There is absolutely no ill intent," Yi Tian patiently explained. "Who exactly are you? What are you doing here?" The woman stared at him with an icy gaze. "There is no need for the girl to worry. I am just passing through Donyang Prefecture." Yi Tian laughed bitterly. "Besides, this teleportation array can only be used once. It's troublesome to miss the opportunity and try to enter Tai Prefecture again. Do you think I look like a fool?" The woman's pretty face was slightly cold, and her voice became crisp and pleasant, revealing a bit of coldness that rejected people. Hearing these words, Yi Tian instantly cried and laughed, sighing in his heart that this woman was really vigilant. "Girl, I'm not a bad person. I just happened to be on my way here, so just help me activate the spell formation," Yi Tian pleaded. The woman shook her head. "If you don't give an honest account, don't even think about stepping on the teleportation formation." "Alright, count me as scared of you." Yi Tian sighed lightly, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to the other party. "Girl, please take a look. This is my Tai Holy Land's disciple token." The woman suspiciously sized up Yi Tian for a couple of moments and took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. A moment later, after confirming that there was no mistake, she loosely agreed and then pressed the spell. Chapter 181, Making Early Arrangements. In a blink of an eye, a ball of piercing light surfaced in the void and bloomed with dazzling light, enveloping the two of them. The light flickered away, and Yi Tian and the woman completely lost sight of them. Tai Prefecture. Outside the teleportation array, Yi Tian and the woman appeared here. As soon as they landed, Yi Tian couldn't help but look around, revealing a look of reminiscence. "Many thanks to the girl," Yi Tian courteously thanked her. "I will see you again in the future." After saying that, Yi Tian was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, just before Yi Tian took 2 steps out, a soft and charming voice came from behind him. He turned his head and realized that the woman was standing behind him. "Cough, what is it that the girl called me for?" Yi Tian was slightly embarrassed and subconsciously avoided his gaze as he asked. "What? Shy?" The woman smiled faintly. "Just now, you were not quite frank. How come you've gone soft at this moment?" Yi Tian scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. He was indeed quite frank just now. "I don't know the girl's name?" He changed the topic and said, he always felt that if he stayed with a woman for a long time, he would be tainted. "This palace Lu Piao Shui," the woman said in a calm tone. Yi Tian was first stunned, then suddenly realized. So it's Miss Lu. No wonder it's so stunning, making me almost forget my last name. Lu Piao Shui. Piao Shui like a flower. This name really matches you. Cut the crap. Who exactly are you? Lu Piao Shui ignored Yi Tian's compliments. Her gaze was stern and forced to look at Yi Tian and asked, "I've been observing you for a long time, and from the beginning to the end, you've been acting very calm. Not only are you not half flustered, you don't even have any tension at all. Have you encountered something similar before?" This. Yi Tian was slightly embarrassed, then shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. "Miss Lu, I'm just a passerby. Why do you need to pursue the root of the matter? It seems like I have to personally search my soul to figure out who you really are." "What? Soul search?" Yi Tian was immediately startled. Soul searching was an extremely advanced secret technique in the immortal cultivation world. The performer had to endure great pain, and if they failed, they would become delirious and fall into a state of insanity. Ordinary people, even if their realm was high, would not dare to try it. What? Afraid? The corner of Lu Piaoshue's mouth spread a teasing smile, saying, I advise you to hurry up and confess, or else the one who suffers later will be you. Humph, girl, why do you need to make things difficult for me? If you don't want to believe it, you can go with me to the Tai sacred land to take a look. Yi Tian shook his head. Perhaps you will understand when you meet our patriarch. Lu Piaoshue heard this and her eyebrows knitted slightly. She naturally knew the position of the Tai Holy Land in the immortal cultivation world. It was a true behemoth, not comparable to ordinary forces. She gazed at Yi Tian, trying to read a few moments of truth from the other party's eyes. A moment later, she lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice carrying a trace of complex emotions that were not easily detectable. Tai Holy Land? Humph, you think you can make me give up my pursuit with that? However, since you are so insistent, I am curious as to why exactly the Tai Holy Land is harboring you. Yi Tian smiled faintly, and there was both confidence and relief in that smile. Miss Lu, the truth is often hidden beneath the surface. If you really want to know, why don't you personally follow me there? The Tai sacred ground will, by itself, give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Piaoshu was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In the end, she let out a light sigh. Her purple robe swung lightly, and she actually decided to follow Yi Tian to the Tai Holy Land. The two of them, one after the other, embarked on the road to the Tai Holy Land. As the distance drew closer, the majesty and splendor of the Tai Holy Land was gradually revealed. It was a huge island suspended above the sea of clouds, surrounded by rich spiritual qi, as if the purest essence of heaven and earth were all gathered here. On top of the island, palaces and pavilions were strewn about, each brick and tile revealing simplicity and solemnity, causing people to be in awe. Yi Tian was the first to open his mouth, a hint of pride in his tone. Miss Lu, this is where my Tai Holy Land is located. Next, I will take you to see the patriarch, and I believe he will give you the answer you want. Lu Piaoshue nodded, both anticipation and vigilance in her gaze. The two of them passed through the layers of clouds and fog and arrived before the great hall of the Tai Holy Land. Within the hall, the lights were brightly lit, and in the center sat a woman in white robes, precisely the Tai Holy Land's patriarch, Immortal Yu Hua. Yi Tian took a step forward and respectfully saluted. Patriarch, disciple Yi Tian, with his friend Lu Piaoshue, seeks an audience. Immortal Yu Hua slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was like a torch as she swept over Yi Tian and Lu Piaoshue. You're back. Where are Lin Ao Dust and the others? She inquired indifferently. Her gaze was cold, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Yi Tian slightly lowered his head and returned without being humble. Lin Ao Dust is already practicing in the desolate ancient road. I came back because I have something important to report. Desolate ancient road. Immortal Yu Hua's eyes narrowed into a slit. She stared at Yi Tian, her eyes deep and icy cold, her killing chance hidden, as if she were a poisonous snake staring at her prey to death. Yi Tian's face did not change as he looked straight at Immortal Yu Hua. Although he was in a low realm, he did not chicken out because of this, much less retreat, and remained calm and composed. The two of them confronted each other for a long time, and only after a long time did Immortal Yu Hua slowly converge her sharpness and questioned in a cold voice. Speak up, what exactly is the important thing? However, Yi Tian did not say it outright, but instead looked at Lu Piaoshue. Girl, you can leave now, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Piaoshue's complexion stiffened, but it was not good for her to be saying anything right now. Patriarch Yu Hua, then the late generation will take their leave first. Lu Piaoshu arched her hand in obeisance, then she turned straight around and left. After Lu Piaoshu walked away, Yi Tianyi lifted his head and said, Patriarch, I came today, mainly for two things. The first thing is that my master teacher she is currently outside the domain. Upon hearing this, Immortal Yu Hua waved her hand as she was aware of this matter. Tell me the second thing. Yi Tian did not ink anything either. My master has sent me a message that the powerful enemies outside the domain have changed their thrust and are preparing to attack the 3,000 Dao states first, and after occupying the 3,000 Dao states, they will then pull the strings with the immortal domain. As expected, once these words came out, Immortal Yu Hua was not calm. You confirm that this is true? 1,000 times true. I still ask Sovereign to respond as soon as possible. Yi Tian nodded heavily. In addition, there is a need to deploy people in the sect to the 3,000 Dao state for support. Anxiety and worry flickered between Immortal Yu Hua's brows. Yi Tian continued to add, there is more than one battlefield in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The Tai sacred ground also needs to make early arrangements. I know all of this. Immortal Yu Hua waved her hand. But the extraterritorial battle involves too much. Once resources are used, the entire sect will be paralyzed. I must consider it carefully. The strong enemies outside the domain are ferocious and tyrannical. If we don't respond as soon as possible, we will be nibbled away, and the damage will become more and more disastrous by then, Yi Tian solemnly said. Chapter 182, The Taiyin Mountain's Strange Movements. I know. Fairy Yuhua's face was grave. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, your master had left behind a volume of Gongfu and a sword back then. Are you able to lend them to this clan for use now? A gong method? Sword? Yi Tian's mind spun, and he quickly remembered that his master's father had indeed explained such a sentence before saying goodbye back then. It was just that this gong method and weapon were the Tai sacred ground's greatest treasures, and were by no means something that an ordinary disciple could possess. Seeing his hesitation, Immortal Yuhua frowned, somewhat displeased. What? Could it be that even you want to doubt the sincerity of this sect? Disciple wouldn't dare. It's just that thing is exceptionally precious. I'm afraid that something bad will happen to the sect master. Yi Tian shook his head. After all, it is the only gift that my master gave to you, and I'm afraid that the rest of the elders will also have an opinion on it. Ha ha, Fairy Yuhua, however, suddenly laughed out loud, laughing freely. Yi Tian, you're really too simple. Do you think that no one is hitting on you right now? After hearing these words, even Yi Tian could not help but freeze after hearing these words, even though he had a resolute heart. He originally thought that Immortal Yuhua was a noble and cold image of a strong woman. Yi Tian could not help but slander in his heart. It was true that she was worthy of being an old demoness who had lived for hundreds of years. So damn, tawdry. Alright, Patriarch wants to have an arrangement. Then Disciple won't say much. He pulled out the package that Ferryman Miao had given him from his storage ring, which he had never actually opened. These are all the things that Master left for me. Now I'll hand them over to Lord Sovereign. Disciple will leave. Immortal Yuhua waved her hand at Yi Tian after receiving it, signaling that he could leave. Yi Tian saw that the other party didn't even look at himself. He also had the sense to leave directly. Anyway, he was only at the Yuaning realm now. If he really wanted to start a great war with the people from outside the domain, it was estimated that his level wouldn't even be counted as cannon fodder. Yi Tian had just walked out of the Great Hall of Tai when he saw Immortal Yuhua put the package back on the table. She picked up the engraved stone tablet, her gaze revealing a wave of fervor and excitement. Senior Sister Manhwa, you must be good. When Senior Sister I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely be able to break through to the Saint King level. I believe that in less than a few decades, the Tai sacred land will usher in another era of splendor and prosperity. Immortal Yuhua clenched her fists, her eyes carrying endless confidence. A moment later, she relaxed and regained her composure, then looked towards Yi Tian's departing direction, a touch of playfulness surging in her eyes. On the other side, Yi Tian had already returned to what used to be the third peak. Originally there was still his master here, but now he was the only one left. Thinking of his master's disappearance and Fairy Yuhua's dominance, a wave of helplessness rose up in Yi Tian's heart. However, he knew very well that not only would he not be able to save his master, but he would also bring trouble to the other party and even draw fire to himself. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this mood and work hard to improve himself. After returning to his room, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation, absorbing spiritual herbs and medicinal materials to quench his body with all his might. At the same time, he took out a blood bodhi and opened his mouth to eat it. Ka-ching! The blood linden instantly melted in his mouth, and a surge of vitality instantly spread out, hitting Yi Tian's limbs and bones like waves. Whoosh dash! Yi Tian immediately sat down cross-legged and operated the Sun True Scripture, crazily devouring this vitality, causing the sinews and flesh to rapidly metamorphose. After an hour, Yi Tian felt that he was transformed and his whole body was filled with explosive power. He was very happy. It was just that he soon realized that the power seemed to be somewhat refuted, as if it was blocked by something and could not be thoroughly fused together. Yi Tian felt it carefully for a few moments and quickly caught the abnormality. No, this is a sign of a breakthrough. Yi Tian slightly came to a realization, and then hurriedly closed the door. After another sleepless night, Yi Tian opened his eyes early the next morning. Rumble dash! Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the foot of the mountain, and when the morning wind blew, the mountain forest whimpered and the grass trembled, only to see many disciples pouring out of the mountain peaks. He hurriedly followed and found a disciple to inquire. What happened? Why are they all running out? Yi Tian looked at the man in green. That disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Senior Brother, there is a strange movement in Taiyin Mountain, and all sorts of weird demonic beasts have appeared. Let's come out and see what's going on. Senior Brother, are you going to go join in the fun? With your strength, you are strong enough to sweep the entire Taiyin Mountain. Between words, he squeezed out a flattering smile at Yi Tian. Clearly Yi Tian's previous performance in the Dao State competition had won him the praise of the crowd. There's a vision from Taiyin Mountain?
Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll go and take a look as well. Then, his figure disappeared in a flash. Taiyin Mountain was located in the deepest part of the ancient underworld prefecture on the border of Taiyi Prefecture. This mountain was frozen all year round due to its gloomy and cold atmosphere, making it difficult for everything to grow, and it was even overrun with poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. Therefore, although Taiyin Mountain was dangerous, it still gathered countless adventurers and medicine-picking teams. When Yi Tian arrived, there were already quite a number of adventurous teams entering the cave to search. From afar, one could see guys wearing black robes and masks, scurrying and jumping in a deep valley or cliff face, as agile and swift as apes and monkeys. Occasionally, one or two small mercenary groups could also be seen, clad in black armor, holding crossbows and carrying curved swords at their waists, killing and slaying. Ow roar! As a low growl came from inside the cave, the demonic beasts that were originally still vicious and brutal suddenly fled as birds and beasts. Roar dash! In the next second, only a huge underworld tiger with pitch-black fur rushed out. Its body was 7 or 8 meters tall, its fangs flared out, and a pair of copper bell eyes stared dead ahead, carrying a bloodthirsty aura. This underworld tiger had a long tail trailing behind it. The end of the tail was entangled with an iron chain. At a glance, it was known that it was not a good person, and the mane on the back of the underworld tiger was even a bizarre dark red color. It roared lowly while charging towards the crowd as if it wanted to tear them apart. Watch out! Seeing this underworld tiger charging out, quite a few disciples' faces changed slightly as they wielded their weapons to block over. There was a fierce collision, and many disciples fell off the cliff to their deaths, while half were knocked out by the underworld tiger. Sinful beast, don't go wild. Right at this moment, Yi Tian struck, leaping up and aiming a sword at the underworld tiger's neck. Dang! Yi Tian's longsword stabbed at the underworld tiger's neck, making a metallic impact sound, followed by a wave of brute force bouncing, almost causing Yi Tian to lose his grip on the longsword, and his tiger's mouth ached. Ha! Yi Tian couldn't stop being surprised. He didn't expect this underworld tiger's skin to be so tough. This made Yi Tian very curious, so he directly operated the Golden Crow Supreme Body and fully urged the martial laws to be added on top of the long sword. Whoosh dash! The long sword bloomed with a radiant light, and the sharpness instantly soared as Yi Tian once again chopped. With a muffled sound, Yi Tian chopped the sword on the neck of the underworld tiger, which wailed and staggered out 3 steps. Blood was dripping. Chapter 183, Deadline. Bastard! Go die! Yi Tian laughed fiercely and took advantage of the victory as he swept his sword out again. Facing Yi Tian's sword, the underworld tiger roared once again. Then with a toss of its head, it slammed straight into Yi Tian. Bang! With a flash of sword light, the underworld tiger screamed miserably as it fell and flew out. With an additional wound on its neck, it fell to the ground and twitched a few times before dying. Go! Continue probing upwards. After seeing the ferocity of Taiyin Mountain, many people dismissed the idea of risking their lives and whistled as they withdrew from Taiyin Mountain. Yi Tian did not stay long either and turned around to leave. This was because he sensed that deep within Taiyin Mountain, it seemed like something was about to come out and was calling him forward. However, before Yi Tian could leave, a sharp shout suddenly came from the front. Immediately afterward, a dazzling white light shot over. Watch out! Yi Tian's face changed slightly, and his body shape flipped, instantly avoiding the direction the white light shot from. The white light grazed Yi Tian's shoulder and swept past, directly cutting through a bole-thick tree, leaving behind a shocking trace. Hiss la! The tree trunk broke into 2 and smashed on the ground. Boom dash! Right at this moment, a deafening thunderclap came from the front, followed by a thick smoke rising up. The white fog obscured the vision, but Yi Tian sensed that there was an extremely powerful fluctuation ahead. This caused Yi Tian to frown slightly. Subsequently, Yi Tian's body spread out and exploded over from his original position, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the dense fog, only to hear a bang sound. A stone door abruptly blocked his vision. A dangerous aura came to his face, and Yi Tian smelled a faint fishy odor. Yi Tian's nerves were tensed, his right arm was raised, and a knife chopped down. Only a click was heard as the stone door shattered in response. Dense dust splashed out in all directions. A dash! Right at this moment, a cold killing chance locked onto Yi Tian. Yi Tian's mind was flabbergasted. His body sidestepped, and a black stream of light slashed against his chest, setting off a strong wind that caused his skin to ache. At the same time a black dagger was nailed to the wall. Yi Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. This sudden attack was obviously not trivial. If not for his quick reaction, he was afraid that he would have suffered. Where are the rats? Hiding their heads and tails, Yi Tian shouted in a deep voice, his voice carrying an unquestionable majesty. The surrounding mist seemed to tremble slightly due to his aura, but the only thing that responded to him was an even denser silence. Just as Yi Tian was about to explore further, A low and long bell sound came from the depths of the mist. This bell sound seemed to have magical power, causing the originally agitated air to calm down instantly, and even Yi Tian felt the irritation and vigilance in his heart being gradually smoothed out.
What kind of sound is this?
Yi Tian was puzzled in his heart, but he could not help but slowly move forward in the direction of the sound of the bell.
As he went deeper,
the mist gradually thinned and an ancient altar slowly came into view.
On top of the altar, a huge bronze ancient bell hung quietly, and it was it that emitted the heart-quieting sound of the bell.
Yi Tian approached the altar and saw that the surface of the ancient bell was covered with complicated patterns.
Every single pattern seemed to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth, making people unable to resist wanting to explore the mysteries within. And underneath this ancient bell,
a man in black robes was meditating with his eyes closed,
as if he was one with this ancient bell, this altar, and even the entire Taiyin mountain. Luo Kong. Seeing this person, Yi Tian reacted at the first moment. Wasn't it the extraterritorial disciple that he had killed before entering the desolate ancient road? How could he be here? Could it be that he had followed himself to Taiyin mountain? Just as soon as this thought emerged, Yi Tian denied this possibility. If he really followed him,
then he should have attacked long ago instead of hiding at the altar waiting for himself to pass.
Thinking of this, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Kong. Luo Kong, why are you here? What are you doing here in Taiyin mountain? Yi Tian, I finally found you, ha ha ha, heaven's will, heaven's will. Luo Kong didn't open his eyes, still maintaining his state of tranquilizing his mind and condensing his qi. Just a hint of teasing was outlined at the corners of his mouth, his tone indescribably hideous. Yi Tian, today is the day you die.
As the words fell,
Luo Kong violently opened his eyes, a cold aura appearing in his eyes. At the same time, his legs fiercely exerted force, and with one foot, he crushed the withered grass around him, and his body popped out like a cannonball. Whoosh! The fist broke through the void and went straight for Yi Tian's throat. Harsh and vicious. Looking at the forward-looking Luo Kong, Yi Tian was slightly stunned. This fellow,
his strength had improved quite a lot compared to yesteryear,
and had actually reached the peak of Yuaning.
Although Yi Tian had the means of survival in desperate situations and treasures to protect his body, this Luo Kong's cultivation speed was too frightening.
After all, he was only in his early 20s. In other words, he was promoted from peak Jindan to peak Yuaning in less than a year. This was simply a demon.
One must know that even the most outstanding disciples in the entire immortal region would need 5 or 6 years to break through the bottleneck to advance to the peak of Yuaning, and there had to be enough accumulation and resources to support it. Yi Tian was well aware of these flaws, so he was surprised.
However, Yi Tian did not think much about it.
He only knew that tonight was destined to be a vicious battle.
At this moment,
his entire body's qi and blood was tumbling and his tendons and veins were bulging, just like a reservoir of water.
Once it erupted, it would be a shocking wave.
Not only was he more than twice as thick, he also had an extra berserkness that gave him even more speed.
Facing Luo Kong's ferocious punch, Yi Tian rushed forward instead of retreating. Whoosh! Yi Tian's left hand shook.
Ear-piercing chirps suddenly resounded through the night sky. The Golden Crow Supreme body was instantly energized, and the Yen Emperor technique was also in operation at this moment.
He didn't underestimate the other party. To be able to reach the peak of Yuaning in such a short period of time, either he had paid a great price, or he had gotten a huge chance. This was because there was currently no elixir that could instantly elevate a person. Inferno Emperor technique. Fiery flame burning body. With a roar, Yi Tian staggered his hands and met the attack. Boom dash.
The fists and palms clashed with a muffled sound like thunder.
Yi Tian only felt a Paimo's brute force, surging and pressing over, almost without hesitation. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and resisted. Then his body twisted and flew out backwards with the help of the reaction force. Just without waiting for Yi Tian to stand firm, Luo Kong caught up with Yi Tian with another flash. He once again blasted out a fist. The fist was like electricity. Yi Tian was busy resisting with his hands across his body, but as a result, he only blocked it for half a second. And then his ribs broke, spewing out blood as he stumbled heavily and flew out 7 or 8 meters. Bang dash! Yi Tian crashed into a rock and fell into the sea of fog again, in a sorry state. Woo dash! Right at this moment, the ancient bell rang once again. The sound waves shook, causing the originally quieted down misty fog to boil up again in an instant. Whoosh! Yi Tian took the opportunity to climb up, holding his long sword and staring around warily. He didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if some ghostly thing would pop up to sneak attack him? Chapter 184, If I Don't Kill You, I Swear I Won't Be a Human Being. Whoosh! Only this worry quickly fizzled out as Yi Tian scanned his surroundings for a while before realizing that nothing had jumped out. He let out a long breath, searching that he had been overthinking. Just at this moment, his eyelids suddenly fluttered, followed by his pupils contracting and the hairs on his back standing up in sweat. A dangerous aura quietly filled the air and enveloped Yi Tian's entire body. Yi Tian, I told you, this time, no one can save you. A cruel smile spread across Luo Kong's face. Then his right arm was raised and a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. He waved the blade to cut out several arcs. Swish! A sharp whistling that tore through the air then resounded as the blade light intertwined, forming an airtight blade net that came straight for Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian's face changed drastically. He smelled a strong aura of danger and knew that he couldn't continue to stay, so he violently turned around and leapt out a few meters, fleeing towards the way he came. Luo Kong snorted coldly and chased after him, his blade slashing more and more sharply. The blade streaked across. The chi energy splashed and drew poignant arcs in midair. Yi Tian was not willing to show weakness, ignoring his injuries, stabbing out sword after sword. He did his best to resist, but he was always pressured by Luo Kong and could only dodge repeatedly. It was just that Luo Kong was very fast and forced his way to Yi Tian in a single breath. Die! Luo Kong let out a furious cry, and with both hands together, he slashed out violently, the tip of the blade pointing straight at Yi Tian's throat. This blade was as terrifying as it was powerful. Yi Tian's heart flinched and his pupils shrunk, but he did not despair. The experience of life and death had made him learn to find a chance of survival in desperate situations. Just in the nick of time, the Golden Crow supreme body in his body once again boiled. An unprecedented power surged through his bloodline, as if the sleeping ancient Golden Crow was about to be reborn in Nirvana. Golden Crow Nirvana, reborn in fire. Yi Tian roared lowly. His entire body was wrapped in golden flames. The flames were different from mortal flames. It carried the power to purify everything and rebirth. Yi Tian used the momentum to stomp on the ground, and his figure was like an arrow off the string. Not only did he avoid Luo Kong's fatal strike, he also used his strength in the air to twist his direction and counterattack towards Luo Kong. What? Luo Kong was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Tian to be able to burst out such amazing strength in such a desperate situation. But after all, he was also a peak Yuaning powerhouse. His reaction was extremely fast. He quickly adjusted his stance, his long sword crossed, preparing to receive this strike from Yi Tian hard. Boom! The two forces collided again. But this time, Yi Tian's Golden Crow Nirvana flame seemed to have special properties. Not only did it offset the sharpness of Luo Kong's blade, it also had a hidden tendency to devour it. Luo Kong only felt the long blade in his hand tremble. This is impossible. Luo Kong roared incredulously as he increased his spirit power output, trying to stabilize the long blade. However, the golden flame grew more and more vigorous, as if it wanted to turn all obstacles into ashes. With this power, Yi Tian not only stabilized the situation, but also gradually reversed the battle. His figure was agile and his sword light was like a weave. Each sword carried the power of the Golden Crow flame, causing Luo Kong to have to retreat back and forth. However, Luo Kong was, after all, an old and resourceful powerhouse. He quickly calmed down, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes, only to see him suddenly put away his sword into his sheath. His hands formed a seal, and he shouted in a low voice, "Underworld formation, open!" As his low gulp fell, the space around him suddenly distorted. A gloomy and cold aura spread out, as if there were countless ghosts of the underworld roaming around. Yi Tian only felt that the temperature around him plummeted, and an inexplicable pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This is a formation. Yi Tian's heart was flabbergasted. He did not expect Luo Kong to harbor such a sinister tactic. However, he knew that he must not retreat at this time, otherwise once he fell into the underworld formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Golden Crow burning sky, break the evil and remove the demons. Yi Tian roared. His entire body's Golden Crow fire burned, transforming into a huge Golden Crow shadow, lifting its wings and soaring into the clouds. That Golden Crow shadow carried the power to purify everything, instantly breaking through the restraints of the underworld formation, incinerating those wandering ghosts of the underworld one by one. But at this time, Luo Kong suddenly laughed strangely. The corner of his mouth outlined a touch of cruel teasing, as if he had expected Yi Tian to have this hand. Kill! Luo Kong violently shouted. His left foot stepped out and his arms spread out. A ball of black light suddenly exploded from his body, blooming like a firework and spinning like a black hole, absorbing all of Yi Tian's masculine flames into it. In the next second, the darkness and eeriness of that area dissipated and disappeared, and in its place, there was a dense white mist, and Luo Kong's hideous face. Yi Tian instantly felt that the spiritual energy in his body could no longer function. Just when he thought that he would be dead this time, a sudden chirping sound came from the distance. Stop! One could only see a delicate figure dashing from behind the hill. She appeared to be 25 or 26 years old, wearing a chiffon dress, with snowy skin and bright eyes, giving off a seductive feeling of both innocence and femininity. Her pretty face wore anxiety and anger.
clearly having sensed the commotion here. It was precisely Su Wan'er who had chased her all the way from the immortal domain. In fact, after Yi Tian left from the immortal domain, his old man Yi Qingxian had made so the family hierarchy anxious. Instead of discussing, it was more like informing and whirling around to go directly to the Su family to withdraw from the marriage. However, Su Wan'er did not intend to withdraw from the marriage, and with the previous contact with Yi Tian, so she did not have any dissatisfaction towards Yi Tian. Bang dash. Almost at the same moment, the moment Luo Kong's long knife stabbed, Su Wan'er's body had already reached Yi Tian's body. You stinking woman, spoiling my good deed. Since that's the case, then you die for me as well. Luo Kong stabbed Su Wan'er's heart with a single stroke, and in the next moment, the power of Tai Yin above the blade poured out, destroying Su Wan'er's vitality in an instant. Su Wan'er let out a muffled snort. Her body shook a few times before she fell straight down in front of Yi Tian. Her eyes were open. Her expression was shocked, and she died not believing that she had died like this. But before dying, she didn't forget to care for Yi Tian. How are you? Not hurt, right? Yi Tian slightly inclined his head. Looking at the woman who fell in his arms in front of him, there was shock, incomprehension, and even a hint of doubt. Yes, he didn't understand why the other party appeared here and why she gave up her life to save him. A violent aura rushed straight to his brain. At this moment, Yi Tian was not only a little crazy, but more than that, it was that pain of guilt. Luo Kong, Yi Tian, will not kill you. Swear not to be a human being. Endless blazing fire rose from his inner body, and the golden crow origin directly operated. In an instant, within 3 feet around Yi Tian, the temperature rose wildly, as if he was in the middle of a sea of fire, causing Luo Kong to reveal a look of horror. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with red aura, and even more golden crow phantoms surfaced around him, ferocious and incomparable. Not good. He's going to fight for his life. Luo Kong's complexion changed drastically. Not bothering to pick up the long sword that had fallen to the ground, he hurriedly rolled to the side to dodge. Although he relied on his high level of cultivation, he still felt a burst of danger coming in the face of such a terrifying golden crow's fire. Chapter 185, Plan Spoiled. Yi Tian's eyes were glazed over as he frantically urged the golden crow origin, causing it to erupt with even more fiery and surging power. Swish dash, a fist smashed down and out, and the sea of fire churned. This move contained his infinite hatred, and it even brought together Yi Tian's purest golden crow fire. Rumble dash. Luo Kong fled in a hurry, but he was still affected by the hot waves of fire, and his clothes instantly ignited. Immediately afterward, he let out a heart-rending scream. Ah dash. The miserable howl resounded through the night sky. Yi Tian showed no mercy and continued to manipulate the sea of fire to attack Luo Kong. Luo Kong was in a panic and did his best to dodge. In a sorry state. Bang dash. After all, Yi Tian was only at the 4th level of Yuaning. Even though he was more powerful, he could not catch up with Luo Kong who had fled. Looking at Luo Kong who had already fled, Yi Tian slowly withdrew his aura. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and his entire body shook twice, almost falling to the ground. Even though Yi Tian was protected by the golden crow true spirit, facing Luo Kong had cost him a huge amount of spirit, and he had also lost 0.5% of his origin power. Miss Su, I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down. Yi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up with difficulty at Su Wan'er, who was not far away. To be honest, he was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. To say whether he had any feelings with the other party, it was bound to be no. But now this favor of the other party was destined to make Yi Tian feel guilty. After all, Su Wan'er can completely regardless of his death, but now the other party has died. Why was it said that it was the hardest thing to bear the grace of a beauty? Yi Tian was now the example. System, is there any way to save her? At this moment, Yi Tian could only count on the system, but he knew that there was little hope. There is, however, the other party's body has been completely destroyed by the power of Tai Yin, so the host can only preserve her soul and remake her body before she can be resurrected. The system responded coldly, then added, of course, the host needs to pay 100,000 points. What? 100,000 points? Yi Tian's eyes widened. You're robbing 100,000 points, just for your sake. Besides, do you have more? Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't stop cursing, but thinking of Su Wan'er, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Fine, deduct it. Ding, deduct 100,000 points and obtain a soul-gathering stone. The system tone had just fallen, and next to Su Wan'er's corpse, a flash of green light suddenly appeared, quickly transforming into a transparent body. Her chest was penetrated by a sharp blade, and her abdomen was stabbed by the tip of a knife, making her look extremely frightening. However, she maintained an indifferent demeanor as if she did not care about life and death at all. Yi Tian recognized with a sweeping glance that this was none other than Su Wanner's soul. He was heartbroken beyond words, even his breathing was a bit rapid, but the other party had her eyes closed, and she could only be resurrected after remodeling her physical body. Meanwhile, Luo Kong immediately returned to the gathering place of the extraterrestrial disciples in the 3000 Dao state after escaping Taiyin Mountain.
Lord Priest, something bad has happened. Just as he entered, Luo Kong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Our plans have been sabotaged." A black-robed man, who was originally sitting in the first seat, stood up at the words, "Pa dash." He slammed his palm on the table. What? Luo Kong didn't hesitate and directly told what happened in Taiyin Mountain, and also described in detail the technique Yi Tian used and the Golden Crow True Spirit. Yen D technique, Golden Crow True Spirit? These two things actually appeared on a person? The black-robed man called priest was startled in his heart. You go back and cultivate properly first. I have to report on this matter. Also, send a team of people to keep an eye on that kid. Once you find him leaving the 3000 Dao state, kill him at all costs. The black-robed man threw Luo Kong a piece of talisman paper, then quickly left. Yes, Lord Priest. Luo Kong respectfully received the order, then led the crowd to quickly evacuate the scene. It shouldn't be. Could it be that this time, I've been blessed by misfortune? Yi Tian felt the surging power within his body. His current cultivation had already come to the 5th level of Yuanying. Although it hadn't reached the peak, it was just a step away. He also vaguely felt that the realm could still be raised some more, only that the accumulated power had been exhausted. Forget it, it's enough for now. After figuring all this out, Yi Tian took out a few more pills and swallowed them to recover his depleted vitality and spirit. It took a full incense stick before he slowly stopped. Xianling grass, blood Ganoderma, spiritual liquid. No, there is no heavenly fate ginseng. Yi Tian recalled the method of refining his physical body. Actually, the heavenly fate ginseng could be replaced with other things, but that would greatly weaken the talent of the person who was resurrected. It seems that a trip to the Jade Snow Prefecture must be made. Now he could no longer return to the immortal realm rashly, or else he would surely be intercepted by disciples from outside the domain. So he could only search for the Heaven's Destiny ginseng among the 3000 Dao states, and if he wanted to travel to the Jade Snow state, he had to cross the 100 Savage Mountains or cross a jungle to reach the city at the edge of the Jade Snow state. Yi Tian decided to head to the forest after thinking about it. Although the journey was hard, he might also run into ferocious beasts, and it was even easy to get lost. However, it was the only safe and fast path, so he decided to break into the 100 Savage Mountains. Having made up his mind, Yi Tian directly set off. Darting all the way through several large mountains and around several streams, Yi Tian arrived at the 100 Barbarians mountain range very smoothly. Roar dash! Yi Tian had just approached the foot of a deep mountain when suddenly, a tiger's roar came out from the mountain forest. Immediately after, Yi Tian saw a white behemoth that rushed over like a tank. It was extremely fast, just like lightning, and wherever it passed, trees were broken and turf flipped over with a great momentum. Yi Tian's figure flinched and quickly sidestepped, avoiding the violent impact of the white beast. It was an adult snow-spotted clouded leopard. Its snow-white fur dotted with black spots. Its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty cold light. Clearly one of the overlord in this mountain range. Humph. A mere demonic beast. How dare you stop me from going? Yi Tian secretly said in his heart. But on the surface, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. In this 100 Barbarians mountain range, even seemingly ordinary beasts could possess strength that was not weaker than human cultivators. Seeing that the snow-spotted cloud leopard missed, it became even more furious and opened its mouth to spit out a white icy cold breath, which directly pushed Yi Tian. Yi Tian's figure spread out, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, condensing into a transparent shield, easily resisting that ice-cold spit outside. Yen D skill, burning heavenly flame. Yi Tian drank lowly, and in his palm, flames rose up into the air, transforming into a fire dragon that roared as it pounced towards the snow-spotted cloud leopard. The flames contained the power to burn everything, causing even the snow-spotted cloud leopard to be fearful. But as the overlord of the 100 Savage Mountains, would it back down easily? Only to see the snow-spotted cloud leopard's figure retreating violently, while opening its mouth to let out another deafening tiger roar. The surrounding air seemed to be vibrated by its sound waves, forming a circle of sound wave ripples visible to the naked eye, sweeping towards Yi Tian. Chapter 186, The Heavenly Fate Ginseng arrives, only to see the snow-spotted clouded leopard's figure retreating violently. At the same time, it opened its mouth and let out another deafening tiger's roar. The surrounding air seemed to be vibrated by its sound waves, forming a circle of sound wave ripples visible to the naked eye, sweeping towards Yi Tian. Sound wave attack? Yi Tian faintly smiled as the spiritual energy in his body surged once again, forming an invisible soundproof shield. It isolated those sound wave ripples as much as possible. At the same time, with a flash of his figure, he had already appeared on the flank of the snow-spotted cloud leopard and blasted out with a fist, the wind of which was harsh and carried a sound of breaking air. Bang! The fist collided with the snow-spotted cloud leopard's body, emitting a dull ringing sound. The snow-spotted cloud leopard's huge body was sent flying sideways by the punch, breaking several large trees before it could barely stabilize itself. It looked up at Yi Tian, its eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Although your strength is strong, it is not enough to stop me, Yi Tian said indifferently, his tone filled with confidence. He did not intend to dwell too much here. After all, his goal was to find the heavenly fate ginseng as soon as possible and resurrect Su Wan'er. The snow-spotted cloud leopard seemed to understand Yi Tian's intentions as it let out a low roar and turned around, wanting to escape into the depths of the mountain forest. However, would Yi Tian let it escape easily? With a movement of his body, he had chased after it like a shadow. Between the chase and the escape, Yi Tian and the snow-spotted cloud leopard soon went deeper into the hinterland of the 100 Barbarians mountain range. The environment here was even more treacherous, and the frequency of demonic beasts also greatly increased. However, with his superior stance and strong strength, Yi Tian was able to minimize the dangers one by one. Just as Yi Tian was about to catch up with the snow-spotted cloud leopard, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the front. His heart stirred and he stopped his steps. He only saw that not far ahead, in the middle of a dense forest, a faint spiritual light was vaguely revealed, as if some treasure was about to come out. Could it be the heavenly fate ginseng? A strong premonition surged in Yi Tian's heart. He no longer paid any attention to the snow-spotted cloud leopard, but walked straight towards that dense forest. As he got closer, that spiritual light became clearer and clearer until he stepped into the depths of the dense forest. Finally, he could see the source of that spiritual light. A spiritual grass that emitted a faint glow was quietly growing in a rocky crevice. The herb was as crystalline as jade, emitting a warm luster, and Yi Tian recognized at a glance that it was the heavenly fate ginseng that he had searched so hard for. In his heart, he was overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to carefully pick the heavenly fate ginseng and put it into the jade box that had already been prepared. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the dense forest. He frowned and turned to look, only to see several figures rapidly approaching him. Those people were wearing uniform clothing and were clearly cultivators of a certain power. Humph. It seems that there are quite a few people who want to obtain this heavenly fate ginseng. Yi Tian sneered coldly, and already had a plan in his heart. He did not intend to give the heavenly fate ginseng away. After all, it was a precious medicinal herb that he had managed to find with great difficulty. Since the other party was fighting with him for it, he would leave them all here, and he had already gotten the heavenly fate ginseng anyway. Just before he had time to react, the group of people had already rushed in front of Yi Tian. Stop! With a chirpy reprimand, the girl in the lead pointed at Yi Tian with an arrogant expression. Who are you? The girl looked to be around 20 years old, with a melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, cherry mouth, skin like gelatinous fat, and a slim figure, quite a bit of posture. However, her pretty face was covered with fury, her eyes were glowing with a touch of killing intent, and her gaze towards Yi Tian was as if she was looking at a dead person. What? Want to rob? Yi Tian was not half flustered. Instead, he smiled playfully and looked at the crowd behind her and asked. The strength of this group of people was not bad. The worst of them were all at the 7th level of Jindan, and the strongest had even reached the peak of the 5th level of Yuanying. Of course, they still did not pose a threat to Yi Tian. Humph. We discovered the heavenly fate ginseng first. If you are sensible, hurry up and get lost, or else don't blame me for being impolite. The girl stared at Yi Tian with a cold expression. Let me tell you, this 100 Barbarians mountain range is our Qingyang sect's territory. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the senior brother next to her shout. Senior sister, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Just slaughter him directly to avoid a long night's sleep. That's right, our Qingyang sect's things. How can we allow others to get their hands on them? Kill him. The crowd looked at Yi Tian angrily and clamored. He, wouldn't it be over if you had said so earlier? Inking for so long. Yi Tian sniffed and grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. He slowly shook his head, his face filled with regret. Originally, he had planned to leave a way out for these people, but the other party had to send them to the door to seek death. This kind of thing, Yi Tian was happy to help. Arrogant. Today, we will use your blood to sacrifice our spirit weapons. The leading girl laughed back in anger as she swung her sword towards Yi Tian, and the rest of the crowd also executed their martial arts skills and surrounded towards Yi Tian. Since you're stubborn, it's not my fault. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a rich killing chance flashed on his face. Afterwards, he nonchalantly met the battle. 3 breaths later,
A violent collision resounded through the mountains and forests, and Yi Tian's figure swayed and drifted to the ground. Only just as soon as they exchanged hands, he knew that the other party was a bit tricky. The girl in the lead was not very old, but her cultivation qualifications were outstanding. Her sword stab was like a gazelle hanging without a trace. If it was any immortal cultivator below the 5th level of Yuaning, it was estimated that she would die miserably under the other party's sword without even being able to parry. It was just a pity that the one he met was Yi Tian, a heaven-defying demon. Although the girl's sword technique was tricky and secretive, and could not be defended against, under Yi Tian's sharp insight ability, he always avoided it without any danger. Moreover, every time he dodged, he was able to accurately judge the change in the other party's sword momentum and then make a dodge or block in advance. After a short exchange of blows, Yi Tian figured out her routine and decisively struck after seizing the slightest loophole. Swish! In a flash of lightning, Yi Tian bullied his way to the girl and slapped his palm on her shoulder. With a crunching sound, the girl instantly spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell out backwards. Before she could land on the ground, Yi Tian kicked out again. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The girl's chest collapsed and she spat out blood and flew backwards, falling unconscious 10 meters away. Seeing this scene, the strongest man in the center had a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Kid, originally you only needed to hand over the heavenly fate ginseng to save your life. But you didn't know how to die and hurt my senior sister. Now let you pay the price. Before the words fell, the man's figure surged up like a cheetah out of its cage, spiritual energy surging around his body, forming a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. Obviously, he had already pushed his cultivation to the extreme. He was holding a long sword that was glowing with cold light. The tip of the sword lightly tapped the ground and instantly erupted with a shocking speed, directly targeting Yi Tian. Chapter 187, The Extraterrestrial Battlefield. Humph. A mere Yuaning 5th level. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain, but his figure moved like a ghost, easily avoiding the man's fatal strike. He did not rush to counterattack, but instead wandered to the edge of the battlefield with a playful demeanor. You! The man was furious when he saw this. He didn't expect his full force strike to be so easily deflected by the other party, and he lost a lot of face. He roared angrily and his sword technique became even more powerful. Each sword carried the sound of wind and thunder, attempting to use his numerical advantage to force Yi Tian to reveal his cracks. However, Yi Tian's stance was as agile as flowing water. No matter how ferocious the opponent's attack was, he could always easily defuse it. Enough! Stop here! Yi Tian's voice suddenly turned cold as his figure lurched, no longer dodging, but meeting the man's attack head-on. He only saw his hands rapidly forming seals, his spiritual energy boiling around him, and a majestic power converging within him. Golden Crow Supreme Fist. Yi Tian let out a low shout as he slammed his fist into his opponent, driving straight at the man. The man's face changed drastically. He hurriedly swung his sword to resist, but the might of the sword-on was not something he could resist, only to hear a click sound. The long sword was broken. The sword-on's remaining momentum did not diminish, and continued to bombard towards him. In the nick of time, the man's eyes flashed a trace of determination. He violently bit his tongue, sprayed a mouthful of blood on the broken hilt of the sword. Instantly, the light on the hilt of the sword was so bright that it actually inspired some sort of secret method, turning into a blood-colored shield that barely blocked the blast of the sword. What a desperate stance. However, this won't save you. Yi Tian laughed coldly as his figure once again approached. This time, he did not use the sword-on again, but directly used his fist instead of the sword, and blasted his fist at the man's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist wind collided with the blood-colored shield, erupting with a dazzling light. The shield instantly shattered, while Yi Tian's fist was as powerful as a bamboo, directly penetrating through the man's defense and striking heavily on top of his chest. Pooh! The man was hit like a heavy blow, spitting blood from his mouth. His figure flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground, his breath dying. Who else? Yi Tian looked around, his gaze like a torch, and those cultivators who had originally planned to surround him. At this moment, they had already turned pale with fear and retreated. No one dared to take a step forward anymore. I am not a person who is addicted to killing, but if you guys insist on seeking death, I will not be merciful, Yi Tian said indifferently, then turned around and left, leaving behind a mess and a group of shocked cultivators. Only after a moment did the many cultivators recover from the shock. Crap, this guy is too strong. He even defeated a Yuaning 5th level expert with one move. What did I see? That guy is actually an early Foundation establishment trash? How could he possess such terrifying strength? The crowd looked at Yi Tian's faraway back, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. On the other side, Immortal Yu Hua had arrived at the Zhengzhou Pavilion. Pavilion elders, Manhwa's disciple Yitian has already brought back the news that people from outside the domain are ready to launch an attack on our 3000 Dao state. After Immortal Yuhua finished all of the news, the pavilion elders present were immediately shocked. Do you mean to say that the people from outside the domain are preparing to attack the 3000 Dao state first before launching an attack on the immortal domain? An old man with white hair asked in a deep voice. Just how many people do they have? The exact number of people is still unclear, as the extra-dimensional passageway has been closed. Immortal Yuhua bowed slightly before replying in a firm tone. But what is certain is that the other party has at least 10 Saint Kings, or else they would never have the guts to call out to the 3000 Dao states. The rest of the pavilion elders were grave at these words, not realizing that the people from outside the domain were really going to start a war. The 3000 Dao prefecture, as the ruling core, was where the foundation of the Dao pavilion was, and now that they were being provoked, they had to show their attitude, or else there would be endless consequences. Since this is a matter of great importance, let's report it to the immortal domain immediately. Several pavilion elders were very dry in expressing their attitudes, ready to report the matter to the Dao pavilion, with the higher-ups deciding how this matter should be handled. Everyone, please slow down. Right at this moment, an old crone stood out, her tone coming out calmly. In this matter, I feel that we can wait and see what happens. Although the enemy army outside the domain has 10 Saint Kings sitting on the ground and millions of cultivators pressing in, we also have a dozen Saint Kings in the 3000 Dao prefecture, and there are also the 5 Holy Lands and countless sects supporting us. Even if they come over, we are not afraid. This old crone had a wrinkled face and a stooped figure, but her eyes were deep and sharp, and there was a vague glint of essence sweeping through her cloudy pupils. She was Lu Rong, the vice pavilion master of the 8th pavilion of the 3000 Dao prefecture. Her age was already beyond ancient, but her strength had reached the peak of great sage, and she was even only half a step away from being a saint. When these words were spoken, they immediately won the recognition of those present. Indeed, as Vice Pavilion Master Lu had said, there were quite a few Saint Kings in the 3000 Dao states as well, and not to mention anything else, the Dao Alliance alone was enough to crush any encroachers. Vice Pavilion Master Lu is right. Although the strength of the people from outside the domain is not bad, we still have the advantage in numbers. No matter if it's still the 5 great holy lands or the Imperial clan, they will pour out all their strength to aid us. Even if they send Saint King level experts to attack, we will not be weak. The pavilion elders nodded their heads, and the atmosphere gradually shifted from grave to resolute. Right at this moment, an urgent bell sounded from the depths of the Zhengzhou pavilion, interrupting the discussion of the crowd. Is this the emergency summoning order? A pavilion elder's brow furrowed as he looked in the direction from which the bell sounded. Fairy Yuhua's face changed slightly. She knew the significance of the bell, and would never easily ring it if there wasn't a major emergency. She quickly got up and said to the pavilion elders, "Gentlemen, it seems that the situation is more complicated than we expected. Please follow me." The crowd didn't dare to be slow, and they followed Immortal Yuhua as she stepped into the depths of the Zhengzhou pavilion. As they went deeper, an oppressive and heavy aura came over them, as if even the air had frozen. Eventually, they arrived at an ancient council hall, and in the center of the hall, a huge crystal mirror was suspended in the air, and the image in the mirror kept changing, eventually settling on a barren battlefield. "This is the extraterrestrial battlefield?" a pavilion elder said in surprise. Immortal Yuhua nodded and said in a deep voice, "I just received news that the extraterritorial passageway is not completely closed, and a vanguard force has already broken through the defenses and is heading towards our 3000 Dao state. Moreover, their speed far exceeds our expectations." The faces of all the pavilion elders changed when they heard this. The appearance of the vanguard forces meant that the attack plan of the people from outside the domain had been advanced, leaving them with much less time to prepare. "We must take action immediately. We can't just sit back and wait for death," a pavilion elder said eagerly. "That's right. Not only do we have to strengthen our defenses, we also have to take the initiative and thwart them," another pavilion elder added. Chapter 188 Remodeling of the Flesh. Vice Pavilion Master Lu, however, gently shook her head, her deep eyes flashing with wisdom. "All of you, be at ease. Although we need to respond positively, we need to analyze it even more calmly. Since the people from outside the domain dare to come, they are bound to have something to rely on." Vice Pavilion Master Lu has a point. Immortal Yuhua nodded in agreement. "I've already dispatched scouts to the front line, and I believe that news will come soon. Until then, we can mobilize our resources and strengthen our defenses, while preparing an elite team of disciples ready to meet the enemy." The pavilion masters nodded their heads and started discussing the specific plan of action. Meanwhile, Yi Tian directly came to the transmission array after defeating the besieging cultivators and returned to the Tai Holy Land. Tai Holy Land. Third peak. Yi Tian sat inside the alchemy room.
He wanted to revive Su Waner. He had to use the spirit gathering formation. Only, this would inevitably consume quite a few spirit stones, causing him to feel quite a pain. As the spirit stones were consumed, the spirit gathering formation began to operate, and majestic spirit chi surged from all around, converging into a spirit cloud that wrapped around Yi Tian. This invigorated Yi Tian's spirit, and he hurriedly sat down on his knees, taking out the Xianling grass, blood Ganoderma, heavenly fate ginseng, and all sorts of treasured spirit medicines. He wanted to utilize these valuable resources to remodel Su Waner's body in one go. Yi Tian closed his eyes and concentrated, reciting an ancient alchemy incantation in his heart, and his hands quickly formed seals, guiding the spirit chi in the spirit gathering formation and the essence of the elixir to merge with each other. Inside the room, the light flourished as if there were stars falling, or as if a dragon and phoenix were present, and a rich breath of life permeated the room. As time passed, those precious medicinal herbs gradually turned into liquid under the nourishment of the spiritual chi, colorful and emitting an attractive luster. Yi Tian took a deep breath and slowly injected this liquid, which was a fusion of the essence of the heavens and earth and the power of the spirit medicine, into the jade bottle that had already been prepared. This was the key to remodeling his body for Su Waner. Yi Tian took a deep breath and gently placed the jade bottle at the center of the spirit gathering formation. Then his hands formed a seal and once again guided the spiritual chi into it. As the spiritual chi continued to pour in, the liquid within the jade bottle began to slowly rotate, gradually condensing into a blurry silhouette of a human figure. Just one last step to go. Heaven's destiny ginseng, melt it for me, accompanied by a low shout. A snow white, about 7 inches long, childlike shaped heavenly fate ginseng shot out and was thrown into the spirit gathering formation. With the integration of the heavenly fate ginseng, the entire spirit gathering formation surged, erupting with a dazzling golden red haze, as if a volcano was erupting. At the same time, strands of pure heaven and earth spiritual energy madly surged into the jade bottle, which was then absorbed by the blurry outline in the jade bottle. Has it succeeded? Yi Tian stared nervously at the blurry silhouette in the jade bottle, his heart filled with anticipation. Not long after, the silhouette within the jade bottle suddenly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Pitch black and dark, as if they were bottomless. Seeing this, he hurriedly pulled out the soul-gathering stone and threw it into it, urging his magic skill to make them fuse together. In a flash, the soul-gathering stone blossomed with a bright and dazzling blue-purple light, and a trace of bizarre and inexplicable Yin Fury Death Chi spread out along the halo. This is Yin Deadly Chi? Yi Tian's pupils suddenly tightened, revealing a look of shock. Yin and Yang Chi were the fundamentals of everything, with the Yin attribute representing Yang and the Yang attribute representing Yin. Thus, the moment the Yin Chi appeared, an extreme evil and coldness could be felt. This force was extremely special, containing extreme Yin coldness that could easily destroy the Yuan Shen and heart veins of an average cultivator. The most terrifying aspect of the Yin fiendish chi was that it ignored the resistance of armor and weapons, and was able to silently invade the cultivator's body, devouring the martial artist's flesh and blood. On top of that, the Yin fiend chi also possessed a corrosive and penetrating nature. Even powerful spells could hardly stop the spread of Yin fiend chi. Once the Yin fiendish chi invaded the heart and other vital parts, then the cultivator would also fall completely, reduced to a walking corpse with no resistance. Fortunately there is a soul-gathering stone, or else the consequences of this Yin fiendish chi alone in resurrecting Su Waner would be unimaginable. Yi Tian secretly palpitated. With the long wait, the soul-gathering stone slowly became dim. The original blue-purple light now became gray and looked extremely ordinary and even a little ugly. Yi Tian knew that this was the result of the residual energy in the soul-gathering stone being infested by the Yin Fury Chi, and now it had become much weaker. But it's enough. Su Waner has only just been resurrected after all. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to withstand this power, Yi Tian murmured to himself. In the next moment, his mind moved slightly, and a powerful soul force was released. Subsequently, a black mist coalesced and took shape in his mind, vaguely transforming into a human form. Go! Yi Tian lightly spat out a word, and the black mist instantly detached from his mind and rushed towards his body. A moment later, Su Waner slowly opened her eyes. There was bewilderment, fear, and helplessness in her eyes, but there was just no regret. Am I dead? Su Waner looked at the unfamiliar room, her eyes slightly dull. You're awake? Hearing this, Yi Tian was ecstatic as he quickly walked to the bedside and carefully observed the girl. He only saw Su Waner's pale skin, thin face and sunken eye sockets, looking very weak, just like a sick beauty. Was it you who saved my life? Thank you. Su Waner looked up at Yi Tian as tears flowed down indisputably. Seeing this, Yi Tian's heart trembled. Although he didn't have that kind of fondness for Su Waner, but people going to die for you, no man could afford it. Rest well. Now that the outside world is in turmoil, it's not suitable for you to go out. I still have things to do, so go back to the immortal domain first after you recover, Yi Tian said, pulling out many pills for healing and recovering spiritual energy from his storage ring, as well as the other party's storage ring, and stuffing them into her hands. Well, I will find a chance to return to the immortal domain as soon as possible. Su Wan'er nodded and wiped her tears clean. Afterward, Yi Tian left the third peak. However, he did not know that there were already people from outside the domain who had arrived in the Taiyi prefecture, and their goal was to kill Yi Tian. After Yi Tian left the sect, he flew towards the west of the city. The west of the city was one of the most prosperous sections of Taiyi prefecture, and it was also the hub where all the major forces met. On both sides of the street, stores were lined up, and people were buzzing. A prosperous scene. However, underneath the surface calmness, dark currents were surging and crises abounded. Yi Tian shuttled through the crowd, his brows tightly locked as he calculated his next action in his mind. The arrival of the people from outside the domain was by no means a coincidence. There must be a bigger conspiracy brewing behind the scenes. We must first find the traces of those people from outside the domain, Yi Tian thought secretly, and his footsteps involuntarily sped up a few points. However, when he walked out of the Taiyi Holy Land not long after, he realized that someone was following him. Chapter 189, Last Chance. What person? Yi Tian frowned as he scanned the surroundings and spoke angrily in a deep voice. He didn't expect the disciples of the Taiyi Holy Land to have this kind of vigilance as well. It's really surprising to me. A thick and hoarse voice came out. Yi Tian's face suddenly sank at the words. Who? You don't need to know who I am. Obediently hand over the item and I will spare you from death. The hoarse voice sounded again. Yi Tian froze slightly. Hand over what? Humph. Don't play dumb. Isn't the Yin D skill on you? The hoarse voice was a bit anxious. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yi Tian shook his head and snorted. Since the other party was able to chase him here, it was obvious that he had long ago figured out his identity. Otherwise how would he believe his bull **** so easily? Kid, no need to pretend anymore. I advise you to better hand over the Yin D skill to save yourself from the pain of skin and flesh. The hoarse voice was a little low, clearly carrying anger. If you keep pestering me, then don't blame me for not being polite. Yi Tian chortled coldly with a gloomy face. Although the other party was very strong, Yi Tian did not have the slightest fear. Kid, I have to say, you're quite arrogant. Accompanied by the fall of the words, an old man in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tian. Hiss. Looking at the other party's appearance, Yi Tian could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This person's appearance was quite majestic. A green shirt was flowing and dashing, and the whole person gave off a feeling as if he was a sharp sword, with a sharp aura, especially that pair of eyes full of light, as if they could see into the hearts of the people, giving Yi Tian a sense of profoundness and longevity. Just by standing there, it gave Yi Tian a huge sense of oppression, giving one a feeling of being breathless. Yi Tian could be certain that this was an extremely powerful expert. Senior, this is too much of a bully. Feeling the other party's monstrous pressure, Yi Tian didn't dare to be slow, gritting his teeth and angrily rebuking. Kid, cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over the Yin D skill. Otherwise I will make your life worse than death. The old man's face was icy cold and his tone was fierce. I said, if you want to get it, unless you take your life in exchange. Yi Tian did not retreat in the slightest, not giving an inch. His aura did not lose to the other party in the slightest. Humph, brat who doesn't know how to die. The old man will personally take your dog's life today. The old man snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with intense greed and killing intent as he directly blasted out a fist. Yi Tian similarly swung out a fist and shook it. The fist and palm collision produced a muffled thunderous explosion, and both of their bodies were violently shaken. Stomp! Yi Tian retreated several steps in a row before barely stabilizing his body, but a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The opponent didn't seem to be as strong as he thought. In fact, he didn't know that after being tempered by the Golden Crow origin, his body could already be comparable to someone at the transition realm. Although the realm was still shallow, his battle power had already reached the peak state of the Yuaning stage. In that sparring blow just now, Yi Tian did not use his full strength, so the old man did not take advantage of it. Is this from the Yin D technique? The old man narrowed his eyes and his expression became grave. Although Yi Tian only had a Yuaning cultivation, his fighting strength had unexpectedly reached the level of early stage of the ferrying. One had to know that the old man was a genuine transition, and in normal terms, he was enough to crush a cultivator like Yi Tian. Who exactly are you? Why are you following me? Yi Tian asked coldly with a grim gaze. He could be sure that he did not recognize the old man in front of him, yet the other party was acting aggressively, which was really strange. When you meet the King of Hell,
you will naturally be told why. The old man let out a sardonic laugh and rushed towards Yi Tian once again. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived close. Yi Tian did not dare to be slow and hurriedly met him. The two sides instantly started a fierce confrontation, and for a while, the fight was overwhelming. Punches and kicks were thrown against each other. Bursts of sound were heard, waves of air rolled over, and gusts of wind raged. Kid, I admit that you have a demonic talent, but talent is not worth mentioning in front of strength. The old man's face contained a hideous cold smile, and his attack became more and more powerful, beating Yi Tian back. After a short exchange of blows, Yi Tian was already at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by the old man, without the power to fight back. Damn it! Yi Tian clenched his teeth and fought back. Unfortunately, his offense was still unable to save the situation, and he gradually fell into a desperate situation. Kid, I advise you not to resist because it's simply useless. If I didn't care about your potential, the old man would have killed you a long time ago. The corners of the old man's mouth flared up in a cruel arc, and a chilly, cold light came out from his eyes. I can't imagine that the Yin D skill has attracted such a strong enemy. This is really ironic. Yi Tian sighed in his heart, his face uncertain. He actually thought about whether it could be that venerable one who had betrayed him, but when he thought about it, he thought about how it was possible for someone to betray him without even knowing that he had obtained the Yin Emperor skill. As for the matter of the Golden Crow origin, it was even more absurd. Both of these things involved too many secrets, and once they leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could be predicted that if the news leaked out, the people outside the domain would definitely spare no effort in sending people to kill him to silence him. Thinking of this, Yi Tian was instantly relieved. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Kid, suffer death. The old man roared and launched a wild attack once again. This time, his moves were swift and overbearing, and every punch he threw had the momentum of a landslide. Even though Yi Tian exerted all his strength, he could only barely maintain the power to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian was already bruised and exhausted, only able to fight back. Damn, you old knave. Today I will really fight you. Yi Tian cursed while running the Yin D skill, and even more so, he directly brought out the Golden Crow origin. Fiery flame burning body, accompanied by a furious cry. A ball of crimson flame burned up in Yi Tian's hand. Feeling the terrifying heat contained in that ball of flame, the old man frowned slightly, seemingly a little surprised. But just a moment later, the corners of the old man's mouth hooked into a playful cold smile as he mocked. Ha ha, useless thing, a mere yuaning. To even attempt to catalyze the Jindan spirit flame is simply delusional. Before his words fell, he raised his hand and violently slapped out a huge internal energy, ruthlessly smashing towards Yi Tian. Bang! Under the violent tremor, Yi Tian retreated back and forth, almost falling to the ground. Damn! This old fellow is so powerful. Yi Tian's face suddenly changed, unable to hide his horror. Brat! Convinced now? The old man will give you one last chance to hand over the Yin D skill. The old man tightened his smile. His gaze became solemn, and a dense murderous aura emanated from his body, chilling people. Yi Tian pondered for a long time and finally shook his head and sighed. Sigh, it seems that I really have to plant myself here today. Since you are obstinate, don't blame me for being ruthless. A brilliant aura erupted from the old man's eyes. Chapter 190. You have a long road ahead of you. Just as the old man was about to launch a fatal strike to completely end the battle, a flash of determination and a strange light suddenly flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some major decision, and the originally suppressed power in his body began to stir. An unprecedented power fluctuation slowly rose from within his body. Wait! Yi Tian's voice was low and firm, interrupting the old man's attack. Before handing over the Yin D skill, I want to ask you a question. The old man was stunned, as if he did not expect Yi Tian to make a request at this juncture, but out of curiosity, he still stopped his movement. Humph! Say it, I want to see what tricks you can pull. Yi Tian gazed at the old man with both determination and a trace of imperceptible pity in his gaze. Are you chasing after me so closely? Is it for the powerful power of the Yin D skill? Or is there a deeper hidden agenda behind it? If it's for the power, there are thousands of techniques in this world, so why stick to this one? The old man was silent for a moment as he heard this, and there seemed to be a hint of a waver in those cloudy old eyes. But then, he let out a cold snort, forcibly suppressing the fluctuation in his heart. Cut the crap! Today it's either you die or I die. Seeing this, Yi Tian knew that it was useless to say anymore, so he could only sigh helplessly. He then closed his eyes, and the muscles of his entire body tightened to the extreme at this moment. A breath that was even hotter and more violent than before erupted from within him, as if a sleeping golden crow was about to awaken. Since you are insistent on this,
Then let me see if a truly strong person should be bound by a gongfu. Yi Tian let out a low roar.
His entire body was wrapped in crimson flames, and within those flames, the shadow of a golden crow was faintly visible soaring. That was the symbol of the perfect fusion of the golden crow origin and the Yen D skill. Golden crow burns the sky. Yen Emperor reborn. Yi Tian opened his eyes violently, as if there were flames dancing in his eyes. His figure moved like a meteor across the sky, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as he rushed towards the old man. The old man's face changed greatly when he saw this. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this strike, far exceeding everything Yi Tian had shown before. He did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly revolved his entire body's power, condensing it into an impenetrable shield, preparing to resist this strike. Boom! The two forces collided in the air and a deafening roar erupted. As if the earth and sky were trembling at this moment, the flames and the shield fiercely exchanged blows, blossoming a dazzling light that illuminated everything around them as if it was daytime. The result of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Although the old man was powerful, under this desperate strike by Yi Tian, he also appeared to be overwhelmed. Cracks gradually appeared in the shield, and the old man was shaken by the huge impact to the point that he retreated back and forth, his face as pale as paper. How is this possible? The old man looked at Yi Tian incredulously, his eyes filled with unbelief. Yi Tian stood in place. His clothes were broken and he was drenched in blood, but his eyes were unusually determined. He slowly walked towards the old man, his voice calm and powerful. True power originates from the heart. If you remain obsessed, you will only go further and further down this road. The old man looked at Yi Tian and was silent for a long time before he finally let out a long sigh, as if he had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden. You won. I admit defeat. The Yen D skill. Perhaps it really shouldn't belong to someone like me. After saying that, the old man turned around to leave, but stopped after taking a few steps and looked back at Yi Tian. A complex light flashed in his eyes. Kid, remember, although your strength is strong, your mind needs to be even stronger. You still have a long road ahead of you. A word of reminder. The people from outside the domain have already arrived, so take care of yourself. Only after saying these words did the old man disappear into the night. After he left, Yi Tian's complexion instantly disheveled. The move that he had just executed had used up almost all of his strength, and even breathing had become difficult. He sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, his face pale to the extreme, as if he was a patient on the verge of running out of gas. His entire person looked incomparably weakened. After a long time, Yi Zai barely managed to adjust his mind and took out 2 pills to heal his injuries and swallowed them into his abdomen. The pills instantly melted in his mouth, and the majestic medicinal effect instantly filled Yi Tian's limbs and bones. And under the nourishment of the medicines, Yi Tian's pale face quickly recovered its redness. Afterwards, he sat on his knees again and entered the cultivation state. In this situation, he did not have much time to recuperate and had to seize every second to cultivate. After all, the old man's words just now didn't look like a lie to him, and there was no need to lie to him. In this wild mountainous area, there were many crises. Yi Tian could not afford to waste any time. Swish! Yi Tian was fully focused on urging his gong method, guiding the surging spiritual energy in his body to run through his tendons and veins. Within a short time, a blazing flame surged out around Yi Tian's body, as if he was in a sea of fire. Between the flames pulsating, it released a terrifyingly high temperature, as if it was going to scorch the world. Under this particular situation, the meridians in Yi Tian's body were continuously widened, and his strength became more and more robust, and his speed and power increased. Yi Tian could not help but feel secretly happy. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the meridians in his body to more than double in size. At that time, his strength would once again skyrocket and reach a brand new level. Moreover, this was just the beginning. His realm was not yet solidified, and there was still some gap between him and the peak Yuaning realm. Only after reaching the peak Yuaning realm, his body quality would receive a huge boost. He would also be able to control his martial arts techniques more skillfully, causing them to explode with greater power. Just like this, Yi Tian fell into frantic cultivation. 3 days later, accompanied by a muffled sound, Yi Tian violently slammed his fist out. Boom! In an instant, a blinding light erupted from his right arm, and an incomparably huge force directly attacked an ancient tree several feet away. The ancient tree snapped in response, while the thick branch plunged straight into the ground for a meter. 8th level of Yuaning. These elixirs are really all great tonic. Yi Tian was ecstatic. He could clearly feel that at this moment, his strength had increased several times compared to before. It seems like it's time to leave this place. After nearly 3 days of bitter cultivation, Yi Tian had finally consolidated his strength. He took a deep breath and regulated his state to the peak. Immediately, he made a leap and jumped into midair, then looked down at the dense forest below. In the next second, Yi Tian's toes on the branches of the tree moved quickly with the help of counterthrust,
just like a cannonball, shooting towards the distance. However,
he did not know that not long after he had just left, 3 black-clothed men appeared at his previous position. The 3 men in black had cold gazes, and after carefully checking for a moment, the one in the lead made a hand signal for the other 2 men in black to spread out on guard.
"Are you guys sure that person escaped?" the man in black in the lead asked. "Determined. That guy's strength is strong, but I fought him hard and could clearly detect that he was exhausted."
The man in black at the side nodded his head and replied, "Well, then let's continue tracking and make sure to find this person."
With that, the 3 men in black disappeared into the night. Chapter 191, Red-Pupiled Inferno Horned Beasts.
Yi Tian did not know that because of his actions, he had caused monstrous trouble for those extraterritorial people hiding in the 3000 Dao states.
And even more so,
he had bought him precious time to escape.
Nowadays, Yi Tian had completely mastered the Yin Emperor's decree,
possessing a terrifying fire technique attack,
with the heaven-defying effects of the Yin D decree. Even if he encountered a strong person at the 5th level of the transitional apparition, he was certain that he would be able to fight. Yi Tian traveled through the forest. He wanted to find a peaceful abode to temporarily cultivate for a few days.
This forest was very large and very strange.
There seemed to be some sort of prohibition. Even with Yi Tian's current strength, he could not easily penetrate the forbidden system and could only rely on brute force to crack it. Yi Tian sped through the forest. His heart was secretly alert. The strangeness of this forest far exceeded his imagination. From time to time, strange beast roars came from all around, accompanied by low wind sounds, as if even the air contained an inexplicable crisis. Suddenly, Yi Tian's spiritual sense captured a trace of an unusual aura.
With a movement in his heart, he changed direction and probed towards that power fluctuation.
As he went deeper, Yi Tian discovered a hidden valley that was covered by dense vegetation.
The entrance of the valley was shrouded by a layer of faint mist,
which seemed unusual but actually concealed a mystery. He approached cautiously, utilizing the Fire Eye's golden eyes, an auxiliary technique in the Yin D decree, and through the mist, he could vaguely see that the interior of the valley was actually a field of exotic flowers and plants, and the aura was so dense that it was almost ready to liquefy. "Is this the legendary Spirit Valley?"
An excitement surged in Yi Tian's heart.
Spirit valleys were naturally formed treasure lands between heaven and earth,
and the spiritual herbs and medicines that grew in them were supreme treasures for cultivators.
More importantly,
spirit valleys were often accompanied by powerful spirit beast guards, as well as natural formations that might exist,
and no one was allowed to enter unless they had a destiny. Just as Yi Tian was about to explore further,
a low growl came from the depths of the valley,
shaking the surrounding trees slightly. Immediately afterward, a huge-sized spirit beast stepped out from the thick fog. It was a huge lion covered with flame-like fur.
Its eyes were like torches, and it was imposing.
Red-Pupil Inferno Horned Beast.
Yi Tian recognized the identity of this spirit beast, but it also reinforced his guess.
How could a Red-Pupil Inferno Horned Beast appear near the Spirit Valley? Could it be that there was once a powerful formation here? Roar! The Red-Pupil Inferno Horned Beast glared angrily at Yi Tian and let out a low hiss.
Its body was covered with fiery hairs that stood up like steel needles,
making it intimidating to look at.
Yi Tian was slightly startled in his heart.
The aura of this spirit beast was quite ferocious.
It was even much more powerful than the demonic python he had encountered before.
Moreover, its strength had definitely reached the Demon King level. This kind of powerful existence, not to mention ordinary martial artists, even if they were in transition, they might not dare to fight with it.
But today's Yi Tian had long since changed.
Roar! In the next moment,
the Red-Pupil Inferno Horned Beast let out a furious roar up to the sky,
and then it pounced towards Yi Tian. Blazing flames swept over,
and the entire void seemed to be burning up.
Yi Tian frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the terror of the Red-Pupil Inferno Horned Beast. This was a life and death battle. He took a deep breath, and a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Since you made the first move, it's no wonder I'm to blame."
As the words fell, Yi Tian formed seals with both hands,
and the aura in his body surged up crazily, rolling over like flames. Subsequently,
Yi Tian formed a magic seal with both hands and violently launched it out.
Incinerate!
A ball of scorching hot fire instantly condensed and crashed into the ground, carrying the might of destroying the sky and earth. The fireball collided violently in the air with the fiery flames spewed out by the Red-Pupil Inferno Horned Beast, erupting into a deafening roar, and the entire valley seemed to be trembling at this moment. A clearer scene within the valley was revealed, a spiritual field that was full of spiritual chi, as well as a few plants that emitted a faint fluorescent light and were clearly extraordinary. Yi Tian had no time to care about these. His attention was completely drawn to the battle in front of him. Although the fireball that was catalyzed by the Yin D decree was powerful, It only caused the red purple inferno horned beast to take a few steps back and did not cause any substantial damage. The strong defense of this spirit beast was beyond Yi Tian's expectations. The red purple inferno horned beast roared angrily and rose up in the air again. The blazing flames coalesced on top of its claws like two long flaming knives,
cutting through the air and coming straight at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's figure flickered,
using his stance to skillfully dodge, while secretly calculating countermeasures in his heart.
Hard hitting is obviously not the way to go,
Yi Tian secretly said in his heart.
Then a wry color flashed in his eyes, deciding to use the environment to fight against this powerful spirit beast. He quickly looked around and realized that there was a huge boulder within the valley that had been carved by the years into strange shapes, with some ancient runes remaining on it.
Although these runes were blurred,
one could still vaguely feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy contained within them. It's it. Yi Tian's heart was certain,
and his figure stormed up and rushed towards that huge rock. He quickly made seals with both hands, injecting the spiritual energy in his body into the boulder. He attempted to activate those ancient runes. As Yi Tian's spiritual energy was injected, the runes on the surface of the boulder gradually lit up,
emitting a faint glow,
and the spiritual chi within the entire valley became denser with it.
Seeing this,
the red pupil inferno horned beast seemed to sense the threat and roared even more violently,
accelerating the rhythm of its attacks. Get down for me,
Yi Tian coldly shouted and slapped his palms together.
Hula! In an instant, sand flew within the valley,
and a fierce wind rose,
as if the world was ending,
and the entire valley was filled with a terrifying aura of solemnity. Those ancient runes bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment, releasing a majestic pressure.
Ow!
The red purple inferno horned beast that was originally still pouncing bravely stopped in its tracks,
letting out a low wail,
a look of fear spreading in its gaze,
and its body couldn't help but begin to shiver, as if it was facing something extremely terrifying.
It knew that it had messed with an enemy that it shouldn't have messed with,
and without hesitation,
it turned around and fled.
Humph! Want to run now? It's too late. Yi Tian coldly laughed and leapt after it. Although the red purple inferno horned beast was strong, in terms of speed, there was definitely no way to match Yi Tian. Not long after, Yi Tian stopped it. Kneel down for me, Yi Tian shouted angrily and swung one arm, striking out a powerful spiritual power pie. Boom!
The red purple inferno horned beast was caught off guard and was instantly blasted backwards, smashing through several large trees and falling to the ground in a sorry state.
Roar, roar!
The red purple inferno horned beast struggled to climb up and let out an angry hiss, but its eyes were filled with scorn.
Obviously, it was afraid. Submit to me, Yi Tian shouted angrily.
His fists clenched up and swung out once again,
striking the red purple inferno horned beast. Facing Yi Tian's attack, the red purple inferno horned beast finally couldn't withstand the oppression and bent its knees to the ground. That's a good boy. Seeing this scene,
a hint of arrogance appeared on the corner of Yi Tian's mouth and collected the boiling spiritual energy in his body. The red purple inferno horned beast slowly stood up,
lowered its head,
and respectfully called out,
"My lord." Chapter 192 New prey delivered to the door. Yi Tian nodded slightly and then asked, "What are you doing here?" "Reporting back to my lord. I'm responsible for guarding this orchard. Just now someone stole and picked several precious spirit medicines. I want to stop them,"
the red purple inferno horned beast explained respectfully.
Hearing this, Yi Tian was stunned in his heart and his face was a little ugly. He had never expected that someone would steal spiritual medicines here. Who did this? Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Reporting back to my lord. It seems like, those people's aura doesn't seem to be from our 3000 Dao state." The red purple inferno horned beast seemed to be caught up in memories. Not from our 3000 Dao state? Could it be people from the outer regions? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. "It should be," the red purple inferno horned beast whispered. "My lord, do you want me to help you teach them a lesson?" "No need." Yi Tian shook his head. Perhaps the ones that came were just a few weaker ones, but if a stronger one came, it was estimated that all the medicinal fields here would be ransacked. With a thought of his mind, the red purple inferno horned beast immediately left with orders and continued to guard that spiritual field. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian's figure turned into a phantom and rushed straight towards the spiritual field. He wanted to absorb and refine all of the spirit medicines here in the shortest possible time, or else when those people discovered the abnormality, it would really be a basket of water. When Yi Tian arrived near the spiritual field, he suddenly smelled a pungent odor of blood. Could it be that those guys are still messing around in the spirit field? Yi Tian's heart thumped, worrying that this medicinal field would suffer damage. When he traveled through the bushes to a grassy area, he saw a few black-clothed youths surrounding a pile of burning dead branches and leaves, while on the dead leaves lay a corpse. Its head and chest were hollowed out, and bright red blood dripped down the dead leaves onto the ground. Shocking to the eyes, a new prey has been delivered to the door. Seeing Yi Tian appear, The black-clothed youth's eyes instantly lit up. Brothers, we're lucky today. We actually encountered 2 little rookies in a row. The rest of the black-clothed youths also got up and stared greedily at Etion. This guy's cultivation seems to be quite high. Let's not be careless. There's a ferocious red pupil inferno horned beast by his side. We can't help him even if we join forces. After the crowd discussed a bit, they immediately looked at Etion vigilantly. Hey, kid, which sect are you from? Report your name. I don't kill nameless people. Noisy. Etion snorted coldly. Then his figure flashed and swept in like lightning. In just a moment, he rushed in front of the black-clothed youth, seeking death. The black-clothed youth's face sank as he swung his sword at Etion's neck. Scram! Etion snapped, and his right fist violently blasted out, precisely hitting the black-clothed youth's abdomen. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound of bones breaking, the black-clothed youth's body immediately flew out horizontally, heavily hitting an ancient wood. PFF. The black-clothed youth spewed out a mouthful of blood and struggled for a long time before getting up from the ground, looking rather miserable. Asterisk. Dare to hit me. I'll kill you. The black-clothed youth became furious and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, swinging his long knife towards Etion and slashing madly. Rubbish! Etion coldly shouted and then punched out. The black-clothed youth could not block Etion's dominating punch at all, and his body instantly flew out and fell down hard on the ground. Bastard! If you have the ability, don't hide in the dark and fight me squarely. The black-clothed youth covered his stomach and cursed in annoyance. Etion ignored him and walked straight towards the vibrant fruit tree in front. There were 3 purple gold fruits hanging on the fruit tree. Each one was crystal clear, full and round, making people unable to resist their appetites. Purple gold fruit? Etion's eyes narrowed, and an excited luster glowed in his eyes. Purple gold fruit, a 6th grade intermediate spirit medicine, possessed the effects of strengthening the body and cultivating the energy, quenching the body and condensing the veins. It was said that taking a single purple gold fruit was enough for a martial artist to shed their bones and successfully step into the innate realm. Ha ha, I really didn't waste my efforts. I finally found you guys. Etion laughed excitedly, then reached out and grabbed the purple gold fruit, but was snatched by a person next to him. Brat, put the fruit down. The person who grabbed the purple gold fruit glared viciously at Etion. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, Etion's face suddenly changed as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's actually you." At this moment, that person was clearly Zhao Feng, who had previously been knocked out by Etion. Brat, I remember I already warned you not to touch my things. What? Did you take my words as an earworm? Zhao Feng coldly glared at Etion and threatened with gritted teeth. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Kill me? With you? Etion laughed contemptuously, not putting Zhao Feng in his eyes at all, and then reached out and grabbed. Slap! Zhao Feng reacted extremely quickly and slapped back, hard enough to send the purple gold fruit flying. At the same time, the other 3 quickly pounced over to grab the purple gold fruit, looking for death. Seeing this, Etion was furious to the extreme. His body swayed and rushed over like an instantaneous movement, kicking the 4 people away with a thunderous force, and then opened his mouth to swallow the purple gold fruit. Feeling the majestic energy coming from the purple gold fruit, Etion's entire body was instantly exhilarated and could not wait to roar up to the sky. The purple gold fruit contained a huge amount of energy. Not only could it increase a martial artist's cultivation, but it could also improve his physique. Eating this fruit, Etion had an 80% probability of being able to step into the 2nd level of chi gathering and increase his strength by a lot. What the hell? Seeing his 4 teammates being kicked away, Zhao Feng trembled in fear. The scene that had just happened was too fast. So fast that he didn't even see what was going on before his 4 teammates fell to the ground. You? What kind of monster are you? Zhao Feng looked at Etion warily. You'll know right away. Before the words fell, Etion turned into a streak of shadow and rushed towards Zhao Feng. Damn it! Zhao Feng's face changed drastically and he raised his sword in a panic to block. Etion violently clenched his fist and smashed out, bursting like a cannonball and breaking the long knife instantly. Immediately afterward, Etion kicked Zhao Feng's shoulder, sending him toppling to the ground viciously. Zhao Feng opened his mouth and sprayed out a large amount of blood. His expression looked agonized. I'm going to get you killed. I'll never spare you. Zhao Feng hissed angrily, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Etion walked over expressionlessly, lifted his right leg and stepped on Zhao Feng's cheek as he sneered. Get me killed? Oh, are you worthy? Although he didn't know why Zhao Feng was targeting him, there was no doubt that these people definitely couldn't get away with anything to do with the people from outside the domain. Feeling the monstrous killing intent that Etion was emitting, Zhao Feng's heart thumped and his eyelids couldn't stop jumping up. What do you want? Cut the crap. Etion spoke out coldly. Tell me, who exactly are you guys? Zhao Feng laughed. Tell you? Oh, You will soon come down to accompany me. Saying that, this guy actually directly exploded himself. His body exploded with a bang. Whoosh dash. A powerful shockwave surged in all directions. Fortunately, Yetion collected his toes in time to avoid being overturned by the explosion's airwaves. Otherwise, with his current injuries, he would easily be blown away or blown to death. Chapter 193, Evil Demon Erosion. Son of A, how ruthless. After dodging the wave of explosive air, Yetion's face carried a trace of shock. He had long guessed that Zhao Feng was unwilling to fail and would definitely choose to blow himself up to pull himself up. However, he didn't expect him to be so determined, preferring to burn everything with jade and stone and not giving Yetion a way to live. It was just that this kind of ruthless person, keeping him would be a scourge sooner or later. We must finish him off as soon as possible. We still have to rush to the next site. Yetion whispered a sentence, then took out a tissue and wiped his hands, once again regaining his composure and walking towards the front. This time, Yetion learned his lesson and did not approach the fruit tree. Instead, he stood a little farther away to pick the fruit to prevent an ambush. Walking out a few hundred meters further, he finally arrived at the target place. Phew, Yetion took a deep breath, then leapt up, stood steadily in the air, and grabbed the nearest purple gold fruit with both hands. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard from under the ground, as if the ground was trembling. Not good. Yetion's complexion changed abruptly and he immediately turned around to escape. However, the moment he turned his head, a terrifying pitch-black demonic claw broke out of the ground, like a sharp sword piercing through the void, stabbing straight towards Yetion's chest. Yetion's pupils dilated steeply. The pressure contained in this pitch-black devil claw was much more terrifying than the two men before. Roll! Yetion spat out a scolding voice, and with a wave of his palm, a bright and dazzling light appeared in the void. A golden crow silhouette emerged, just like a real golden crow, releasing destructive demonic flames that enveloped the entire area. Dang! Dang! The demonic claws crazily crashed into the divine phoenix silhouette, emitting a dull sound. Ka-ching! Only a crisp sound came out. A strand of crimson blood flowed out from the devil claw, and then he saw the devil claw slowly relax and retreat back. Yetion's eyes showed sharpness as he stared ahead, only to see a figure appear in that space. His body was as tall as sturdy and robust. His muscles were gnarled, as if he was standing there like an iron tower. Who is this person? Yetion was slightly shaken inwardly. This guy's figure was too terrifying. It was practically cast in bronze. He gazed at the burly man in front of him, judging from his aura. His realm was much stronger than the two men before, especially his physical body, which was even more domineering and terrifying. Who is your excellency? Yetion asked aloud. Tentatively, the burly man swept a glance at Yetion. The corner of his mouth outlined a hideous arc. You don't need to know. Because, you are about to die. Since that's the case, then let me receive some lessons. Yetion indifferently said. His footsteps took a step forward, and the vastness of space seemed to faintly emanate Sanskrit sounds, accompanied by a marvelous sound rhythm filled out, sweeping out towards the burly man. Kill! The burly man said icily. His arm stretched out, and a black spear appeared in his hand. With that, he stepped out, and the spear went through space to kill, and space seemed to be pierced through. Yetion instantly recognized the stance used by the other party. It was obviously the effect of the unique cultivation method of the people outside the domain, only to see Yetion similarly waving his fist, which collided with the spear. To say that before, Yetion might not be able to defeat the other party, but now it was different. His current strength was completely comparable to a person who had crossed the threshold. Boom! As the two clashed, the air seemed to be set ablaze. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread rapidly with them at the center. The surrounding trees snapped under the impact of this force, and dust flew up to cover the sky. Where Yetion's fist collided with the black spear, a blinding light erupted, as if even the clouds in the sky were torn apart by this force. Yetion's figure trembled slightly, but his footsteps were exceptionally firm, without the slightest intention to retreat. Facing such a strong enemy, the only way to have a chance of survival was to go all out. The spiritual energy in his body surged like a river rushing, constantly converging at the end of his fist. Each swing of his fist was accompanied by a thunderous boom that shook the space with a buzzing sound. The burly and strong man also had a gloomy expression. He obviously did not expect Yetion to be so strong that he was able to fight him without losing. He roared angrily, and the muscles of his entire body were as taut as steel. The black spear even had strands of dark black spiritual energy wrapped around it. That was the unique power belonging to people from outside the domain. Cold and evil. Extraterrestrial evil demon. How dare you invade my realm? Today I will let you have no return. Yetion shouted angrily. Before the words fell, Yetion's figure skyrocketed, like a golden crow with wings spreading, cutting through the sky and pouncing straight at the burly man.
His punching technique became even more severe at this moment. Each punch contained destructive power, as if it was going to shatter space. The burly man was not willing to show weakness either. As he roared and waved his spear, engaging in a fierce exchange with Yi Tian, the two of them went back and forth. Fist shadows and spear light intertwined together, turning this area into a battlefield. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. Both of their clothes were drenched in sweat, but their eyes became more and more determined. Yi Tian gradually gained the upper hand with his precise control of power. And although the lanky strong man had a strong physical body, however, under Yi Tian's continuous attacks, he was also gradually showing fatigue. Right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly flashed and appeared on the side of the burly man, and threw a punch, hitting his waist and abdomen. With this punch, he gathered the strength of his entire body, striving to kill him with one blow. Bang! With a loud bang, the lanky burly man's huge body was sent flying by this punch. It smashed heavily on the ground not far away, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but the violent heaving of his chest and the blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth indicated that he was already seriously injured. Yi Tian did not give him a chance to catch his breath, and with a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of him. He gazed at the burly man's eyes that were filled with unwillingness and anger and slowly said, "Sending you on your way." After saying that, Yi Tian swung his fist once again, preparing to give this burly man a fatal blow. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the burly man suddenly open his mouth. A dense black mist sprayed out from his mouth, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Yi Tian only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then a strong sense of crisis surged to his heart. He reacted violently and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Within the black mist, a cold voice came out. "Humph, a yawning stage brat. Today, let you see what true despair is." Yi Tian's heart flinched. He knew that he might have underestimated the strength of this lanky and strong man. Things had come to a head. He could only grit his teeth and hold on. The black mist gradually dispersed, revealing the figure of the lanky burly man. However, unlike before, his eyes had become blood red, and his body exuded a rich demonic aura, clearly having been completely eroded by the power of the extraterrestrial evil demon. Only a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the burly man's face as his body slowly floated up, as if it was being held up by something. It stood in the void. A secretive darkness rune pattern surrounded his body, encircling into a formation, making his entire person look demonic and ugly, like an extraterrestrial evil demon. Kill! He held a spear, and a furious to the extreme aura was released, shooting out towards Yi Tian. Chapter 194. What? No more fighting? In this instant, the heaven and earth seemed to be silent, and Yi Tian felt as if he had entered another world. The sky was dark, and stars fell above the firmament, one after another, pressing down towards him. Illusion? Yi Tian murmured and whispered, but there was not the slightest panic in his heart. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his eyes were already clear. Those illusory stars seemed to lose their light instantly and dissipated. Humph, a mere illusion. How can you try to shake my mind? Yi Tian snorted coldly as his figure advanced instead of retreating, taking the initiative to meet the attack of that burly and strong man. The wind of his fists whistled, and each punch was accompanied by an explosion that tore through the air, colliding with the burly man's spear and stirring up gusts of sparks. In this encounter, Yi Tian clearly felt the pressure. The strength of this extraterritorial person was too much stronger than just now. He was carrying extraterritorial objects and was already good at using weapons, so he was good at both offense and defense. Moreover, he seemed to have comprehended some kind of power, and was terrifying in both offense and defense. If Yi Tian did not possess the Golden Crow origin, it would have been difficult to block his strike. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth shook as a loud rumbling sound came from the void. An ancient halberd that was pitch black descended from the sky, carrying a shocking might that was like a mountain crumbling into the earth. Each strike of that ancient halberd seemed to be able to destroy everything, overbearing and overwhelming, falling as if 10,000 feet of mountains were crushing the top. Yi Tian raised his head to look towards that falling ancient halberd. A few crazy colors vaguely showed in his gaze, and he even took the initiative to rush up. Dang! A dull sound came out as a silver-colored spear stabbed out, pointing directly at the ancient halberd. The two weapons collided together and immediately bloomed with eye-catching splendor. Yi Tian only felt a numbness in his arm, and the lance even almost flew out of his hand, while his body was forced back several steps, only to see his footsteps stop, his eyes staring at the burly man in front of him. His heart rippled. This fellow had such a strong physical body. It was almost as if he was cast in bronze. You seek death. An icy cold voice rang out as the burly man stepped out with a spear in his hand. Every time he stepped out, the heaven and earth trembled and a sense of suffocation and depression spread out. Yi Tian frowned. This burly man was very difficult to deal with, and it seemed that he would not stop easily. Sure enough, his speed was getting faster and faster, as if he was a wisp of a ghost. Shuttling through the darkness, his spear pierced through the void, and a terrifyingly sharp blade shot out. Yi Tian activated the power of the 5-element spirit pearl, and 5-colored divine light flowed. It turned into a brilliant haze covering the area around his body, allowing those many attacks to descend on him, but he was unable to shake them. But even so, he still suffered great pain, although these attacks could not cause him any harm. But that power penetrated into his body and ravaged, making him feel that his blood veins were not smooth and his true essence was unstable. Yi Tian's face changed slightly, both his palms slapped out at the same time. His palm prints tumbled and turned into a mountain peak, blasting towards the man on the opposite side. Sculptor's little skill. The corner of the lanky man's mouth sketched a sarcastic smile as he swept his spear, and the heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying dark lightning appeared in the void, shattering all the mountain peaks that Yi Tian had unleashed. Yi Tian's pupils contracted. This scene was so similar to when he encountered the Thunder Demon. Thunder Devil, using the intent of thunder to defend the enemy, utilizing the power of thunder punishment to destroy all things. This lanky man unexpectedly knew how to utilize the power of thunder as well. However, this was not a pure rule of thunder and lightning. Otherwise, his realm would have surpassed his own long ago. After all, his cultivation was much higher. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind after he saw this scene. He was dressed in purple, handsome and flowing, with a demonic face that was filled with an evil flavor. As if it was that familiar. This guy's attack, it was very similar to him. Yi Tian gazed at the lanky man in front of him. He did not strike again. He knew that he was bound to lose if he continued to fight. The other party was a true value peak of transition, and had even stepped into the return to one. Although he had comprehended the great Tao, his realm was ultimately not enough. It was impossible to resist. What? Not fighting? The other party provoked. Then his figure flickered and appeared in front of Yi Tian, looking at him condescendingly. Remember, my name is Qin Shenyuan. Saying that, Qin Shenyuan stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yi Tian's face. This slap contained an extremely powerful force that was enough to whip a person to smithereens. Bang! Yi Tian's body moved to the left side, dodging the slap as he gazed ahead and indifferently said, Qin Shenyuan? Today, I'll remember. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the back. His goal was naturally to go to the Central State Dao Pavilion. Since Qin Shenyuan knew him, he must know who he was, so he would know what happened if he went back and asked. Moreover, this place was very close to the Dao Pavilion, which he had just left not long ago, and he hadn't gone far yet. Stand still, Qin Shenyuan shouted coldly, only to see Yi Tian's footsteps accelerating steeply, transforming into a ray of light as he darted away, leaving Qin Shenyuan with only his back. Qin Shenyuan looked at the back that fled away, his eyes staring, then his body slowly rose up in the air and directly left. At this time, Yi Tian could no longer sense any danger approaching and his speed gradually slowed down. He estimated that those top powerhouses in the 3000 Dao state had already begun to start gaming with the powerhouses from outside the domain by now. I wonder which side will win this time, he muttered and whispered. When his mind moved, a marvelous sensation surged to his heart, as if he had sensed many auras exchanging blows in the underworld. This caused Yi Tian to be quite surprised, as he sensed the aura of quite a few top-level saint existences, and there were even several people that he did not recognize. Other than these people, there was an even more terrifying force, an aura that was even more terrifying than the top saints. Thinking of this, Yi Tian's heart beat violently as he guessed that this group of people might all be from the top forces on the 9 domains list. These extra domain powerhouses are really not easy to deal with. Yi Tian sighed. He originally thought that with his own advantages and the 5 elements spirit pearl, he should be able to compete with the other party. However, it turned out to be the opposite, as the other party alone put him at a disadvantage. While he was thinking, suddenly his gaze turned around. Then his body shot out explosively and swept towards another direction. Outside the city of Zhengzhou, above the vast and boundless dome of the sky there were bright stars shining. A star hanging in the sky, shedding the aura of stars, shrouding the entire void. On top of those stars, there was a figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, exuding an extremely powerful aura on all of them. Here, there were countless people of great powers gathered, such as the 5 Holy Lands, and those first-class powers, the Southern Immortal Island, the Eastern Phoenix, the Shiman family, the Lingyun Palace, as well as the Central Imperial Palace and the Divine Sword Villa. Suddenly, the wind and clouds whistled and roared above the sky, and a terrifying oppressive force descended. Chapter 195, The 4 Directions Move in the Clouds. Only a loud and refreshing laugh could be heard coming from the void, saying, the old man has yet to enter.
so all of you please go ahead. Along with this voice, everyone's gazes turned around, and then they saw a majestic and boundless figure stepping in, and it was none other than the Tai Hua Immortal Sect Master. Tai Hua Immortal Emperor, Brother Tai Hua, a strong person shouted with a smile. Sage Tai Hua nodded, his gaze looking towards the people of the forces in front of him as he asked with a smile, "Are all of you ready?" "Ready," someone replied. Sage Tai Hua looked at Empress Southern Phoenix and the others again, arched his hand and smiled. "Lord Empress is also here. I'd like to thank you, Lord Empress, for personally guarding this place." "You're welcome." Empress Southern Phoenix spoke indifferently, her gaze looking around the surrounding area, vaguely seeing several familiar figures. Among them, there were two that she was most familiar with, being her senior sister, Nanhuang Lone Smoke. "Lone Smoke," she said softly. Nanhuang Lone Smoke's gaze looked this way, revealing a soft and gentle smile at her, seemingly saying that she was fine. The Southern Phoenix Empress let out a slight sigh of relief at the sight. Then she withdrew her gaze. "If the Empress doesn't mind, could one person go first?" Immortal Emperor Tai Hua cupped his fists at Empress Nanhua. Clearly, he wanted Nanhua's solitary smoke to lead the way. "Maybe." The Southern Phoenix Empress gently nodded. And then, a line of figures broke through the air and headed towards the Dao Pavilion. At this instant, the gazes of many of the Tai Hua Immortal Sect's powerhouses all landed on one person. This person's white hair was draped over his shoulders, and he appeared to have an unusual appearance. However, his eyes were deep, as if he could see into everything in the world, making people unable to help but feel a sense of awe. "Where are you going?" At this time, Southern Phoenix Lonely Smoke suddenly asked the youth next to him. "The Dao Pavilion." The youth calmly spat out a voice. Dao Pavilion. She naturally understood where this youth wanted to go and what he was seeking to prove. However, she still chose to agree because she believed that this youth's strength was enough to protect herself. Soon, the crowd all left, and as Immortal Emperor Tai Hua looked at the crowd that had disappeared in the distance, an aura flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then he also turned around and left. In a brilliant and endless hall, a mighty and domineering figure sat on top of the throne, his eyebrows looking askance, just like an emperor, reigning over the world. This person was none other than the lord of the Tianqian Divine Palace of the Northern Desolate Divine Palace, Bei Zai Tianpeng, the top saint of the Northern Desolate Domain, known as one of the people with the most hope of becoming an emperor. At this moment, there was a person below standing in the center of the Great Hall, bowing and reporting, "Palace Master, the Dao Pavilion has sent a letter that the people from outside the domain are ready to invade, so we should go to the meeting." Bei Zai Tianpeng opened his eyes, and a ray of eye-catching golden luster flashed through his gaze as if it was a divine aura, causing the man's heart to tremble within and his heartbeat to accelerate. Bei Zai Tianpeng gently nodded his head as he gazed at a person beside him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think?" That person was the Tianqian Divine Palace's Grand Elder, with a cultivation level of the Great Saint realm. "Although I don't want to admit it, those people from outside the domain are indeed powerful, and we must unite to fight against them." The Grand Elder spoke. Gather the leaders of the major forces. Bei Zai Tianpeng once again commanded. "I will personally go there. You sit in the Divine Palace. As you command." The Grand Elder bowed and then retreated. At this moment, a powerful team was also ushered into the Dao Pavilion. This team consisted of 8 people, 4 men and 2 women, all with extraordinary and outstanding temperaments, especially those 2 women. They were incredibly beautiful, their bodies were graceful and delicate, and their bodies were filled with a seductive aura that attracted people's eyes. These 2 women were precisely Luo Shuiwei and Fairy Nishang. When the people of the Dao Pavilion learned of their arrival, they immediately arranged for someone to receive them and send them to the Dao Pavilion. Luo Shuiwei and Fairy Nishang were known as goddesses. Their status was incomparably honored. Even the Tai Hua Immortal Emperor had to be treated with courtesy. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already arrived in the Yellow Sky State, which was the closest to the Central State. Nowadays, there were people from outside the domain causing chaos everywhere, which meant that those saints up there had already started a war with the people from outside the domain. Yi Tian stood at the edge of the Yellow Sky State, looking at the tumbling dark clouds in the distance and the lightning that flashed from time to time, and secretly pondered in his heart. As Zhangzhou was the center of the 3,000 Dao states, the primary target of the people from outside the domain was bound to be there, and the Yellow Heavenly State, as the barrier of the Central State, bore the brunt of the impact. "We must rush to the Central State as soon as possible," Yi Tian recited silently in his heart, but his steps did not stop. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he traveled between the wilderness, each step spanning tens of feet away. The earth of the Yellow Sky Prefecture had begun to tremble, and from time to time, powerful extraterrestrial creatures rushed out from the torn spatial cracks, ravaging the land. Yi Tian frowned. He could feel the power and strangeness of these creatures, and the aura emanating from them made him feel a palpitation. Where exactly did these people from outside the domain come from? Yi Tian was puzzled in his heart, but he knew that now was not the time to explore this. He had to rush to the central state as soon as possible to join up with the powerful people there and fight against this catastrophe together. Right at this moment, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, and Yi Tian looked up to see a huge spatial crack slowly split open in the sky, from which a black-robed extraterrestrial strongman emerged. That strong man was tall, with a black mist surrounding his body, and a pair of crimson eyes burning like flames, emitting a terrifying aura. Another extraterritorial powerhouse. Yi Tian was flabbergasted in his heart, but he did not retreat. With a movement of his body, he appeared in front of that extraterritorial powerhouse like a ghost, and blasted out with a punch that carried a majestic power. The extra-dimensional powerhouse snorted coldly and met him with the same punch. The two fists clashed and a shocking sound erupted, as if the air was torn apart by this strike. In the next instant, Yi Tian slapped his palm on the other party's chest, and berserk power blossomed. The extraterrestrial powerhouse let out a muffled grunt as his body flew backwards until it crashed hundreds of meters away before stopping. What terrifying physical strength! A look of shock flashed across his face. That power just now was simply appalling. That guy even dared to touch his own attack. He was simply looking for death. However, the next moment his face changed a few points, because he realized that the power just now had not been fully released. That person still maintained the stance of throwing a punch. It seemed that he did not use his full strength at all. Even his clothes had not been damaged in the slightest. No wonder it's so arrogant. As it turns out, the strength really isn't weak. That strong man's icy gaze stared at Yi Tian with extremely cold eyes. This was a great demon race powerhouse who excelled in physical combat, with a strong and terrifying physical body that was comparable to the sturdiness of a great Tao sacred artifact. Yet at this moment, he was easily suppressed by the other party. This was simply intolerable to him, and it was disgraceful to him. Kill! The extraterrestrial powerhouse shouted angrily, his footsteps fiercely stepping forward. The void trembled, and then a destructive palm seal snapped out, enveloping the boundless space. Chapter 196 Sealing Technique. The sky dome exploded. A destructive storm swept across the entire dome of the sky. Countless buildings collapsed and shattered, turning into dust, while that strong figure disappeared once again, appearing in an area in the next second. Another brilliant palm print snapped down. Yi Tian's gaze swept the void. The corner of his mouth outlined a faint smile, only to see a thunderous sound emanating from the void. Yi Tian raised his fist and smashed it on top of the palm imprint. The palm imprint exploded and shattered in an instant, and his fist remained smooth and flawless, unharmed. Really powerful, Yi Tian muttered and whispered. The strength of his physical body nowadays had reached a very terrifying level. An ordinary transition realm would not be able to injure him at all. Not only was his physical body strong, but his internal organs, bones and blood veins as well as his yuan soul had all undergone metamorphosis and were so strong that it was heart-trembling, and even in existence at the peak of the Emperor realm would find it difficult to injure him in the slightest. Not to mention, at this moment, he possessed 9 great Tao wills. That extra-dimensional powerhouse's eyes went wide, as if he had seen some unbelievable image. How could this fellow's fleshly body be so terrifying? Could it be that he had cultivated his fleshly body to the extreme? However, he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a peak transitional succession powerhouse, and his physical body was equally strong and unrivaled. Buzz! That strong man's feet stepped forward towards the front, his speed getting faster and faster, instantly descending to the place above Yi Tian, accompanied by his arms stretching out. A strand of pitch-black light wrapped around his arms, transforming into a sharp blade, revealing a cold and chilling intent, just like a sword of death. Chop! He spat out a word, and the sharp blade slashed through the void, and immediately a wisp of death airflow filled the void, destroying everything in its path and distorting space. This blade slashed out. Yi Tian's pupils contracted. He only felt that the void around him had become sharp. All the rules seemed to be destroyed. Even the aura was stagnant in mid-air. He felt that it was difficult to breathe, and it seemed that the interior of his body was going to be torn away by this blade. Roar! A dragon whistle sound came out. Yi Tian's body was surrounded by golden light. The incomparably thick blazing sun deity Qi protected his body as if it was a rock of the ages. Letting that deathly blade fall, it was unable to tear him apart. That strong man's eyes rippled slightly when he saw this scene. He even said with some surprise, "Your fleshly defense is surprisingly so strong. It is worthy of being from the immortal domain. But although you blocked my strike, but what about the next strike?" said he once again towards the front to kill. That deathly sharp blade once again cleaved down. This time the might is even better than earlier. The sharp blade slashed through, and a metallic and crisp sound came out. However, Yi Tian was unharmed. That strong man's expression stiffened, and his face became exceptionally brilliant. It's my turn, right?
The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted into a brilliant smile as his body rose up into the air and he blasted out a punch towards the front. A sun god furnace appeared and hovered around him,
its divine light dazzling,
causing the space around him to be dyed a fiery red color.
burning everything. Break for me.
Yi Tian spat out a voice as his fist mane wrapped in monstrous divine light blasted towards the other party. That strong man's eyes suddenly froze where they were, only to see that fiery red fist aura blasted on his body. A click-like bone-cracking sound came out. That person stifled a grunt. His body directly shot out backwards. Yi Tian did not chase him out. He stood there calmly watching the other party's wretched scene. This scene deeply pierced the pride of that extraterrestrial powerhouse. A native from another world had, surprisingly, humiliated him like this. Bastard! He let out a crazy roar. His figure rocked upwards, turning into a stream of light rushing into the clouds above. His palm waved, and a terrifying palm print appeared above the void, covering the sky, suppressing the heavens and earth, and sealing off all space. Rumble! The terrifying palm imprint ruthlessly smashed down. Yi Tian raised his hand and blasted out a fist,
domineering to the extreme, directly piercing through this palm imprint to come, the aftermath spreading, annihilating many houses directly to come.
That strong man's gaze was stagnant. His heart was beating violently.
This guy, so domineering. He once again retreated explosively, but saw at this time that the figure from the sky, a terrifying large handprint from the dome of the sky pressure down, covering the vastness of the void, a wisp of flame symbol pattern intertwined and horizontal, transformed into a prison. Want to be that strong person imprisoned in it. That strong man gaze condensed down. This is the sealing art. He took a step forward, and a mysterious dark yellow light flowed out from above his body. His skin became dark and incomparably dark, and a strand of peculiar aura spread out. The skin on his body gradually fell off, eventually revealing hideous black scale armor, and above his body, there was a vaguely ferocious aura flowing on the surface of his body, transmitting a bit of evil intent. Roar! He raised his voice to the sky and his huge claws grabbed towards the void, and a shocking sound came out, only to see that sealing prison directly shattered. He looked up at Yi Tian in the sky above, his eyes transmitting a cold and sullen demeanor. This guy's sealing ability was very powerful, but it was useless to him. His body plunged downwards and he blasted down with a fist, and the void trembled. Yi Tian looked up and saw a huge shadowy demonic shadow swooping down, a terrifying fist crushing down, seemingly carrying an endless destructive aura. Dang! Heavy footsteps resounded through the clouds as that fist mane collided with Yi Tian's body. Both of their bodies drifted backward. However, when they stabilized their bodies, a hint of surprise permeated their faces. The fleshly body is actually comparable to mine? Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a strange color. Just now in this attack, he sensed that the other party's physical strength was not inferior to his, and the two of them were equal to each other. Moreover, he realized that this strong person was also good at the sealing technique. That seal was able to isolate all aura fluctuations, making it impossible for the opponent to unleash his aura attacks. In this way, it was the same as weakening his opponent's advantage. Where exactly do you come from? That extraterrestrial powerhouse stared at Yi Tian and asked. He was a top demon from the immortal domain with extraordinary strength. Why was this guy's fighting style so strange? Completely beyond his imagination. You don't need to know. Yi Tian indifferently said. Since you are unwilling to leave, then I will give you a ride. As the words fell, his figure disappeared in place. Boom! The void trembled. A phantom pattern appeared above the sky. An incomparably hot flame light swept out, enveloping the vast area. That area, transformed into a true fire sea purgatory. The temperature was frighteningly high, suffocating people. The black-robed powerhouse was bathed in the scorching flames, feeling like he was plunged into volcanic lava as an infinite force converged towards his body, wanting to devour everything. Bang! His body stepped downwards, and a terrifying fist aura ran through the void, splitting that sea of fire in two and killing it from the other side. Hundreds of fist prints appeared in the void, bombarding and killing Yi Tian. The speed of each punch was as fast as rushing thunder, and the power was astonishing. Chapter 197 Emperor's Blood Boils. Yi Tian still didn't avoid it. He similarly resisted with his fist awnings. His fists kept blasting out, punch after punch, his entire body blending into that fist shadow. The two of them madly collided. Their fists reached the flesh. That sky seemed to be transformed into a terrifying battlefield. Infinite light enveloped that area, splendid and dazzling. Those distant cultivators who were attracted over had long been dumbfounded. Who were these two guys? So tough, daring to fight in front of so many people. Qin Mu and the others also rushed over here and witnessed that scene. His heart puffed. These two people, did they both come out from the immortal domain? Boom, boom, boom. Yi Tian's body skyrocketed. like a giant standing between the heavens and the earth.
His arms stretched out and slammed out.
In an instant,
a terrifying divine power great handprint blasted out. Each handprint contained a matchless and domineering attacking power.
Blasting on top of that strong person's body. Bang! An explosive sound came out. And that strong person's body was sent flying out.
Blood spilling from his mouth.
And a strong sense of unwillingness permeating his face. Impossible. How could you be so strong? He roared angrily. He was simply defenseless in this battle,
being crushed as the other party's attacks became more and more domineering.
Moreover, every attack could invoke the power of heaven and earth. This kind of means, it had already reached its limit, right? Nothing is impossible, Yi Tian faintly said.
Then his feet continued to step forward, his body blooming with unrivaled purple-gold divine splendor. A purple-gold divine feather circled around, causing the temperature of this heaven and earth to steeply soar.
It was as if it had become a flame kingdom, with sacred flames burning everywhere, incinerating the heavens and destroying the earth. Only to see his figure flash, instantly arriving close to that strong person. His fist blasted out. Infinite divine flames blossomed as if it was the flames of the sun, wrapping that person in it. Ah! Miserable wailing sounds resounded through space.
That strong man was entangled by the sun flames. Not only did his body burn, even the sinews and bones in his body were subjected to the erosion of the flame power.
I was wrong. Spare my life. He couldn't help but beg for mercy. However, Yi Tian didn't even bother to pay attention to his words, as he took one step forward, and with each step, the flames became a few points more vigorous, as if they were eternally unquenchable. The man's face turned pale. His heart was filled with remorse. Why did he get greedy just now and provoke such an existence? This was simply asking for death. He struggled desperately, yet he couldn't break free at all. He couldn't even cry out, only to hear a snorting sound. The flesh and blood inside him exploded. His body shattered and turned into ashes. His soul baby escaped out. However, Yi Tian's palm snapped out, and the light of the flame great Tao rule surrounded his palm, binding that soul baby. I admit defeat. A voice rang out as the soul baby was held in Yi Tian's hands, a look of humiliation written all over his face. As I said, since you refuse to leave, then stay. Yi Tian spoke icily. He had wanted to let the other party off the hook, but since the other party was persistent, he would no longer stay and execute the other party. As his words fell, a terrifying swirling storm surged in his palm, devouring all life and swallowing that soul baby to come. I remember you. Reincarnate in your next life and be a good person. Don't be an animal again, Yi Tian softly said as he pointed his finger, and immediately the flame storm dissipated and the sky returned to clear. You killed him. An icy cold and piercing voice suddenly came out in the void, causing many people's complexions to freeze as they raised their heads to look towards the sky above, only to see a line of strong auras descending down. The person at the head was an old man, who was clearly a return to one-realm powerhouse from outside the domain. People from outside the domain, they really are all despicable. The people cursed. This extraterrestrial powerhouse actually sent such a powerhouse to hide at the side and watch the battle, only showing his face when he saw that he had a chance to win. Yi Tian frowned slightly. This extraterrestrial powerhouse's strength, I'm afraid, was stronger than the few extraterrestrial powerhouses he had encountered before. Although they all belonged to the early stage of returning to one level, it was obvious that this strong person was even more powerful than those few. Otherwise there was no need to conceal himself. He, on the other hand, surprisingly did not perceive it. He raised his head to look at this strong man. Then he collected his aura and turned towards the bottom without any stops. Stop! That strong man bellowed. His footsteps crossed, and in an instant, he released endless destructive air currents from his body, pouncing towards Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian's footsteps violently paused, and he suddenly turned around. His eyes coldly swept towards that strong man, and he spat out an ice-cold voice, Scram! A monstrous aura suddenly erupted from his body, and that aura contained a terrifying sword intent, sharp to the extreme, cutting down everything. Only the strong man's pupils contracted, sensing an extreme danger as he whispered, Sword intent. You've comprehended the will of the sword Tao? He had just uttered these words when a ray of sword light tore through the void. A ray of sword light sliced through his throat, blood sprayed out, and a corpse fell down from mid-air, smashing on top of the earth. Yi Tian glanced back at the fallen corpse and without saying a word more, he turned around and directly left. He knew that it was Yi Luyun who had made a move, and as a result, those people from outside the domain had fallen. Yi Tian was not a person who wanted to kill, but there were some things that should be done or had to be done, especially those who touched his bottom line. Even more should be killed decisively and never show any mercy. Such a person, if they appeared again in the future, it would still be hard to escape. Yi Luyun had followed him for so long that she naturally understood his character. so she directly made a move to execute him. What happened here quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Many people's gazes revealed a shocked look. Killing at the drop of a hat? That was an extraterrestrial powerhouse. This kid was too ruthless. So ruthless, that guy might be a disciple of a certain sect. Some people whispered. At this moment, there were still lingering palpitations in their hearts. If they had fought with that person before, the ones who died might have been them. What happened here? No one knew. Yi Tian killed the other party and came straight to a restaurant, ignoring the surprised gazes of the surrounding crowd. After entering the room, Yi Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, his spiritual platform empty. At this moment, a ray of bright starlight filled out from the spiritual platform, as if it had transformed into a river of stars flowing out. It converged into a long silver river that surrounded Yi Tian. A star floated around him, shining brightly. Each grain of the star was extremely bright, as if it truly possessed life. They intertwined with each other and transformed into a huge formation, and a complicated and mysterious star map was born in the vast and boundless star river. What Yi Tian had to do now was to raise his strength as soon as possible, as there was not much time left for him. Buzz! A powerful spatial fluctuation came out and a sword appeared in the room, hovering above Yi Tian. In this instant, the entire house seemed to be plunged into a pitch-black space. At the same time, a faint trace of Emperor's might was released, pressurizing the entire city to tremble. Countless people's hearts beat wildly as their gazes stared at the scene in the sky above. Is this? Which strong person is practicing? Many people's hearts trembled. They felt that this imperial might surpassed many saints. How could a powerhouse of this level suddenly come to the 9 regions? Chapter 198, The Divine Will. Yi Tian looked up at the sword suspended in the air and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This sword, which he had obtained from a secret realm, contained an ancient emperor's might and had not been able to fully harness it. But at this moment, it seemed to have sensed something and manifested itself. Is the imperial might in the sword, echoing with the star power in my body? Yi Tian pondered in his heart. He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to communicate with the emperor might in the sword. And gradually, he felt an ancient and vicissitudes aura. It was as if it had crossed the boundaries of time and space, creating some sort of subtle connection with him. Buzz! The sword body lightly trembled as a sword light cut through the void and directly entered Yi Tian's brow. In an instant, Yi Tian only felt a roar in his mind as countless ancient sword intent and imperial might surged in like a tidal wave. It was as if his consciousness was swept into a world where swords and emperors were intertwined. There, he saw the extreme of the Tao of the sword and felt the vastness of emperor might. The two very different forces were marvelously fused together at this moment, allowing his understanding of the sword Tao to reach unprecedented heights. The sword Tao, imperial might, turns out to be like this, Yi Tian muttered. As if he had touched the true meaning of the sword Tao, he also understood the mysteries of emperor might. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already filled with determination and confidence. He reached out and the sword obediently flew back into his hand. With the help of the emperor might in this sword, my strength will be able to increase by a large margin again. Yi Tian was secretly delighted in his heart. He stood up and prepared to leave the restaurant to continue his cultivation journey. However, the moment he stepped out of the room, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart. Not good. There is an ambush. Yi Tian's heart was flabbergasted as he immediately activated the star power in his body and rushed up into the sky as a stream of light. However, just as he had left the confines of the restaurant, a powerful sealing force suddenly descended from the sky. It trapped him firmly in a transparent ball of light. Humph! Yi Tian, you are really here. A gloomy voice resounded outside the ball of light, and it was none other than the companion of the extraterrestrial return realm powerhouse from before. You guys are really shady. Yi Tian responded coldly. Humph! You killed so many people from our extra domain. Today is the day of your death. The person who came was no other than Luokong. Yi Tian, however, did not pay any attention to his threat and just stood quietly in the ball of light, closing his eyes and concentrating. He was waiting for an opportunity. Finally, the moment Luokong was ready to launch his attack, Yi Tian snapped his eyes open, and a glint of stern light flashed in his eyes. He urged the power of the golden crow in his body and transformed into a brilliant red light, directly breaking through that sealing ball of light. Go! Yi Tian shouted. His figure took off into the air and shot off into the distance. Luokong's face was cold to the core. His feet took steps to chase after him. He even ran away, and his speed was quite fast. Asshole! He cursed angrily. He had wanted to take down Yi Tian first to force him to ask for information about that treasure. Who knew that this cunning fellow didn't give him a chance at all and directly fled? Although he was angry, his footsteps still did not stop and he pursued. He was a top demon, and, moreover, had quite a few helpers by his side. In another direction, a strong aura blossomed as many people rushed in the same direction.
They had all heard about the strange movements in the restaurant, and speculated in their hearts whether any heavy treasures had come out, or whether a certain great powerhouse had made a breakthrough in this place. Under such a temptation, even the old monsters who normally stayed in seclusion were out in droves.
Wanting to find out what was going on, Yi Tian sped through the air.
Luo Kong behind him was in hot pursuit. Both of them were so fast that they almost tore through the void.
However, Yi Tian had no fear in his heart. Instead, he had a hint of excitement. He was eager to fight, eager to test his newly acquired power through actual combat. Humph, Luo Kong,
you've been chasing me for so long.
It's time to make an end.
Yi Tian secretly pondered in his heart as the sword in his hand began to hum, and the emperor's might on the sword body became more and more dense. The tip of the sword pointed towards Luo Kong,
and an ancient and majestic aura spread out. Yi Tian, how dare you stop? Are you looking for death? Seeing this, Luo Kong let out a cold smile.
He did not think that Yi Tian had the strength to fight against him.
Yi Tian, however,
only smiled faintly as the star power and golden crow power in his body began to surge, echoing with the imperial might in the sword,
forming an unprecedentedly powerful force. Luo Kong, today, I will let you see the true strength of my Yi Tian. Before Yi Tian's words fell, the sword in his hand had already swung out, and a brilliant sword light cut through the void, straight towards Luo Kong. Seeing this, Luo Kong's face changed slightly. He was able to feel the power of the sword and did not dare to be the slightest bit slow. Immediately urging his entire body's cultivation, he transformed into a black light and collided with Yi Tian's sword light. Boom! A loud sound came out. The void seemed to be torn apart, and the figures of Yi Tian and Luo Kong disappeared in place at the same time. Only the radiant sword light and the black light remained intertwined in the void. A moment later, Yi Tian and Luo Kong's figures reappeared, and they each retreated a few hundred feet. Obviously this strike did not distinguish a winner from a loser. Yi Tian's face, however, had a faint smile on it as he could feel the power within him growing. Luo Kong, your strength is indeed good, but if you want to kill me, you are still far from it, Yi Tian said blandly. The sword in his hand swung out once again. This time, he no longer held back. The power of the stars in his body, the power of the golden crow, and the emperor's might in the sword erupted at the same time, transforming into a heaven-destroying sword light that drove straight towards Luo Kong. Seeing this, Luo Kong's face changed drastically. He was able to feel the terrifying power of this sword and knew that he was absolutely unable to resist it. But at this moment, he had no way to retreat. His palm stretched out, and suddenly the void trembled, only to see a pitch-black FA seal emerge in front of him, like there were thousands of runes draped around it. It was filled with the shocking power of the Devil Dao rules, making the seal even heavier, as if it was a lofty mountain standing in front of him. When the sword light chopped down on it, a deafening sound came out, and the sword light chopped on top of the legal seal, but it only cut shallow traces on the legal seal. Luo Kong revealed a look of ecstasy and laughed. This spell seal is made from a rare immortal iron of my extraterrestrial demon race. It is very sturdy. If you continue to attack, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to break through its skin. Is that so? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth traced out an arc, and then his brow released a strand of peculiar patterns. In an instant, a vast and sacred will envelop the entire space. A giant silhouette seemed to emerge above the dome of the sky, majestic and incomparable, as he clenched his arm into a fist and blasted at that black legal seal through the air. Chapter 199, The Great Dao Pattern. In an instant, the black spell seal shook violently, as if it had encountered an extremely terrifying weight. Pooh! The black legal seal directly collapsed and shattered. Luo Kong let out a muffled grunt and spat out blood as his body flew backwards. He raised his head, his eyes staring at the giant silhouette, only to feel chills all over his body, his soul feeling like it was about to explode. How is it possible? His heart was beating fiercely as he looked at Yi Tian. A thought could not help but surface in his mind. Could it be that Yi Tian had completely fused the golden crow origin? You think that this bit of means can stop me? Yi Tian indifferently scanned the void. Then his body swooped down, smashing down like a meteorite. A sword light descended from the sky, wrapped in devastating power, stabbing out towards Luo Kong. No! Luo Kong roared out, his face distorted as he desperately resisted. Behind him, a devilish sun rose up and turned into a disc, spinning crazily in an attempt to twist that sword light into pieces. But how terrifying was Yi Tian's sword? How could it be so easy to shake? When the sword light pierced into that devilish sun, it instantly shattered, and then plunged directly into Luo Kong's chest, penetrating his chest. No! Luo Kong screamed miserably, his eyes filled with fear and remorse. He regretted why he didn't leave earlier just now. And now, he was executed here. And even, before he died, he didn't know how Yi Tian did it. Yi Tian gazed at Luo Kong and said icily, I had sworn to take your life with my own hands. and now that I have finally done it,
it was not in vain.
Put. The sword was pulled out, and a brilliant light shone in the heavens and earth,
accompanied by a sorrowful roar from Luokong. Luokong's body slowly collapsed,
his life breath rapidly passing away.
The many figures in the surroundings were frozen there.
Looking at this scene,
their hearts twitched viciously.
Luokong died just like that. This guy, surprisingly so strong and decisive.
Not bothering to say a word of nonsense to him. Those powerhouses beside Luokong were also frozen there,
shock written all over their faces. This guy is so ruthless.
A man who had followed Luokong to hunt Yi Tian said in a low voice,
his eyes staring deathly at Yi Tian.
They had thought that this youth was nothing more than a reckless man. They did not expect to strike so viciously,
not giving him a chance to live at all. Moreover,
he was actually able to communicate the great momentum of heaven and earth.
This level of talent was too terrifying. Such a person, once he stepped into the saint level,
I'm afraid that he would soon be able to comprehend the Emperor's intent.
Retreat. Their figures flashed, wanting to escape from here. However, since Yi Tian had struck,
where would he still allow them to escape? Only a light buzzing sound was heard as the sky steeply became extraordinarily dim and the wind and clouds swirled. There were hidden thunder and lightning traveling in the void.
An endless thunder light sprinkled down, turning into a world of thunder.
Yi Tian's body rose up in the air and stood above the sky, like a monarch who dominated heaven and earth. With a single thought, he controlled the rules of heaven and earth. A thunder divine soldier appeared in that thunder world.
Each divine soldier contained infinite power, shooting out in all directions, blocking those few escaping people. In an instant, divine soldiers appeared in every area in the thunder world,
sealing off space as their bodies were fixed there,
unable to move. Who, exactly are you?
Those people asked in shock, their faces filled with fear.
The person who killed you. Yi Tian opened his mouth icily.
Then he pressed his finger downwards and a purple thunder-sharp blade shot out violently.
It pierced through one person's body, directly nailing that person to death in the void. Immediately after,
a similar image appeared on the other side as a sharp blade pierced through the void and killed. Several cultivators were killed off, and all of them were pierced through by the sharp blade of thunder, with their corpses in different places. Yi Tian gazed at the figure in the distance as he took a step towards that side. A terrifying sword intent surged towards the other side, as if it was causing 1 billion pounds of weight to bear down on him. His face grew pale as blood and flesh exploded on his body and his bones broke. This suddenness caused everyone to be shocked beyond words.
Luokong, the people he brought with him all fell. This youth was too demonic. Within the Tai Holy Land, a figure appeared above the third peak. If Yi Tian was here he would be able to recognize.
Wasn't this person his own master?
Fairy Man Meow?
She raised her head and looked towards the sky. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt as she murmured and whispered,
Little Tian, can you really fuse the Golden Crow origin? At this moment, her heart was quite complicated.
She did not tell Yi Tian that she had actually stayed behind to prevent Yi Tian from being killed by Luokong.
As it turned out,
her worries were redundant.
After all,
Yi Tian's growth rate was too fast.
However,
it still made her mind difficult to calm down.
In just a few months' time,
Yi Tian possessed the strength to wipe out a transitional juncture existence. It was simply terrifying and could be called a demon.
Such an excellent and outstanding disciple. If he fell, it would be a great loss for her. No matter what, let's go and take a look first.
Man Meow Fairy secretly said in her heart. Although she was extremely confident in her disciple,
she still couldn't help but be a little worried. After all, she was aware of Luokong's identity outside of the domain, belonging to the category of Daozi. Thus, she didn't dare to let down the slightest bit of vigilance, lest something untoward happen to Yi Tian. With a single step, her body transformed into a wisp of wind and floated out of Tai Palace, heading straight in the direction of the Dao Pavilion over there. Within the Yellow Sky State, Yi Tian also arrived in front of the teleportation array leading to the Middle Dao State, his gaze revealing a thoughtful expression. This teleportation formation, which was connected to the Middle Dao State, through which he was able to fight across continents. Go take a look, Yi Tian said in a low voice. He was vaguely excited in his heart and hoped that he would not be disappointed. Yi Tian then entered the light door in the center of the teleportation platform. The light dissipated, and his body directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, Yi Tian came to a strange space. There was a mural hanging above the dome of the sky. The mural looked like it was outlined by endless lines and contained the mysteries of the Great Tao. These murals were distributed throughout the entire space, like some sort of formation. Yi Tian looked at this spectacular scene in front of him. These were all formations set up by those pavilion elders of the Dao Pavilion in order to deal with the powerhouses in the extraterrestrial realm. This is the Great Tao pattern. Suddenly, an inspiration was born in Yi Tian's mind. These patterns, they were traces of the Great Tao? Rumble. A roaring sound came out.
and Yi Tian saw that those patterns actually released an incomparably eye-catching flashy light, and in an instant, he felt a vast great Tao pressure sweeping over him, enveloping his body, causing him to stifle a grunt as blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. His gaze turned openly, and then he saw an old man with a white beard and hair appear in front of him. "Senior, who are you?" Yi Tian looked at the other party in surprise. The old man's gaze swept him indifferently. Then he nodded slightly and said, "Why are you here? The battle here is not for you juniors to get involved in." Chapter 200, Thank you for your success. "I'll try," Yi Tian explained. The old man frowned. This fellow was persistent. He gazed ahead. His pupils contracted violently as he said, "Are you sure you want to participate?" "Of course." Yi Tian nodded his head firmly. He had already decided to give it a try. His current realm had just stepped into the transition realm not long ago. Although he had certain cards, they were ultimately limited. Not to mention, these people were from the extraterrestrial Star River and were extremely powerful. "Since you've decided, I won't stop you. I'll use the shortest possible time to let you pass the test," the elder said. "Thank you, senior, for your fulfillment." Yi Tian bowed respectfully. The old man nodded, and immediately a terrifying aura spread out, enveloping this space. A huge curtain of light descended into this space, with dense characters shining on it, blooming with incomparable dazzling light. Yi Tian gazed at those characters, then closed his eyes and began to comprehend them silently. These characters were a use of formations, very detailed but not cumbersome, only needing to comprehend their meaning. One would be able to fully manipulate these characters. Not long after, Yi Tian opened his eyes, a bright smile appearing on his face. His attainments in formations were already deep enough, even surpassing many top formation masters. Although these words were cumbersome, they appeared extremely simple and easy to understand in his eyes, and he was able to comprehend the essence of the formation with a single thought. What an intelligent brat! The old man sighed in admiration. To be able to comprehend in such a short period of time was something he had never seen before. Yi Tian did not say anything. His eyes looked around again. The characters looked like they had formed a pattern that was presented before his eyes. At this time, the old man stepped forward and pointed to one of the directions, saying, "See here, from this position, flying all the way to the southwest 100 miles away, you will arrive at an ancient relic, which contains a great chance. If you can crack the formations there, you will be able to obtain a great chance." "How should I do it?" Yi Tian asked. "Wait for my order. I will guide you." The old man responded as his figure trembled. An array of rule power flowed. It was as if a giant chessboard appeared in the void, and an incomparably brilliant array pattern appeared at the center of the board. Each pattern seemed to contain a line that ran through the entire chessboard. "This is a formation?" Yi Tian revealed a look of surprise. This old man had actually engraved the formations he had constructed on top of the chessboard, so that it would be equivalent to him controlling these formations with his own hands. Only seeing his palm waving, the formation patterns on that giant chessboard instantly moved and surged in every direction. At the same time, strands of haze light shot out, spilling down like thousands of beams of light. The old man raised his eyebrows lightly, only to see these formation lights converge at one point, and then, the light became stronger and stronger, gradually covering the entire giant chessboard. Suddenly, the board shook, and countless lights surged up on the board, transforming into a splendid formation diagram that surrounded the entire board. "Formation start," the old man spat out a voice, and instantly, the formation diagram wildly expanded, transforming into a massive circle, wrapping the entire heaven and earth within it. Everything was blocked off, except for that one area that had not yet been sealed off by the formation, and at the same time as the formation was sealed, in the distant direction, a brilliant golden holy sword cut through the void and came killing. The sword intent was overpowering, destroying everything, and the destructive sword might tore through the void, directly attacking the place where the formation was sealed. However, this sword might fell, but it was still unable to pierce through the light curtain. A cold humming sound came out, only to see the old man flicked his sleeve. A golden lance shot out. Each lance contained terrifying rules of the Great Tao, piercing through the void and shattering that sword light. Buzz! A magnificent figure stepped out in the void, his thick aura suppressing the 8 wastelands, his gaze sharp and compelling. Scram! The old man didn't even give the other party a second glance, and after spitting out a single word, countless spiritual energy instantly condensed into a giant golden sword. Without waiting for that figure to enter within the middle Tao state, it was directly split in half. Yi Tian, who saw the scene, was instantly shocked. Fierce, too fierce. That figure just now should be a saint, right? Yi Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. That old man killed in a second with a single strike without any suspense. Then, if he wanted to pass the examination, wouldn't it be the same? I wonder, what was the standard of this examination? stay close to me, or else, die, the old man reminded once again, and Yi Tian's body shook as his feet followed the old man. This old man's strength was by no means inferior to a peak Great Sage Realm powerhouse.
Soon, they walked to another direction, only to see a lofty giant mountain towering in front of them.
This huge mountain was surrounded by endless immortal light,
just like a real divine mountain,
revealing a bit of misty meaning, which made people cannot help but feel a sense of insignificance.
Yi Tian raised his head and stared at the lofty mountain in front of him as many images surfaced in his mind.
A lifelike picture, as if there were countless cultivators clad in armor charging on the battlefield. They fought in blood and sacrificed their lives to guard the kingdom that belonged to them.
And even if they died in battle,
they had no regrets.
Yi Tian's heartbeat accelerated as he stared dazedly at the scroll.
The scene in the painting seemed to be related to the imperial clans of the 9 regions.
I know about your life.
That's why I brought you here.
If you can comprehend one of them, you will be considered to have passed.
The old man continued.
However,
you can observe for a period of time first.
This mountain is called Sangmeng Mountain.
It is a Dao lineage left behind by a strong man I once met by chance.
It contains 3,000 formation Dao essence.
It took me several years before I could even peek at a trace of it.
But even so,
only some disciples have been fortunate enough to comprehend it over the years.
The rest of them can't even touch the threshold. These formations are the things you comprehended?
Yi Tian's heart poofed when he heard the other party's words.
How did this old man do it?
None of it. It is something I once searched for in an ancient relic. The old man spoke faintly.
Yi Tian's heart once again skipped a beat when he heard this. He looked at the old man and said, "Dare I ask the senior's name? A name is nothing more than a code name. Just call me Wind Old Man."
The old man opened his mouth and said,
"Elder Feng?"
Yi Tian muttered and whispered, then arched his hand and said,
"Thank you for your guidance, Senior."
The old man waved his hand and laughed.
"You don't have to be polite.
This is fate.
Since you are destined to be with me,
I will naturally help you.
Besides, with your current cultivation level, coming here to participate in enlightenment isn't a bad thing. Do you understand?"
"Late generation understands,"
Yi Tian seriously said.
He naturally understood the old man's meaning. This time coming here might change the trajectory of his life. But he did not resist.
His cultivation path was not smooth.
All these had already been predetermined.
"Good then.
You can observe here first,"
Elder Feng said to Yi Tian.
"There is a strange rule power hidden in these formation diagrams that can activate your potential,
making it easier for you to understand the rules of this space.
But this state is maintained for a limited period of time, so you have to hurry.
Once you miss the time,
or leave this space, you will have failed."
Chapter 201, Heavenly Burial. "I know." Yi Tian nodded his head,
and then he stood there quietly, his eyes slowly closing as he immersed himself into some kind of mysterious realm.
Inside his body,
the Yuaning bloomed with eye-catching light, releasing boundless radiance, as if it was fused with this heaven and earth, and his heart thumped as if it was resonating with this heaven and earth.
At this instant,
the stars above the sky shed 10,000 feet of starlight,
enveloping this space. Feng Lao's gaze flickered as he looked towards Yi Tian,
a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
As expected, he was the son of the Battle Heavenly Emperor. His qualifications were extraordinary,
and his physical body alone was enough to trigger a vision,
and even resonate with the heaven and earth. Suddenly, in the sky above the Sangmeng Mountain, a dazzling light appeared,
and there were even 7-colored divine splendor dropping down.
Yi Tian was enveloped in it. He bathed in the divine splendor, looking extremely holy, and the whole person's aura also underwent a metamorphosis, as if it had become extraordinarily different, transmitting a transcendent meaning. Feng Lao's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. Nodding slightly,
it seemed that he had won his bet.
Back then, when he was searching for treasure in an ancient cave,
he obtained a jade slip by chance. That jade slip had recorded a Dao of formation,
and although it was rather crude,
it had an extremely profound theoretical foundation. This jade slip was quite helpful in cultivating formations, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend.
Later, he tried to study it, and as a result, he fell deeper and deeper into it, comprehending many things from it, and even deducing a unique set of formation Dao secret arts. This secret art was called Song Tian Burial and was extremely overbearing and ruthless,
and needed to be coupled with a powerful martial art in order to catalyze it. He had once slaughtered a huge legion of demonic beasts with this secret art. This secret art, which he had exchanged for his own life,
once it erupted, its power could be described as horrifying and unrivaled,
and could be called a heaven-defying level of existence. That was why he had gifted this precious and incomparable secret art to Yi Tian,
hoping that he would be able to comprehend its mysteries. At the moment,
in Feng Lao's eyes, Yi Tian was like a piece of diamond waiting to be carved.
Time flew by,
and more than a month passed in a flash.
On this day, a vast sound suddenly came out. Boom, boom. On the dome of the sky, a terrifying thunder demonic beast roared out, pouncing towards the lower sky. Each demonic beast looked like it was condensed from thunder and lightning, violent and ferocious, wanting to wipe out everything. Feng Lao's pupils contracted when he saw the situation in the void, and then his figure dissipated in place. Only his body was seen transforming into a trail of shadows traveling through the void, dodging the attacks of the thunder beasts. Snort! The wind and thunder intertwined, and the sky collapsed. A huge and incomparable thunder eagle whistled and flapped its wings as it descended in front of Yi Tian, its sharp claws directly snapping down as if it wanted to tear Yi Tian apart. Yi Tian's figure drifted downwards, his fists waved and smashed out, his arms blooming with radiant light. His punching power was incomparable. Bang! With a loud bang, a terrifying ripple swept out. Many of the surrounding stone pillars were destroyed and collapsed, and a wisp of golden flame burned up. Another roar came from the distance and Yi Tian raised his head. He saw a behemoth stepping in the distance, covered in lightning. The earth trembled violently with every step. It opened its mouth. Its fangs were hideous, devouring towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's feet stepped forward, and the Yen Emperor's skill in his body operated. The divine ability blossomed, incinerating the 8 wastelands and the 6 worlds. His body seemed to be transformed into a furnace of flames as endless golden divine fire surged into the mouth of that demonic beast. It made that behemoth scream and wail miserably, constantly struggling. However, it was of no use at all. That demonic beast's vitality was completely annihilated, burned to ashes, and a charred black corpse fell. Elder Feng's gaze was shocked as he watched the scene. How terrifying was the attack just now? That was a top-notch demon king. Even an ordinary 9th realm existence would be tricky to encounter. However, it was put to death by Yi Tian with a few punches. Awesome! Elder Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he looked at another place. A lanky young man was sitting there cross-legged, with an incomparably strong lightning aura permeating his body. He was in the process of comprehending the rules of the heavens and earth, and those thunder lights converged into him, making his aura seem to become a bit more ethereal. He has comprehended it. He should be close to succeeding, Elder Feng said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on that figure, a pleased smile on his face. This son, in the future, was bound to be an outstanding human being as well. Yi Tian did comprehend a lot at this moment. The images in his mind were presented one by one. Those images were as if they were branded in his mind, forever engraved in his soul. At this moment, Yi Tian had forgotten what he was doing, and had only one thought, to comprehend the formation path here. The Tao of formation here was discovered by the ancestor of Taishan Heavenly Palace from a monument in the upper realm when he was practicing in the upper realm, and it was the inheritance of the formation god. The formation god, in the upper realm, was also considered a renowned figure. In the court of gods, the formation god represented the pinnacle of the Tao of formations, and even the palace master of the Taishan Heavenly Palace admired and revered the formation god. These formations were created by the ancestors of the Taishan Heavenly Palace, and only disciples who truly understood the Tao of formations could possibly come into contact with them. Of course, formation god is not a perfect person, such as his 2 disciples, specializing in different formations, each good at the field. He left the inheritance, not to say who is the best, just hope that the disciples can learn from each other to improve. Time passed day by day. Yi Tian still didn't stop comprehending. Feng Lao was guarding by the side and didn't disturb him, only occasionally reminding him to be careful. Over the past 3 years, this kind of scene had been experienced several times, which was why Elder Feng would personally teach him the Tao of formation. After all, he was still young. If it was later, it would be difficult to give him instructions. More than a year had passed. Yi Tian was still comprehending, and the luster on his body was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, when the 4th year arrived, Yi Tian's eyes opened abruptly, and his eyes shot out a sharp light, like a sharp sword, piercing through the clouds. Only a poof sound came out as Yi Tian's body rose up in the air, his feet stepping on the heavenly dragon divine feathered wings. A loud and clear dragon's roar cut through the void, as Yi Tian rocked upwards with a shocking speed, instantly crossing the void, his body heading straight for the sky. Feng Lao raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. This guy, his body shone with endless runes, and there were hidden thunder on surging across his body surface. In the next moment, his speed suddenly accelerated, similarly turning into a ray of light chasing after Yi Tian. Above the firmament, only a golden lightning bolt could be seen splitting down, enveloping the vast area, blocking off the entire void. Yi Tian was bathed in lightning light, and monstrous divine fire surrounded his body, transforming him into a flaming god of war. Buzz! A soft chirping sound came out, only to see Yi Tian's palms slapping out. The divine flames merged into one, transforming into a flame lance that ran through the void and tore apart the infinite thunder. What a fast reaction speed!
Elder Fong said in surprise as Yi Tian's figure kept rushing out. Each attack contained a terrifying power that tore through everything. Chapter 202 The Final Phase. Yi Tian's speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye, and each jump seemed to penetrate the void. It was as if he was transformed into a thunder warrior, using thunder and lightning as his armor to cut through the thorns, allowing the rain of thunder to shower down on his body without paying any attention to it. A thunderbolt blasted on top of his body, causing his body to convulse violently. However, he soon continued to plunder towards higher ground, the thunder light above his body raging, crazily absorbing the lightning yuan power, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger, with extremely strong lightning power flowing above his body. Suddenly, a splendid divine thunder dropped down from space, as if it was a meteor from the sky, killing and raining down with the might of thunder punishment. The lightning intent in the sky and earth in this instant skyrocketed, condensing a boundless huge ball of thunder, obscuring the sky and the dome of the heavens. Feng Lao's gaze revealed a flash of color. This is invoking a lightning tribulation? This kind of tactic was rarely used, but he knew that it was a tactic left behind by the Formation God's original cultivation, and the disciples of the Formation God would all have similar tactics. He only saw Yi Tian's eyes explode with a radiant divine splendor, and the thunder light on his body became even more dazzling. He blasted out with both fists, and a destructive force was released, colliding with the thunder, and that terrifying force even shattered the thunderball alive. The sound of thunder and lightning exploding came out continuously, as if all the thunder and lightning in the heaven and earth were boiling. They kept descending, and around Yi Tian, a world of thunder was formed. He stepped on the void, one step upwards, and with every step, a strong force erupted, destroying and shattering the balls of thunder. And even, he directly rushed into the world of thunder. A streak of thunder blasted down. His body was bathed in endless thunder light. His body was covered with the thunder god armor, sacred and mighty. He was just like a thunder god, and he had a strong demeanor when he raised his hands and threw his feet. This guy. The corners of Feng Lao's mouth twitched. Why did this guy feel like a different person? This stance was simply handsome. This was going against the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A violent fluctuation sound came out from the heaven and earth, only to see Yi Tian holding the thunder hammer in his hand, madly smashing down. That piece of emptiness was trembling violently. A beam of lightning directly collapsed and crushed to come. The thunder hammer danced between the heaven and earth to give birth to thousands of hammer shadows, wrapping the world of thunder in it. Yi Tian blasted out with a hammer, only to see countless thunder hammers smashing down at the same time. A thunder prison suppressing down, completely covering that area. Ka-ching! A crisp sound came out, and a tiny wisp of a gap actually appeared in the thunder world. Broken? Elder Feng froze there, then a broad smile blossomed on his face. It seemed that this little guy's attainment in formations was really good. It had only been more than 3 years before he had penetrated this formation. Only Yi Tian raised his head and his body stepped out in the air, his body heading straight for the thunder prison. 10,000 feet of light blossomed above his body, and his arm lifted up and swung violently, and a terrifying lightning spear broke through the air and stabbed towards the gap in the thunder prison. The thunder world was shaken violently as a crack spread and spread. It then completely collapsed and shattered, as the endless light of thunder annihilated heaven and earth, and that space was sealed. Alright, Elder Feng spoke faintly, his gaze looking in that direction. One could only see Yi Tian bathed in the light of thunder, his incomparably handsome face glistening, his body suspended above the void, his clothes hunting. This is the power of the Emperor Vane? Elder Feng stared at Yi Tian. The Yi Tian in front of him was very different from the immensely talented youth he remembered. It was simply like a different person, and although he was unwilling to admit it, he had nothing to say when the facts were right in front of him. At this moment, Yi Tian's mind recalled the scene that he had just comprehended. He stood in place and moved his mind. A mysterious and unpredictable thread of rules filled out, transforming into a fan-shaped pattern on one side. His palm slowly stretched out towards the front, and instantly, the fan-shaped pattern flew out and pushed towards the front, as endless thunderous intent swept out. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with terrifying thunder and lightning intent, and many thunder god hammer silhouettes appeared in the heavens and earth, smashing and killing towards the front. As a horrifying wave of destruction blossomed, a suffocating majesty enveloped Feng Lao's body. A strange expression appeared on his face as he looked at Yi Tian in front of him, his heart saying, was this really that Yi Tian? That thunderous intent actually gave him a strong sense of crisis. Even if he was dealing with an emperor realm, he would never need to be like this. At this moment, Yi Tian's body aura climbed to its peak state. His palms moved forward, and the thunder intent converged in the center of his palms. It was as if the space had turned into an ocean of thunder, and the endless thunder god hammer shadows were rolling and roaring. Hammer after hammer blasted out as if it was never ending. Wind Elder's face gradually became a few points heavier, and he might not even be able to achieve this level of attack. Only a shield appeared in front of Feng Lao, blocking Yi Tian's attacks. However, those shields were still being shattered and cracked, and eventually turned into nothing, as Yi Tian's attacks became more and more swift and violent. Finally, at a certain moment, Feng Lao's body retreated backwards, a look of shock written all over his face. He looked towards Yi Tian on the opposite side, only to see that at this moment, his body's aura had calmed down, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face as he murmured in a low voice. Finally, reaching this step, it was then that he remembered that just now, he had comprehended 9 divine abilities, a total of 3 moves. These 3 moves were the top existences of the lightning attribute techniques, named 9 Heavens Thunder Whistling, 9 Heavens Royal Thunder, and 9 Heavens Destruction. They were all top-tier divine abilities, especially this second move, 9 Heavens Thunder Whistling, was a thunder divine ability that had both attack and defense. It could attack the enemy's divine soul, while the defense was to increase one's own strength, so it could be used for both offense and defense. In addition, the 9 Heavens Thunder Royal Art was a divine ability that combined offense and defense. The reason he called these 3 styles top-tier divine abilities was because of their power. It was far beyond an ordinary 8th grade divine ability. Even a 9th grade divine ability was not far behind. It could be called the top of the line, and it was still 3 moves in unison, so the power could be imagined. Yi Tian, he has cultivated it into the gate. His natural talent. Is it so demonic? Feng Lao's mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. He had never heard of such a stunning demonic character. This kind of talent, even in the vastness of the starry sky continent, cannot find too many. Of course, unless it is the legend of a very few special bloodline, such as the demon race. However, although the demon race was strong and domineering, they rarely took the path of body refining, let alone practicing the power of thunder, and Yi Tian was clearly not of demon beast bloodline. Therefore the level of shock within Feng Lao's heart could be imagined, only to see Yi Tian's body turn. In an instant, the entire hall was once again transformed into a world of thunder sea. A thunder war lance broke through the air, as if it was an infinite blade, sharp to the extreme. It seemed that no matter how strong your fleshly body was, I would be able to break through it. Yi Tian, it's almost time to enter the final stage. You have to resist. Chapter 203, Great Perfection Level Transition Stage. At this moment, a monstrous rage surged from Yi Tian's body. His eyes were scarlet red, and a huge Devil King's shadow vaguely appeared behind him, just like a real Devil King descending, and a pitch-black devil dragon encircled his body, emitting a hissing and roaring sound, as if it wanted to penetrate through the void. Buzz! An extremely splendid divine splendor shot out from his body as he grabbed forward with his palm. A halberd appeared, and he stabbed out towards the front with it in his hand, the halberd light tearing through the void and penetrating the heavens. Another roaring sound came out, and everything was drowned in that boundless and terrifying thundercloud. Wind Elder stared at the scene with dumbfounded eyes. His eyes were almost glazed over, performing 2 major divine abilities in one go, and both of them were top tier. How on earth did this fellow manage to do that? Rumble! Endless divine splendor raged out, and a golden bell silhouette appeared on Wind Elder's body. It shone with a bright and dazzling light, protecting him in it, and those divine splendor landed on the golden bell to emit a thumping and crashing sound, and the golden bell trembled and swayed unceasingly. Another explosion sound came out, and Feng Lao's footsteps continuously retreated backwards. He raised his head to look ahead, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly contracted, only to see a magnificent figure appear in front of him, his white robe fluttering, his black hair dancing with the wind, his body releasing a terrifying meaning of the great Tao, as if this heaven and earth were fused together with him. This figure was clearly Yi Tian, who stood in front of Feng Lao, his gaze calmly watching him. Feng Lao's gaze was dead on Yi Tian, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. You, his lips trembled slightly, but he didn't finish. He suddenly realized that at this moment, Yi Tian had changed and turned into another person. This was a great perfection level transition stage. Has his will stepped into the return realm? Yi Tian had become a transition great perfection, standing at the top of the 9 states. He was even not inferior to the top demonic figures of those ancient sacred races. Elder Feng took a deep breath as he looked at Yi Tian, his gaze somewhat complicated. Congratulations. Thank you, senior. Yi Tian arched his hand and said. He understood what Elder Feng was referring to. After the successful transition, he was the great perfection, stepping into this realm, one step closer to the saint realm. Senior, I'm offended by today's matter. Yi Tian cupped his fists at Wind Elder. He didn't mean to hurt Wind Elder. It was only because he was eager to cultivate and couldn't wait to break through the realm. Hence the rudeness. After all, this was the Wind Clan's palace, and Wind Elder was also his senior. So if he was too disrespectful to his seniors, wouldn't he be disrespecting Uncle Wind? Although Uncle Feng was close to Feng Chang, he was also the patriarch of the Feng clan, and he deserved to show respect to Elder Feng.
You are already excellent. Feng Lao smiled faintly as he looked at Yi Tian and continued to speak. Elder Feng is flattering, Yi Tian humbly said.
I was prepared to keep you here to cultivate for a few months. Since your strength has made a qualitative leap now,
I think there is no need for me to delay you. Would you like to return to the Dao Pavilion with me? Elder Feng asked. Willing. Yi Tian nodded his head.
But this time he had come out for training. Originally he did not want to trouble Wind Elder. Now that Wind Elder had invited him,
he was naturally happy to agree. Seeing this, Wind Elder nodded in satisfaction and secretly pondered in his heart. Yi Tian's growth speed was truly amazing, far exceeding his expectations. Such a demonic genius. If he could be better cultivated in the Dao Pavilion, his future achievements would definitely be unlimited. Good. In that case, let's depart immediately.
Elder Feng waved his sleeve and a spatial door slowly emerged, sparkling with light and revealing a mysterious and unpredictable aura. Yi Tian stepped up and traveled through the door of space, instantly arriving at the location of the Wind Clan's Dao Pavilion. The Dao Pavilion towered over the clouds, majestic and spectacular, with a stream of arcane runes flowing on it, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. Yi Tian, although you have stepped into the great circle of transition, the road of cultivation is long. Do not slack off, Elder Feng admonished in a serious tone.
Late generation understands.
I will definitely cultivate diligently and live up to seniors' high expectations,
Yi Tian replied respectfully,
a determined light flashing in his eyes.
After entering the Dao Pavilion,
Elder Feng arranged a quiet room for Yi Tian.
The interior layout was simple yet elegant,
and the air was filled with a faint spiritual qi. It was a good place for cultivation.
This is where you will cultivate in the future. You can use the book collection and spirit pool within the Dao Pavilion as you wish. It will greatly benefit your cultivation, Elder Feng introduced. Many thanks, Senior. Yi Tian thanked gratefully,
and secretly decided in his heart that he would seize this opportunity to further his cultivation.
In the following days, Yi Tian devoted himself to cultivation. He was in the book pavilion every day,
flipping through ancient books and drawing on the wisdom of his predecessors,
while he was also in the spirit pool, refining his physical body and raising his cultivation level. The Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Art, Thunder Battle Lance, and Halberd Divine Power. These three top-level divine abilities were gradually perfected under his unremitting efforts. Time passed like a white foal. In the blink of an eye,
Yi Tian had been practicing in the Dao Pavilion for 3 years.
Until this day, a familiar figure appeared in the Dao Pavilion,
and it was none other than Manhwa Fairy, who he had not seen for a long time.
Master, when did you come back?
Seeing that silhouette appear,
Yi Tian first froze. Then he was overjoyed,
a bright smile spreading on his face as he quickly stepped forward.
Little Tian, has your cultivation grown? A gentle smile hung at the corner of Fairy Manhwa's mouth,
and a few moments of delight and anticipation flickered in her gaze.
She slowly stepped into the quiet room, and a faint immortal aura surrounded her body,
making the entire room seem to become spiritual.
Master, don't worry.
Disciple has been practicing hard and doesn't dare to slack off in the slightest,
Yi Tian replied respectfully,
while a warm current surged in his heart.
No matter how much he had achieved,
his master teacher was always his most solid backing.
Fairy Manhwa smiled and nodded as her gaze swept over Yi Tian and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes.
She was able to sense that the aura on Yi Tian's body had changed drastically compared to 3 years ago.
Your cultivation has risen very quickly. It seems that you have gotten a lot of opportunities here,
the manly fairy said softly,
with a few moments of praise in her tone. Thanks to Elder Feng's guidance and the resources of the Dao Pavilion, my disciple was able to make progress, Yi Tian said humbly,
knowing that his growth could not be separated from Elder Feng's help and the Dao Pavilion's support.
Upon hearing this,
Fairy Manhwa turned her gaze to Elder Feng on the side and nodded slightly to show her appreciation.
On the other hand, Wind Elder smiled faintly, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that he had made the decision in the first place. He knew that if a demonic genius like Yi Tian could be better cultivated, his future achievements would be unlimited.
Fu Tian, although you have achieved quite a lot, the road of cultivation is long and you still need to continue to work hard, Fairy Manhwa said in a heartfelt manner, her gaze flickering with anticipation.
I believe that you will definitely be able to go farther. Disciple understands, and will definitely remember Master's teachings and cultivate diligently. Chapter 204, Burning the Sky and Cooking the Sea. Yi Tian replied respectfully, his eyes glittering with determination. His own cultivation path was still long. He had to keep working hard in order to pursue a higher realm. In the following days, Yi Tian cultivated even harder under the joint guidance of Fairy Manhwa and Elder Feng.
Not only did he continue to go through ancient books in the book pavilion to learn from the wisdom of his predecessors, he also continued to refine his physical body in the spirit pool to raise his cultivation level. On top of that, he found another magic weapon in the Dao pavilion that was suitable for him, named the Dragon Cutting Sword. The Dragon Beheading Sword was a treasure left behind on this mountain peak by a generation of powerful people from the Dao pavilion. It was of extremely high grade, reaching the 7th level of hierarchy, with extraordinary power, and Yi Tian utilized the chopping dragon sword to execute thunderous killing methods with unparalleled power. Yi Tian named it Dragon Beheading because he felt that, by beheading the dragon, he hoped that he would be able to behead a true dragon. Desolate ancient road. At this moment, the first city had long been fighting like crazy. Yi Tian's father, Yi Qingxian, a generation of great emperors. Black Dragon, you dogs from outside the domain, don't even think about taking a step into the immortal domain today. Endless power of laws permeated around Yi Qingxuan's body, terrifying to the extreme. The void trembled, and all sorts of phenomena were born in the dome of the sky, as if a world had been brought together, suppressing all existence. The dark dome of the sky was enveloped by a vast purple divine splendor, only to hear the sound of rumbling. The dome of the sky seems to have descended a supreme god king, overlooking the living beings, divine might of the world. A palm slap out, even condensed a bright star, toward the darkness of the dome of the sky fell down. The star was like a star meteorite smashing down, containing infinite destructive power. The dark dome collapsed and shattered, only to see the black dragon roared up to the sky. His body bloomed with eye-catching dark light. The huge dark dragon body spanned the space, and went straight to the star to crash. A loud rumbling sound came out. The star exploded, and the black dragon was also hit by the backlash. Its huge body was shaken and flown out hundreds of meters away. The scale armor on its body shattered, and blood spilled down. Kill! Yi Qingxian spat out a killing sound. A single word was spat out, and at that moment, the firmament once again erupted with terrifying divine punishment. It transformed into billions of divine light shooting towards the black dragon. Each strand of divine light was wrapped in boundless sharp rules, wanting to wipe out everything. At this time, only to hear the roaring sound, the dark dome appeared a hideous face. A pair of ice-cold eyes stared at the god king above the dome. It was the head of a dark dragon, revealing infinite ferocious intent. Kill! With a furious cry, the dark dragon above the vault of heaven pounced out, its speed so fast that it was indescribable, instantly rushing into the boundless star river above the firmament. Those divine lights shot above the dragon's body but didn't cause much damage. The dark giant dragon's fleshly body was already extremely strong. Coupled with the cultivation of the dark attribute technique, the defense was even more powerful. Roar! 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 A hissing sound resounded through the 8 directions. The dark giant dragon hovered above the sky. Sharp claws grabbed downwards, tearing out a black hole vortex, devouring the void, and rolled towards the center of the star. And in an instant, it seemed as if the entire star was going to annihilate and collapse. Countless people looked up into the sky above the dome, dumbfounded at this horrifying sight. That dark giant dragon was able to manipulate the star to attack. This kind of means was simply horrifying. I'm afraid that this dark dragon's bloodline is very pure, otherwise it would never possess such abilities. Many people whispered in their hearts, which proved that this dark dragon was most likely from one of the top forces outside the domain. The divine light in the starry sky was still flowing, continuously strangling towards the dark dragon, but it couldn't shake its body at all. No matter how dazzling and gorgeous the divine light was, it still couldn't break through the dragon's body, and couldn't cause any damage to the dark dragon. Roar! There was another angry roar, and that huge face in the sky shook violently, followed by a terrifying strand of dark flames burning down, like a monstrous sea of fire descending from the sky, burning everything. In an instant, the entire space turned pitch black, and a terrifying pillar of black fire shot up into the sky, plunging into the clouds, illuminating the heavens, and even the boundless starry sky turned into a dark hue. A terrifying scream rang out, and those divine lights were scorched by the flames, gradually dimming and dissipating away. The light of the stars was covered, as if it was plunged into a world of endless flames, and that area, completely wrapped in flames, everything was about to be destroyed. Ah! Save me! Miserable screams were endless, only to see countless divine lights fall from the starry sky, which were mixed with the figures of human powerhouses. Damned sinful beasts! Yi Qingxian let out a furious curse, then took a step. A wild and boundless great emperor's majesty swept across the heavens and earth. He blasted out with a fist, and instantly, infinite starlight fell down, transforming into a curtain of light that enveloped his body. There were endless runic patterns shining in that light curtain that seemed to be able to seal everything, blocking the dark flames released by the dark dragon. Yi Qingxian leapt into the void, reaching out towards the immense dark giant dragon and snapped out with a palm. A handprint that covered the sky fell from the dome of the heavens and snapped down fiercely.
The dark giant dragon raised its massive head. A beam of darkness erupted from its mouth,
colliding with the large handprint,
which fluctuated violently,
but did not break apart.
Kill!
A voice rolled out. The great handprint slammed downwards.
An unrivaled aura of the great Tao descended down.
The darkness light surged crazily.
The darkness dragon's incomparably large body actually continued to shrink,
and was then slapped onto the ground by the great handprint,
causing the earth to tremble.
Yi Qingxuan's body was draped in a star armor,
like the 9 heavens star battle armor, sacred and overbearing. At this moment, this Yi clan's topmost powerhouse stood in the void, a monarch in the heavens and earth,
eyeing the dark dragon's shadow in front of him. The dark dragon struggled to get up.
However, just halfway up,
the great hand prince once again blasted down,
once again blasting it to the ground.
Then Yi Qingxian strided past,
a palm falling, a palm print imprinting on that dark dragon's body. The dark dragon roar piercing everyone's eardrums. Finally, the dark giant dragon stopped struggling and did not move a muscle, as if it had lost its vitality.
Yi Qingxian swept his gaze at the dark dragon corpse,
waving his palm.
The dark dragon body slowly floated up. He then tapped his finger on the dark dragon carcass through the air,
and instantly, strands of star divine light surged into it,
and the dark dragon's body gradually became dried up,
transforming into a skin bag. Put it away, Yi Qingxian commanded.
The dark giant dragon was of the dragon race. Its flesh was precious. It had to be brought back outside the domain. Yi Qingxian then looked to the other side of the battlefield.
The bastard heavenly emperor was fighting with a divine bird,
although it was also a demonic beast.
However,
this divine bird was actually a divine bird named Vermilion Bird,
a true divine bird.
Yuan Beishan's body was burning with a blazing divine flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea,
incinerating everything.
His golden feathered wings stirred up.
Storms raged.
The sky crumbled. The two of them were displaying their divine abilities, and the battle was shocking and earth-shattering.
Chapter 205 Sword Without Trace. Snort! A silver-white lance suddenly shot out from Yuan Beishan's body,
directly piercing through the void and killing out.
The vermilion bird god bird's body turned to dodge.
The lance slashed against its body and then nailed on top of the mountain wall beside it. The vermilion bird god bird's face was embarrassed. A terrifying flamestorm scraped through the void, pushing straight towards Qin Xian's body. Yuan Beishan's palm stretched out.
5 fingers clenched tightly. A ball of fire coalesced and was born.
When close to him, a moment steeply expanding.
A booming loud sound.
That golden flamestorm was directly crushed to open. Subsequently, Yuan Badian also reached out towards the vermilion bird god bird and slapped. The flame palm whistling, killing and down. Vermilion bird god bird pupil of the eyes flashed a trace of fear. The body quickly retreated backward.
Plop!
The flaming palm slapped on the back of the vermilion bird god bird, emitting a crisp sound as blood splattered and dyed the void red.
However,
the vermilion bird divine bird did not feel any pain.
Instead, its eyes revealed a few moments of excitement, and the light on its body became more and more radiant, and its wings opened, and a path of golden feathers shot out, sharp and limitless,
and spread out towards Yuan Badian to kill him.
This scene made Yuan Beishan's face turn blue. Is this guy a fool? To actually take the initiative to send himself to death? Dang!
A vast pressure erupted from his body, and there was a wisp of purple-gold immortal light above his body.
His feet stepped out. The earth shook violently. Each step seemed to contain inexplicable greatness.
The sky shook the ground.
The Qiankuan reversed the chaos. Everything was silent.
All things were silent. The feathers that roamed the sky came killing, but they were unable to advance an inch.
Yi Qingxuan's eyes glanced at the battle situation over there. His body rose up in the air. His arm raised upwards.
His palm lightly pressed towards the sky above, and immediately a majestic soul power blossomed out,
enveloping the vast area.
Suppress! Yi Qingxian spat out a voice. Along with the fall of his voice, the surrounding heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Only a marvelous power filled the heavens and earth.
In this instant, everyone gave birth to a suffocating feeling.
Yi Qingxian swept his gaze around,
only to hear a muffled grunt come out.
Many strong people's bodies directly exploded and shattered, turning into a rain of blood that spilled down. This sudden vision terrified the crowd, their hearts beating violently as their gazes looked towards the figure on the sky dome,
filled with scorn. What a strong soul power.
Yi Ling's gaze was frozen there. He didn't expect that Yi Qingxian was even good at soul attacks.
Moreover,
it had already reached an extremely high and profound level.
I said, today you all will die.
Yi Qingxian spoke indifferently. As the words fell, his palm grabbed towards the bottom, and a golden ray of light shot out,
wrapping around a certain group of people as if it was a rope,
causing the people's figures to stiffen.
And then one by one,
they were sucked up,
suspended in the void. Let go of them. An extremely angry voice cut through the sky, only to see a man clad in fiery red battle armor,
a youth with wings on his back appeared across the sky. He was none other than the young powerhouse of the Vermilion Bird clan, Vermilion Bird Feather. Vermilion Bird Feather's eyes were like torches, and his body was burning with a blazing flame, as if he could burn everything in the world. He sprinted, his wings shaking, bringing up a heaven-destroying storm that pushed straight towards Yi Qingxian. Humph! A mere Vermilion Bird descendant. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Yi Qingxian laughed coldly, not flickering or avoiding. His palm gently flipped, a brilliant star pearl condensed in his palm, containing a heaven-destroying power. Vermilion Bird Feather saw this. His heart was shocked, but he had an arrow on the string and had to send it. He could only force himself to do so. His whole body flames converged on top of his wings, transforming into two flaming tornadoes that swept towards Yi Qingxian. Star Fall. Yi Qingxian drank lowly. The star pearl came out of his hand, instantly transforming into a huge star, carrying an irresistible might, meeting those two flame dragon scrolls. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the star collided with the flaming dragon scrolls, erupting with dazzling light and deafening roars. As if the star bead had a spirit, it traveled through the flames, continuously absorbing the power of the flames, gradually growing in strength, and ultimately completely devouring the flame dragon scrolls as it continued to blast towards Vermilion Bird Feather. Vermilion Bird Feather's face changed drastically. He did not expect Yi Qingxian's strength to be so terrifying. Not even his strongest strike was able to shake him in the slightest. At the critical moment, he could only put his best foot forward, his wings violently reviving, transforming into a fiery light, narrowly avoiding the bombardment of the star pearl. However, just as he was about to catch his breath, Yi Qingxian's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. A large hand pressed down as if it was the dome of the sky, carrying an irresistible pressure as it grabbed towards him. No! Vermilion Bird Feather let out a roar of despair as he struggled as hard as he could, but under that large hand, all resistance seemed so powerless. Just as the Vermilion Bird Feather was about to be captured, a crisp sword chirp resounded through the heavens, and a brilliant sword light cut through the void, coming straight at Yi Qingxian. Wherever the sword light passed, space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind a dark crack. Who dares to stop me? Yi Qingxian angrily shouted. His other hand gently waved. A wave of star power condensed into a shield, blocking before that sword light. Clang! The sword light collided with the shield of stars, erupting into a deafening sound of metal clashing. Although the sword light was blocked, the sharp aura caused fine cracks to appear on the surface of the shield of stars, showing the astonishing power of this sword. Yi Qingxian's gaze condensed as he followed the sound, only to see a young man dressed in a green shirt with a long sword on his back slowly walking towards him. His face was handsome, his eyes were deep, and he exuded a transcendent aura. It was none other than Yi Tian's closest friend, Jian Wuhan. Jian Wuhan, how dare you interfere in this matter? Yi Qingxian said in a deep voice, a hint of gravity in his tone. He naturally knew the strength of Jian Wuhan, this person's attainments in the sword Dao. Even he had to be afraid of 3 times. Senior Yi, Vermilion Bird Feather is my friend. I can't just stand by and watch him get killed. Jian Wuhan spoke faintly, his tone calm but firm. He slowly drew the long sword behind him, the tip of the sword pointing towards Yi Qingxian. A faint sword intent coursing through the body of the sword, as if it could cut through everything. Good one. You can't just stand by and watch the shipwreck. Then have you ever thought about how many innocent people will die because of them in the future if you let them go today? Yi Qingxian said in a cold voice, the star power surging around his body, clearly ready for battle. Jian Wuhan was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Senior Yi, I am not a person who does not distinguish between right and wrong, but if I were to stand by and watch today, it would go against the way of the sword in my heart. Therefore, I can't avoid this battle. After saying that, his body moved, transforming into a sword light, and pushed straight towards Yi Qingxian. The two instantly exchanged blows. Sword light and star power intertwined together, erupting into a shocking battle. In another battlefield, the battle between Yuan Badian and the Vermilion Bird Divine Bird had also entered a white-hot stage. The two of them were fighting back and forth, each displaying their own special abilities. However, with Yi Qingxian and Jian Wuhan joining in, the situation of the entire battlefield became even more complicated. Chapter 206, The Great War Begins. Meanwhile, within the Dao Pavilion, Yi Tian was informed of the news that his father, Yi Qingxian, was fighting a fierce battle with an extraterrestrial powerhouse on the desolate ancient road. A strong impulse immediately surged in his heart. He was well aware that although his current strength had greatly improved, there was still a considerable gap between him and those truly powerful people. However, he was even more aware that his father was guarding the heavens and earth for him, for the entire 3,000 Taoist prefecture. I can't just sit back and watch, Yi Tian secretly said in his heart, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He stood up and looked out the window at the vast starry sky, a decision already made in his heart.
Elder Feng, Master, I'm going to leave for a while. Yi Tian turned around and said to Elder Feng in Ferryman Miao.
His tone was firm, and an undeniable light flashed in his eyes. When Elder Feng and Ferryman Miao heard this, they were both slightly stunned. They naturally knew what was in Yi Tian's mind, but at this moment,
was Yi Tian really ready? Foshan, do you know the dangers of the desolate ancient road?
Man Miao Fairy asked softly, a hint of worry in her tone.
Disciple knows. Yi Tian nodded and replied, but father is fighting there for me. For all of us, I cannot stand idly by.
Elder Feng was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded his head.
Alright, you go. But remember, your safety is equally important. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, make sure to preserve yourself. Many thanks, senior. Disciple will keep that in mind. Yi Tian arched his hand and saluted. Then his body moved, transforming into a ray of thunder, instantly disappearing from the original place and heading straight to the desolate ancient road. Desolate ancient road. Star Ancient Palace. A magnificent and majestic palace stood above the dome of the sky. A bright and dazzling starlight flowed on it, glittering like a divine temple suspended above the clouds. Sacred, solemn, and magnificent. At the top of the Star Ancient Hall, there were several figures sitting cross-legged, all currently at the level of great emperors. Buzz. Suddenly, a soft chanting sound spread out, causing the several great emperors to raise their heads, only to see a huge star pattern appear above the firmament, resembling the sun hanging in the dome of the sky. The star pattern was extremely splendid, releasing a blinding and eye-catching light, vaguely outlining a picture of mountains, rivers and mountains. What's going on? A great emperor frowned, his gaze revealing a few strange colors. Star seal, a great emperor whispered, seemingly guessing something. Many great emperor figures revealed thoughtful expressions. Star seal, that was something that could only be sensed at the great emperor realm. Only after stepping into the great emperor realm could one comprehend that kind of power, and even have the chance to feel a strand of the great Tao trajectory. This star seal, it should be that a certain great emperor had sensed something and inscribed a rule on top of the stone wall of the Star Ancient Hall, thus giving birth to such a sight. Soon, the light of the star converged. The star pattern gradually dimmed again, and eventually disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. However, the great emperors present all understood that just now was not an illusion. That star pattern represented a cultivation direction, and only a great emperor figure would be able to invoke this rule to descend. And that cultivation path? Just what type of cultivation path was it? Could it be the legendary martial path? A great emperor inquired tentatively, and as his words fell, many great emperors' faces revealed a look of surprise. Martial Tao, could it be that someone has cultivated it? A great emperor murmured and whispered, a hint of shock in his eyes. A desolate ancient relic with a long inheritance really did have quite a lot of secret stories in it. Martial Tao, that's a higher Tao power than spiritual Tao. It is said that only those characters with a special physique or bloodline are able to cultivate it, and ordinary people simply cannot touch it. That's right. Over the years, only one person has been heard of cultivating the power of the martial Tao, and that person, back then, swept across the 8 wastelands in 6 regions, suppressing all the races. All the great emperors were talking about the name of that person in the past, their tones filled with awe. What a terrifying existence that was. A single thought could cause the heavens to crumble. Waving his hand could exterminate everything. Moreover, that year's him was still only at the realm of nirvana. If he reached the level of the 9 realms of perfection, wouldn't he be enough to threaten the destiny of great emperors? Thinking of this, their hearts were beating violently, and their eyes were filled with a strong desire. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already arrived at the end of the desolate ancient road. Looking at the vast void in front of him, Yi Tian felt a sense of shock in his heart. This void, it was too big, as if it ran through the sky and the earth. As he stepped out, in an instant, a wisp of violent wind came crashing down on him, tearing everything apart as if it wanted to pulverize everything. However, Yi Tian's physical body was so strong that even the strongest attacks could not harm him. He stepped out and headed towards the void, his speed getting faster and faster. And in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. Desolate ancient city, desolate ancient road, countless figures flew up in the air, traveling through the sky. The desolate ancient city was the core area of the desolate ancient domain, so the strong people here were also exceptionally dense. At this moment, in a square in the desolate ancient city, there was a group of people gathered in one piece, and their surroundings were all surrounded by a sea of people, with powerful people from all forces gathering. Rumble. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled, and a wave-like sound came from the void. One could only see a purple-clothed figure strolling in, and with every step, it was as if the heavens and the earth changed for the worse. So fast, Someone let out an exclamation, looking at the purple-robed figure in the void. At this moment, his steps were still smooth, as if he didn't have any stops. This guy, what the hell is he up to again? Someone spat out, their eyes gazing at the figure in the void, only to see that person come to a direction. The crowd in that space actively avoided and made a path for him, only to see him stretch out his palm. Instantly that space lit up, and the light of stars shone, enveloping the entire void. Along with the blossoming of the light of the stars, the void steeply became even more splendid. This is, a great emperor figure has comprehended some power and inscribed the rules on top of the stone wall, thus producing today's scene? Someone spoke up. It's unclear, but it should be similar. Another person chimed in, and many great figures nodded in agreement. This situation was extremely like comprehending some mysteries, thus manifesting them on the stone wall. Who is this? Some people noticed that although the figure was dressed as a man, he was quite handsome and had an outstanding temperament, and there was a transcendent aura between his hands and feet. I don't know. However, I have heard his name, it seems, is called Luo Qianyu. A person mused and said, not only that, it is said that this person is also a peerless demon who ranks 9th on the desolate domain list. 9th seat on the desolate domain ranking list. This is a bit too exaggerated. Many people's hearts were slightly aghast, although they had heard about the desolate domain list. In reality, not many people had actually seen it with their own eyes. Chapter 207, Preparing for Battle. After all, the desolate domain list would only target the young generation of the continent's pride, and if they were too young, they would easily be ignored. The ranking of the desolate domain list also has a reference basis, such as talent, potential, background and other factors. Since this Luo Qianyu was ranked 3rd in the desolate domain ranking, he must be a top-tier existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of being included in this ranked list. Look guys, he's about to enter the depths of the desolate ancient ruins. A voice suddenly rang out, causing many people to look sharp, their gazes fixed on the figure's back, only to see his footsteps lifting up as he continued forward. At this moment, 2 figures rose up into the sky, stopping him in his path. Both of them had thick breaths and stood together like one, like twins, with diametrically opposite temperaments. Get out of the way. These 2 coldly shouted. One of them directly released a golden hammer towards Luo Qianyu. The might was overbearing. A huge adamantine giant ape body faintly appeared in the void. Luo Qianyu looked indifferent. Radiant thunder rules surged from his body. His fists clenched together and fiercely blasted out. In an instant, a thunder unicorn roared out, ruthlessly trampling on top of that adamantine silhouette, causing that adamantine silhouette to frantically retreat. While the other person offered a war halberd and slashed down, the void blew up a destructive hurricane, wanting to destroy everything. Bang! Only 2 explosive sounds were heard. That halberd directly shattered. Luo Qianyu's body directly rushed over, his fist sweeping the void. A fist blasted out, shocking that person into spitting out blood. His body flew out backwards and crashed, falling into the void, not knowing if he was dead or alive. This sudden scene caused the hearts of all the people to stifle a tremor. Those 2 strong men who made a move were both at the return to 1 realm cultivation level, yet they couldn't even block a single move from Luo Qianyu, and were directly wasted. That guy, just how strong was he? His strength is by no means weaker than the top 5 seats of the desolate domain, or even, it's even better. Someone whispered, worthy of being a character on the desolate domain list. Awesome, many people praised. This person, indeed, had the qualifications to ascend to the desolate domain ranking. At this moment, Yi Tian had already arrived outside the desolate ancient ruins. However, he had just arrived here when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Lin Aochen? Yi Tian looked at the white-clothed floating figure with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his guess was accurate. This fellow, indeed, had come here as well. If Lin Ao Dust was there, that meant that the 2 guys, Xiao 13 and Wang Daoxian, were probably coming over soon as well. These 3 people were all heavenly prides amongst heavenly prides. If they weren't born in this chaotic world, they might really be expected to become saint kings, or even touch the threshold of great emperors. But now, not only the 3 of them, even Yi Tian had to hurry up and improve his strength. Right now, a few great emperors could still stop the people from outside the domain, but the people from outside the domain had already begun to launch an attack on the 3,000 Dao states, although it seemed that they could still be resisted at the moment. But after a long time, people will always die, and at that time, the entire world will be in chaos. Not far away, only a trace of proud demeanor surfaced on Lin Ao Dust's face, his gaze overlooking the figure walking in the distance. His eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to come here as well. At this, Yi Tian did not care. He knew that this brat was a stuffy gourd. It would be good if he could say a few words.
I didn't expect that you have also reached the peak of transition. Lin Ao Dust was an innate sword body and was born with an extremely high level of understanding of the sword path. And the speed of his cultivation was so fast that it was beyond the reach of many of his peers.
Yi Tian smiled faintly and responded.
Likewise to each other. Your sword Dao cultivation has also made great progress.
Lin Ao Dust nodded gently and did not say anything more.
But those deep eyes revealed the recognition of Yi Tian's strength. Although the two of them had very different personalities, they both shared similar persistence and tenacity on the path of cultivation. The people outside the domains are moving foolishly.
I'm afraid that the desolate ancient road won't be peaceful, Yi Tian said in a deep voice, his gaze looking into the distance. Where was the entrance to the desolate ancient ruins?
And the beginning of the unknown and danger.
Lin Ao Dust heard this. His sword brows slightly knitted. After a moment of silence, he said, Indeed, but this is also our opportunity. Only by sharpening between life and death can we truly break through and reach a higher realm. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Let's go in together, Lin Ao Dust proposed. Then his body moved and turned into a swordlight, rushing straight towards the entrance of the ancient ruins. Yi Tian was also not willing to lag behind. His figure stormed up, lightning flashed, and he followed closely behind. The two of them, one after the other, instantly disappeared into that ancient and mysterious relic. Inside the ancient relic, space was distorted and time seemed to have lost its meaning here. Several days later, Yi Tian and Lin Ao Dust finally arrived at the core area of the relic. Here was a vast ancient battlefield, with broken walls and weapons scattered, as if telling of the earth-shattering battle back then. However, what shocked the two of them was that in this ancient battlefield, there was actually a living creature present. It was a huge-sized desolate ancient beast, covered in hard-scale armor, with eyes like torches, emanating a monstrous pressure. This is the draconic dragon lizard. Lin Ao Dust's face was grave as he recognized the identity of this giant beast. The desolate ancient dragon lizard was a powerful creature left over from the desolate ancient era, and its strength was comparable to that of a great emperor powerhouse. Yi Tian was also frowning. He did not expect to encounter such a powerful opponent here. However, things had come to this point. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only fight. Prepare to fight, Yi Tian said in a deep voice. Thunder light surged within his body and a strong aura erupted from within him. Lin Ao Dust took a step forward. The surrounding emptiness was immediately transformed into a sword domain. Sword intent flowed out, sharp and unparalleled, piercing through everything, chopping towards the draconic ancient dragon lizard. The draconic dragon lizard roared up to the sky and opened its huge mouth, from which it gulped out a terrifying vortex of demonic yuan. The sword domain was swallowed, and the sword chi all annihilated into its belly and disappeared. Roar! A furious whistling sound came out as the desolate ancient dragon lizard lifted its huge claw and slapped down, harboring the power of 10,000 pounds, tearing through the void and heading straight towards the direction where Yi Tian was. Yi Tian raised his fist and blasted out, a wisp of purple-black flame burning around his fist. A loud rumbling sound came out and the claw was annihilated in the purple-black flame. Yi Tian's fist aura was still killing out like a cracker, ruthlessly smashing into the huge body of the draconic dragon lizard. The body of the draconic dragon lizard shook violently, as if it had suffered some kind of powerful attack. However, Yi Tian's body also retreated some distance. The draconic dragon lizard's defense was very strong. He used all his strength to shake the draconic dragon lizard. The draconic dragon lizard's body swung and pounced towards Yi Tian again, its huge tail flung across the sky, carrying a wild and domineering aura, seemingly wanting to overturn the heaven and earth. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp and cold aura. This beast was simply bullying people too much. Chapter 208, Gathering Together. Only Yi Tian's palm stretched forward and a long spear appeared in front of him. In an instant, the heaven and earth became brilliant and dazzling. Yi Tian held the spear towards the draconic ancient dragon lizard and killed it. The gun came out. The wind and clouds changed. The long spear wrapped in the terrifying storm of might descended on the draconic dragon lizard. The draconic dragon lizard's body violently stiffened, was fixed in place. Lin Ao Dust stepped forward, finger pointing out in the air. Immediately a bunch of brilliant light from the finger bloomed out. It converged on all parts of the draconic dragon lizard's body, and immediately many holes appeared on the draconic dragon lizard's body, dripping with blood. Roar! Roar! Miserable and incomparable cries came out from its mouth as its huge body struggled in the air. However, it was deftly controlled by that force, unable to break away from that binding intent at all. Instead, the more it struggled, the more painful it became. What a powerful divine ability means. Yi Tian revealed a look of amazement, not expecting that what Lin Ao Dust had comprehended was actually an avatar-type divine ability. The divine ability that he released just now had directly sealed the body of the draconic dragon lizard, making the other party completely unable to move. This kind of means was simply transcendent.
and if it was used in conjunction with a sword art, it was definitely very strong. My divine ability is able to restrict the other party's movements, but the other party is after all a being born from the desolate ancient relics. How powerful is the physical body? It's difficult to injure the slightest bit with ordinary means, unless one is able to find weak points, such as eyes, ears, throat and other vulnerable places. Lin Ao Dust explained. His tone slightly appeared a little embarrassed. He was a 7-foot man. Now he was forced to be reduced to an auxiliary. Moreover, he still needed someone else's help. Well, there is no rush. Yi Tian nodded his head and continued to observe that draconic dragon lizard. Although this fellow did not have any spiritual intelligence, it knew how to avoid evil. Thus, they could only choose to kill it in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, if they delayed, they would easily get into trouble. Sure enough, the moment they stopped fighting, a ray of vicious coldness shot out from the eyes of the draconic dragon lizard, as if it was a sharp blade shooting towards them. Its speed was as fast as a shock. Beside Yi Tian, a sword shadow filled Lin Ao Dust's body. A vast sword intent enveloped the entire space. His arms danced and his sword intent clanked like a rain of thousands of swords, killing out of the sky. Those killing sword rain collided on top of the sharp claws of the draconic dragon lizard, and actually shattered and exploded. Pooh! Right at this moment, a transparent sword light cut through space and came, directly stabbing at the desolate ancient dragon lizard's pupil. The draconic dragon lizard hissed. Its body once again soared several times, and its sharp claws snapped at the sword. However, a poof was heard as the transparent sword light directly pierced through the claws of the draconic dragon lizard and stabbed into its pupil. A drop of bright red blood fluttered out, and the draconic dragon lizard's gaze revealed an angry expression. It roared, its body blossomed with terrifying desolate rules, and a pitch-black storm rolled out, wanting to destroy everything. At the same time, a terrifying figure stepped out of the distant void, his body bathed in the light of a holy white feather. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lin Ao Dust, and it was none other than Bai Runhan. Lin Ao Dust glanced at the person who suddenly appeared. His gaze steeply became extraordinarily cold. Word by word, he asked icily, "Why are you here?" He thought that Bai Runhan should have left long ago, but at this moment, he appeared here, so it was no wonder he always felt that something wasn't quite right. It turned out that Bai Runhan had been following him around the whole time, just hidden away without being discovered by him. I should be the one to ask you this question. It was Yi Tian who was somewhat unsure of what was going on. After all, it had been a few years since he left the desolate ancient road. Now that he was back again, such a thing had happened. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you, Lin Ao Dust said icily. As his words fell, his figure rose up in the air. A sword chi crazily wreaked havoc in the void. Each sword seemed to possess the power to destroy everything, destroying all existence with a single thought. Bai Renhan's gaze was calm as he stood above the void, his white clothes fluttering. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. A marvelous power merged into the sword, and the sword intent became more and more terrifying, only to see him slowly raise the long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword facing upwards. A bright and dazzling light rose up to the sky, illuminating the night, the sword chanting continuously, shaking the 9 heavens. Sword chant. Lin Ao Dust's complexion became a few points heavier. Sword cultivators excelled in sound aptitude. He had learned about it before. Bai Runhan's voice was extremely penetrating and could affect his thinking. Thus he had to deal with it carefully. Accompanied by a clear and loud phoenix cry, Bai Runhan's robes fluttered. Holding the hilt of his sword, he pointed out a finger towards the draconic dragon lizard, and instantly that long sword shot out explosively, like a white rainbow slicing through the sky, aiming straight for the vitals of the draconic dragon lizard. The draconic dragon lizard felt the deadly threat and roared angrily, its huge body rolling in the air in an attempt to dodge the lightning-like sword. Bai Runhan's sword contained his profound understanding and comprehension of the Tao of the sword, and wherever the sword blade passed through, space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind a long, thin, black crack. The sword aura collided with the scale armor of the desolate ancient dragon lizard, erupting into a deafening roar as a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. It shook the surrounding space into a twisting distortion. The huge body of the desolate ancient dragon lizard was shaken by this force and retreated back and forth, a light of panic and anger flashing in its eyes. Seeing this, Yi Tian secretly praised Bai Renhan's strength in his heart, and at the same time, he also realized, the white-clothed sword cultivator in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. His gaze was slightly condensed as he prepared to deal with possible changes at any time. Bai Runhan, there is no deep hatred between you and me. Why do you have to be so pushy? Lin Ao Dust coldly shouted. His figure did not move, but the sword intent around him was even more dense, as if he wanted to cut this space into pieces. The corner of Bai Renhan's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, but there was not the slightest hint of laughter in his eyes as he slowly said,
Lin Ao Dust, although you and I don't have any direct grudges, but in this ancient relic, the strong are honored and the weak are the strongest. If you are sensible, you should quickly retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph, want me to retreat? Unless I die. Lin Ao Dust snorted coldly. His body's sword intent skyrocketed, as if he had transformed into a ferocious sword beast, wanting to tear apart all the enemies that stood in his way. Right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Both of you, now is not the time for infighting. The draconic dragon lizard has yet to be resolved. If we disorganize ourselves first, won't we let it see the joke? When Lin Ao Dust and Bai Renhan heard this, they were both slightly stunned. And then their gazes coincidentally landed on the desolate ancient dragon lizard that was still struggling madly. Indeed, the enemy in front of them had yet to be resolved, and the grudge between them could only be put aside for the time being. Alright, let's settle this beast first, Lin Ao Dust said in a deep voice. His figure spread out and transformed into a swordlight, once again killing towards the desolate ancient dragon lizard. Bai Renhan didn't hesitate either. His figure was light and agile, like a dancing phoenix. Immediately after Lin Ao Dust, when he swung his long sword, the swordlight was like a weave, and surrounded the draconic dragon lizard. Chapter 209, Controlling a Side of Heaven and Earth. Seeing this, Yi Tian did not hesitate any longer. As his body shape surged up, and between the flashes of lightning, he had arrived on the other side of the draconic dragon lizard. He clutched his spear with both hands, flames blazing above the tip of the spear. That was his unique divine ability that fused the two powers of thunder and flame. Roar! The draconic dragon lizard roared angrily as it sensed the siege of the three, its huge body tossing and turning in the air as if it was going to shake the heavens and earth with every impact. Under the joint efforts of Yi Tian, Lin Ao Dust and Bai Renhan, its struggles appeared more and more feeble. The three of them cooperated well. Their attacks were continuous, each strike landing precisely on the weak points of the draconic dragon lizard. Finally, with a deafening roar, the huge body of the draconic dragon lizard collapsed to the ground, splashing up dust in the sky. The three of them, Yi Tian, landed on the ground and looked at the huge beast that had fallen to the ground, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. This battle was tough, but they had finally achieved victory with their strong strength and tacit cooperation. Thank you too for your assistance. Yi Tian arched his hand and thanked Lin Aoduan and Bai Renhan. Lin Aoduan nodded his head gently as a response. On the other hand, Bai Renhan smiled faintly and said, Brother Yi is polite. In this desolate ancient relic, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. However, Bai Renhan's words changed. Lin Ao Dust, the grudge between you and I must be settled after all. I hope that the next time we meet, we can have a closure. Lin Ao Dust coldly glanced at Bai Renhan and didn't say anything more. Let's go. Continue to go deeper. Yi Tian proposed. He knew clearly in his heart that there were countless secrets and treasures hidden within the desolate ancient relics. Now that the people from outside the domain had arrived, if they didn't advance to return to Unity quickly, it probably wouldn't be long before they were afraid that they would be destroyed. Lin Ao Dust and Bai Renhan nodded their heads at the same time. They were also curious to know what kind of opportunities awaited them here. Follow me. Bai Renhan spoke to Yi Tian and took the lead in stepping forward. They also understood in their hearts that the real danger was not over. The draconic dragon lizard was just an appetizer. Lin Ao Dust followed Bai Renhan's figure, and the three of them traveled all the way to the depths. The demonic beasts they encountered along the way were all lower in strength, and they even encountered a demonic beast of a demon emperor. However, this demonic beast seemed to be somewhat special, and even took the initiative to run away and leave, not intending to participate in the battle at all, appearing exceptionally comical. This guy, Lin Ao Dust's face revealed a wisp of eccentricity. It probably knows that it is not your opponent, and recognizes itself as inferior, so it withdrew. Yi Tian guessed. After all, demonic beasts were highly intelligent, especially those of this level, possessing a simple spiritual intelligence that knew how to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. Maybe. Lin Ao Dust nodded slightly, not caring too much. As a matter of fact, he was not too interested in this draconic dragon lizard because his strength was enough to rival an unusual king realm existence, so there was no need to snatch a demonic beast corpse. However, since Yi Tian and Bai Renhan were willing to do so, he was happy to do a favor. Let's continue to walk inside and try to find the chance as soon as possible. Lin Ao Dust added another sentence. Aha! Yi Tian and Bai Renhan both nodded, and in their hearts, they were both a little impatient to see what kind of chance there was in the ancient ruins. Right at this moment, a violent fluctuation came from the distance, like a strong fluctuation was blooming. A few people frowned and raised their heads to look ahead, and they saw a golden stream of light coming from the front. The golden stream of light was extremely fast. instantly descending on this side and coming to a halt.
When the golden stream of light disappeared, one could only see a handsome and upright figure standing there in the void.
His black clothes hunted, his body was bathed in sunlight, giving an extremely dazzling feeling, making the crowd's gaze stagnate. This guy seems to be somewhat familiar. People from outside the domain. Bad. The duel is going to be advanced. Lin Ao Dust raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian and Bai Renhan's complexion changed slightly.
They immediately collected all their expressions and were all alert.
In the next moment,
one could only see countless black clouds suddenly appearing in the sky,
which were so dark that they obscured the sunlight.
A gloomy world enveloped this heaven and earth,
causing the crowd's expressions to become even more grave. Immediately afterward,
a black-robed figure swept out from the surroundings and converged in the void, and countless extraterritorial cultivators rushed in directly,
each with a majestic aura.
Hiss, accompanied by a subtle sound of breaking wind.
Countless black mists drifted in from afar. In a short moment, the black mist quickly filled the sky, dyeing the entire dome of the sky a pitch-black color, just like ink splashing down, eerie and treacherous,
transmitting a great aura of terror.
At this moment, everyone's face changed.
The black mist contained an evil aura that made people couldn't help but feel chills all over their bodies,
their hairs standing up in sweat,
and a feeling of palpitations.
This is the evil demon from beyond the domain?
Looking at the black mist in front of him,
Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk and his complexion became icy cold. At this moment, in his eyes,
the endless black mist surged,
exuding an eerie and evil aura,
like a serpent that chose to devour people,
hideous and horrifying. Evil demon? Humph. Just as Yi Tian's words had just fallen,
a cold and disdainful cold drink suddenly rang out between the heavens and earth,
full of majestic dominance, taking the heart. As the voice fell,
only a lofty figure appeared in front of the crowd.
After him, there were 3 other figures. Yi Tian instantly recognized the visitor. Wasn't it his father Yi Qingxian? You trash from outside the domain. Today, I will eradicate you all completely.
Along with Yi Qingxuan's words,
a burst of great emperor's Tao rhythm manifested,
and endless spiritual energy began to converge.
However, Yi Tian did not know why he suddenly had a bad thought. In the next moment,
a heaven-destroying terrifying power erupted as if a volcano had erupted.
A vast and infinite might swept through the 8 directions. Yi Qingxuan's foot slammed into the void,
transforming into a flash of lightning that shot out violently, pouncing on the nearest extraterrestrial with monstrous killing intent.
He blasted out with a single fist as if he was going to pierce through the heavens and earth, the unrivaled power raging, shaking the heavens and earth. Damn it! Feeling the oncoming overpowering force,
the faces of those strong men from the extra domain changed wildly as they hurriedly wielded their dual swords to block.
2 loud collision sounds were transmitted, and terrifying energy ripples rippled out as the void collapsed inch by inch. However, before they could react,
a sharp sword carrying a biting sword aura broke through the air,
piercing through the sky and killing the heavens.
Blood splattered and screams were heard.
In an instant,
more than 10 strong men flew backwards,
their chests all penetrated, dripping with blood. No, father, don't!
Yi Tian watched as Yi Qingxian actually began to invoke the power of the heavenly Tao,
and instantly panicked.
If Father Yi Qingxian used the power of the heavenly Tao to kill these extraterrestrial cultivators,
even if Yi Tian was as heaven-defying as he was, he wouldn't be able to change anything and would instead take his own life.
This was not just about his life and death, it was also about the safety of that mysterious force behind Yi Tian. Yi Qingxian ignored Yi Tian's shouts and frantically urged the great Emperor Tao rhythm within his body.
Yi Tian, remember, the road ahead is only yours to walk.
Yi Qingxuan's majestic voice came out,
and immediately, a powerful aura wrapped Yi Tian as well as those disciples under the saints.
Rumble! The earth began to crumble, and it was as if the entire desolate ancient path had been cut off.
Countless pieces of debris shot out as the earth shook, cracks spreading to every piece of debris. In the next instant,
everyone's sight was plunged into pitch blackness. It was unknown how long it took before the entire 3000 Tao state was plunged into darkness.
When Yi Tian awoke again, the entire continent was already devastated. Father, why did you bother? Yi Tian looked at the desolate ancient path that had been cut off.
His heart was incomparably sad. After more than 10 years passed, the 3000 road state slowly regained its vitality, and Yi Tian managed to ascend to the rank of Great Emperor,
controlling a side of the heaven and earth.